After the system is charged, the product's effectiveness can be randomly amplified between 100 and 10,000 times. Even a modest 100-fold boost, if it comes up, will yield an extraordinary impact. While others struggle desperately in their research with painstakingly slow progress, even a mere 10% improvement upon the original standard is hailed as a significant breakthrough. Gaoyang's invention achieves an instantaneous 100-fold amplification, a result that is nothing short of outrageous. His eagerness to test it borders on impatience. Gaoyang Rose glanced at Ruoro and handed her a book with a curt "Return your book." Ruoro stared at him in astonishment, perplexed by his sudden transformation. Just moments ago, Gaoyang had exuded the aura of a staid scholar. Now he radiated a bright and vivacious energy, as if he were a completely different man. After returning the book to Ruo, Gaoyang dashed toward the laboratory at breakneck speed. He couldn't afford to be dismissed. Every moment was precious for unveiling new breakthroughs. Being expelled would mean losing access to a treasure trove of specialized texts. Even with the system fully charged, further amplifying his invention still demands the fuel of relentless study. A single day is fleeting, yet his opportunity remains. Having absorbed countless volumes on the fundamental design of laser guns, Gaoyang already harbors a clear vision. Now all that remains is to build it. The laser gun is fundamentally composed of 4 parts: the laser emitter, the power source, the optical system, and the control system. Gaoyang dismissed the power source outright. Not even an electric car's battery pack could meet the energy demands of his laser gun. He opted for a hack, a wired solution to simply complete his task. The control system is remarkably simple. With basic soldering of a circuit board, the laser gun's controls can be set up in just 10 minutes. The optical system refracts and converges the laser beams from the emitter, thereby amplifying their potency. Gaoyang had long envisioned the optical system. Now it only awaits construction. The laser emitter, by contrast, is relatively simple, akin to the infrared lamps sold at a school canteen that function essentially as laser emitters. Infrared, being inherently invisible, is merely dubbed an infrared lamp. Yet in truth, it is a laser lamp. The challenge lies in endowing the laser with sufficient power. But Gaoyang had long prepared a contingency plan. Late into the night, despite his fatigue, he set about multitasking with unwavering resolve. The optical system primarily requires polishing the lenses. By presetting parameters on the polishing machine, it can operate autonomously, freeing Gaoyang to focus on other tasks. Defense Technology University, a crucial reserve for national defense, collaborates on numerous technological projects with Longhua, ensuring its laboratories are superbly equipped. Gaoyang has access to a plethora of equipment and materials. Even if components are missing, a lathe can be employed to craft replacements. Nonetheless, constructing a laser gun remains a painstaking process. From the depths of night until midday, all the components were finally completed and assembly began. The parts were numerous and minuscule, demanding meticulous assembly. After a sleepless night, Gaoyang rallied his strength and commenced assembling the components. Setting the second target range at Defense Technology University's experimental grounds. The target range is modest in size, 400 meters long and 200 meters wide, but it is outfitted with professional equipment capable of rigorously analyzing the performance of various light weapons. Thick reinforced walls enclose the range, and the open exterior ensures no risk of collateral damage. At this moment, the Light Weapon Engineering Special Class should total 30 students, though only 29 have assembled, neatly arrayed on the front stands. At the left side of the stand, school leaders are present, faculty heads, professors from Longhua Institute engaged in light weapon research, and even the university president. They attach great importance to this test, which is not only an evaluation of the students' weapon designs, but also a measure of the special class as a whole. How will this congregation of geniuses endowed with Longhua's finest educational resources perform? Professor Li's expression was far from pleased as he surveyed the 3-row formation. One corner was missing. Gaoyang was absent. Report: the light weapon engineering class should have 30 members, but only 29 are present. One absent. Professor Li nodded subtly and picked up his manuscript, saying, according to the evaluation rules announced at the beginning of term, research groups should consist of 5 members. However, if you are confident, you may form groups of 4, 3, or even work alone. If your work meets the standards, you will continue in the special class. If not, you will be relegated to the regular class. Moreover, the approval of your designs will be determined by the collective deliberation of all professors on stage. Additionally, the top 3 groups will be selected, receiving cash rewards of 1,000 and 3,000 respectively. The 29 students present instantly tensed up. The perks of the special class are indeed substantial: scholarships, full tuition waivers, and an annual stipend of 2,000. Upon graduation, students are directly commissioned into military service, and the teaching conditions are exemplary, with every instructor being a top researcher from Longhua Institute. Many venerable Titan-like researchers attend these classes. This is their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reach the pinnacle, one that must not be missed. Professor Li held up a sheet and remarked, in a class of 30, there are a total of 16 research groups, 7 of which are one-person teams. It seems many are quite confident. Then he continued, let's begin with the single-person groups. Chow Tao. A student stepped forward, retrieving a case and declaring, I've designed a miniature submachine gun. Upon opening the case, a submachine gun, not much larger than a handgun, was revealed. Its design bore a striking resemblance to an Uzi yet featured distinct modifications. Though the external modifications appear subtle, these slight alterations might indeed signify a major overhaul. Professor Lee took the gun weighted in his hand, and with a slight raise of his brows noted that its balance was commendable and the grip exceedingly comfortable. Provided its rate of fire and precision meet the standards, this is indeed a commendable weapon. Professor Lee handed it over to the technical staff for further testing. The technician secured the gun on the testing bench and activated it remotely. Within 2 seconds, an entire magazine of bullets was expended. The technician couldn't help but glance back at Chow Tao and reported the rate of fire is 21 rounds per second with impressive precision. Moved by the performance, Professor Lee compared it with the initial version of the Uzi, whose rate of fire under similar conditions was only 15 rounds per second. The school administrators watching intently nodded in agreement. Not only was the rate of fire improved, but precision was also paramount. Chow Tao's modified weapon boasts both remarkable speed and accuracy. It can be deemed exceptional. While the initial tests revealed no major issues, further evaluations under extreme conditions are necessary to fully validate the modifications. While weapon design tests were underway at the second target range, Gao Yang was hurrying to assemble the laser gun. The laser emitter optical system and control circuitry were connected, then bound together with black insulating tape. With no time to craft a proper casing, he resorted to binding the laser gun with thick insulating tape, even using 4 small rods to keep it perfectly straight. Soon a black, irregularly shaped laser gun emerged before Gao Yang, complete with a plug attached at the rear. With that, the construction was deemed complete. Gao Yang decided to give it a try, connecting the laser unit to the socket and then pulling the trigger. No sound emerged, only a burst of light illuminated the scene. A dazzling red beam struck a wooden chair opposite in an instant, leaving a charred, fist-sized black mark at its center as it carbonized. The power was terrifying. If this were directed at a human, it would inflict massive burns instantaneously, with the searing heat transmitting to vital organs, causing immediate death. Commercial laser emitters are at most used to light a cigarette, or slightly more powerful ones serve industrial purposes, such as cutting metal. More potent models can function as death ray weapons capable of targeting cameras or other fragile devices. Gao Yang's laser gun belonged to this category, a handheld death ray with formidable destructive capability. Presenting this would undoubtedly satisfy Professor Lee. Suddenly, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Laser gun detected. You have an opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification. Proceed. Gao Yang hesitated briefly before declaring use it. In that instant, an ethereal disc appeared before him, its surface adorned with numbers ranging from 100 to 10,000, spinning randomly to indicate the amplification multiplier. Gao Yang stepped forward and rotated the ethereal disc. As it spun at high speed, tension gripped him. Even a 100-fold amplification was excessive, yet he yearned for a 10,000-fold boost. The disc's rotation slowed, and Gao Yang's eyes widened in anticipation. Judging by its pace, at least a 9,000-fold amplification was imminent. The disc slowed further, edging closer to the maximum multiplier. Instinctively, Gao Yang held his breath as a soft click resonated. The disc came to a complete stop. A system prompt echoed, "Congratulations, host. The invention has achieved a 10,000-fold amplification in power." Overwhelmed with excitement, Gao Yang had scored the highest amplification on his first attempt. In the next moment, the freshly constructed laser gun suddenly disassembled, and then the laboratory equipment began operating at high speed, completely out of control. The machinery operated as fast as a runaway horse. Every single device roared mightily as materials were forged one after another. Simultaneously, a multitude of materials floated in the air before swiftly coalescing. The scene was eerie yet breathtaking, as if countless unseen hands were assembling the devices in unison. Originally, Gao Yang believed his design was sufficiently complex. Yet now he witnessed thousands of meticulously machined parts being precisely assembled to form the core of the laser emitter, later wound with metallic coils. The coil was forged on the spot by melting wires in a laboratory furnace. A formulation of such precious worth, it was incomparable. The optical path system was also modified, with finer materials and meticulous polishing. Its capacity to amplify the laser was significantly enhanced. After a full 10 minutes, the lab's roaring subsided, and a system prompt resounded in Gao Yang's mind. Due to outdated equipment and insufficient materials, conditions remain inadequate to complete the 10,000-fold power laser gun modification. Currently, the laser gun's power is amplified by 162 times. Gao Yang observed that the system had pushed the laboratory to its limits. Yet even the best efforts fail without adequate resources. However, an amplification of 162 times was absurdly potent. Considering the original power of the gun he had just built, multiplying it 162-fold would be unimaginably fierce. Gao Yang wanted to experiment, but hesitated, fearing that he might destroy the laboratory. And that was not all. The system began injecting a vast reservoir of knowledge straight into his mind. It was the complete suite of knowledge related to a 10,000-fold amplified laser gun, including materials, underlying principles, and even the manufacturing techniques. Now, with access to premium production equipment and sufficient materials, Gao Yang could fabricate a laser gun amplified to 10,000 times its original power. Immersed in this new knowledge, Gao Yang realized with certainty that he had become a luminary in the field of lasers, leaping decades ahead of his contemporaries. This realization astounded Gao Yang. The system was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did it amplify his invention, but it also fed back the enhanced knowledge to him. Armed with even the peripheral fragments of this knowledge, he could revolutionize the world of optics. With further research and amplified innovations, he could propel Longhua to unprecedented developmental speeds. But for now, he had to honor his promise to Professor Lee. He grabbed the laser gun from the table, casually stuffed it into a plastic bag, and then headed off to target range No. 2. When Gao Yang stepped out of the laboratory, dusk had nearly settled. After a full day of work, it was already 6 o'clock, leaving him uncertain whether he still had time. Having achieved a breakthrough, Gao Yang felt no urgency. Even if the school intended to expel him, proper procedures would be followed, and as long as he presented the laser gun in time, he would be retained. Even if he were expelled, presenting the laser gun would ensure his honored return. Nevertheless, proper respect was always due, no matter the circumstances. Upon entering the shooting range, Gao Yang found his classmates still present, though testing had nearly concluded and the distant targets were almost obliterated. Professor Lee had been animated with excitement, for the students' performance had been exceptional. All 16 weapon designs were commendable. They were virtually complete designs. Having studied for only a year and a half, achieving such results was truly outstanding. This was ample evidence of the special class's exceptional performance. Yet upon seeing Gao Yang, Professor Lee's expression turned somber as he said, "Gao Yang, the design presentation is scheduled for 7:30 a.m. What time is it now?" 6:30 p.m. Gao Yang replied. Professor Lee then handed a handgun to Ruo, his expression softening as he remarked, "Had it not been for your contribution to that gun design, you would have already been expelled. However, the improvements on this handgun are merely acceptable, far from excellent. Your study efficiency in the library pales in comparison to attending classes." Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. After all, he had not been involved in designing that gun. Then he noticed Ruo winking at him, and he instantly realized that she had added his name to the design group. Yet he could not fathom why Ruo would help him. Though he was somewhat handsome, he wasn't that impressive, was he? Professor Lee's voice cut through Gao Yang's thoughts. "Gao Yang, your probationary period remains at 6 months. If you perform well during this time, the sanction will be lifted." Gao Yang snapped back to attention and declared, "Report, I did not participate in that handgun's design. I have my own independent creation." Professor Lee turned to glance at Ruo, then at Gao Yang, repeating, "Are you sure you are not a member of the Infiltrators research group?" Gao Yang paused briefly and confidently replied, "I am sure." A name as imaginative as Infiltrators research group indeed. Professor Lee then swiped his watch and asked, "State the name of your research group and what your design is this time." After a moment's thought, Gao Yang commented, "If the design is excellent, will it benefit the research group? It comes with a cash reward." Followed by, "Then may I now join the Infiltrators research group?" Professor Lee's brows furrowed playfully with interest. Was Gao Yang so confident in his research that he was even considering repaying favors? "All right, what exactly have you been researching?" "Laser guns." At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. It is well known that the more flashy something is, the less useful it is. It's not that laser guns are useless, but the technology required for laser guns is too advanced. Not to mention, students, even top research institutes struggle to produce effective laser weapons. Let alone a laser gun like this, a portable laser weapon. Gao Yang opened a black plastic bag and pulled out a laser gun wrapped in black insulating tape. At that moment, the entire audience burst into laughter. All the students were laughing not out of mockery, but because they found it amusing. Before Gao Yang presented the laser gun, they had actually thought he might have learned something from the library. But now a genius is still a genius. Holding a stick wrapped in insulating tape and calling it a laser gun. This is truly delusional. Professor Lee's expression was equally difficult to describe. He had actually harbored expectations for Gao Yang. What a joke. The principal and other school leaders frowned. The department head sighed in regret. Gao Yang used to be the provincial champion. Perhaps the pressure has caused him mental issues. I will arrange for someone to take him to the hospital for an examination. The principal furrowed his brow. A person who could become a champion is undoubtedly a genius. To stand out among so many in Longhua, there must be something extraordinary about him. If such a person has mental issues, it indeed warrants attention. Ruo lowered her head under the questioning gazes of her 3 sisters. She actually thought Gao Yang was a normal person. After spending half the night with him yesterday, she felt he was quite different from the rumors. So she regretted Gao Yang's expulsion and temporarily added his name to the research group. As a result, she became a laughingstock. Not just him, the entire research group became a joke. From now on, as long as she is still in school, she will be laughed at endlessly. Gao Yang could see everyone's attitudes and understood their sentiments. He simply said, "If you all can enter research positions in the future, I hope you won't judge people by their appearances." At that moment, the laughter quickly faded. Gao Yang's words made them uncomfortable because they truly had no rebuttal. Gao Yang looked at Professor Lee and said seriously, "I didn't leave enough time for manufacturing. I need to hurry to participate in this test. I didn't have time to make the casing, but the laser gun can be used as is for testing, right?" Professor Lee looked at the laser gun in Gao Yang's hand. It was hard to believe it was a laser gun, yet he nodded. "You already have a chance for testing." Taking the laser gun from Gao Yang, Professor Lee first examined it, then fell silent. The more he looked at it, the less it resembled a laser gun. The most ridiculous part was that there was a plug at the back. Does this laser gun require electricity? Yes, it can run on alternating current, but its power will be slightly lower. If possible, using three-phase power or even high-voltage electricity will increase its power. Professor Lee pondered. To him, this thing seemed dangerous, even with 220 volts, let alone three-phase 380 volts. He looked at the technicians. Go get some wires. The technicians quickly brought over the wires, donned insulated protective suits, and secured the electromagnetic gun to the automatic shooting platform. After finishing these tasks, the technicians stepped back several paces and looked at Professor Lee. Professor Lee also took a few steps back and then looked at Gao Yang. Can we proceed with the test now? Yes. The technicians stepped back again, wanting to be safe in case this thing exploded. In the back row, a group of people instinctively shrank their heads, equally worried that this shoddily made device might explode suddenly. The technicians carefully pressed the remote control button. Click. That was the sound of electric current releasing, and then the laser gun activated, emitting an incredibly brilliant beam of light from the front of the laser gun wrapped in black insulating tape. At 6:30, the sky had already darkened, but with the test firing of the laser gun, the sky lit up. An extraordinarily brilliant red laser instantly struck the distant grass target. The grass target was made of various materials and had a very high strength. However, the moment it encountered the laser, it carbonized. Even the metal base beneath the grass target melted, instantly dripping to the ground with a hissing sound. The laser continued to strike the wall behind the target range, and the reinforced wall was instantly melted, creating a large hole. Zzz. The wires couldn't withstand the current, and the rubber burned through, causing a short circuit. The power went out, and the laser disappeared. To put it simply, the laser only lasted for a second, a fleeting moment. But everyone's eyes in the target range were dazzled. The recent laser was just too glaring. Now in front of them, there was a black line. That was the afterimage left by the dazzling laser. Everyone was in tears, suddenly stimulated by the strong light. While it wouldn't blind them, it was still uncomfortable. But at this moment, no one cared about the discomfort. Looking at the charred target in the distance, the hole in the thick courtyard wall, and the flames outside, their hearts were filled only with shock. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The laughter they had just shared was over a real laser gun. Moreover, it was an incredibly powerful laser gun. Their previous mockery felt like slaps, all landing on their own faces. They were the real frogs in the well. More than half of the higher-ups from the school who had come to watch stood up, involuntarily overwhelmed by shock. In the midst of the silence, someone couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Is this definitely not a laser cannon? More students reacted, What the hell, this is insane. Did I just hallucinate? Where's the grass target? How did it disappear? Forget about the grass target. Even the iron frame beneath it was melted. When did laser technology develop to such an incredible level? The discussions among the students gradually grew louder. The principal at the front and the leaders in the courtyard also gradually returned to their senses. They actually had more composure, but compared to the students, they knew better what this shot just meant. This signifies a major breakthrough in the field of laser technology. Such a laser gun cannot be manufactured in Longhua currently. Not just Longhua, but the entire world cannot produce it. Gao Yang was equally shocked. He had not tested this laser gun after it was amplified. The power of its first use was simply terrifying. This was only the effect of a 162-fold amplification. If he used a 1,000-fold amplification, how terrifying would the power be? That laser just now struck the grass target, instantly carbonizing it and melting the frame beneath the grass target. And that's not all, it even struck the wall 400 meters away. It even melted bricks. The temperature must be at least over 10,000 degrees. If it hit a person, it would directly carbonize the enemy. This is the true laser gun. Aiming and firing means the enemy cannot escape or dodge, because optical weapons attack at the speed of light. This can basically achieve 100% interception of missiles, because seeing it is equivalent to hitting it. No need for prediction. Gao Yang suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Professor Lee. Is my laser gun qualified? Professor Lee's body trembled slightly as he looked at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with tears and remorse. Gao Yang, a genius, had suffered countless grievances due to his misunderstanding. He even thought about bowing to Gao Yang. Gao Yang could sense Professor Lee's guilt, but he didn't mind. He had spent all his time reading, and to outsiders he indeed seemed a bit obsessed. Being misunderstood is quite normal, and in fact Professor Lee had given him multiple opportunities. If someone else hadn't attended a single class for a year, they would have likely been expelled. Moreover, he didn't care about others' opinions and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Even if no one paid him any attention interrupting his reading, he was quite happy. Professor Lee looked at Gao Yang as if he were a rare treasure. This was no genius, this was a freak of nature. Excitement and guilt twisted together, his expression management had gone out of control, tears streaming down his face as he smiled, speaking with an unusual kindness. This laser gun is remarkably advanced, but this matter is serious. I need to confirm, did you independently manufacture this? Yes, Gao Yang nodded. Additionally, the laboratory equipment isn't good enough and the materials are insufficient, so for now, I can only produce this kind of laser gun. Professor Lee was stunned once again, his eyes widening. You. Do you mean? Your theoretical technology supports you in manufacturing a better laser gun, but you're limited by the laboratory conditions. Yes. Professor Lee was overwhelmed with excitement, taking a deep breath to calm himself. He glanced around. Many things couldn't be said here as there were no testing conditions. Testing needed to be done in a more professional setting. Professor Lee looked at all the students. Gao Yang's laser gun is the top design in this session. Is there any objection? None. A student replied. More students chimed in. They were all geniuses filled with pride, but facing Gao Yang and his laser gun, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Even breathing had to be cautious. The school leaders also shook their heads, not daring to voice any opinions. Now Gao Yang's words represented their will. At just 19, he had already produced such a groundbreaking product as a laser gun. Gao Yang's future achievements were limitless. While others graduated and strived to become the pride of the school, Gao Yang was already the pride of the school. The principal stood up abruptly. It is well deserved that Gao Yang earned this first place. Are you satisfied with your life at school? If you have any opinions, please feel free to state them. Professor Lee couldn't help but glance at the principal. He had worked at the school for 10 years and had never seen such a flattering tone. Gao Yang truly had an opinion. The school student card allows borrowing only 4 books at a time, which is a bit too few. The principal was taken aback. Was this considered an opinion? From now on, the library's borrowing limit will double to 8 books. As for you, Gao Yang, there are no restrictions. Borrow as many as you want. With this change, Gao Yang wouldn't have to limit himself to reading in the library, which made things much more convenient. Stepping off the stage, Gao Yang approached Ruo Ra and lowered his voice. Thank you. Ruo Ra understood that Gao Yang was thanking her for adding his name, but she felt a bit shy. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been expelled. I acted on my own. Gao Yang smiled and said nothing further, and then Professor Lee selected the second place design for the day. Compared to the undisputed first place, the second place held no significance. No one contested it. The previously proud geniuses were now more subdued. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Their design products didn't even qualify to be on the same stage as the laser gun. The second and third places were quickly chosen, but no one cared. Everyone's attention remained focused on the laser gun and on Gao Yang. Earlier, they had looked at Gao Yang as if he were a lunatic. Now, however, they viewed him through a thick filter. He was a genius immersed in his own world of thought, transcending worldly concerns, surpassing the mundane realm of ordinary people. Wearing simple clothes is also a state of being unaffected by material joys or personal sorrows. Ruo Ra couldn't help but glance at Gao Yang a few times. Though his hair was messy and he had heavy dark circles, he was quite handsome, and his focus added to his charm. After Professor Lee praised everyone, he began distributing documents. A confidentiality agreement. About the confidentiality of the laser gun. Everyone present had to sign it. Ruo Ra instinctively looked at the laser gun Gao Yang had packed in a plastic bag. This thing actually required a confidentiality agreement. But thinking it over, such a weapon represented not just a laser gun, but also the advancement of laser technology. That 10,000 reward wasn't just a simple reward, it was essentially a hush money. Everyone signed the confidentiality agreement and dispersed. Yet many felt unsettled. They were all students, and the work they had produced had reached the level where everyone had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Comparisons could lead to despair, but everyone was still very convinced, because the products they designed were simply not on the same level as Gao Yang's. All privileges were well-deserved for Gao Yang. After the event, the students left one by one, and Professor Lee personally drove Gao Yang. Your laser gun needs to be tested at Lonka Institute to determine its specific power and parameters. Do you want to come along? Gao Yang had a rough idea of its power. He already had a notion in his mind. Continuing to participate in the test was just for show. I want go. Professor Lee nodded. Where should I take you now? To the library. Professor Lee suddenly felt admiration. Previously, he thought Gao Yang's constant trips to the library were obsessive and useless. Now he realized there was indeed value in it, which made him admire Gao Yang even more. Especially after achieving success, with such confidence, he could still focus on reading. That was truly admirable. After parking in front of the library, Professor Lee looked at Gao Yang. I'm sorry. I previously said that reading is not as good as attending classes. Gao Yang smiled. It's okay. Normally, just reading wouldn't be as effective as having a teacher guide you for better understanding. Not to mention that the teachers in the special class were all leading experts in their respective research fields. However, Gao Yang had a system. Professor Lee watched as Gao Yang walked into the library, glancing at the laser gun in the passenger seat. He still felt as if he were dreaming. Such a simple device had such terrifying power. This truly represented a technological breakthrough in the field of lasers. Driving to the school gate, several military vehicles had already arrived at the entrance. Their mission was to escort Professor Lee and the laser gun to Lonka Institute's Light Weapon Research Institute for testing. This scene turned many heads. So many military vehicles heavily armed, such a grand display, made people wonder if Professor Lee was a spy. Meanwhile, the one responsible for this exaggerated scene, Gao Yang, continued reading in the library. He wasn't working this hard. His previous frantic reading was for the system, and now he was seizing the time to read for the same reason. After the system's charging completed, he was rewarded with a 10,000-fold amplification opportunity. But to continue obtaining amplification opportunities, charging was still required. And the method of charging remained the same: reading. Gao Yang has a conjecture, which is that the process of reading is actually a way for him to adapt. Reading is training his mind, and after gaining system amplification, he can withstand the sudden influx of vast knowledge. This is merely a conjecture, an unverifiable guess. After finishing a book, Gao Yang spent an hour at reading speed much faster than before. Many things in the book he already understood, allowing him to skim through. After finishing a book, Gao Yang's consciousness sank into the system. In the system interface, a brand new progress bar appeared. At this moment, the progress is 0. 3. This means that reading 3 books can charge it by 1, and he only needs to read 300 books to fully charge it. Even if Gao Yang reads just 10 books a day, he can complete the charging in a month. In extreme cases, he can read 20 books. In half a month, he can finish charging and then gain a second opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face, even a look of ecstasy. He is now afraid of having to spend a year and a half to gain amplification like before. Not far away, Ruo, after finishing her meal, walked into the library. As soon as she entered, she saw Gao Yang. Clearly, he had already achieved remarkable results, but could still immerse himself in focused study. Such behavior is definitely worth learning from. Then she saw Gao Yang reading a book while smiling. She instinctively glanced at the book title on the materials and structure of bulletproof vests. Seeing someone so happy while reading such a specialized book, she was even more impressed. She wanted to approach and talk, but seeing Gao Yang pick up another book and become engrossed, she returned to the counter to read, balancing her reading with work. With people smarter and more diligent than her, what reason did she have to slack off? The library in the evening was even quieter, with only the rustling of pages, which was quite soothing. While Gao Yang was charging by reading, Professor Li arrived at the Light Weapons Research Institute. At this moment, many military vehicles and helicopters were already parked in front of the institute. Those who received the call were not only researchers, but also military personnel. The laser gun, with its immense power, could potentially revolutionize the current tactical system of Long Nation. Professor Li entered the research institute holding the laser gun, looking at hundreds of eyes fixed on him. I have already applied to the higher-ups. During this test, no one is allowed to take photos, videos, or recordings. Everyone undergo identity checks again. Those who received the notice to come here were basically all big shots, and someone incredulously said, "Oldly, is it really that exaggerated?" Li Qing shook his head. "Once you see the testing of this laser gun, you will know that I am not exaggerating at all." Everyone began to cooperate by handing over their communication devices, confirming they had no electronic devices on them before entering the large shooting range behind the Light Weapons Research Institute. The definition of light weapons is quite broad: handguns, sniper rifles, rockets, single-soldier missiles, and anti-tank missiles. Anything that can be carried and operated by an individual or a small unit belongs to light weapons. The Light Weapons Research Institute is vast, and so is the shooting range behind. All necessary facilities are available, but there are no specialized devices for testing the laser gun, so temporary arrangements had to be made. Technicians, following Li Qing's instructions, set up steel plates at 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, and up to 1,000 meters. Steel plates with a thickness of 2 centimeters have quite good defensive capabilities. A group of researchers watching from the front of the shooting range looked at the stern-faced Professor Li. A laser gun with immense power. Only you could say that. If someone else said it, we wouldn't believe it. Professor Li turned to the speaker. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This is a leap in laser technology." A group of researchers fell silent, simply filled with anticipation. Li Qing is not someone who exaggerates. If he says this, the laser gun must be terrifying. As for the specifics, they would have to wait for the test. As night fell, the hundreds of people on site were all spirited. Soon the arrangements were completed, and a technician approached Professor Li. "We have completed the setup as per your requirements. We can proceed with the test." Professor Li solemnly took out the laser gun and handed it to the technician. A group of people standing behind Professor Li widened their eyes. "This is a laser gun. It looks like a stick wrapped in insulating tape. Is this thing really a technological breakthrough? There's even a plug at the back. This design seems a bit too punk." However, out of trust in Li Qing, no one spoke up. The technicians were momentarily stunned before fixing the laser gun onto the launch platform. At this moment, Professor Li turned back to introduce this laser gun. Can be powered by 220V voltage or high voltage electricity. The power will differ. No one spoke on site. If it were anyone else, they would think the speaker was out of their mind. For this test, we will first use 220V voltage for power. Once the technicians finished securing everything, all equipment was powered up. When the laser gun fires, they can collect as much data as possible. Professor Li glanced back at those who looked somewhat skeptical without reminding them that it would be very dazzling. Instead, he silently put on sunglasses. Begin the test. The technician powered it on and then remotely pressed the switch. A dazzling red laser instantly illuminated the entire sky. The laser pierced through the first steel plate, then the second, the third, up to the 10th. The laser gun was set to fire for 1 second. That is to say, it would automatically shut off after 1 second. In that 1 second, the laser gun pierced through 10 steel plates. On a steel plate placed 100 meters away, a hole the size of a human head appeared in the center, and the edges of the hole remained red hot. The molten steel on the ground was in a semi-solid state and still smoking. Even with sunglasses, Professor Li found it somewhat dazzling. Looking back at the group with tears streaming down their faces, his mood improved significantly. "I forgot to mention earlier, the laser is quite bright. You need to wear sunglasses." Laser gun. A researcher who specializes in laser weapons trembled as he stood up and rushed to the laser gun, examining it closely. His expression was like that of a pilgrim When he received the invitation, he was merely curious about what breakthroughs the laser gun had achieved. Now he understood that it was a comprehensive breakthrough. No, using the term breakthrough doesn't quite fit. It should be called an upgrade, a revolutionary technological advancement. Current laser weapons in the world are actually more inclined towards precision operations, due to the limitations in power compensations are made in operation. For instance, unmanned drone matrices equipped with laser weapons can automatically lock onto items with lenses and continuously irradiate them with lasers to damage the lenses. But with the power of lasers enhanced, is there still a need to damage lenses using laser weapons? No, can't we directly destroy the target with laser weapons? If the steel plate can be penetrated so easily, destroying a tank would be a piece of cake. More and more people who regained their senses gathered around the laser gun. Those who were invited were all knowledgeable, whether they were researchers or military personnel. They viewed the laser gun from different angles, but the level of shock was equally high. The researchers were astonished by the technological breakthrough. Meanwhile, the military personnel were stunned by the terrifying power of the laser gun. It was a weapon traveling at the speed of light. Its impact on the battlefield would be absolutely immense. The closer they got, the more they struggled to believe that such a terrifying power could come from this punk-looking hammer. In disbelief, Li Qing turned to the technician. What about the data from the recent tests? Everyone almost simultaneously turned to the technician. They had just witnessed its power, but it lacked specifics. The technician snapped back to reality and quickly checked the data on the computer. The maximum temperature at the laser impact point just now reached 37,000 degrees. The entire room fell silent again. Light itself has no temperature, but when light strikes an object, the light energy can transform into thermal energy. Theoretically, laser-induced temperatures can reach over 100 million degrees, but more realistically, the temperature for laser cutting hovers around 3,000 degrees. Reaching 37,000 degrees in an instant is already incredibly frightening. Moreover, this was a brief exposure. If it were a sustained exposure, the temperature would be even higher. The technician's voice trembled. The temperature difference between the first and second steel plates was 2,000 degrees. This indicated that the laser's energy loss was very low. According to the current test results, even if a steel plate were placed 100 meters away, the laser gun's range could reach 18 kilometers. This was nearly the result with maximum energy loss. If there were no steel plates in between, the laser loss would be even lower. Additionally, those present considered another factor: voltage. Currently, with the lowest voltage supply, the power is already this great. What about using high voltage? Professor Li waved his hand. Everyone step back. We will continue testing. Everyone returned to their original positions for the second round of tests. This time the steel plate was placed 3 kilometers away, and after testing the laser's angle, the laser gun was fired. The steel plate was penetrated again with a temperature measurement of 36,000 degrees. This indicated that the laser's loss during flight was extremely low and the theoretical range exceeded the last test, potentially reaching 70 kilometers. In the deep of night, all researchers and military personnel were vibrant, intently staring at the test results. At the shooting range, with a maximum range of 15 kilometers, the target beyond that distance was destroyed, and the temperature test still showed 20,000 degrees, confirming that the effective kill range of the laser gun was 65 kilometers. This was already terrifying. As a ground-to-air laser weapon, its power could obliterate all aircraft and missiles. It could destroy them upon sight. And this was still under household voltage. At 0 hours, the second round of tests began using 380 volts, and the power increased again, reaching a maximum temperature of 45,000 degrees. This temperature could nearly melt everything. Theoretically, the effective range could reach 100 kilometers. Professor Li was already very satisfied with this result. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 2 in the morning. Let's wrap it up for now and continue testing tomorrow. No one on site wanted to rest. Even though they were already quite fatigued, their excitement at this moment outweighed their tiredness. Old Li, keep going. Can't we still connect to high voltage? Li Qing pondered. He also wanted to continue testing, but Gao Yang had only briefly mentioned high voltage without specifying how high. Regarding high voltage, the developer only mentioned it could be connected, but didn't specify how high. A group of researchers suddenly turned to Li Qing. Wasn't this laser gun developed by you? No, the developer is my student. A curious professor familiar with Li Qing remarked, you only have 2 doctoral students. Their research direction isn't on laser weapons, right? Li Qing waved his hand. None of them. They are students from a special class. Many on site were aware of the special class, but found it hard to believe. The military personnel present were unaware of the situation. What special class? Someone explained. Defense Science and Technology University, an experimental class invited only outstanding geniuses, aiming to cultivate a group of top defense researchers. The military personnel's eyes lit up. Is it really that prestigious? Another voice arose from the crowd, bewildered. I teach in a special class. How come I didn't know there were such talented individuals? Li Qing did not wish to mention Gao Yang's name, as there were too many people here. Let's not discuss this for now. Shall we continue testing? Let's continue, but keep the voltage not too high, around 1,000 volts. The technicians began the third round of testing. 1,000 meters away, 10 steel plates were stacked. This would slow down the burning process and allow for more data to be collected. Connected to the power supply, the technicians, clad in thick protective gear, stated, we can start the test at any time. Professor Li said solemnly, begin the test. In the next moment, power was supplied. An instant later, an explosion of light far exceeding previous levels erupted. The sky lit up once more. If it weren't for the remote location of this light weapon research institute, those who had read too many novels might have thought that the persistent flashes of bright light indicated the emergence of a treasure. The steel plates in the distance were instantly melted through. Stacked 10 layers, they only withstood for a second. The base of the laser gun under extreme high temperatures also could not last a second. As everyone squinted, the metal base securing the laser gun softened and collapsed entirely. The rear end of the laser gun was connected to wires pointing downward with the laser emitter's front aimed at the sky. In the next moment, the laser emitter fell to the ground, instantly shutting down, while a 1,000-volt current passed through, causing the laser emitter to burn, emitting smoke. A group of researchers, completely unprepared for this situation, rushed forward. The technicians hurriedly turned off the power. Professor Lee held the scorching laser emitter, clearly feeling that it had come apart and turned into fragments. Other researchers and military personnel were equally pained, unable to catch their breath. Such a terrifying prototype of a laser gun was just broken. But this couldn't be blamed on anyone. The laser gun's power was too great, melting the automatic firing platform at close range, a scenario they had not anticipated. While the group mourned the laser gun, someone suddenly said, when the laser gun was still functional, it seemed to have swept the sky. The military bigwig said solemnly, "It's all right. When I arrived, I temporarily controlled the airspace in this area, and there were no aircraft in the nearby sky. And there are satellites in the sky too." The bigwig frowned. Low orbit satellites are at least 200 kilometers above. Can this laser have a range of 200 kilometers? Main researchers on laser weapons chimed in. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, thus the laser loss is lower and the range is farther. Coupled with higher voltage, it's uncertain how far it can go. Another researcher spoke up. Theoretically, the range could be even further, but the probability of destroying a satellite is extremely low. If it actually happens, you might as well go buy a lottery ticket. No one paid attention to the previous mistake anymore. Their focus was entirely on Professor Lee. The laser gun was damaged, but as long as the person with the skills was still around, it could be reproduced. Suddenly, alarms blared in the Dragon Country's aerospace center. A large number of technicians rushed to their posts. What happened? A Starlink satellite located above Dragon Country was destroyed. Based on the information relayed by the satellite, it was determined that a laser was responsible for the destruction. The technicians at the aerospace center were stunned. Laser? Where did the laser come from? It should have been fired from the ground in Dragon Country. From the ground? A laser fired from the ground can destroy a Starlink satellite. The technicians were somewhat bewildered. Has humanity's laser weapon technology really developed to this point? They hurried to review the video that had been transmitted back, where a red laser could be seen clearly piercing through the Starlink satellite, destroying it in an instant. It was definitely a laser. The personnel at the aerospace center quickly analyzed the angle and timing of the laser to locate its approximate firing range. In less than 2 minutes, they determined the general area, but at that time there were no flying objects in that airspace, which had been prohibited from flying in advance. But how could a laser fired from the ground have such power? Let alone a laser fired from the ground to space, even at a distance of just 1 meter, it should be impossible to produce a laser capable of instantaneously destroying a satellite. The more the personnel at the aerospace center analyzed, the more confused they became. It wasn't just the Dragon Country Aerospace Research Center, the Whitehead Eagle Research Center also captured this scene. But compared to the confusion at the Dragon Country Aerospace Center, they were filled with shock and fear. Has Dragon Country's laser weapon developed to this extent? To easily destroy satellites? This is undoubtedly major news. We must find a way to gather more information. But to obtain information, we need a reason. The company behind the Starlink satellite was still in a daze when they received the call from the Whitehead Eagle Aerospace Research Center. They indeed had some satellite signals missing, but it was quite normal with thousands of launches a year for some signals to be lost. They didn't realize anything was amiss. Only after receiving the call did they react, directly issuing a statement that a Starlink satellite had been destroyed by a laser weapon right above Dragon Country. Instantly, the entire world was in an uproar. This was a major event. In the early morning of Dragon Country, not many people were online, but given the large population, even a few was a significant number. A very small number of night owls surfing the internet came across the statement and were instantly jolted. Dragon Country destroyed someone else's satellite. They quickly took screenshots of the news and posted it online in Dragon Country. The Dragon Country netizens who saw the screenshots didn't take it seriously. This was definitely fake news. A laser hitting a satellite. There was no such powerful laser weapon. Inside the Light Weapon Research Institute, a group of people still hadn't realized how serious this testing error was. Everyone was staring blankly at Professor Lee, waiting for him to reveal the truth about the laser gun. They couldn't believe that this laser gun was designed by a student. Li Qing spread his hands. The person who designed and manufactured it is truly just a student. What's their name? A teacher working in a special class said in a deep voice. I teach special classes. How come I never noticed such a high-level student? Li Qing pondered for a moment before saying, Gao Yang. Gao Yang. That genius. Everyone who was puzzled turned their gazes to the speaking professor, their eyes filled with suspicion. Was he really called a genius? So strong. The old professor looked at their expressions, frowning. Genius is just a nickname. He never attends classes and spends all day in the library. He is a well-known figure at the Defense Technology University. Li Qing continued, the laser gun is the first design project of Gao Yang. This is impossible. Someone said this is not even a product that your school could produce. The internal components of this laser gun have a precision of 0.1 micrometers and use new materials. If you say this was produced by many research institutes working together, I could still believe it, but a student, it's impossible. It's impossible. Another professor added, and the breakthroughs in laser technology, a student, no matter how many books they read, could not achieve this. Someone else chimed in, a master capable of operating a 0.1 micrometer machine tool could walk among our researchers. You mean a student under 20 could do it? Do you think him a fool? A big shot from the military also spoke up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe this. Right, unless we see it with our own eyes, can we arrange a meeting with Gao Yang to see him make another laser gun? Li Qing looked at everyone's eager expressions, knowing their true intentions. This was not disbelief, they wanted to meet Gao Yang. But the problem was he was now feeling uncertain. Previously, he was so shocked by the laser gun that he hadn't considered the reasonableness and directly brought it over for testing. Now, upon reflection, it was indeed unreasonable. Gao Yang making this laser gun was not just a technical issue, but involved numerous unreasonable factors regarding manufacturing and so on. I need to contact him first, Li Qing said, pulling out his phone to dial. Just as he got through, someone beside him said, it's 4 o'clock, he must be asleep. Li Qing realized and didn't want to disturb Gao Yang's sleep. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was answered. Gao Yang's slightly tired voice came through. Professor Li, haven't you rested yet? Li Qing was somewhat surprised. Gao Yang sensed something was off with this question. It's the middle of the night, and he's called to ask why you haven't slept. Isn't that strange? Not yet, I'm studying. A group of big shots didn't even breathe heavily, just instinctively nodding. It seemed he really loved studying. Li Qing felt a bit embarrassed. I had a mishap while testing the laser gun at the research institute. The laser gun is broken. No problem, it was just a project for submission. If it's broken, it's broken. The expressions of the big shots instantly went out of control. They couldn't hold their faces anymore. What do you mean a project for submission? Is a project for submission this impressive? What have they been researching all these years? Shouldn't you consider their feelings before speaking? Li Qing was also stumped. My thought is, can you make another one? Tomorrow we'll go to the lab and make another one. Okay. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. You should rest early and not tire yourself out. I'm going to sleep. The line went dead and the big shots finally dared to speak. If he dares to make another one, it's highly likely to be true. What else is there to say? Let's go. Li Qing thought for a moment. After not sleeping all night, shouldn't we rest first? Just catch some sleep in the car. In less than 10 minutes, the convoy set off, a group of researchers and military personnel heading straight for the Defense Technology University. The researchers who had planned to rest in the car simply couldn't fall asleep. The enormous leap in technology excited and thrilled them. Now there was also a hint of anxiety. They were worried that Gao Yang might not be able to reproduce the laser gun. At 7:30 in the morning, Gao Yang woke up. After more than 3 hours of sleep, he still felt a bit tired, but having been accustomed to the fatigue from staying up late to study for the past few days, he subconsciously picked up a book, reading while brushing his teeth, and continued to read while using the restroom. He pushed open the dormitory door with the book in hand and headed to the library. Reaching the fork in the road to the library and the teaching building, Gao Yang paused. Hadn't he been to class for over a year? It seemed inappropriate. Should he go to his class? Having come to university, he ought to experience college life, right? The system had already activated, and there was no rush for the upcoming enhancement opportunities. Changing direction, Gao Yang headed towards the teaching building. It had been a long time since he had last been there, and he needed to check the class group for the location of the classroom. Building 8, 8th floor. The classroom was initially lively, engaged in a heated discussion, but it fell silent the moment Gao Yang entered. Everyone looked at Gao Yang in surprise, wondering if a deity had come to class. Gao Yang closed the book in his hands and asked, where should I sit? Immediately someone stood up, saying, you can sit wherever you like. If you want to sit at the podium, our teacher will give you their seat. Another girl stood up and said, here, I'll give you my desk mate, Ruo. The classroom suddenly buzzed with excitement again. Ruo's cheeks flushed as she didn't have much to do with Gao Yang, but she couldn't withstand the commotion. Gao Yang smiled, but didn't actually walk over, instead taking a seat in the back row. What were you all discussing that was so lively? At this moment, Gao Yang was the focus of the class. His laser gun had already captivated everyone. The students regarded him with admiration and respect. There was also a sense of guilt stemming from the previous nickname of deity. Gao Yang asked a question, and someone quickly replied, a Starlink satellite over Longwa was shot down by a laser. The Whitehead Eagle is now holding Longwa accountable, claiming they violated space regulations. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. This is an international major incident. Indeed, but shooting down a satellite with a laser is not a trivial technical challenge. Gao Yang nodded. The difficulty is extremely high, though it requires advanced laser weaponry and a precise targeting system. If it's from the ground, the precision requirement is even higher. If it's a ship-based laser weapon, the difficulty is slightly reduced, but whether it can hit the target still depends on luck. Surrounding classmates heard Gao Yang's insights and gathered around, asking Gao Yang, can your laser gun hit a satellite? The power is definitely sufficient, but the precision is lacking, making it difficult to aim. Low-orbit satellites are also at a height of 200 kilometers. Laser weapons cannot adjust their angle like missiles do when close to the target, hence the challenge. I wonder how long we'll respond. Do we even need to say? They'll definitely play dumb about it. With such advanced weaponry, they'll hide it for as long as they can. First, they'll release a statement saying they are investigating. This way they can buy time until everyone stops paying attention and then claim it was all a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, someone said Longhua has released a statement. They are currently investigating. At this moment, Gao Yang felt that the atmosphere in the class was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It was quite lively. As for the news, Gao Yang hadn't thought much about it. He was very familiar with laser guns, but precisely because of that he overlooked the element of luck. At 8 o'clock it was time for class. The whole class quieted down waiting for the teacher to arrive. After waiting 10 minutes, the teacher had still not come. Someone turned to the class monitor asking, should we call the professor? The monitor made a call saying it's turned off. They'll try calling Professor Lee. After a while the monitor hung up saying I've called, all are turned off. In the classroom, all the students looked a bit bewildered. Several calls were not getting through. It was an unprecedented situation to have a delayed teacher, and the phones not getting through was quite rare. What was going on? Gao Yang frowned. This was the first time he had come to class since entering school, and there was actually no teacher here. The class monitor stepped up to the podium saying, let's wait, but while we wait, how about we discuss the ideas and experiences behind our first design project? Suddenly someone turned to Gao Yang and said, this class is about optical weapons. Why don't you go up and speak? Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. He could go up to speak without any problem knowledge-wise, as he had ample and profound knowledge about laser weapons in his mind. I can't give a lecture. This statement had a flaw. Not being able to lecture was different from not knowing how to lecture. Sure enough, the next moment nearly 7 or 8 voices rang out simultaneously. You just need to talk a bit. Gao Yang looked at the hopeful faces of his classmates and walked up to the podium with a wry smile. I won't follow the lecture slides. I'll just share my thoughts. All right. Applause erupted from the class. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Speaking from a technical perspective is a bit complex. I will discuss the theory and some simple ideas. All right. The applause sounded again. Gao Yang smiled. For his first class in university, he ended up being the one giving the lecture. His thoughts were also quite clear. He could simply articulate some relatively simple concepts. There was no need to have a structured format, so he had quite a bit to share. As Gao Yang started speaking, the lively atmosphere in the class dissipated, replaced by a serious tone, as they could all tell that Gao Yang had real insights. In just a few words, he managed to inspire them. Some hurriedly took notes as they recalled the areas in their earlier designs that could be improved. The aspects they had previously overlooked were now revisited through Gao Yang's insights, and they instantly remembered. Others were taking notes, focusing on the ideas themselves. Everyone was attentively listening. They all understood that this class was worth its weight in gold, including the group of researchers waiting outside the school. These individuals were waiting in their cars, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Professor Lee was also waiting for Gao Yang to notify them. However, as they waited until 9 o'clock, the group of big shots couldn't hold on any longer, saying, Old Lee, why don't you give him a call? Why hasn't Gao Yang notified us yet? Professor Lee pondered. He didn't sleep at all yesterday, until 4, so he might not have woken up yet. Let's wait a bit longer. The group of big shots could only wait. Meanwhile, in the special class, everyone was utterly captivated. Almost everyone was taking notes. At the same time, their eyes were bright. Gao Yang's lecture content had already transitioned from theoretical ideas to technical aspects. There were many things they didn't understand, but that was all right, as they just needed to take notes. On the podium, Gao Yang also felt a bit melancholic. He had planned to give 1 lecture, but it had already turned into 2, and the teacher still hadn't arrived. Would he end up giving all 4 lectures that morning? As the second class ended, Gao Yang looked at all the students still sitting upright and said, I'll go to the restroom. If the teacher still hasn't come for the next class, I'll continue. The class monitor stood up and bowed to Gao Yang first, then the entire class bowed together. Initially, they admired Gao Yang for presenting the laser gun, but now that admiration transformed into respect. At this moment, Gao Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone to check. The caller ID showed Professor Lee. When the call connected, Professor Lee cautiously asked, Did I wake you up? Gao Yang was somewhat dazed. I got up a long time ago and have already arrived at the classroom, but no professor came to teach, so I covered 2 classes myself. Professor Lee was also taken aback, then realized the issue. Neither side communicated well, and they were both waiting for the other to make contact. It turned out to be a mix-up. However, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, did he go to teach in the classroom? Professor Lee was somewhat incredulous, but at the same time he felt a sense of anticipation and confirmed, You are teaching in the classroom. Yes, the teacher responsible for the class didn't come, and I happened to be here, so I came to share some experiences. Professor Lee glanced at another professor beside him. He had a class this morning. The researchers could also hear the phone conversation and scratch their heads. Forget it, at this time who would remember to attend class? Professor Lee paused, saying on the phone, You continue with the class. After it's over, you can create the laser gun. Gao Yang looked at the students below who were eavesdropping, their hopeful gazes. All right. Putting away his phone, Gao Yang looked at the classmate who had just returned from the bathroom and quickly sat up straight. Let's continue. Just now Professor Lee called and told me to keep teaching. For the next 2 classes, he'll be with you again. Applause erupted again in the classroom. Gao Yang smiled and continued teaching, needing to finish what he hadn't covered earlier. Yet he felt something was off, though wasn't he here to experience university life? How did he end up teaching? In the car, a group of researchers exchanged glances. The teacher forgot to attend class, and Gao Yang went to teach. One professor suggested, "Why don't we go to the classroom and see how he teaches?" Professor Li was also tempted. "Shall we go take a look?" Okay. The convoy was mostly military vehicles, which were unremarkable in the Defense Technology University due to their abundance. Most of the students here were active duty soldiers responsible for research, so there were many military vehicles. However, there were rarely long lines of military vehicles. The car drove directly to a teaching building, and then the military big shot got out first. On the big shot's shoulder were stars. It was normal to have stars. Officers had stars, but this big shot only had stars, no bars. 1 bar represents a lieutenant, 2 bars represent a colonel, and no bars indicate a general. 2 stars a major general. A super big shot. The students were stunned. Was the big shot here to inspect the teaching building? In the next moment, the car door opened, and a group of older researchers got out. The level of the researchers was not very intuitive, as there were no insignias on their clothes. But the problem was many of these researchers were big shots who had been invited to the school to give public lectures. Moreover, was a big shot with a general's rank actually opening the car door to help them get out. What level of researchers were these? Amid the students' curiosity, a group quickly made their way to the classroom. In the classroom, Gao Yang was preparing to start teaching when he saw a group of people coming in with Professor Li at the front, stopping to greet. "Professor Li, you continue teaching? Well, sit in on the class." Professor Li rubbed his hands and walked to the back. Then a group of people filed in behind him. The students in the class were somewhat bewildered. As students of a special class, they were knowledgeable. After all, the substitute teachers were all big shots. However, there were dozens of peers who were research big shots, as well as military big shots with general ranks. They came to listen to Gao Yang teach. Gao Yang didn't mind. He felt confident because he truly had content to share. The knowledge infused by the system regarding lasers allowed him to be ahead of this era. Moreover, he couldn't just stop teaching halfway through. Looking at everyone entering the classroom packed to the brim. Let's continue with the lecture. All the students instantly got into the zone, listening attentively. The professors at the back quickly got into the rhythm as well. Initially, they were just curious about how Gao Yang taught, but after just a few sentences, a group of researchers started to breathe heavily. What Gao Yang was teaching was useful to them as well. The efficient conversion method of energy. Moreover, it seemed to be entirely new content, something no one had proposed before. This was also a new technology which Gao Yang had just laid out. Furthermore, thinking back, the technology used in the laser gun actually employed a similar technique. The energy release speed under normal voltage is very slow, but the power of the laser gun is immense. This is due to the utilization of an efficient energy conversion method. As they listened, a group of big shots could no longer contain themselves, lowering their voices and rushing to a classmate. "Classmate, give me a piece of paper. I need to take notes." The classmate who was taking notes turned around stunned. "I want to take notes too. Bill, give you a page." "Thank you." The big shot took a page of paper, placed it under his hand, and began writing quickly. Other researchers followed suit. The notebooks of the classmates in the back were nearly emptied. Gao Yang stood at the lectern, able to see everything below, also feeling admiration in his heart. These people were all top researchers, yet while listening to his lecture, they could actually set aside their pride and take notes. They completely disregarded their image, engrossed in learning. Gao Yang didn't mind going into more depth. Earlier, he was worried that the classmates wouldn't understand, so he kept it relatively simple. Now he could make it a bit more complex. After the content became more complex, the notebook of the student in the second row was also emptied. After 2 classes, Gao Yang extended the lesson by another half an hour, putting down the marker. "Let's stop here for today. A class dismissed." At this moment, a group of students were somewhat dazed. The first 2 classes were manageable, but in the last 2 classes they felt lost and understood nothing. However, as future researchers, they were mesmerized with one thought in mind: it could be done this way too. Their thought process had completely opened up. What Gao Yang spoke about could not only be applied to the laser gun, but also to nearly all devices that required the use of electric energy. Many big shots were excited, wishing they could return to the laboratory to conduct research immediately. However, there was something even more important now. They wanted to see Gao Yang produce a laser gun on site. Those who originally doubted Gao Yang's ability to manufacture a laser gun were now completely convinced. Gao Yang's talent had already overwhelmed all of them. Just the things on their notes were worth a fortune. The students all stood up and bowed before preparing to leave. Professor Li rushed to the podium. "Everyone, please don't leave yet. Sign a confidentiality agreement. The content discussed in today's class must not be disclosed." The students of the special class were stunned. "Sign again." However, after thinking about it, it was actually quite normal. The content of Gao Yang's lecture was clearly ready-made technology. Moreover, it was technology that currently did not exist. This thing was of extreme value. Although it couldn't compare to the laser gun, it was also technology that could impact the industry. This technology could even serve as a core technology for a high-tech company. Even if it was just selling the patent, they could make a considerable profit. A group of people flipped through the confidentiality contracts, their eyes filled with envy. When would they ever reach Gao Yang's level, casually taking out something and giving a lecture requiring everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement? After signing the contract, all the students left, leaving the researchers filling the classroom to the brim. Originally, some of them were skeptical. After all, it was astonishing for a single student to create such a terrifying laser gun. However, after attending this class, they were already half convinced. They were still shocked. Gao Yang was only 19 years old. How could someone at such a young age achieve this? Yet the content Gao Yang casually taught had already impressed them. A large group then headed to the cafeteria. It was noon, and they needed to eat first. Gao Yang was surrounded in the center of a crowd, feeling somewhat out of place. The students from the school were even more bewildered, looking utterly confused. What is happening? Why is a group of experts surrounding this genius, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars? Top researchers with immense status fixated solely on the prominent figures. These people were actually trying to curry favor with Gao Yang, and that plump professor was asking him something while holding a piece of paper. It looked just like a student consulting a teacher. But how could this be possible? That plump professor was someone many recognized, the director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute. This scene had shocked countless students along the way, leaving them dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. During the meal, it also attracted numerous glances, but no one dared to approach, merely watching from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. After finishing the meal, Gao Yang headed straight to the laboratory. Before even reaching the laboratory, Professor Li said, "Let's go to the school's top laboratory. It has everything you could need." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. The previous laboratory, though equipped with excellent devices, was not top tier. The school had another better laboratory, one that was world-leading. But not only students, even ordinary professors did not qualify to use it. Others who had the right to use it had to apply in advance. This laboratory could also utilize the superbrain, allowing computations during experiments to be done using it, significantly enhancing research efficiency. "Can we just go and use it?" Gao Yang hesitated. Of course. Professor Li took out his phone, turned it on, and called the principal. He quickly hung up the phone and looked at Gao Yang. "You can use it, but the principal also wants to come and take a look later." All right. Gao Yang didn't mind being watched. He was also looking forward to going to a better laboratory. "I will first check the laboratory's configuration. If the configuration is good enough, the power of the laser gun can be upgraded to another level." Professor Li trembled all over, recalling Gao Yang's previous words. If the equipment in the laboratory was sufficient, the power of the laser gun could be greater. The surrounding professors were also dumbfounded. Oh, what does this mean? Wasn't the previous laser gun the strongest version? Was the power limited only by the conditions? This made them even more eager. A large group marched towards the laboratory. Professor Li said, "Do you need assistance? The laboratory has people responsible for operations who can help you with manufacturing." "No need." Gao Yang's eyes were already captivated by the laboratory's equipment. The devices here were on average a level above those in the previous laboratory. All kinds of materials were readily available. Gao Yang quickly changed into a white outfit, walked into the laboratory, rubbed his hands together, and began checking the parameters and usage of various equipment. During this process, a group of researchers stood outside the laboratory watching. Through the highly transparent glass, Gao Yang's operations inside were clearly visible. However, the sounds from here could not reach inside, and there were also blinds that could be pulled down to block the view. This provided the researchers inside with an almost distraction-free experimental environment. But Gao Yang's manufacturing this time was just a demonstration, so the blinds were not pulled down. Standing outside besides researchers, there were also military big shots and high-level school officials. They had heard about the laser gun. This was of great importance. For the researchers, it was a technological breakthrough. For the military, it was an enhancement of combat capability. For the school, it was a matter of pride. What kind of school has such an impressive student? They were from the Defense Technology University. At the same time, some people from the school were a bit anxious due to news reports. They looked at Professor Li and asked, "Professor Li, can this laser gun hit satellites?" Professor Li looked at the principal, somewhat surprised. How could that be possible? At least 200 kilometers in altitude, firing from the ground, even if the power is sufficient, it wouldn't have that accuracy. To hit a satellite, at the very least, a super high-precision targeting system is needed, and it also depends on the weather. Only in cloudless conditions can it work. The principal nodded, feeling relieved. All eyes were fixed on Gao Yang, who calmly finished checking all the equipment, having a rough idea in his mind. This laboratory was indeed impressive, world-class, but it could only enhance the power of the laser gun by about 300 times. To reach 1,000 times the power with the current technological level of Longhua, it was still far from enough. However, 300 times was already quite impressive. Let's get started. Gao Yang quickly rushed to the machine tool, inputting the parameters of various parts into the control panel, allowing the machine tool to automatically process the parts. The optical path system equipment was also available here. Additionally, there were the material ratios for the laser emitter and the smelting of metal materials. At this moment, Gao Yang transformed into a whirlwind, darting between a multitude of devices. Outside the laboratory, a group of people widened their eyes. Gao Yang's operational skills were far beyond theirs. The technicians responsible for operating the individual devices were likely not as adept as Gao Yang. It was not just skillful, it was also precise, with no mistakes at all. It was as if he had rehearsed the entire process in his mind countless times. The manufacturing process flowed seamlessly with incredible efficiency. Professor Li watched and turned to an elderly man. "Weren't you the one who doubted he could operate these devices?" The old professor was the one who had previously said he didn't believe Gao Yang could use the ultra-high-precision machine tools. Now he was being face-slapped live by Gao Yang. Yet the old professor showed no signs of embarrassment, only excitement, exclaiming, "He is so proficient. Even if he lacks research capabilities with this level of operation, he could still earn a high salary." A group of people nodded, and after a while someone said he is melting the metal coils himself. He is even hand-polishing the glass lenses a second time. Can human polishing compare to machines? The researchers outside were thoroughly shocked by Gao Yang's operations. Having not slept all night, they should have been very tired at this moment, but the more they watched, the more energized they felt. The process of Gao Yang preparing the parts took a full 3 hours. The school leaders, researchers, and military personnel stood there for 3 hours. They felt mentally exhausted and physically tired, yet each of them appeared remarkably spirited. With eyes wide open, Gao Yang finally relaxed when the parts were ready, meaning he could manufacture the laser gun designed for 300 times the power. Next, it was time to start assembling. Raising his head, Gao Yang met the gazes of dozens of eyes, some with dark circles filled with exhaustion, but even more anticipation. The difficulty of assembly is actually quite high, as there are many intricate optical components within the laser gun and the precision required is tremendous. Generally speaking, even with the right skills, manufacturing it would be impossible. However, Gao Yang has comprehensive memories. In addition to possessing the technology for the laser gun, he also has the skills for its manufacture. Now he can even create a laser gun with a 10,000-fold amplification. Assembling this laser gun, which amplifies its power by 300 times, is incredibly easy. Wearing glasses with a high-power magnifying lens, Gao Yang began the assembly. Outside, behind the glass, a group of experts watched nervously, hardly daring to breathe. Inside and outside the entire laboratory, one could hear a pin drop. Researchers stared wide-eyed, their eyes already bloodshot. They hadn't closed their eyes for over 30 hours, yet they remained excited. The assembly process lasted 2 hours. Gao Yang put down his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the assembled laser gun on the table, preparing to close the outer casing. This time, the laser gun not only has a more intricate internal structure and greater power, but it also boasts a beautiful exterior. The silver high-temperature resistant casing secures the internal components, making it less prone to damage. Raising his head, Gao Yang once again saw countless hopeful gazes. The laser gun is complete. The laboratory doors swung open, and Professor Lee rushed in, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at the sleekly designed laser gun. Compared to the previous laser guns, this one truly matched the human imagination of what a laser gun should be. It measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height. It was larger than a handgun, but smaller than a rifle, roughly equivalent to a submachine gun. Picking it up, Professor Lee first felt a comfortable grip. The handle had grooves that enhanced friction. It weighed about 12 to 13 pounds. Professor Lee's voice trembled slightly as its power increased compared to the previous laser guns. Gao Yang removed his gloves and outer clothing. It seems to have increased by about 1-fold. Professor Lee suddenly looked up at Gao Yang. By how much? 1-fold. Professor Lee tightened his grip on the laser gun, feeling anxious. He worried that it might fall to the ground. Let's go back and test it. Gao Yang suddenly grasped the laser gun, looking at Professor Lee's bloodshot eyes. It can't be tested now. You all need to rest. Tomorrow we will test it. This group of people had been testing late into the night, then called him at 4 o'clock, and had probably gone the whole day without rest. Don't push yourselves to exhaustion. Professor Lee slowly released his grip and turned to the principal. Make arrangements. The principal made a phone call to book rooms at nearby hotels. Then he arranged for the researchers and military personnel to rest. These people hadn't slept for more than 30 hours. Although they were excited, they were indeed very tired. Seeing Gao Yang manufacture the laser gun, the heavy weight in their hearts was lifted significantly. They returned to the hotel and fell into a deep sleep. Gao Yang went to the cafeteria for a meal and then headed straight to the library. Ruo was also in the library. Upon seeing Gao Yang, she stood up and quickly walked to his side. Yang-gu. Gao Yang directly interrupted Ruo. Don't call me Yang-gu, I'm not used to it. Just call me Gao Yang. He remembered that during high school for the first half of the year others called him Yang-gu, but for the remaining 2.5 years they all called him Wei-gu. Ruo nodded. It seems that Long Country already has powerful laser weapons. Gao Yang looked at Ruo with some confusion, as it seemed unlikely. In the school's laboratory, under such superior conditions, they could manufacture powerful laser guns. But this is not for mass production, and the conditions for mass production cannot be as good as a laboratory, and the power would decrease significantly. Ruo handed her phone to Gao Yang. The White Eagle released a video showing a laser destroying a satellite. Gao Yang took the phone and first saw the statement from the White Eagle. They had determined the approximate area where the laser occurred based on the angle of the laser and the time of the incident. They urged Long Country to continue the investigation. Then he clicked on the video, which lasted only 10 seconds. A Starlink satellite that was flying smoothly in space was suddenly pierced by a laser. Its main body melted and disintegrated on the spot. Gao Yang frowned. Long Country's research in the field of lasers was more advanced than he had imagined. He then relaxed his brow. Oh, indeed, it was Long Country. As the saying goes, being too backward can showcase progress. While he was shouting that the practical significance of laser weapons was minimal, only capable of targeting cameras, he was simultaneously using a laser gun to shoot at satellites. This laser weapon's power is already quite impressive and has significant practical application. Such precise hits likely mean it can be used in actual combat. Ruo Ruo was somewhat surprised. How does it compare to your laser gun? It's just that you can't discern the specifics, so it's hard to compare. As Gao Yang spoke, he also became interested and wanted to call Professor Li to see if he could get in touch with this laser weapon. It might yield unexpected rewards. However, Professor Li was likely in a deep sleep at this time. It would be just as well to wait until tomorrow's testing. He returned the phone to Ruo Ruo, turned around to find a book, and continued to recharge the system. Ruo Ruo took the phone, watching Gao Yang, who had already found a book and sat down to read, suddenly felt motivated. Was she still gossiping? She put away her phone and also began to read. Online, the news about lasers hitting satellites had completely exploded. Long Country's statement in the morning was to dampen the heat, but the White Eagle clearly did not want the heat to die down so easily. They were desperately trying to create momentum for the event and increase the heat. The meaning of the second statement was very simple. I've already told you the laser launch point. Are you still investigating? Can you speed it up? The entire world was watching this matter, indeed putting pressure on Long Country. Long Country was genuinely investigating. They had already known the location of the laser launch and were aware that there was a light weapons research institute there. Upon reaching this point in the investigation, they needed to pass the information to the Long Science Institute. After all, the Light Weapons Research Institute was affiliated with the Long Science Institute. Prior to the investigation, they needed to inform and get permission. However, the investigation hit a snag because when the Long Science Institute attempted to make contact, they couldn't reach anyone. They only knew that there was an impromptu test last night, a top-secret level test, and even the airspace was restricted. When they tried to contact people, they couldn't reach a single person. All the phones were turned off. No one could be contacted. Even the people at the Research Institute wouldn't say anything. The Long Science Institute even tried to contact military personnel, but the same issue arose. They couldn't reach them, and the phones were all off. It was as though a group of people had vanished from the face of the earth. The secrecy level of the project was too high, and they couldn't forcefully search, leaving only those with higher authority to make contact. The president of the Long Science Institute looked at the file handed to him, opened it, and frowned. He saw Professor Li's report request, and the more he looked, the more absurd it seemed. A student from the school invented a powerful laser gun. Under normal circumstances, he would find such wording exaggerated and wouldn't pay much attention, but now the situation was different. A satellite had already been shot down by a laser. The president instinctively looked up at the sky. A laser gun that could destroy satellites must have tremendous power. It must be extraordinarily immense. The president of the Lonka Institute is named Yuan. President Yuan closed the file. Prepare the car. I'm going to visit the Defense Technology University. What are we investigating? President Yuan glanced at his secretary. There's no need for an investigation. You just find any excuse to brush it off. There won't be any results. Then why are you going? The secretary was even more confused. President Yuan said nothing. Matters of talent acquisition must be handled personally to show sincerity. A 19-year-old student manufactured a laser gun and blew up a satellite. This could not simply be described as talent. This was a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Just prepare the car. Additionally, I want to see a file on a student from the Defense Technology University named Gao Yang. Understood. Within half an hour, President Yuan boarded a flight heading straight to the Defense Technology University in the middle of the night. He also reviewed Gao Yang's file, his brows furrowing instantly before a smile broke out. He actually received a probationary disciplinary action. The secretary looked at President Yuan in puzzlement, wondering what was happening. He had seen this file before. The probation would follow it for a lifetime, a stain that would be difficult to wash away. Why was President Yuan still smiling? In the middle of the night, President Yuan's car stopped in front of the Defense Technology University. He glanced at the time. It's 9:30. There's still time. The secretary watched as President Yuan got out of the car and dashed toward the school, stunned and even more confused. What was going on with President Yuan today? Sneaking into the Defense Technology University without notifying anyone. Moreover, it seemed he was in a hurry. In the bewildered gaze of the secretary, President Yuan scanned for a bicycle. The secretary was truly dumbfounded. There were vehicles within the school, so why ride a bike? However, he had no choice but to pedal behind President Yuan. President Yuan cycled all the way to the library, glancing at the time, just in time for 10 o'clock. He tossed the bike to the secretary, took a deep breath, and walked into the library. At this hour, the library was quite calm with hardly anyone around. But President Yuan had checked in advance. It closed at 10:30. He entered the library and quickly scanned the room, soon noticing Gao Yang. Gao Yang had a few books piled in front of him, deeply engrossed in reading. President Yuan recognized Gao Yang from his photo, confirmed his target, and walked over quickly, not rushing to disturb him, but observing first. Looking at the books on the table, the top one was about the design and manufacture of sniper rifles. Surprisingly, it wasn't a book related to lasers. President Yuan picked it up and saw it mainly discussed reverse engineering designs of various sniper rifle models. At that moment, Ruo Ruo approached and placed a cup of coffee beside Gao Yang. President Yuan glanced at Ruo Ruo, showing a thoughtful expression. Once Ruo Ruo walked away, he found an opportunity to start a conversation. Is she your girlfriend? Gao Yang said nothing, still looking down at his book. President Yuan felt a bit awkward and raised his voice slightly. Hello, student. Gao Yang finally looked up, glanced at President Yuan, quietly picked up his book, and walked towards a corner. Even reading was interrupted. President Yuan looked at Gao Yang, who had walked to the corner dazed. He was so focused. But geniuses often are like this. He decided not to beat around the bush, quickly walked over and straightforwardly said, "Student Gao Yang, I have come here specifically for you." Gao Yang finally put down his book and took a sip of coffee. "Who are you?" Before President Yuan could respond, someone behind him laughed. "President Yuan of the Lonka Institute, what an honor to have you at our school. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have hosted you." President Yuan. President Yuan turned around, his expression suddenly sour. "Principal gone." The principal sat beside Gao Yang with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, looking at President Yuan. "Your nose is quite sharp." President Yuan realized that the difficulty of inviting Gao Yang had significantly increased, but even with heightened difficulty, he still had to extend the invitation. Gao Yang sensed that the atmosphere was off, but he didn't leave. He couldn't escape from what was coming. President Yuan stood up and extended his hand towards Gao Yang. "President Yuanda of the Lonka Institute." At that moment, Gao Yang felt a bit dazed. What was happening? The president of the Lonka Institute was here. The Lonka Institute is the largest research institution in Long Country, notable for having 3 colleges, over 200 research institutes, and more than 200 observation stations. Its research covers various fields and industries. In Long Country, the Lonka Institute could almost operate unchallenged. The president came to find him. What qualifications did he have? A laser gun. Gao Yang shook hands with President Yuan. "Gao Yang." President Yuan got straight to the point. "I would like to invite you to further your studies at the Lonka Institute." Bang! Principal Gon slammed the table and stood up. "What do you mean, Yuan?" President Yuan looked at Principal Gon. "Shouldn't I be asking what you mean? A genius like Gao Yang, and instead of nurturing his talents, you gave him a probationary disciplinary action." Principal Gon found it hard to refute. The disciplinary action was a fact. The action has been revoked. Even if it's revoked, it will always exist in the file. President Yuan turned to Gao Yang. "The Lonka Institute has the most books in the country. You can read as much as you want. If you need any specific books, we can help collect them for you. Moreover, we have the country's most advanced research laboratories available for your use, and we can even tailor a research institute just for you." Principal Gon took a deep breath, his expression becoming more amiable as he looked at Gao Yang. "You can also use the best research institute in the school at any time. Additionally, the school has many major projects ongoing, such as the largest superbrain in Long Country. All projects, or whatever you're interested in, you can directly get involved in." Gao Yang was stunned. He realized why President Yuan had come to recruit him. That top-notch laboratory worth hundreds of millions was being offered just for him. President Yuan glanced at Principal Gon and continued, "In addition, there will be resource allocation. For your research projects, funding can be requested freely. As long as it's not too outrageous, it can be allocated directly. We can even establish a separate research fund just for you. For the first phase, let's say 100 million. How does that sound?" Gao Yang was taken aback. 100 million. Although it couldn't be used freely as research funding, it was still quite extravagant. Allocating 100 million to a project and giving it to him were two different concepts. This was still funding meant for him. He could use it to buy a sports car and research its performance. Principal Gon was also stunned. President Yuan was truly willing to invest, giving a student this much money. But then he thought of Gao Yang's laser cannon, a technology that couldn't be bought for less than 100 million. Not to mention 100 million, even a billion or more would be difficult. He gritted his teeth. "Immediately establish a research fund exclusively for you, Gao Yang. The first batch of funding will be 120 million. President Yuan felt a bit of pain. Old Gon was really generous. President Yuan fell silent. What other advantages could he offer? The biggest advantage of the Lonka Institute was its size. Almost any research direction had dedicated institutes. The Defense Technology University, on the other hand, specialized in weapons. The two sides maintained a close relationship with technology, shared almost to the point of collaboration. Otherwise, the laser gun testing wouldn't have been conducted at the Light Weapons Institute of the Lonka Institute. Furthermore, top graduates from both sides would also be interchangeable and could be hired by either institution. But a close relationship and competition were not mutually exclusive. Director Yuan reasoned with Gao Yang, saying, "The Lonka Institute is truly your best home. By going to the Lonka Institute, you can explore various technologies without being confined to applications. In terms of applications, you can provide technologies to the Defense Research Institute or to other researchers for practical use. At the Defense Science and Technology University, your research direction is limited to weapons. Is there something wrong with researching weapons? Without defense technology, where does safety and peace come from?" Director Yuan countered, "The Weapon Equipment Research Institute under the Lonka Institute has plenty of resources. Whatever you wish to study, we can provide you with the latest technologies as references. We can also offer that." Principal Gon said, not giving up. Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang, adding, "I can even invite your girlfriend over with generous benefits." Principal Gon was also agitated despite not knowing where Gao Yang's girlfriend came from. "Your girlfriend in our school would also receive preferential treatment. Even if you break up, I can introduce my granddaughter to you." Gao Yang was astonished. Looking at the tense standoff between the two, he quickly said, "I don't have a girlfriend and I choose to stay at the Defense Science and Technology University." Director Yuan recognized Gao Yang's determination and was puzzled why. Gao Yang had grown accustomed to his current environment. Although the conditions at the Lonka Institute might be better, he would still have to familiarize himself anew. For his research, he primarily relied on the system rather than actual research. Therefore, there wasn't much difference between the Lonka Institute and the Defense Science and Technology University. Moreover, he also wanted to experience college life a bit. If he went to the Lonka Institute, he would have to graduate on the spot. However, Gao Yang didn't mention this. The teachers and classmates here are all very nice to me, and I have gotten used to going to the library to read. Principal Gan chuckled, realizing Gao Yang's determination. Old Yuan, why don't you try to persuade him again? Director Yuan refrained from further useless efforts, but still said, the doors of the Lonka Institute will always be open for you. If you change your mind or wish to come after graduation, you are always welcome. Additionally, I want to see your laser weapon. Principal Gan smiled, saying, tomorrow morning there will be a weapon test. If you have time, come and take a look. I will definitely be there. Director Yuan quickly left. Principal Gan sighed in relief and turned to Gao Yang, saying, not having a girlfriend is just fine. I'll send you my granddaughter's WeChat later. Gao Yang waved his hand. Forget about the girlfriend. What about the research funding and laboratory you promised me? When will that be realized? Principal Gan winced, saying, within 3 days. Once the principal left, a smile crept onto Gao Yang's lips. Having his own laboratory and abundant funding was an extraordinary delight. Director Yuan's visit this time secured him substantial benefits. He took a sip of coffee and continued reading. In the Light Weapon Research Institute, technicians were swiftly setting up the testing grounds. A group of researchers who had rested overnight had already arrived. Professor Li held a box containing a laser gun, waiting quietly. As a military vehicle arrived, everyone turned to look. First to disembark was Principal Gan, followed by Director Yuan, and then the main character Gao Yang. Holding a book in his hand, Gao Yang stood out among a group of elderly individuals averaging 60 years old. As the target range gate closed, Professor Li finally took out the laser gun. Director Yuan quickly approached to examine the laser gun. Just from its appearance, Director Yuan was already amazed at how beautiful this laser gun was. Most importantly, it was small. A mere 30 centimeters long, yet it could destroy a satellite. How terrifying. After a moment of exploration, Director Yuan handed the laser gun to the technicians and moved to the edge of the testing area, waiting for the test to begin. Before the test commenced, technicians distributed sunglasses to everyone. The sunglasses were specially made, slightly tinted. Once worn, it felt as if the world had darkened, making everything less clear. The staff secured the laser gun and turned back, announcing, testing is ready, we can begin. Professor Li directly ordered, perform the final checks. Several technicians focused on the equipment in front of them, confirming that the data collection devices were functioning well. Fire. Technicians pressed the switch and a brilliant laser erupted. 100 meters away, a steel plate was melted through, and then a steel plate 200 meters away was also penetrated. The arrangement of steel plates continued up to 3 kilometers away. In less than 2 seconds, the steel plate 3 kilometers away was completely melted. As the laser gun powered down, Director Yuan removed his sunglasses, staring in a daze at the long steel plate, observing the holes and the molten steel still flowing from the edges. He found it hard to believe. The power was far greater than he had anticipated. That was steel, instantly melted through. It should be noted that the Lonka Institute has a dedicated research institute for lasers, and achieving such melting of steel requires prolonged exposure. Moreover, laser cutters, even at extremely high temperatures 2 centimeters away, need to work with high-pressure gases to cut through metal. Did Gao Yang's laser cannon just blast through steel? This power could penetrate the Starlink satellites on the ground and even go through a space station. Lost in thought, Director Yuan heard an excited tremor in the professor's voice beside him. This laser is brighter than last time. The losses during the laser's path have been reduced. Director Yuan was stunned. Last time, while he was still in astonishment, the researchers excitedly rushed to the testing area to check the data from the recent test. Director Yuan, ignoring his image, rushed over. Before he got close, he heard the exclamations. The highest temperature reached 50,000 degrees, and the temperature at which the steel plate 3 kilometers away was irradiated exceeded 45,000 degrees. Laser losses reduced and range extended. Estimated range is over 200 kilometers. Continue testing. Director Yuan squeezed into the crowd, which had already parted, beginning the second test. Before testing began, some still noticed Director Yuan, but now their eyes were focused solely on the laser gun. Director Yuan didn't mind. He held the data from the first test, lost in thought. It was hard to believe. The power was too terrifying, exceeding all the laser weapons currently in the world by a large margin. A weapon so small could have such great power. What if it were enlarged into a cannon? How terrifying would that power be? He then saw the second sheet, which contained the results from the previous test. 2 test results, 2 laser guns. How could there be such great progress in such a short time? Suppressing his shock, Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang, who was reading a book. Aside from the first test that he cared about, he paid no further attention to the subsequent tests. Just a laser gun with a 300 times amplification. He was curious to see its power, and after witnessing it, he had no reason to leave, so he took the opportunity to read. Director Yuan felt a surge of admiration, regretting that if Principal Gan hadn't arrived in time yesterday, he might have already secured Gao Yang. Returning to his spot, he continued to observe the tests. Each test required several repetitions, and a group of researchers prepared various testing methods for the laser gun. Besides using brute force for stability testing, all other testing methods were utilized. The more they tested, the more astonished they became. The power was twice that of the previous laser gun. The military personnel were increasingly satisfied the power of this device was immense, and if it could be developed into actual equipment, its effectiveness in real combat would undoubtedly be formidable. However, at present this laser gun could not be deployed directly on the battlefield. First, there was the matter of the wire connected to it. One cannot ask if there are outlets nearby before heading into battle, right? This is an energy issue. Then there was the fact that this laser gun was still a prototype, but once it left the laboratory, could it be mass-produced? But these were all minor issues. As long as the technology is available, these problems can be easily overcome. After this test, Dean Yuan realized a very important issue. That is, before he arrived, he had already considered Gao Yang to be a super genius. Now he realized he had still underestimated Gao Yang. Such talent was no longer confined to a single research institute. It had even risen to the level of all humanity. With such achievements at Gao Yang's age, what would it be like in a few more years? If he lived to be 70 or 80, the entire world would likely undergo earth-shattering changes. Dean Yuan approached Gao Yang and proactively handed him a business card saying, "If you need anything, just call. I will do my utmost to fulfill any request you have. Whether it's resources, data, or even personnel to assist you, just mention it, and I will ensure it is done." Gao Yang did not care much about resources as he already had plenty, but he was curious about the laser cannon that had caused a stir in the news. "Can I go see the laser cannon that was all over the news yesterday?" Dean Yuan was taken aback, looking at Gao Yang in confusion. "What? That laser cannon wasn't fired by your laser gun, was it?" Gao Yang was puzzled and replied, "How could that be? The laser gun only has a main body. Although its power is sufficient, it has no chance of hitting a satellite." Dean Yuan looked at the laser gun. While he had seen its power, there was no targeting system. But the issue was that from the traces left by the laser, the launch point was the Light Weapon Research Institute. Professor Lee was puzzled. A laser hitting a satellite. What is going on? The remaining researchers also had questions. Their phones had been sealed since the laser gun testing, and they had not been in contact with the outside world. They had no idea what had actually happened. Dean Yuan silently took out his phone, opened the news, and handed it over. Professor Lee looked first, then widened his eyes and passed the phone to others. "During our test, there was a mistake, and the laser gun shot into the sky. Could it be?" The others also widened their eyes in disbelief. "Is it really that lucky? Just 1 second of mistake, and it hit a satellite." The researchers also found it unbelievable because the speed of the satellite in orbit was actually very fast. To hit it was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Upon carefully examining the data, the time and location of the satellite being destroyed matched exactly with their mistake. Then they were shocked. The first version of the weakened laser gun had such power that it actually destroyed a Starlink satellite located 300 kilometers above the ground. Gao Yang originally wanted to see other people's laser weapons, but now knowing it was caused by him, he asked, "What should we do?" Dean Yuan laughed, saying, "What to do is no concern of yours. Even if you brought down all the Starlink satellites, it wouldn't matter. The military will issue a statement saying the weapon test failed, and as for you, Gao, you bear no responsibility. You will receive the recognition and rewards you deserve." As the military bigwig continued with a laugh, "The application of laser weapons should be arranged as soon as possible." "All right." Gao Yang nodded. With the technology available, the difficulty in designing practical weapons would not be high. The military personnel left with satisfied expressions. Dean Yuan was also ready to leave. After taking a few steps outside, he suddenly paused and turned to Principal Gan. "In the upcoming arms design exercise, the laser gun cannot be included." Principal Gan laughed, saying, "What are you afraid of? The laser gun can't be used in actual combat for now. We can't exactly bring an extension cord to the exercise." Dean Yuan smiled and then got into a car to leave. Principal Gan took Gao Yang along and headed back to the school. Sitting in the car, Gao Yang curiously asked, "Design exercise competition?" Principal Gan explained with a smile, "There has always been competition between several schools. This design exercise competition is about individual soldier equipment, with Lonka University competing against the Defense Technology University, each preparing equipment for a special operations team. Then the 2 special operations teams will engage in individual combat." Gao Yang heard about such a competition for the first time. It was indeed interesting, as the effectiveness of the equipment would be evident in actual combat. Principal Gan could see that Gao Yang was interested and said with a smile, "Want to watch the excitement? Should I let you join the competition?" Gao Yang hesitated slightly. "Will it be very troublesome?" Principal Gan smiled and introduced the design competition. "Won't take up too much time. You won't need to design the weapons yourself. Each individual weapon has dedicated designers. You only need to provide ideas and guidance, leaving the rest to those students." Gao Yang became interested not because he wanted to win, but mainly because it was actual combat. It would be practical combat that he might influence without needing to waste too much time. Principal Gan noticed Gao Yang's clear interest and continued, "In recent years, we have frequently had competitions with Lonka University. The main aim is to inspire creativity among students. Both sides will strive to the best of their abilities, often resulting in some eye-catching designs. Especially with the different design philosophies of the 2 schools, you can certainly experience the differences." Gao Yang nodded. He indeed wanted to give it a try. Even just watching an exercise up close would be quite interesting. "All right, I'll participate and give it a try." Principal Gon smiled and introduced this arms design exercise mainly focuses on individual soldier exercises, so the designs will center around individual weapons. The two teams will use weapons designed by students from their respective schools for the practical exercises. If they perform well, the designed weapons may have a chance to become official equipment. Gao Yang nodded, not taking the last sentence too seriously. Such things were easy to say, but not believed. Every formal equipment change requires numerous meetings and a long time. After all, changing conventional weapons involves large-scale replacements that cost enormous amounts of money. Using the White-Head Eagle as an example, they have only made 4 large-scale weapon replacements in the past 200 years. Yet the types of weapons developed were numerous. The Dragon Kingdom was similar. They had recently changed individual soldier weapons, but were unlikely to change again soon. Thus, Gao Yang's goal was to win. He felt no pressure because there was not much difficulty. With the system in place, if he were to lose, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Even if the system were no longer present, the technological knowledge from the laser gun's 10,000-fold amplification would allow him to easily win this exercise. He just needed to think about how to win. Upon returning to school, Gao Yang first familiarized himself with the design competition for the exercises. It must be said that the design of this exchange competition was quite impressive. The weapons researched by the students could be directly used on the battlefield as long as they tested stable enough. Moreover, before both sides engaged in battle, they would not know what weapons the other party was using. The weapons were kept secret, and victory or defeat would be determined on the battlefield. Such practical combat served as a motivation for the students as well. Looking back at previous competitions, there was usually a goal. For instance, last year's required equipment was designed to cope with extremely cold environments. The competition from 2 years ago was focused on multifunctional helmets. Gao Yang reviewed the competition records and found them thrilling as both schools had excellent students. The tactical helmets designed by the students of Lonka University incorporated over a dozen technologies, each representing a research direction. Students from the Defense Technology University placed greater emphasis on real combat. The helmets featured anti-jamming systems, and their various functions were more stable, advancing further in critical functionalities. Both designs were outstanding. After the helmets were truly improved, they underwent small-scale assembly for special forces. This also became an achievement for the participating students from both sides. Gao Yang continued to review other materials and realized this was a game for geniuses. No wonder he had never heard of it before. The number of students eligible to participate in the school was limited. To enter such a competition, one had to stand out in school and win awards in various contests to have a chance of knowing about it. It was all a competition among geniuses, but compared to the extraordinary Gao Yang, they still fell short. Gao Yang returned to school and first contacted the team participating in the competition. With only half a month left, he needed to understand the situation of this competition team. He made a call in advance asking the team members to wait for him in the conference room. The design competition had separate laboratories and conference rooms. In the conference room, 10 people were already seated. Taking advantage of Gao Yang's absence, someone said, "Captain, we've been busy for months, and now we have an interim captain." The original captain, Chen Hong, replied, "I don't know the specifics, nor do I know Gao Yang's situation, but besides the director calling, my professor also called to tell me to seize this opportunity. They said the chance to learn from him might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." A group of people was taken aback. Chen Hong's teacher was his research professor, a figure of great stature. With someone of such stature saying this, they felt even more anticipation for Gao Yang. Who exactly was he? Half an hour passed quickly, and Gao Yang walked into the conference room. Seeing the 10 people sitting upright, Gao Yang got straight to the point. "Did you bring your design materials?" "We did." Chen Hong proactively handed the materials to Gao Yang. The others also had their designs ready. Gao Yang began to review the designs of the 10 individuals. The designs were comprehensive, featuring handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, tactical helmets, and even cold weapons. The 10 individuals presented a complete set of designs for individual soldiers. Gao Yang scanned through them and shook his head after a moment, saying they all fall a bit short. Immediately, everyone's expressions tightened. How could he discern anything with just one glance? Gao Yang was indifferent to their thoughts and surveyed the room. "Your equipment designs have indeed made improvements compared to the most ordinary equipment, giving you an advantage. But to win in the competition, it's still not enough. There are no exceptionally prominent advantages." As he spoke, Gao Yang picked up the first set of materials. "Who designed the handgun?" "I did," a girl replied. Gao Yang scanned the drawings again and quickly made revisions on the design paper. In less than 5 minutes, he handed the revised design back, saying, "Try to modify it according to this idea." The girl received the drawings, initially looking disdainful, then froze and finally examined it carefully. After looking up at Gao Yang, she seemed as if she had seen a ghost. She had originally thought her design was quite good, but now she realized she was just a frog at the bottom of the well. Following Gao Yang's thought process, the power of her handgun could increase significantly, while the recoil would be greatly reduced. Was it really that outrageous? As she finished reviewing Gao Yang's suggestions, he had already drawn up the second set. "Who designed the rifle?" "I did." Chen Hong raised his hand. Gao Yang handed it over. Chen Hong looked at it, and his expression changed. As the original captain, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Gao Yang's sudden arrival and taking his position. But his discontent lay hidden in his heart. However, now he was convinced and understood his teacher's implication. What Gao Yang casually modified was a level above his previous design. This thought process provided him with tremendous inspiration. It could completely enhance firing speed, while also improving stability. With Gao Yang as the captain, he surely had gained a huge advantage. The remaining 8 individuals observed the changes in the expressions of the two with curiosity. After receiving Gao Yang's modification ideas, their curiosity transformed into shock and admiration. By the time Gao Yang wrote out all their improvement ideas, all 10 individuals were thoroughly convinced. Just from the modifications Gao Yang provided, they had already gained immensely. Gao Yang stood up. The meeting is now concluded. You can continue with your work. The 10 quickly stood up. Their attitude respectful. Captain, please take care. Gao Yang left the conference room, glancing at the somewhat messy laboratory outside. I'll arrange for you to switch to another laboratory later. After saying this, Gao Yang left for the library. The 10 looked at each other, as students having access to a laboratory was already a stroke of luck, yet Gao Yang seemed unsatisfied. This laboratory was quite good, and many doctoral students lacked such conditions. Unless it was a doctoral student assisting teachers with projects, where would they find such laboratories? A girl looked at Gao Yang's back and said, Captain, where did this genius come from? Chen Hong waved his hand. Don't call me captain. Gao Yang is our captain. Regardless of where Gao Yang came from, we are bound to win this time. Let's get to work. The 10 busily started their work, first organizing the ideas Gao Yang had given them. Gao Yang did not rest either. He headed straight for the library. He continued to bury his head in books. The ideas he provided could only raise the probability of winning the exercise by at most 50%. To achieve 100% victory, he still needed to rely on himself. With only half a month left before the exercises began, he needed to make the most of his time to read and recharge for the second enhancement opportunity. Gao Yang once again returned to his frenzied reading routine. As he read more and more books, his progress in recharging also accelerated. He paid no attention to everything happening in the outside world. Meanwhile, the Long country's officials responded to the satellite explosion incident caused by lasers during this period. The response to the online news inquiries came from the military of the Dragon Nation. During the testing of the laser weapon, an error occurred, locking onto the wrong target. This answer was brief, direct, and imposing. They blew up someone else's satellite and didn't even apologize, just saying it was an error. This response caused a huge uproar worldwide. For the high-ranking officials of various powers, this response from the Dragon Nation equated to a declaration that the Dragon Nation possesses immensely powerful laser weapons capable of striking targets in low Earth orbit directly from the ground. This is quite terrifying. It means that once war starts, all satellites in low Earth orbit will be directly destroyed. At that time, the communication devices of most powers will turn into mere bricks. The armies of various factions will all be rendered blind. Additionally, if laser weapons can destroy satellites, they can certainly intercept missiles. This is true interception, unlike the bald eagle that primarily relies on a good PTT. If they can intercept missiles, what about aircraft? Surely they can target those too. Coupled with the Dragon Nation's character, they can only show their might when they are way ahead. Are they using outdated technology now? The Dragon Nation better hope it was truly a mistake. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. This speculation left the major factions sweating cold. The progress of the Dragon Nation seems a bit too great. Almost simultaneously, various powers began seeking ways to investigate the existence of laser weapons. Ordinary people were also shocked by this news. After the initial astonishment, they felt excitement. Although they had an inkling it was their own weapon, the official acknowledgement made it a different matter. Everyone was excited, especially those who had seen a lot of news before, noticing many public intellectuals analyzing that such weapons did not exist, and that it was likely a misunderstanding or a weapon imported from abroad. They were genuinely upset back then, but now they felt a sense of vindication. They directly went to ridicule the public intellectuals. Conversely, ordinary people overseas were thinking about accountability. Having shot down a satellite, won't they have to pay for it? But despite their online uproar, the bald eagle that initiated the attack has become quiet. Their aim was to find out what the laser situation was, and now that they already know, further entanglement would only be self-deprecating. Since they were the ones who first proposed the laser weapon, and now the Dragon Nation can use it to destroy satellites, while they can only use it to dazzle cameras. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a chance for a 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang suddenly looked up. 10 days. In an all-consuming state on the 10th day, after taking over the communication group, the amplification opportunity was fully charged. Gao Yang stood up and headed straight for the laboratory. Currently, the best laboratory at the Defense Science and Technology University was solely his. Gao Yang entered the laboratory and called Chen Hong. Less than half an hour later, Chen Hong arrived at the laboratory door with a team of 10 carrying bags, looking completely bewildered and did not dare to enter. This sterile laboratory, the highest grade lab in the school, could they possibly enter? They didn't have that qualification. But how could this be possible? Such a laboratory requires an application even for a doctoral advisor to use. Is Gao Yang playing tricks on them? Under the bewildered gaze of Chen Hong and others, Gao Yang walked out of the lab. What are you still dawdling for? Change your clothes and come in. Chen Hong and the others stared blankly at Gao Yang. Are we going to manufacture guns here next? Is there a problem? Chen Hong stumbled over his words. We don't have to write. The previous lab was enough. Chen Hong now felt like he had become a bumpkin. He had lived in a thatched cottage all this time, and then Gao Yang miraculously brought him to the palace, pointing at the emperor's bedroom and saying, "You will live here." He did not dare to enter. "Stop hesitating, there are only 2 days left, and the weapon equipment has to be delivered to the combat team participating in the drill. Come in." After saying this, Gao Yang turned and left. A group of people exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and stomped their feet in. They changed their clothes, cleaned up the things they brought, and then entered the laboratory. As soon as they entered the laboratory, someone exclaimed, This is a high-precision machine tool with an error of 0.05 microns. It is currently the best machine tool in the Dragon Nation." Holy cow, that device is a custom version. I think it was previously quoted at 30 million, right? Or was it in US dollars? That device I saw in my teacher's lab seemed to be around 1 million. Not the same, the appearance is the same, but the parameters are different. At the very least, it is 10 times more expensive. The group walked carefully, looking around, trembling with fear. With so many devices, if they accidentally damage even a bit of paint, they won't be able to afford it. Gao Yang stood in front of the design table, looking up at the group of people who were walking with their heads down. "Don't waste time, familiarize yourselves with the laboratory quickly and start working." Chen Hong tried to calm down. "Everyone do your best." The group took a deep breath and cautiously found a place to open their things, starting to design. Seeing everyone busy, Gao Yang continued with his work. He did not rush to design the weapon for the competition, but instead first designed the laser weapon. The weapon for the competition he planned to amplify, but he couldn't design it in front of the exercise design group. Instead, the design of the laser weapon was urgent. The laser gun cannot be realized without a suitable energy source, so it can only be a laser cannon. Moreover, the laser cannon is more reliable, it doesn't require consideration of energy issues, and by enlarging the laser emitter, its power can also be immense while having lower requirements for components. In a laser gun, the error of components cannot exceed 0.1 microns. High precision means a higher likelihood of malfunction. Additionally, high precision also implies that it cannot be mass-produced. Only top laboratories can achieve an error of 0.1 microns. However, after enlarging, an error of 1 centimeter can be achieved, making it not only easier to manufacture, but also less prone to damage. With the design of the laser cannon completed, Gao Yang also designed a vehicle-mounted laser cannon, as well as an aircraft-mounted laser cannon, and prepared a set for tank laser cannons. Having completed all the designs, it was only around 8 in the evening. He called Professor Li and sent over the designs for several types of laser weapons. There is a dedicated place to manufacture these designs, so Gao Yang does not need to personally create them. Once everyone else left for the evening, and there was nothing to do for now, Gao Yang began to consider what weapons to amplify. High-tech weapons like laser guns cannot be used even if they are amplified due to too many restrictions. Therefore, he needs to amplify ordinary gunpowder weapons, ordinary firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Gao Yang had read many books about firearms, and at this moment his gaze fell on a table where a sniper rifle was placed. The sniper rifle is a good thing with a long range and great power. Gao Yang decided to amplify the sniper rifle. The manufacturing of the sniper rifle is also quite simple. Within half an hour, Gao Yang produced a sniper rifle with a length of 1.2 meters, a range of 1.20 meters, high precision, and a weight of only 8 pounds. It is a standard sniper rifle. But with the system, even the most ordinary invention can be amplified to the divine level. But it is unknown which aspect will be randomly amplified. If it is an amplification of range, that is somewhat difficult to imagine. A range of 1,200 meters with a minimum amplification of 100 times would equal 120,000 meters. Hitting the largest amplification 10,000 times would extend the range directly to 1,200,000 meters or 12,000 kilometers. Standing at the North Pole, one could take a shot at the equator with a sniper rifle. That's a bit extreme. After waiting for a moment, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised that the system had not yet triggered. Could it be that the sniper rifle does not qualify as an invention? But this is the sniper rifle he designed. Could it be that the sniper rifle is not up to standard? Recalling the last test, Gao Yang first tested the power of the laser gun before the system reacted. Need to test. Gao Yang first called Professor Li to request ammunition and to go to the shooting range. Professor Li was somewhat surprised. "You want to test a gun?" "Yes, the principal asked me to join the exercise research group, so I designed a gun." "You're still young, there's no need to act so mature. You should participate in more activities, meet some friends, and it's best to find a girlfriend, otherwise your time in university will be wasted. I'm sending you the blueprints for the laser cannon to the factory, and I can't take you to the shooting range. I'll call the shooting range, and you can go directly there. They have all types of ammunition." "Alright." Professor Li hung up the phone and didn't think much of it. It was just testing a gun. Gao Yang immediately headed to the shooting range. In the middle of the night, there wasn't even a bird at the shooting range. The staff helped Gao Yang set up the target. The power of the sniper rifle is quite substantial. I suggest I assist you in testing it." "No need." Gao Yang had played with guns during military training, but had never used a sniper rifle. What man doesn't like playing with guns? He lay down and aimed at the target 200 meters away, pulling the trigger. Boom. A loud sound. Gao Yang felt as if someone had punched his shoulder. It hurt. The staff glanced at the equipment missed. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, a prompt sounded in his mind. "The host has developed a sniper rifle and can amplify it. Would you like to use an amplification opportunity?" Gao Yang ignored the system. Now was not the time to amplify. He would wait until he returned to the lab to amplify. For now, he wanted to shoot. He fired off 10 rounds, all of which missed. The staff beside him could no longer watch. Shall I give it a try? No need. Gao Yang switched shoulders and continued shooting. After firing another 10 shots, Gao Yang looked at the target, now 50 meters away, wondering how it could be so wildly off. Had he not adjusted the sights correctly? But with a gun he made himself, that was impossible. Gao Yang gave up on continuing to shoot, picked up the gun, and directly returned to the lab. Closing the lab door, Gao Yang immersed his mind in the system, used the amplification opportunity to amplify the sniper rifle. In the next moment, a virtual large disc appeared before Gao Yang. As he spun the disc, Gao Yang widened his eyes, hoping for a 10,000 times amplification. Although the current technological level cannot meet the manufacturing standards, the basic industrial level will definitely improve, and then it will be possible to gradually bring it out. For now, the more times he can draw, the better. The speed of the disc's rotation slowed down, but there was still some distance to reach 10,000. Clack. The disc stopped at 4,399 times. This multiple is still acceptable, it's just unclear in what aspect the amplification would occur. In the next moment, the system's prompt sounded in Gao Yang's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on developing the sniper rifle, receiving a precision amplification of 439 times. Gao Yang was somewhat puzzled. How does one amplify precision? Originally, a 1 centimeter error is now amplified to 1 micron. What difference does that make from not amplifying at all? In the next moment, all the equipment in the lab began to operate. Simultaneously, the sniper rifle Gao Yang had just created was disassembled and began to be remade. This process was still very quick. All the equipment seemed to be accelerated. A large number of parts were manufactured and then assembled together. A sniper rifle 1.5 meters long appeared before Gao Yang. Ding, based on the existing equipment, only a 600 times precision sniper rifle can be manufactured. Immediately after, a vast amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind regarding the technical knowledge of sniper rifle precision. The memories were numerous and very clear. The precision understood by the system roughly equates to accuracy, hitting the target. Therefore, the gun's accuracy is excellent. Good accuracy usually describes a person. Here it describes the gun, because this gun can automatically aim. The grip and buttstock can move automatically. Through this method, automatic aiming is achieved. The gun is equipped with a high-definition camera and a processor capable of simple lead calculations. Additionally, to avoid missing the target after aiming, the sniper rifle's range has been increased to 3 kilometers. Basically, as long as it is locked by the system, there is no chance of escape. At the same time, to ensure precision, the recoil has also been reduced. After absorbing all the knowledge, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He picked up the sniper rifle and examined it closely. The black sniper rifle had intricate patterns resembling scales. Before firing, these patterns would open up, and after firing, they would suddenly close to use the impact to counteract the recoil. But this design is truly cool, but so attractive that Gao Yang couldn't help but admire it. It felt as if the gun had come to life, breathing with each shot. The weight increased to 12 kilograms, a bit heavier than before, but it didn't have much impact. There was also a lens at the front, a wide-angle lens, ensuring more enemies could be spotted. With such a design, it was invincible. With this gun, there's no way to lose in the upcoming exercises. Even if he wanted to lose, it would be impossible. Gao Yang held the gun and headed straight back to the shooting range. He was eager to test this gun. Once again stepping outside, he headed straight for the shooting range. The staff at the shooting range hadn't clocked out. It was still the same technician who had accompanied Gao Yang for the previous test. Upon seeing Gao Yang return, he asked, "Do you want me to test it?" "No need, I'll do it myself." "Then, should I move the target to 30 meters? 20 meters. Gao Yang glanced at the staff. 20 meters. 200 meters, move it to 200 meters. The staff nodded with a smile, and then moved the target to 200 meters away, returning to Gao Yang's side. "You can start now." Gao Yang took out the sniper rifle and started adjusting it. The staff stared at the sniper rifle, momentarily stunned at how cool the gun looked. It was quite long. It must be at least 1.5 meters. Sleek and designed at first glance, it was explosively attractive. Coupled with the scale-like patterns on the gun body, it looked even more impressive. Gao Yang raised the muzzle, aimed at the distant target, and directly pulled the trigger. Boom, a loud noise, and the bullet was fired. However, Gao Yang did not feel the pain in his shoulder. The recoil was greatly reduced. The technician's face was full of confusion as he looked at the result. 10 ring. Clearly, Gao Yang had just come over and missed 20 times in a row. He missed even at 50 meters, but at 200 meters, he actually hit 10 ring. It must be a fluke. The technician nodded, saying, "This shot is excellent, keep it up." Gao Yang smiled, no longer lying on the ground, and stood up, aiming the gun. The technicians were dumbfounded, standing while aiming a sniper rifle. Furthermore, it wasn't even the correct shooting posture. This could easily injure oneself. The technician rushed forward to stop him. But before he could get close to Gao Yang had already pulled the trigger towards the distant target. Boom. Another loud bang echoed, and the technician was stunned. Gao Yang's body merely swayed slightly. Was this a trained marksman? Then came the report from the system, 10 rings. The technician's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be a perfect score? A sharpshooter. But Gao Yang had just missed all 20 shots before. As he pondered, Gao Yang maintained his standing position and fired continuously. He aimed to test the gun's firing rate. Theoretically, this gun could achieve 2 shots per second. However, Gao Yang was not a professional shooter and couldn't reach the maximum firing speed. Even at full speed, it took him 10 seconds to fire all 10 remaining bullets. Nevertheless, this rate was quite fast for a sniper rifle. The recoil was remarkably minimal. The most outrageous part was the accuracy. The staff beside him had their eyes wide open. Oh, was this sniper rifle being used like a rifle? Continuous firing. Moreover, all 12 bullets fired in succession hit 10 rings. How abnormal was this? Gao Yang changed the magazine and looked at the staff, saying, "Change the target to 500 meters. The staff member opened his mouth in disbelief. 500 meters was already a long distance requiring a real marksman to hit. Amateur shooters would find it nearly impossible to hit at this range. However, since Gao Yang requested it, he complied. He activated the equipment around the target set at 500 meters. You can begin. Gao Yang changed position, raised his gun, and without aiming, pulled the trigger. Boom. 10 rings. The staff member's mouth fell open again. 10 rings. And it was the first shot at that. What did this even mean? An absolute sharpshooter. Following that was the system's continuous reporting. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. With all 12 bullets fired, Gao Yang glanced at his score, and then at the staff, who was now doubting themselves. Could you prepare a 1,000-meter target? The staff's expression was blank as they looked up, then mechanically opened the equipment for the 1,000-meter target. There were conditions for using the 1,000-meter target. After all, this distance was not for amateurs. But with 12 shots hitting 10 rings at 500 meters, he qualified. Gao Yang stood there, then pulled the trigger in the bewildered gaze of the staff. Bang! 10 rings. The staff listened to the mechanical voice reporting and opened their mouth. This is impossible. The first shot at 1,000 meters hitting 10 rings, especially at night. How was it done? Gao Yang glanced at the staff, suddenly released his left hand, held the gun single-handedly with his right, and then fired. Bang! 10 rings. The staff was once again in a daze, holding a sniper rifle with one hand, and still hitting a 1,000 meters away target, and it was also 10 rings. Was this a sharpshooter? This was a monster. Gao Yang only showed off with one shot. Holding a 12-pound rifle with one hand was tiring. He then switched back to holding it with both hands, and continued firing. The staff had a look of disbelief because every shot was 10 rings. With this level of skill, why not participate in the Olympics? Just as he thought this, Gao Yang's voice sounded again. Help me out, prepare a 1,000-meter target. The staff member was taken aback. The range only goes up to 1,500 meters. Then prepare a 1,500-meter target. At 1,500 meters, the bullet would take time to travel, and it would also drop. Additionally, the current wind speed along with the wind speed hundreds of meters away must be considered. Generally, only sharpshooters can utilize this distance. Gao Yang fired. Bang. 10 rings. The staff had become numb. Another 10 rings. This was at 1,500 meters. The first shot hit 10 rings. Why not just go and become a soldier king? Gao Yang fired twice. His left hand was getting tired from holding the gun, so he switched to his right hand and continued shooting. The staff opened their mouth, but didn't speak, yet their eyes were filled with confusion. Gao Yang had completely shattered their worldview. How could a sharpshooter casually change their shooting posture? For an ordinary person, just switching hands to right would be impressive, but switching hands to shoot, and still hitting 10 rings. A god of guns. After finishing a magazine, Gao Yang put down the gun. Can we prepare a moving target? Sure. The staff pressed the controller, and the distant target began to move. Gao Yang started to shoot. Bang! With a loud bang. 10 rings. The staff looked blankly at the shooting range. With the naked eye, the target was hard to see, but they could barely make out the target moving. In less than a second, Gao Yang shot again. 10 rings. Another magazine finished, and Gao Yang put down the gun. Shooting was indeed a labor-intensive task, and his arms were sore. However, he had roughly tested the performance of this gun, scoring 100%. Not only could it hit stationary targets, but it could also hit moving targets, and he could even account for air resistance, humidity, and bullet drop. Having such a gun appear in a training exercise was somewhat unfair, but it was truly reliable. Gao Yang put the gun back in the box and turned to head back to his dormitory to sleep. With this thing, there should be no suspense in the exercises. The staff watched Gao Yang leave and began to clean up the scene, starting with replacing the target paper. Then the staff looked at the target paper 200 meters away, their expression blank once more. There was only one bullet hole on it. This meant that all 12 of Gao Yang's bullets had passed through this one small hole. How could this be possible? They hurried to check the second target paper, which also had only one bullet hole. But this was the target at 500 meters. The staff speculated that there might be a system malfunction because the first shot hit and the subsequent ones were all deemed 10 rings. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the 500-meter target hitting the very center small dot. This wasn't just being a sharpshooter, this was like using cheats in a game. The 1,000-meter target also had only one hole, which convinced the staff even more that something was wrong with the system. The two target papers at 1,500 meters left the staff in silence for a long time. Each of these papers also had only one bullet hole, but the size of the holes was larger compared to the others. One bullet couldn't create such a large hole. It indicated that multiple bullets had struck around the original bullet hole, enlarging it. At 1,500 meters with a moving target, the central bullet hole had expanded by about half a centimeter. This meant that Gao Yang's hit range was only as small as a 50-cent coin at the rate of one shot per second. How could shooting be so outrageous? The staff were deeply skeptical. Gao Yang returned to his dormitory and took a nap, then rushed to the laboratory the next morning. He intended to manufacture another sniper rifle. He would keep the initial version produced by the system for his collection as he truly cherished it. Very early, Chun Hong entered the laboratory, followed by others who gradually came in to start manufacturing the guns they designed. Making guns here was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Gao Yang looked at the classmates preparing to manufacture sniper rifles. You don't need to make a sniper rifle. Ooh, I've already made one over here. The classmates were stunned, yet did not refute, for they had seen a new sniper rifle on the table. Its design was incredibly striking, even perfect. At first glance, this thing could even be considered a work of art. With an only and a half meter long barrel, it looked exceptionally imposing. Is this the sniper rifle you designed? Gao Yang nodded. Effective range of 3 kilometers, firing rate 60 rounds per minute. Off. The classmate who designed the sniper rifle was bewildered, and Chun Hong and others looked over. What does that mean? Why is the sniper rifle's firing rate so high? Is it meant to be used like a rifle? Furthermore, a range of 3 kilometers is already terrifying. Gao Yang looked up at the group of confused classmates. It also comes with an automatic targeting feature. Huh. The group was even more confused. Oh, what does that mean? Automatic targeting. It's normal for drones or fighter jets to have automatic targeting, but for a sniper rifle to have it seems a bit absurd. Gao Yang waved his hand. Let's focus on making a set of equipment first. Don't wait until the combat team arrives, and the rifles are still not ready. The group began to busy themselves, and the classmate who no longer needed to design the sniper rifle started helping others with production. Gao Yang was also bustling around the laboratory, making 2 additional sniper rifles to ensure one wouldn't have insufficient firepower. At the same time, he made temporary improvements to others' firearms and assisted in manufacturing. From day to night, a total of 10 sets of individual combat equipment were completed. Also at night, 2 military vehicles arrived at the Defense Technology University. A 10-member combat team from the Special Operations Unit. They were the tools for this exercise. Before arriving, the 10 soldiers already knew what they were going to do, and they were curious about what kind of weapons these students would provide. With curiosity, the 10 soldiers walked into the shooting range. Inside the range, there were a total of 11 people. Gao Yang stood at the front with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Gao Yang, the captain of this exercise design team. The 10 men saluted simultaneously, and Gao Yang returned the gesture before pointing to the equipment on the table. You can change into the equipment first. Today is just a brief introduction. You will have 3 more days for training and familiarization. The 10 soldiers holding a bunch of equipment went to the changing room next to the shooting range. Captain, I feel like we're going to lose. Lose, eh? These pieces of equipment are too ordinary. They're all standard firearms, bulletproof vests, and tactical helmets, looking quite normal. Who said that? This sniper rifle is definitely a good piece of equipment. The sniper in the team already picked up the sniper rifle, trying to hold it while the feel is really good, even more comfortable than my original wife. So are you going to change wives then? I still need to try it more. It looks good, but may not be practical. The sniper played around with the sniper rifle. It's so cool. The scale design can still move impressive. Others were more pessimistic. Weapons that look flashy can lack practical value. What's the use? However, the design team was randomly assigned, so they had no choice but to accept their fate. Dressed in their equipment, the 10 men walked out of the room. Chun Hong led the classmates to help the soldiers familiarize themselves with the equipment. The familiarization process consisted of target practice. Everyone first tested the handguns. After a burst, all soldiers were stunned. This handgun was incredibly comfortable to use. Its accuracy was also very high. Using it felt super smooth. It made one unable to resist the urge to fire. There was some recoil, but it was relatively minor. Looking at the bullet holes on the distant target, they were almost clustered together, indicating high stability. The 10 men instinctively looked at each other, surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. This gun is really good. If the other basic performances aren't lacking, then it could definitely be equipped on a small scale. Next, they would learn about rifles and grenades. The soldiers were once again bewildered because the performance of these weapons exceeded their expectations. They were not just good, but exceptional. The guns they were used to were the latest models, but these firearms felt significantly better than the latest models they were currently equipping. Even in terms of performance metrics, they could easily outperform. Then came the test of the sniper rifles. There were 2 sniper rifles in total. The 2 snipers lay down and aimed at a target 200 meters away, firing simultaneously. Bang! A loud sound erupted almost simultaneously. Following that was the report of their scores, 10 rings, 10 rings. The surrounding soldiers applauded when the first shot both hit the target perfectly. What good luck! Only the members of Gao Yang's team had expressions of uncertainty on their faces. They recalled Gao Yang's words that this gun had an automatic targeting system. As for the 2 snipers lying on the ground, they turned to look at each other, both puzzled. Why was the recoil of this gun so minor? Aside from the minimal recoil, this gun seemed incredibly accurate. They couldn't stabilize their aim on the first shot. They retracted their gazes and fired again. Boom. Another loud sound. 10 rings, 10 rings. With 2 perfect scores, the remaining 8 soldiers stopped applauding and instead looked on in astonishment. If it were their familiar sniper rifle, hitting 10 rings continuously at 200 meters wouldn't be an issue, even quite normal. But this was a new gun. How could it be this accurate? Gao Yang spoke up. Adjust it to 1,500 meters. The 2 snipers turned to Gao Yang simultaneously. 1,500 meters. Were they dreaming? With this gun's minimal recoil, how could it possibly have a range of 1,500 meters? Gao Yang replied calmly, this gun has a range of 3,000 meters. The two snipers were even more bewildered. This was absolutely impossible. However, since Gao Yang said so, they were willing to give it a try. The staff arranged for a change of shooting area. The two snipers lay down again, looking through the scope at the target far away, trying to maintain steady breaths and aim. At 1,500 meters, they normally could hit the target, but now they were using a new gun. They had no confidence and didn't know how much drop there would be, so they could only rely on their instincts to try. Gao Yang's voice rang out. You don't need to aim too precisely. This gun has an automatic targeting function. Once it locks onto a target, you can just pull the trigger. The two snipers, confused, looked up. What? No need to aim, just pull the trigger. The two snipers nearly chose to obey the command and fired. Boom. Two gunshots rang out together, followed by the results report. 10 rings, 10 rings. The snipers were dumbfounded, and so were the other soldiers. The members of the research group, including Chun Hong, all widened their eyes. How could this be possible? They could be certain that the two snipers had not aimed because they had lifted their heads and the guns had wobbled, yet they still scored 10 rings. One 10-ring score could be attributed to good luck, but both scored 10 rings. Automatic targeting. Were they cheating? The two snipers were also shocked, exchanging glances before lowering their heads and firing again. This time they chose to aim at a different spot, at least 2 meters off target. Then just before pulling the trigger, they saw the gun swiftly adjust its angle. By the time they fired, the barrel was already automatically aligned with the center of the target. 10 rings, 10 rings. The sniper opened his mouth wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. What the hell? What the hell? Another sniper echoed, what the hell? The soldiers behind them also let out a soul-stirring exclamation, what the hell? The members of the exercise design team looked at Gao Yang, their admiration deepening. The two snipers began firing again, but this time it was a continuous barrage. With 10 bullets remaining, the two finished in 5 seconds. 2 shots per second. Gao Yang felt inadequate, even admiring their skill. Because this is the maximum firing rate designed for the gun. In the case of ultra-fast shooting, a total of 20 bullets hit 20 perfect targets. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The two snipers lying on the ground stood up, somewhat questioning their lives. Gao Yang said in a deep voice, there's no need to test the bulletproof vests. The official competition will evaluate their performance later. Additionally, all information regarding the weapons designed this time must not be disclosed. The 10 soldiers came to their senses, looking at Gao Yang with newfound respect. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. Before the exercise, familiarize yourselves with the firearms. If you win this batch of weapons, I will personally gift you a few. If you lose, you will get nothing. Yes. The soldiers instantly became excited. Winning would mean taking away such excellent weapons, which was a delightful surprise. After finishing his words, Gao Yang turned and walked out. He had completed his part of the exercise, and now it depended on these soldiers' on-the-spot adaptability. Chun Hong and others watched Gao Yang's back, falling into silence. Chun Hong, didn't you say you would invite Captain Gao for dinner tonight? Chun Hong shook his head after a while. Are you going to ask him? The person questioned shook his head. He felt a certain pressure when facing Gao Yang. Others sighed. Forget it, we aren't from the same world. But maybe in a few decades I can point at Gao Yang on TV and tell my grandson your grandfather worked on a research project with him when he was young. Others laughed, albeit with a hint of bitterness. They were all young, so how could they not have a competitive spirit? But when they were at their most competitive, they saw the mountain. That was Gao Yang. Let's go, it's time to eat. A group of people left, leaving the Special Forces team behind. The members of the Special Forces fell into silence for a while, and one sniper said, why don't you guys try the gun? Others were not snipers, but who wouldn't want to play with a sniper rifle, especially one equipped with automatic aiming? They fired 2 bullets, both hitting the mark, perfectly scoring 10 rings. The two snipers became self-conscious. As snipers in a Special Forces team, they were inherently talented, even gifted, and had undergone rigorous training over the years. This had led to their current level. However, with this gun, even an ordinary person could achieve the same results. Compared to the shock and joy of others as the potential replacements, they felt a mixture of emotions. Once this gun becomes widespread, they would be eliminated, because their shooting skills could not compete with the capabilities of this gun. No matter how uncomfortable the snipers felt, training had to continue. They needed to familiarize themselves with the sniper rifle. The more they familiarized themselves, the more shocked they became due to the gun's astonishing performance. The firing speed of sniper rifles is generally slow and could be improved, but no one had done so, because the intervals between shots are long due to the need for aiming. But this sniper rifle doesn't require precise aiming, allowing for increased firing speed akin to a machine gun. Moreover, it has immense power, but minimal recoil. All these features combined make this gun quite monstrous. With its capabilities, it can hit any target within a 6-kilometer range, while coupled with a sufficiently fast shooting rate. Is there anyone who can get close? Forget about getting close. Hiding is useless, as this gun is equipped with an infrared thermal detector and night vision capabilities. In other words, even behind cover one would be clearly visible. Thinner covers would be blown apart, and those behind would be sent to the afterlife. After the initial discomfort, the snipers gradually became conflicted, and as they grew more familiar with the sniper rifle, their mindset changed again. They were somewhat reluctant to be replaced by this gun, but they were also glad. because this tool is invincible in small-scale combat. It can reduce the casualties of comrades and increase the chances of victory. It doesn't matter if they are eliminated. As for the exercise using this gun, losing is almost impossible. No matter what the opponent prepares, unless they can launch a missile directly, otherwise there's no chance of winning. This is individual combat. Where would a missile come from? In fact, he had an outrageous thought that this sniper rifle might even be able to intercept missiles. Gao Yang had no idea how much impact his sniper rifle had on the young hearts of the snipers. He only wanted to modify the previously designed laser cannon. The previous laser cannon lacked a targeting system. If the targeting system from the sniper rifle was placed on the laser cannon, it could effectively hit satellites. Not to mention low Earth orbit satellites. Even satellites in distant orbit could be targeted. Late at night, Gao Yang called Professor Li. Has the laser cannon started manufacturing yet? Not yet. Professor Li paused and replied, it's still being analyzed. There are quite a few components involved due for confidentiality and better manufacturing. They need to be produced separately. That's fine. That's fine. I thought of an improvement method, add an auxiliary targeting system to the laser gun. However, the targeting system won't conflict with the main body of the laser cannon. We can manufacture the laser cannon first, and then the targeting system. Professor Li was taken aback. Targeting system. He felt he might have misheard and repeated system. If it is called a system, it must be well-developed and systematic. But the problem is Gao Yang just presented a laser weapon, and now he is bringing out a complete targeting system. How is that possible in such a short time? Gao Yang did not know what Professor Li was thinking. He just assumed he hadn't heard clearly. It's just a targeting system. I will design it and show it to you later, or we can make it and see the effects. Okay. Professor Li still pressed down his doubts. No need to rush. Gets late now. I'll rest first. Your health is important. Okay. Gao Yang hung up the phone feeling a bit excited and unable to sleep. With a targeting system, the lethality of the laser weapon would be terrifying. It would hit any target. Seeing it means hitting it. Late at night, he rushed to the laboratory to design the targeting device for the laser cannon. This was relatively simple with existing technology. It just needed to be manufactured according to the specifications of the laser cannon. However, while the technology was simple, the design was relatively troublesome. He worked tirelessly until noon the next day to complete it. He lay in the laboratory's lounge sleeping until the morning of the third day, then called Professor Li. The design of the automatic targeting device for the laser cannon is complete. When will you be free to come and get it? On the other end of the phone, Professor Li was looking at the semi-finished laser cannon. The first experimental laser cannon has been manufactured. We are now preparing for testing. Do you want to come and see? Where? The laser cannon was designed by him, and he wanted to see its power. Where are you? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Before the person sent to pick him up arrived, Gao Yang went to the library. He wanted to take a look at the general power of the laser cannon, but testing often takes a long time. To avoid wasting time, he decided to read a book at the testing site. Just as his bag was filled, two military vehicles stopped outside the library. Fully armed soldiers respectfully invited Gao Yang to get into the car. Then the vehicle headed straight to the nearest military airport, where he boarded a plane to the testing site. After passing through multiple checkpoints, Gao Yang finally arrived at his destination. It was clearly a highly classified military base where he could see tanks, armed helicopters, and various types of artillery. Everywhere were fully armed soldiers patrolling in formation and practicing drills. This was Gao Yang's first visit to such a place. As he walked forward, he curiously glanced around. There were many weapons he had only heard of but had never seen. Especially the tanks. To be honest, tanks used to be the highlight of military power, but now any weapon can counter tanks. He wondered if he could enhance large equipment like tanks. Not far ahead, Gao Yang saw Professor Li. Professor Li looked a bit haggard, probably due to lack of rest in recent days, but he appeared very excited, full of energy, as he quickly walked to Gao Yang's side. Let me take you to see the laser cannon. Under Professor Li's guidance, after passing through several more checkpoints, Gao Yang saw his laser cannon. The laser cannon was not long, with a barrel about half a meter long, and the rear was a spherical body with a diameter of half a meter containing the energy and fire control systems. Overall, it didn't look very big. The prototype laser cannon had a camouflage exterior. However, due to its compact size and rounded appearance, it seemed to lack lethality, which was quite deceptive. A group of researchers was conducting final checks. Gao Yang's gaze fell on the control panel and targeting system next to the laser cannon. Let me see the design drawings of this targeting system. The researchers froze upon hearing Gao Yang's words. This young man was so arrogant, asking them to hand over the drawings in front of them. These drawings were confidential. How could they be viewed casually? The researchers then looked at Li Qing, their expressions simple, as if asking where he found such an oblivious student. Li Qing smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Gao Yang, the designer of the laser cannon." The researchers' gazes fell on Gao Yang once more, but this time their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. Such a high-tech laser cannon was designed by Gao Yang. But since it was Li Qing speaking, who was known for his seriousness. Really? Li Qing nodded. It's not just team development, he did it all on his own. The researchers couldn't hold back any longer, looking at the barely 20-year-old Gao Yang. How old are you this year? 19. The chief engineer in charge of the project scratched his head. Having been a genius in a youth class, he had seen many young prodigies. Developing a laser cannon at 19 was truly outrageous. However, he did not say much more. Since the laser cannon was designed by Gao Yang, the targeting system had nothing to hide. He quickly brought over a large stack of drawings. Here are the drawings for the targeting system. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Gao Yang took the drawings and quickly skimmed through them, flipping through the pages at lightning speed. He had already obtained the automatic targeting system through the system and was now ahead of the entire world in this aspect. These things that were difficult for outsiders to understand were clear to him at a glance. After a while he said, "First use the laser to aim, then fire the laser cannon. It's indeed a good idea. Generally aiming will hit, but it's still a bit lacking." All the researchers looked over. First, there's the precision issue. The effective kill range of the laser cannon is 200 kilometers. If a target moves 1 meter outside of 200 kilometers, the targeting system needs to control the laser cannon's movement to a very small degree. The precision of this targeting system is insufficient. Moreover, the adjustment speed is also inadequate. If a target runs fast enough, the speed at which the laser cannon can turn cannot keep up with the target's speed. Secondly, the targeting system does not have a long enough range. The laser cannon can shoot very far, but this targeting system can only aim within 20 kilometers, making it impossible to lock onto targets at extreme distances. A group of researchers fell silent, but this was the truth. Normal missile targeting systems use satellites for precise guidance. However, the laser cannon could only shoot in a straight line and could not utilize satellites, only being able to see and then shoot. The problem was that currently the best straight-line targeting they could achieve was laser targeting. The issues Gao Yang pointed out could not be resolved. The chief engineer nodded. "This is a technical issue. We will organize a team to tackle it." "No need for that. I have already designed a set of targeting systems." Professor Li recalled Gao Yang's phone call from yesterday. Could it be true that Gao Yang had designed a set of targeting systems for the laser cannon? The chief engineer was also stunned, looking incredulous. "Can it aim at 200 kilometers? It can aim even farther." As he spoke, Gao Yang turned to Professor Li. "When does the test for the laser cannon start?" "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Gao Yang glanced at the time and then looked around. In the factory where the laser cannon would be launched, there were many devices. They were all used to manufacture new types of weapons, and the equipment specifications were very high. "There's still time. Hand me a hammer." The chief engineer was puzzled, but still handed Gao Yang a hammer. Gao Yang struck the base under the laser cannon with the hammer, separating the adjustment angle of the base from the machine gun. With that one hit, many parts shattered. The crowd was dumbfounded. Professor Li reacted. "You want to create the targeting system now? There's still time." Gao Yang repeated, handing the hammer to Professor Li. "Separate the main body of the laser cannon from the targeting system, then smooth out the welded connection points." Professor Li held the hammer, looking at the astonished chief engineer. "Help out." The chief engineer was stunned, looking at the damaged base with confusion, turning to Professor Li. "Do you know how many people are coming this afternoon? Do you know who is coming? If something goes wrong, the consequences will be severe." Professor Li glanced at the chief engineer in charge of the manufacturing project, then at Gao Yang, who had already gone to debug the equipment. "Is it more serious than shooting down a satellite?" The chief engineer froze for a moment, suddenly turning to Gao Yang. "It's not the military's secret weapon." Then he looked down at the laser cannon. The secret weapon was right here. Looking back at Gao Yang, who was already inputting the parameters of the parts, he realized that for him the consequences were severe, but for Gao Yang it was nothing. The chief engineer took a deep breath. "What are you still dawdling for? Help out." A researcher completed the disassembly of the laser cannon's main body, while Gao Yang had already activated a large number of devices. Although the equipment here was not the most advanced, it had everything he needed. He could manufacture multiple components simultaneously. After the chief engineer finished his tasks, he turned to look at Gao Yang's direction, then at Li Qing. "Is he really 19? If it were me operating these devices, I wouldn't be as skilled." Professor Li did not respond. It was a difficult point to address, since he also couldn't do it. A multitude of parts were manufactured, and Gao Yang began assembling them without the need for blueprints. The memories in his mind seemed to be imprinted there. The speed of assembly was quite fast, but the parts were too numerous and complex, still consuming a lot of time. The chief engineer and others watching from the side felt anxious. The base was completed and the laser cannon was fixed on top, followed by the installation of the targeting system. Busy until 2 o'clock. Technical personnel hurriedly walked in. "The people here to observe the test have arrived. When can we begin the test?" "Gao Yang just finished installing the last casing. All set. We can test it now." The chief engineer looked at the laser cannon, which had undergone significant changes. Previously, there was a cumbersome structure next to it, but now only a small targeting device remained. Gao Yang turned to the chief engineer, introducing this end can be connected to a terminal via a data cable to input targets for attacks. It can work with radar and satellites to confirm targets and carry out attacks. The chief engineer's mouth opened in disbelief. This targeting device of Gao Yang's could easily outclass his targeting system by 100 streets. But he wondered if it was truly effective. However, now that the time was running out, there was no way to confirm it. They could only proceed directly with the test. The staff pushed the laser cannon outside, and Professor Li took Gao Yang out first to the testing site. The testing site was outdoors on a hill targeting another hill. The viewing platform was on another slope, allowing everything to be seen clearly. Gao Yang arrived at the viewing area and was greeted first by a group of prominent figures. Almost everyone had a gold star on their shoulder with no bars, just the gold star. There were even 2 people with 3 stars. The generals Gao Yang had seen before quickly approached him. Gao Yang. Gao Yang remembered this general whose surname was Fu. General Fu. General Fu smiled and pulled Gao Yang into the crowd. Let me introduce you. This is Gao Yang, the developer of the laser gun and cannon, now a student at the Defense Science and Technology University. A group of generals looked at him in astonishment, scrutinizing Gao Yang without speaking, clearly in disbelief. I also didn't believe it at first, but heroes emerge young. General Fu added. Gao Yang didn't mind. A disbelief was normal, as it was hard to believe that someone his age developed such a powerful laser weapon. An old general suddenly waved, come sit here, the view is best. Gao Yang looked at the 3 stars on the old general's shoulder and quietly walked over to sit in the front row. The old man exuded a certain aura of pressure from his high position, yet he seemed very amiable. Gao Yang, what a good name, like the sun rising high. Tell Grandpa Zhou, is this laser weapon really developed by you? Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, someone rushed over and interrupted him. Report, the technicians cannot operate the laser cannon. The test will have to wait. General Zhou frowned, and a terrifying aura emanated from him as he said, the technicians can't operate it. How did they become technicians? Call the project leader over. Yes. In just 2 minutes, the chief engineer drove up in a jeep, sweating profusely as he approached General Zhou. Sir. General Zhou maintained a serious expression. Why can't the technicians operate the laser weapon? Did they not participate in its production? The chief engineer quickly replied, originally the technicians participated in the production of the laser weapon, but don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. The chief engineer looked at Gao Yang. The laser weapon requires the collaboration of the targeting system, and the system we originally manufactured is very outdated. Gao Yang temporarily created a new targeting system, but our technicians do not know how to use it and need time to familiarize themselves. A group of prominent figures turned to Gao Yang, their gazes filled with skepticism. This young man, how impressive. General Zhou also glanced at Gao Yang. Is this temporary targeting system better than the original one? The chief engineer shook his head. I don't know. Someone behind commented, you let us come to observe the test, but then changed the plan without knowing the specifics. How did you become the project leader? The chief engineer's expression became even more grim. Gao Yang took the initiative to interject. This matter is not his fault. I insisted on changing it. The range of the laser cannon is over 200 kilometers, but the targeting system he prepared can only target up to 30 kilometers at most, and with the system's sluggish response, it can basically only hit stationary targets. I couldn't stand it and changed it temporarily. If you want to hold someone accountable, hold me accountable. All eyes turned to Gao Yang. This young man had quite a bit of audacity. However, they were considering another issue. According to Gao Yang, it could target 30 kilometers, and given its great power, even if it could only hit stationary targets, this laser cannon was already quite formidable. General Zhou's tone suddenly softened as he asked Gao Yang, how good is the performance of the modified targeting system? Wherever you point it hits, destroy on sight. What a statement, destroy on sight. General Zhou stood up 15 kilometers away from the laser cannon. There is a tank. You control the laser cannon and destroy the tank. Gao Yang took out his phone and turned to the chief engineer. Please provide me with the contact information of the technical staff on site. I need him to help connect the targeting system to my phone. The chief engineer quickly took out a walkie-talkie to contact them. In less than 10 minutes, everything was ready, and a simple control panel appeared on Gao Yang's phone. Gao Yang swiped twice on the screen. Target locked. Fire. In the next moment, a brilliant laser erupted from the location of the laser cannon. The laser, as thick as an adult's waist, instantly surged forth, piercing through the tank 15 kilometers away in a split second. As the laser faded, the group of prominent figures hurriedly took out their binoculars to observe the distant tank, which had a large hole melted in the center, now rendered scrap. 1 second to lock on, 1 second to destroy. This laser weapon was somewhat terrifying. General Zhou nodded. Is the power sufficient to hit a drone 50 kilometers away? Gao Yang nodded, approximately in that direction. Immediately, someone prepared a drone. Gao Yang also swiped on his phone and quickly spotted the drone, then pressed the confirmation button. The image from 50 kilometers away arrived. The drone just launched into the sky, was struck by the laser, and instantly turned to ashes in midair. This time the binoculars couldn't see that far, but someone far away recorded the footage and sent it over. It was clear to see the laser obliterating the drone launched into the air in an instant. In modern warfare, drones have shown brilliantly. After all, they are cheap, have significant utility, and are hard to target. This laser cannon can hit drones, and the efficiency is quite high. Most importantly, it destroyed the drone from 50 kilometers away. All the military leaders on site were shocked, regardless of how controlled their expressions might have been before. At this moment, they lost control entirely. Their emotions stirred. At a distance of 50 kilometers, shooting down the drone exceeded their expectations before arriving. After all, the previous expectation was only to hit stationary targets. Suddenly, General Zhou thought of something very important. Can this laser cannon intercept missiles? Gao Yang shook his head and said in response to General Zhou's disappointed gaze, I don't know the specific parameters of the missile. If it's a hypersonic missile, it's highly unlikely to intercept it because this aiming system was temporarily manufactured. General Zhou's expression of disappointment instantly vanished, replaced by silence. There was so much information in this statement. Firstly, it's likely unable to intercept hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic missiles are not the same as supersonic missiles. The standard for hypersonic is 5 times the speed of sound. If it cannot intercept hypersonic missiles, can it intercept ordinary supersonic missiles? Furthermore, this aiming system is a temporary creation, so if it cannot intercept hypersonic missiles, will the future aiming systems being prepared be able to intercept them? General Zhou thought of many things, but simply said, arrange for a missile to test it. Sure. General Zhou began making phone calls to arrange for missile launches. Gao Yang said, we need the satellite to provide the approximate location of the incoming missiles. General Zhou nodded and looked at someone behind him. Share the satellite information with Gao Yang. With everything prepared, General Zhou looked at the laser cannon. The impact point of the missile is 300 meters in front of the laser cannon. Gao Yang nodded, okay. General Zhou picked up the phone. Launch. After giving the command, General Zhou sat quietly in his chair waiting. He was quite excited. So far, the laser cannon had completely satisfied him, and now it felt like an ultimate test. A total of 12 missiles. Even if they could only intercept one, he would be satisfied. Gao Yang looked at the phone screen, seeing lots of information, including data about the incoming missiles and the aiming system's lock-on information. Then he pressed the launch button. A beam of laser shot out. The laser cannon quickly adjusted its angle and then fired again. After firing 12 times in a row, Gao Yang looked at General Zhou and said, all 12 missiles were successfully intercepted. General Zhou was silent. He picked up the phone and switched to speaker mode. All interceptions were successful. Oh, I need the specific interception parameters. On the other end of the line, there was a long silence. Then a voice, somewhat incredulous, said, at a distance of 300 kilometers, all were intercepted. General Zhou suddenly looked up at Gao Yang. How far? 300 kilometers. The whole place fell into silence. General Zhou after a while asked, are you sure there's no mistake? I want satellite images. We've confirmed it several times. It was indeed the laser interception. The distance is also accurate. The satellite images will be sent over immediately. The call ended and no one spoke. Nobody dared to believe it. After all, it was just too absurd. Until the satellite images came through, a group of big shots gathered around, leaning in to take a look, just like elementary school students watching gaming experts in an internet cafe. Not just them, even the chief engineer who had just been scolded was also bewildered. This kind of interception efficiency was unheard of. Normally, intercepting missiles often requires dozens of missiles to intercept one, and the success rate is not high, but here with Gao Yang the success rate was astonishingly 100%. It's a bit abnormal. Moreover, didn't they say the effective kill range was 200 kilometers? How could they intercept missiles from 300 kilometers away? After viewing the satellite images, everyone looked at Gao Yang. General Zhou opened his mouth. Did you not say the laser cannon's range is 200 kilometers? Gao Yang nodded. At 200 kilometers, it can guarantee to penetrate a steel plate 1 centimeter thick instantly. At 300 kilometers, it can still cause damage, just not significant. It took 1.5 seconds to penetrate the front end of the missile. General Zhou was momentarily speechless. If it could penetrate a missile in 1.5 seconds, that is also world-class level. What about the aiming system? Wasn't it supposed to only ensure aiming up to 200 kilometers? At 200 kilometers, it can hit wherever it aims with 100% accuracy. Beyond 200 kilometers, it can be affected by weather conditions, fog, rain, etc., which will have an impact. General Zhou took a breath. So in the case of weather interference, it can still lock onto targets within a 200-kilometer range. It can. General Zhou's body trembled slightly. With this thing, the Dragon Kingdom's air defense would be invincible. Just install it on the ground, and within a radius of 200 kilometers, what can approach from the sky? Whether it's airplanes, missiles, or drones, things that give the entire world a headache, no matter how many come, they will be destroyed. Gao Yang put away his phone and looked at General Zhou. Do I still need to take responsibility for the modifications? General Zhou was a little startled, then quickly reacted, and then he also smiled. You certainly have to take responsibility. At the very least, you need to be credited with a great achievement. After saying this, General Zhou looked at the chief engineer. Continue with the subsequent tests. The chief engineer nodded and first took a car to the location of the laser cannon, preparing for follow-up tests. General Zhou patted the chair beside him and said to Gao Yang, sit down and chat. Once Gao Yang sat down, General Zhou smiled and sat down as well. When Xiao Fu reported that the laser cannon was invented by you, I didn't believe it. Now I am truly convinced at such a young age you have an extraordinary demeanor. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Gao Yang was being praised for the first time, still a big shot with 3 golden stars on his shoulders. Just lucky. General Zhou laughed heartily. One must not be modest when young. What's the point of being humble? Gao Yang felt that made sense. 99% talent plus 1% luck. General Zhou laughed even more happily, patting Gao Yang on the shoulder. All right, old Zhou will carefully observe how formidable your 99% talent truly is. The surrounding big shots also chuckled, then fell silent as they awaited the formal test to begin. At this moment, they were all emotionally stirred. Having seen the terrifying capabilities of the laser cannon through the earlier tests, the current test aims to determine just how terrifying it truly is. Such a weapon appearing on the battlefield would have absolutely excellent effects. The testing items were predetermined, and the subsequent tests would proceed in an orderly manner. The test results were surprisingly good. Gao Yang didn't pay much attention to the tests throughout, mainly reading a book. Occasionally, he would look up at the tests, and when he finished a book, the tests were also nearing their conclusion. General Zhou said solemnly. This laser cannon is already a mature weapon. As a researcher, aren't you a bit excited? It was expected. General Zhou laughed again. What a confident expectation. You should take down my number. If there are any inventions, improvements, or needs in the future, feel free to call me. The last two words needs were emphasized by General Zhou. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and he really did have a request. Can you give me a ride back to school? General Zhou was somewhat surprised. Aren't you going to stay a couple more days? Today is just a basic test and further tests are needed later on. The subsequent tests are mostly practical combat tests which have nothing to do with Gao Yang. The equipment is provided, the power is sufficient, and the effects are good. How to use it is up to the soldiers. I participated in a drill design competition at school, in the captain, and I need to go check it out tomorrow. A design drill competition. General Zhou looked puzzled. It's a competition where we students design weapons and give them to individual combat teams to compete. He raised his eyebrows, finding it quite interesting, but instinctively glanced at the laser cannon. Gao Yang understood his thoughts instantly and explained, only individual soldier equipment is allowed. Laser weapons cannot be used. Are you the captain? General Zhou turned to Gao Yang. Yes. Can you win? Basically no doubt about it. What a no doubt. General Zhou turned to his secretary, changed the schedule. I want to see what kind of individual equipment can win without a doubt. A group of big shots behind them also became curious. Shall we all go see? Let's check out the weapons designed by students now. Professor Lee at the back row looked dumbfounded. So many big shots are going to watch a children's competition. What a commotion. But at this moment he couldn't say anything. He had to follow Gao Yang onto the plane. After the plane landed, Gao Yang and Professor Lee were sent to the Defense Science and Technology University. The two sat across from each other in the car. Professor Lee looked at Gao Yang and said, it seems you have never held a military position, right? You should consider joining the military. At the Defense Science and Technology University, most students hold military positions, while Gao Yang was just an ordinary student who entered the university. Normally one could join after entering the school, but the problem was that Gao Yang hadn't attended any classes before. Now Gao Yang didn't care. A research could be done anywhere. We'll talk about it later. Professor Lee didn't pursue the topic further, but said, you have been given special attention this time. You must win. Gao Yang silently picked up a book. There was no need to say much about something he was certain to win. Professor Lee glanced at the book, somewhat puzzled. Did these books have any effect at Gao Yang's current level? However, having just been proven wrong, he didn't ask further and went to find the principal as soon as he returned to school to explain the situation. So many big shots were coming. Ample preparation was needed for tomorrow's drill. Gao Yang went straight into the library to continue reading. He didn't really care about the drill design competition. He was just there to enjoy the spectacle, as he was sure to win. The drill design competition involved two schools, the Defense Science and Technology University and Lonka University. The content of the drill was quite simple, divided into 3 matches: offense, defense, and random. Each person's weapon was equipped with laser devices, and their clothing was also fitted with sensors to simulate the most realistic combat. At this moment, 20 fully armed soldiers stood straight in front of the bleachers, more upright than ever. Not only were their stances perfect, but their eyes were also wide open, emanating a formidable aura, their bodies tense. If they relaxed, they feared their legs might give way. Damn it, there were so many high-ranking officials in the stands. At least a dozen generals. Among them were 2 3-star generals. Wasn't this just a playful competition among students? Were they really here for a mere formality? This formality was a bit nerve-wracking. They were up against figures they might not even meet again until retirement, all gathered here. Among them, 10 soldiers were absurdly shocked to find that the last design group's captain, Gao Yang, was actually seated between 2 big shots. That was the best view of the entire drill site. What status did this captain hold to sit there? The most absurd thing was that the captain was actually looking down at a book, entirely uninterested in the drill. Apart from that, the stands were filled with people. Quite a few high-ranking officials from both schools had also come. However, compared to the Defense Science and Technology University, the people from Lonka University looked even more bewildered, having only just learned that many military officials were present. But how could such a small competition attract the attention of big shots? The principal of Lonka University looked at the design group behind him and asked, "Are you confident?" "Yes. Just look at the equipment. We have utilized a lot of high technology, including drones and new weapons." In contrast, the equipment from the Defense Science and Technology University consists entirely of ordinary weapons. Such gear should have been phased out on a modern battlefield. The principal of Lonka University nodded, agreeing with this view, but he had a bad premonition. He glanced towards Principal Gon, who seemed to be smiling. Principal Gon smiled and handed the microphone to General Zhou. "Say a few words." General Zhou waved his hand. "We're just here to enjoy the spectacle. You handle it." Principal Gon took the microphone. "It's a best of 3 matches, a flag capture battle. Well-determined sides through shooting." It was quite normal to determine sides by shooting. Both sides selected soldiers to shoot, all snipers. They would shoot at 2 targets located 300 meters away on a 3-story building. Shooting from below upwards posed a slightly greater challenge. The snipers from both sides set up their rifles and then fired. 10 rings, 10 rings. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but nod. Their shooting skills were excellent. 9 rings, 10 rings. 7 rings, 10 rings. Each person fired 10 rounds. None of the snipers representing Lonka University scored below 7 rings, showcasing impressive performance. That was basically extraordinary performance. The snipers from the Defense Science and Technology University all hit 10 rings. The military big shots praised their shooting skills. Principal Gon took the microphone. The Defense Science and Technology University will select their side first, choosing the defensive side. With 5 people defending against 10 attackers, the attacking side will have 10 people attacking 5. The soldiers representing the Defense Science and Technology University loudly declared, "Report we forfeit the right to select sides." Principal Gon raised his eyebrows, surprised at their boldness. He looked at the soldiers representing Lonka University. "You have the right to select sides. You can choose now." The representative from Lonka University wasted no time. "We choose to be the attacking side." Both sides began to prepare. General Zhou nodded. Everyone is quite confident in themselves. Gao Yang raised his head and glanced at the situation on the field, noticing the opposing side's confidence. The attackers had the initiative, but it was actually more challenging for them due to the need to cross an open area. However, confidence meant little when faced with an absolute gap. On the Defense Science and Technology University side, 5 soldiers entered a 3-story brick house, with 2 snipers walking confidently, while the other 3 were so relaxed they even considered snacking. On the other side, the team was behind cover 300 meters away, making the final preparations. Start. With that command, the 10 soldiers from the Defense Science and Technology University simultaneously charged out from cover, using tactical movements to rush towards the second cover. Then one by one their bodies froze, abandoning tactical movements. Because their earpieces echoed with the notification, "You have been eliminated. You please leave the battlefield." Out of 10 people, only 4 reached the second cover. In a second, 6 soldiers were eliminated. The spectators from Lonka University were all dumbfounded. Oh, what was going on? Such swift tactical movements still resulted in the elimination of 6 people. Where did those damn sharpshooters come from? Their shooting speed was so fast, yet they were accurate. This was absurd. A direct reduction of half their numbers. How could they win now? The chances were bleak. On the Defense Science and Technology University side, very few knew the truth, and most were bewildered. Even the big shots around Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Such amazing sharpshooters. Which unit are they from?" Only inquiries without results. Oh, no one nearby knows. In the exercise field, the battle has not yet concluded. The 4 surviving soldiers opened the box and retrieved a drone from within. Releasing the drone, its screen immediately turned red. Drone hit, unable to use. The 4 soldiers took out another drone, but this time they forcefully threw it out. The thrown drone quickly stabilized in the air. This maneuver amazed many professionals in the stands. A group of students had surprisingly created such an impressive drone. To throw it out at such a high speed and still manage to adjust its flight posture in midair is a bit abnormal. But it was short-lived. The drone was also hit and eliminated on the spot. A total of 10 drones were brought, all hit and eliminated. The 4 soldiers hiding behind the cover could only break through forcefully and move closer to the building. Smoke bomb. After throwing the smoke bomb, the smoke instantly spread. At this moment, the 4 of them simultaneously dashed out, hoping to use tactical maneuvers to rush towards the next cover under the cover of smoke. But right after that, a prompt tone echoed in their earpieces. "You have been eliminated. Please leave the area quickly and do not interfere with the next. You have lost." A deadly silence fell over the entire exercise field. Was this it? The exercise hadn't even started properly, and it was over. 2 snipers from the other side set their rifles on the windowsill and ended the battle with 10 shots. Principal Gon was taken aback. Were they really that lucky to invite 2 sharpshooters at once? As a demonstration of new weapons, they hadn't even seen various equipment showcase their might yet. Second round of competition, switch offense and defense. Lonka University will have 5 people defend inside the building, while Defense Technology University will have 10 people attack. 10 minutes to prepare. Both sides began preparing for the second round. At this moment, the losing side from Lonka University couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this cheating? Such snipers are truly rare, right? This doesn't showcase the new weapons at all." Hearing the students' complaints, the principal of Lonka University reassured them, "Just wait and see. When defending against snipers, it might be slightly better." The students fell silent, looking at the field. The 10-minute preparation time quickly passed, and the second exercise began. The second exercise was still about capturing the flag. 10 soldiers armed with weapons designed by the Defense Technology University's design team stood behind the cover 300 meters away. 2 snipers raised their rifles, able to see someone aiming at them through the window on the opposite building. Meanwhile, a drone took off. If they did not hide behind the cover, they would be shot by the soldiers in front. If they hid behind the cover, they could not avoid the drone. The drone was also armed. However, for the other teams, it was a troublesome situation. The 2 snipers wielding the Guoyang-made sniper rifles took 2 steps back, pointing their guns upward, instantly destroying 5 nearby drones. After the drone was hit, it triggered the elimination mechanism and fell directly. The people behind the cover were stunned. Hitting a drone was already difficult, yet they managed to shoot down 5 at once. In that moment of distraction, the 2 snipers dashed out, simultaneously firing in left and right arcs. Eliminated. Eliminated. After 5 consecutive elimination calls, the battle ended. All 10 were unharmed. The 5 soldiers responsible for defense stood there dumbfounded. Was that even 2 seconds? No. In 2 seconds with 2 guns they only fired 5 shots. Sniper rifles, every shot a headshot, what the hell? Principal Gon was also taken aback. Defense Technology University wins. This is unfair. Suddenly a young man's indignant voice rang out. This is an exercise design competition, not an exercise. The young man was a student from Lonka University, looking displeased. The main purpose of this competition is to showcase newly manufactured weapons, not sharpshooters. With these 2 sharpshooters present, our equipment cannot be demonstrated. This is unfair. The principal of Lonka University remained silent and looked at Principal Gon, who also felt it was unfair, but couldn't say it directly. Principal Gon also found it reasonable. He watched the exercise and thought it was absurd. Clearly, it was a competition of equipment, yet 2 godlike snipers obliterated everything. The 2 rounds lasted less than 2 minutes in total. But Principal Gon did not speak directly. Instead, he looked at Gaoyang, hoping to see what he would say, but Gaoyang was engrossed in his book, seemingly not even watching the exercise. General Zhou next to Gaoyang noticed Principal Gon looking over and waved his hand. What are you looking at me for? Handle it however you see fit. Principal Gon was taken aback. He hadn't been looking at General Zhou, but the problem was he couldn't say he hadn't seen. Saying he hadn't seen would embarrass General Zhou. After thinking for a moment, Principal Gon also felt that ending so quickly was a bit unsatisfactory. Let the sharpshooters, who can affect fairness, step down, and let's have another round. The design team from Defense Technology University was seated just behind Principal Gon. They wanted to say it had nothing to do with the snipers, but since the principal had already spoken, they decided to wait. The exercise continued, switching sides again, and the 2 snipers were replaced. The 2 snipers notified were somewhat confused. Oh, why were they being swapped out? However, they were too far from the stands to hear what was being said above. Could it be a control variable method to try other people with the sniper rifles? The 2 snipers left the field, leaving their 2 sniper rifles for the 2 assault troops. With 2 fewer people, the 10-member team from Defense Technology University could only choose to defend with 3 people left to watch. Principal Gon saw that everyone was ready and picked up the microphone. The 3rd exercise begins. At the moment he said begin, all 10 soldiers equipped with Lonka University gear simultaneously rushed towards the cover. At the instant they charged out, 2 assault soldiers 300 meters away raised their sniper rifles, firing rapidly. Eliminated. After 10 consecutive elimination calls, the 10 soldiers stood still, listening to the sounds of their elimination, filled with confusion. Weren't the sharpshooters supposed to be gone? Why were they still shot dead with 1 bullet? Even more absurdly, those 2 snipers had just taken 2 seconds to eliminate 6 people. Now these 2 snipers had eliminated all 10 in one go. In a maximum of 3 seconds, they used sniper rifles to take out 10 people. Whether they were firing bullets or using laser simulations, lasers could not penetrate the human body. If it were a real situation, bullets would have strung them together like candied hawthorn. Moreover, how could a sniper rifle have such a fast firing rate? If it were called a submachine gun, people would believe it. In the stands, a group of people were dumbfounded. The young students who had just witnessed the events were somewhat bewildered. Was this elite squad made up of sharpshooters? He was still unconvinced, but the problem was he had already raised the issue once and the sharpshooters had already been replaced. Yet 2 more had appeared. The expressions of a group of generals at this moment were also quite intriguing. These 2 shooters clearly outperformed the previous 2 sharpshooters. Watching such a sniper in action is quite enjoyable. However, the drills seem a bit dull. 3 matches concluded in under 3 minutes. It feels like a wasted trip. They came hoping to see if the young people had any remarkable performances in weapon design. Now it seems that apart from the rapidly deployed drones and their swift adjustment of posture that impressed them, there was nothing particularly outstanding. Primarily, they haven't had the chance to showcase anything yet. An ultra-godly sniper does seem to disrupt fairness. Principal Gon is also stunned. A sniper of such caliber is a treasure anywhere, yet he's just casually borrowed for this demonstration. Should we eliminate these 2 sharpshooters and continue the competition? Or should we announce the results? Before he could contemplate, General Zhou proactively suggested, let's have another round and kick those 2 sharpshooters out. Drills are meant to showcase equipment, and they aren't suitable for flaunting skills. Chun Hong and the others felt a bit dazed, exchanging glances, signaling each other to mention the sniper rifles, but no one dared to speak up. The one who spoke earlier was the principal, and now it's a damn general. At this moment, Principal Gon chose to heed General Zhou's advice. Then let's have another round. The Special Forces team from the Defense Science and Technology University, with the 2 sharpshooters back on the field. Chun Hong couldn't hold back any longer and secretly called Gao Yang. Gao Yang's phone rang, interrupting his reading. As he took out his phone, he casually asked who won. General Zhou replied, your design team's Special Forces won all 3 rounds. Gao Yang stood up, then let's go. General Zhou hurriedly stopped Gao Yang. It's not over yet, don't rush to leave. Isn't it best 2 out of 3? Winning all 3 rounds, isn't it time to go? Gao Yang said with confusion, noticing the peculiar looks from those around him. Can I make a call? Principal Gon quickly explained, it's not that you can't make a call, it's just that the competition isn't over yet. Your Special Forces team has 4 sharpshooters. It severely affects the fairness of the drills. Gao Yang, still immersed in his book, nodded, that's indeed, so let's have another match. After saying this, Gao Yang sat back down. Chun Hong and the others were stunned. Gao Yang still hadn't grasped the situation. Principal Gon nodded, notify them to let the 2 sharpshooters off the field. Wait a minute. Gao Yang snapped back to reality. The two sharpshooters are indeed sharpshooters. Yes, quick on the draw and very accurate. Gao Yang suddenly realized best 2 out of 3 means they could finish with 2 rounds, so why play a third? Was an additional round added? Gao Yang asked in confusion. 4 sharpshooters 2 are the ones from this round, and the other 2, are they from the previous round? Principal Gon sensed something was off. Yes, is there a problem? Gao Yang looked up at Principal Gon, and then at the people around him all staring at him. Is it possible that the accuracy isn't due to the person but the gun? Principal Gon was taken aback. The accuracy is due to the gun. That statement raises some questions. Others had similar expressions. The accuracy is due to the gun. General Zhou asked in confusion, what do you mean? The gun is accurate. Yes, I've equipped it with an automatic targeting system. The gun can automatically aim. Everyone's expressions turned puzzled. The people from Lonka Institute were equally baffled. Installing an automatic targeting system on a gun. This can't be a dream, right? Seeing the reactions of everyone, Gao Yang knew explaining was futile and waved toward the distant drill team. The Special Forces soldiers swiftly approached, then tensed and saluted nervously. Gao Yang took the sniper rifle from the sniper and looked at the other team, waving. How far can your drone fly? Remote control range 2 kilometers. The speaker was a student from Lonka Institute. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow to the maximum distance. The people from Lonka Institute paused for a moment, then immediately complied, sending the drone flying into the distance. It flew further and further, almost to the point of being invisible. All right, 2 kilometers. Gao Yang raised the sniper rifle and turned to face the group of big shots. Could it be that I am also a sharpshooter? As he said this, he aimed at the distant drone and pulled the trigger. The drill system was still connected, and everyone saw the information displaying the drone's elimination. The students from Lonka Institute found it hard to believe. They hurriedly said the system uses laser testing, shooting in a perfect straight line. In real combat, a bullet flying 2 kilometers will definitely drop and be affected by wind speed. Moreover, the shooting range you mentioned for this gun might not even reach 2 kilometers. Gao Yang nodded. That makes sense. If I blow up your drone, you won't make me pay, right? At this distance, if you can hit it, don't talk about compensation. I'll even give you another drone. Gao Yang smiled and turned to the technicians. Come bullets. The technicians stared blankly. They recognized Gao Yang, the one who missed 20 shots that evening, only to hit all 10 rings afterward, as a sharpshooter. This is not just a sharpshooter, it's a gun god. Coming back to reality, he hurried to fetch the bullets. Soon he delivered the bullets to Gao Yang. Gao Yang loaded the gun. He pressed a bullet into the magazine and adjusted the aiming device, switching from drill mode to real combat mode. The entire process took 2 seconds as he raised the gun and aimed at the distant drone, pulling the trigger. The next moment, the drone in flight exploded. Originally flying so far that it was almost invisible, it was now shattered, and everyone could see it clearly. Besides the clarity, there was also a look of bewilderment on their faces. At a distance of 2 kilometers, hitting a flying drone in the air. What kind of shooting skill is this? Even a gun god would be curious about how it was done. In the dead silence, Gao Yang introduced, this gun has the farthest range of 3 kilometers. It can automatically aim with extremely high precision. Amidst the quiet, someone suddenly said, this gun can shoot 3 kilometers. Do you know how much recoil a gun that can shoot 3 kilometers has? You didn't even flinch. Gao Yang glanced at the speaker, a student from Lonka University, who appeared utterly incredulous. This was still hard to explain. The best way was to actually shoot. He loaded another bullet into the gun, not aiming at the distance, but directly at the sandbag in the drill area, pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet accurately hit the sandbag, which then tore apart under the terrifying force, exploding and sending yellow sand swirling into the air. The speaking student gaped at the swirling yellow sand with a single thought: this power is terrifying. The sandbag can withstand most bullets, absorbing the bullet's energy through compression. To blow up a sandbag, an extremely terrifying power is required. This bullet's power has been maxed out, implying a very long range. But with such great power, what about the recoil? Gao Yang continued, the gun's recoil is countered by the design of the scales on top, making it relatively small. And there aren't any other notable features. After the introduction, the scene fell silent once more. After a while, General Zhou's voice finally broke the silence. You call this having no notable features? A range of 3 kilometers, this is already the range of the most advanced sniper rifles. At this distance, the bullet must fly through the air for several seconds. Shooting requires calculating lead time. Ensuring shooting accuracy at this distance is rare worldwide. Each sniper of this caliber is cultivated at a tremendous cost, at least several million. The cost isn't the main issue is scarcity. To train such snipers, merely having money isn't enough, talent is also required. Hence, top-tier snipers are indeed rare. With the Gao Yang rifle, it is equivalent to being able to mass-produce these originally rare snipers. An ordinary person armed with this rifle could outperform even professional snipers. Professional snipers can cause extremely terrifying lethal effects on the battlefield. A top-tier sniper can have a significant impact on the front lines, and it's common for one sniper to intercept an entire convoy. Moreover, the terrifying rate of fire is essentially equivalent to the firepower of an entire sniper squad. When encountering scattered small teams, a single burst can take them all down. Deadly suppression. Such a terrifying effect, and this is it from Gao Yang. General Zhou took the rifle from Gao Yang, aimed at the flag on the rooftop, and pulled the trigger. The flag was severed with a distinct sound. General Zhou widened his eyes. This must be several hundred meters away, and the bullet should have a terrifying recoil. But the recoil was minimal, giving him the impression that it was no more than a small-caliber handgun. Putting down the sniper rifle, General Zhou was momentarily stunned, turning to look at the equally incredulous generals behind him. Come, everyone, give it a try. A group of generals stepped forward to try the rifle. The distant flagpole broke into several segments under the bullets. Principal Gon opened his mouth in shock. This sniper rifle is a bit outrageous. It almost exceeded his understanding. What kind of experience led Gao Yang to design an automatically aiming sniper rifle? And Gao Yang actually managed to produce a finished product. Automatic aiming can be applied in many areas, such as laser weapons, various cannons, and even missiles. However, the aiming difficulty for a sniper rifle is greater. Wind speed, humidity, gravity, as well as the movement of the target. All these factors must be considered. How does the aiming system achieve instant targeting under such complex calculations? The technical difficulty is a bit absurd. Principal Gon looked at the excited generals. He also wanted to try, but for now he had to maintain his composure and pride. The president of Lonka University subconsciously glanced at Principal Gon with some envy. With a student like Gao Yang emerging from the Defense Science and Technology University, their ranking might just rise. The students from Lonka University were equally bewildered. Looking at their designs, their first impression was that they were flashy. Then came the confusion. Oh, wasn't this a drill among students? How could something like an automatically aiming sniper rifle exist? It's as if two kids were fighting and one pulled out a nuclear missile launcher from their pocket and pressed the switch. It's not even on the same level. A group of generals fired several bursts, transitioning from initial indifference to immense excitement. They experienced the sensation of being top-notch snipers. Wherever they aimed, they hit. Just moments ago, they thought this drill was pointless and even regretted coming. But now it was completely worth it. The mere appearance of this sniper rifle made it worthwhile to spend a day here. They could stay here for a year. General Zhou finally held the rifle, blowing on the now heated barrel. He turned to Gao Yang and asked, "Did you design this?" Gao Yang nodded. The aiming system should be the same as that of the laser cannon. General Zhou was not foolish and instantly connected the two. Gao Yang nodded again. This thought in his heart should actually be reversed. It's the laser cannon that uses the same aiming system as the laser rifle. General Zhou carefully examined the sniper rifle and nodded. Can this rifle be mass-produced? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, this rifle is a laboratory product with high precision. I can attempt to design a mass-producible sniper rifle, but the actual performance is uncertain. Let's give it a try. If the results aren't satisfactory, we'll take the lead and set up a high-production facility. Even small batch production will do. All right. General Zhou nodded in satisfaction, looking Gao Yang up and down, then turning to Principal Gon. Prepare a confidentiality agreement. All information regarding this rifle must not be leaked. Principal Gon hurried off to prepare. The confidentiality agreement serves more as a warning, telling people not to speak recklessly. If someone does, there will be serious consequences. Once everyone signed the confidentiality agreement, General Zhou looked at Gao Yang. I want to take these two sniper rifles back. The military also has research institutes that need to evaluate the rifle's specific performance and then proceed with assembly. Gao Yang was indifferent to this. He just needed the original version of the rifle. Okay. General Zhou thought for a moment and then looked at Principal Gon. Is there someone specifically assigned to protect Gao Yang now? Principal Gon was momentarily stunned, then he quickly realized the issue. Gao Yang developed weapons like the laser rifle and laser cannon, but hadn't yet begun the reporting process. The designs from the Defense Research Institute undergo review and testing before reporting, which determines rewards and treatments. But this time it was Gao Yang who created something. Currently, the laser cannon is still in the testing phase, and results will only be reported afterwards. Gao Yang had no special treatment whatsoever. No. General Zhou's expression visibly darkened, and the surrounding generals wore similar expressions. Longhua has protective measures for top researchers. Those with special contributions or positions are assigned security. Gao Yang is definitely qualified. Moreover, how could such a genius have no protection? Principal Gon felt immense pressure, but could only bear it. This was indeed his oversight. Since Gao Yang is at school, he should be responsible. If overseas forces learned that Gao Yang was the one who developed the laser weapons, they would certainly go to any lengths. Gao Yang is too young, not even 20 years old, and already with such achievements his future is undoubtedly limitless. He actually neglected to provide protection for Gao Yang. General Zhou said solemnly, my bodyguard will be assigned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang frowned. I've always been at school. Ooh, I don't need a bodyguard, do I? General Zhou's expression was firm. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, but regarding the bodyguard, you will follow my instructions. The surrounding students looked at Gao Yang with changed expressions. A student at school could have a bodyguard. They were genuinely envious, but not jealous. This was what Gao Yang deserved. The drill had a somewhat anticlimactic feel, with several months of preparation ending in 3 minutes. But with the appearance of the automatically aiming sniper rifle, the value of this drill had already skyrocketed. A group of generals felt their trip was not in vain. General Zhou stood up and took Gao Yang outside. Upon reaching the drill site, he called for security and assigned 10 bodyguards to Gao Yang. Gao Yang clearly saw that all 10 bodyguards were armed. Armed bodyguards. These bodyguards served as a wake-up call for Gao Yang. The more he developed, the more he would create, and the more dangerous it would become. Although the Dragon Kingdom is safe, safety is relative. The things he has researched have all been amplified by the system, greatly enhancing the national power. He will definitely become a thorn in the side of foreign forces. At that time, there will surely be forces willing to take risks to eliminate him. The assassination of several nuclear scientists in the nuclear program serves as a warning. One must never underestimate the malice of others. These 10 guards seem adequate, but they can only handle conventional methods. If someone could obtain Gao Yang's automatic aiming sniper rifle, dealing with these 10 guards would be a mere matter of a single burst. Safety must be prioritized. Once in the car, Gao Yang took out a book which happened to be about the design of bulletproof vests. Should he wear a bulletproof vest? At the very least, it would provide a bit more safety. After Gao Yang left, the remaining individuals gradually emerged from the practice field. The principal of Lonka University led the students onto a bus, smiling at a group of somewhat dispirited students. Everyone performed excellently today. In front of so many prominent figures, daring to call out unfairness is already commendable, and your performance on the battlefield was also quite good. The equipment was noteworthy, especially the rapid stabilization technology of the drones, which was exceptional. However, there is no need to feel disheartened about losing to Gao Yang. In every era of the Dragon Kingdom, exceptional talents will emerge. What you should do is to chase after or follow in his footsteps. The students of Lonka University looked up at the principal, their eyes gradually filled with determination. They would never give up. On the transport vehicle, 20 Special Forces soldiers sat facing each other, observing the sniper across from them with curiosity. They did not know about the sniper rifle's automatic aiming capability, and they did not approach the viewing platform. Yet they were awed by the sharpshooter's skill. They wished to exchange experiences, but thinking of the confidentiality agreement, they could only hold back their discomfort. Gao Yang's car returned to the school, and he finished reading a book about bulletproof vests during the ride. The technology behind bulletproof vests is highly advanced. Even with the same materials, varying degrees of curvature can result in significantly different ballistic protection. Moreover, the bulletproof vests currently on the market in Gao Yang's view are not very effective. Take ceramic bulletproof vests, for example. When a bullet strikes them, ceramic fragments can shatter, and the protective plates may deform. In most cases, they can save lives, but injuries are still common. Large bruises are considered fortunate. There are also instances of fractures from blunt impacts, or even death. However, overall, bulletproof vests can significantly reduce mortality rates. Yet it is completely different from the image he had in mind, where wearing a bulletproof vest would allow one to withstand bullets continuously without consequence. Movies are misleading. But what if a bulletproof vest underwent a million-fold amplification? Gao Yang rushed to the library to search for books related to bulletproof vests. Before the system could provide the million-fold amplification Gao Yang needed to create a better bulletproof vest. The better the basic vest's performance, the more effective the subsequently amplified vest would be. Even if the performance is only slightly improved, the effect after a million-fold amplification would be tremendous. Principal Gon walked into the library while Gao Yang was reading, heading straight to him. I knew you would be here. Is there something you need? Gao Yang looked up. Principal Gon smiled. Why don't you prepare an application to join the military? The results of the second round of testing for the laser cannon will be out soon, and once they are reported to the Defense Science Academy, there will be rewards. If you enlist, developing the laser cannon would at least earn you a first-class merit. This is a reward you can only receive while lying down. Gao Yang felt slightly intrigued. Obtaining a first-class merit is extremely difficult. This not only accelerates promotions, but is also a rare honor. Most importantly, a first-class merit is a form of privilege. Military positions themselves are also a privilege. Alright, what do you need me to do? Just provide some basic materials. It's difficult for others to enlist, but students from the Defense Technology University can enlist quite easily. Graduating means a guaranteed rank, with good performance, earning even higher ranks. Gao Yang had not paid attention before, because he was busy charging the system. Now it was time to enlist. Alright. Principal Gon sighed in relief. Good, I'll have someone contact you and inform you of the materials you need to prepare. Okay. Gao Yang nodded, then lowered his head to continue reading. Principal Gon exited the library, looking at the guards still stationed outside. You all contact my secretary and have him arrange accommodations for you at the school. Yes, sir. Principal Gon nodded with satisfaction. At the school, others address him as principal, but he also holds a military rank. Gao Yang soon received a message from his liaison requesting photocopies of documents, such as his household registration, and he would need to cancel his household registration. Normally, a physical examination is required, but Gao Yang received special approval and did not need those things. Thinking of the household registration, Gao Yang remembered that he hadn't returned home in a year and a half. His brow furrowed again. He took out his phone and dialed a number which connected quickly. A middle-aged man's voice came through. Xiaoyang. Has something happened? Gao Yang listened to the probing question and felt a bit uneasy. I need to go back for a while. The school requires my household registration and other photocopies for my enlistment. The man on the other end fell silent for a moment before saying that might be a bit difficult. I can handle it when I return. When do you expect to arrive? They'll prepare some food for you. I don't know. I'll call you when I'm close. All right. Gao Yang hung up the phone and headed to the library to stock up on books. This trip home would at least take 2 or 3 days, so he needed to prepare extra books. 30 books should be enough. Two guards carried the 30 books following Gao Yang as he prepared to return. We can either ride back with you or arrange a car to send you back. Let's arrange a car. That would be more convenient. The guards respectfully asked, when can we set off? Tomorrow sounds good. All right. The guards promptly made arrangements. This group of guards was aware of what had transpired at the practice field. They were not just protecting Gao Yang because of orders, but genuinely willing to risk their lives for him. They were very attentive in their tasks. In just 10 minutes they informed Gao Yang, the plane has been arranged. If first you will fly to the base in Jiangcheng, and then drive over. Can we keep a low profile? No need to use military vehicles, you can be a bit more ordinary. These guards were still in military uniforms, looking quite conspicuous. Understood. Gao Yang returned to his dorm to read. Two guards stood at the dormitory entrance, drawing the attention of a crowd of students. The next morning Gao Yang began his journey home, first taking a car to the military airport he had visited before, then taking a private plane to Jiangcheng Airport. There he saw two jeeps and guards dressed in ordinary clothes. The two guards sat on either side of Gao Yang. From now on we are your classmates. This should be inconspicuous, right? When these guards were in military uniforms, they looked to be in their 20s at most. There was indeed nothing out of place. It was just that their bulging waistbands attracted attention, however few could guess that they were carrying firearms. Gao Yang was reading a book in the car and called his dad as they were approaching their destination. In half an hour the car stopped in front of an old factory. Old Chang, dressed in a suit and sporting a broad smile, rushed to greet Gao Yang as he got out of the car. You've grown quite a bit. Is this your classmate? Come on in together. Gao Yang led two bodyguards into the factory. The old factory had stood firm for many years and still remained sturdy. Hearing the roar of machines inside, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Old Chang, this is impressive. Have you upgraded your equipment? Old Chang, now familiar with Gao Yang's way of addressing him, nodded with a smile. I replaced a batch of second-hand processing machinery. A business is slightly better than before. Gao Yang wandered around the factory. It wasn't large, with only about 10 people inside. The equipment was indeed new, but it was still second-hand, discarded by others. Such factories can only handle the lowest tier of components, earning just a meager living. At that moment Old Chang observed Gao Yang, noticing he had grown taller since their last meeting. However, his smile faded a bit. I called your grandfather yesterday. He said he wants you to come back for dinner tonight, and will bring your household registration book. This was expected by Gao Yang. With his overwhelming desire for control, he must seize this rare opportunity. Old Chang's expression turned somewhat grim. Don't get into a conflict with them, or just go eat. And once we collect the household registration book, we can leave. Gao Yang nodded, but did not directly agree. The situation at home was complicated. Simply put, his grandfather had only one daughter who had recklessly married Old Chang. Not long after giving birth to him, she passed away. Gao Yang took his mother's surname and grew up in his grandfather's home. He was viewed as a foe by his grandfather's siblings' children, as his presence obstructed their inheritance. His grandfather never intervened, or rather he was torn between leaving the family fortune to his grandson or to the descendants of his brothers. Gao Yang had a strong personality and would directly retaliate if he felt wronged. Upon entering university, he didn't return home for a year and a half. If it weren't for needing the household registration book, he might not have returned for 4 years. As for avoiding conflict, if others don't provoke him at the dining table, everything can be discussed, but if they do, he certainly wouldn't back down. However, there was no need to say this right now. After lunch, Gao Yang went to pay respects to his mother and then took Old Chang's car to a villa area. The villa's main building was 3 stories tall and covered over 1,000 square meters. At that moment, the yard was filled with luxury cars, indicating that many guests had arrived. Old Chang parked the car, looked at Gao Yang, and reminded him, be sure not to get into conflicts. Well, leave right after dinner. Okay, Gao Yang replied with a smile. I'm not as reckless as I used to be. After saying this, Gao Yang strode into the villa. The hall was already filled with people chatting. As Gao Yang stepped into the villa, everyone turned to look at him, their expressions and gazes somewhat peculiar. Then someone sarcastically remarked, oh, isn't this our Gao family's prodigy? You've gotten into a good school and didn't even come back to see your grandfather during the new year. Gao Yang merely glanced over and smiled. And where did you get your face done? It looks a bit asymmetrical, eh? The woman speaking immediately turned pale. I didn't have anything done. If you say you didn't have anything done, then you didn't write. Gao Yang replied with a smile. This comment seemed inconsequential, but was the most damaging, leaving her with no retort. She didn't even dare to linger on the topic, wanting to divert the attention away from her face. Others were momentarily silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Gao Yang sat down on a separate sofa and turned to the 2 bodyguards, find a place to sit, don't just stand there. You've really made yourself at home here. Another voice chimed in, equally sarcastic. Gao Yang turned to look. Is this your home, third aunt? Third aunt was left speechless. His grandfather had only one daughter and only this one grandson, while these relatives were all the children of his grandfather's siblings. Some things simply couldn't be said. Gao Yang sneered. He understood their mindset. If his grandfather had no grandson like him, these people could claim a share of the Gao family's wealth in the future. Thus they wanted to drive him away. Another voice rang out, belonging to his third uncle. Gao Yang, how can you speak to your elders like that? Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, the sound of a cane tapping on the stairs above echoed. Looking up, an old man was slowly descending the stairs, tapping his cane as he walked, saying, Arguing right after coming back, you haven't grown up at all. Gao Yang looked up at the old man, his grandfather. I don't want to argue. I'm just here to get my household registration book to handle some cancellation procedures, and then he'll leave. His grandfather's expression darkened slightly. You'll get the household registration book after dinner. Okay, Gao Yang continued to read his book. Second aunt interjected. Why don't you even call him grandfather anymore? You're growing up without manners. I lack manners. Gao Yang was taken aback. Why don't you turn around and take a look at your two sons before saying that? One son just got out of prison after injuring someone while drunk driving, and the other lost money gambling and scammed his own family. Is this called having manners? What is it the manners taught in prison? Second aunt's expression instantly soured, becoming extremely unpleasant. Gao Yang wasn't finished. You're really not as good as my mother. You little brat, how dare you speak like that? A man around 30 suddenly stood up, grabbed a fruit knife from the table. Say that one more time. Gao Yang looked at him with the knife. Cousin, you truly have manners? Is this posture of holding a knife something your mother taught you? Damn it. Cousin could no longer hold back, directly lunging at Gao Yang from atop the coffee table. Behind Gao Yang, the two bodyguards quickly stood up, but being behind him, they couldn't reach him in time to stop it. Their response was swift. Knowing they couldn't stop him, they instantly drew their guns and fired simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The two loud gunshots echoed within the villa. The knife in Cousin's hand flew out, blood gushing from his arm. He stumbled back, clutching his arm in pain. The two bodyguards stood in front of Gao Yang, guns drawn, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding people, simultaneously stating, under attack, requesting backup. Inside the villa, old Chong was dumbfounded. His son's two classmates, did they carry guns with them? In the villa, the Gao family members were also stunned. Gao Yang's classmates actually pulled out guns and shot. What on earth was happening? Were students from the Defense Technology University so formidable that they could carry guns around? Only Cousin, who had been hit, wore a face of terror. His right hand was injured, and he cried out in agony, retreating while leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Old Master Gao had not yet reached the bottom of the steps and was shocked by the sudden turn of events, his face displaying confusion and bewilderment. After a lifetime of storms, even Old Master Gao was left bewildered by this scene. Just as the villa was enveloped in silence, a deafening crash echoed from outside as the large iron gate of the villa was smashed open by a jeep. The accompanying guards arrived, rushing to the front of the villa, quickly disembarking and charging inside with their guns drawn. Then there was a sigh of relief. Gao Yang was safe. That was good. They felt relieved, but those inside the villa were once again left in shock. Gao Yang's classmates only had handguns, but these men were armed to the teeth. What were they here for? Counterterrorism. Cousin was so frightened by the sight of these people that he screamed and recoiled, his eyes wide in shock. Gao Yang scoffed. Second aunt has a good idea. Using one useless son and me as a trade for her two sons, she could still keep a significant portion of the family fortune. Who knows, others might even thank her and give her a bigger share. What a plan. Before the second aunt could react, she saw two guards swiftly lunging toward her son. She hurriedly stepped in front of the guards, exclaiming, "You've already shot him. Do you still want to arrest him? If you're going to arrest someone, take me too. Call the police." The second aunt began to make a scene while everyone inside the villa remained unmoved. With such a commotion, calling the police would be useless. They might even join forces in law enforcement. The second aunt, seeing that her tantrum was ineffective, turned to Lao Chong. "Chong Yongfu, how the hell did you teach your son? You climbed into the Gao family, and this is how you repay us." Lao Chong also looked at Gao Yang. This situation had clearly spiraled out of control, and continuing would only make things worse. Just as he prepared to speak up, the second aunt continued, "It's no wonder your wife died young." Lao Chong was stunned. Gao Yang suddenly charged forward, reaching for a guard's handgun at his waist. The guard reacted swiftly, firmly gripping the gun to prevent Gao Yang from seizing it. "Don't be impulsive. At the very least, you shouldn't dirty your hands," the guard said, then aimed the gun at the woman kneeling on the ground, quickly loading it. "Leave this to me." The second aunt, facing the gun, felt a chill run through her body, followed by unparalleled terror. In the next moment, yellow stains spread across the ground, glaringly visible on the white floor. From the staircase, the old man Gao's voice rang out, "Gao Yang, enough." Gao Yang only intended to scare her. Killing her would only have a negative impact on himself. Forget it, it's not a capital offense. The guard also let out a sigh of relief. He was willing to die for Gao Yang and take the blame for him, but it was naturally better if he didn't have to. He lowered his gun and stepped back. Old man Gao turned to leave. "Come and get your things." Gao Yang went upstairs with two guards and entered the old man's office. The old man Gao handed Gao Yang a household registration booklet and an envelope. "There's a card inside the envelope. It contains 20 million prepared for you in advance." Gao Yang only took the household registration booklet. "No need, I'm not short on money." The old man Gao looked at Gao Yang. "Did you have any complaints when I insisted on keeping you by my side?" "There are some things I simply couldn't help. They are all my descendants, and you are still my only grandson. If your father wanted to take you away, you would never be able to claim my assets." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "You cherish it like a treasure while I discard it like a piece of trash. The so-called assets, you have, give them to whoever you want. I only know that Lao Chong has suffered countless sneers and grievances here just to take care of me." After speaking, Gao Yang directly strode out. Outside, the guards had already restrained Cousin and his hands were bandaged. An investigation would soon be initiated, and even if cousin acted impulsively, a thorough investigation would still be conducted. As for the second aunt, having just faced death, she didn't dare to intervene, only watching helplessly as her son was taken away. Her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood at the door and turned to Lao Chong. "Let's go." Lao Chong hurriedly followed, but disbelief was still etched on his face as he got into the car with Gao Yang. Looking at the jeep in front and the military vehicles behind, he was filled with confusion. What just happened? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "I developed something at school, so I got some guards." Lao Chong was somewhat taken aback. Just that, Gao Yang smiled. However, that small invention he mentioned might not be so small. Lao Chong didn't press further, driving back to the factory. Gao Yang didn't go back inside, but directly boarded a military vehicle to return to school. Sitting in the car, Gao Yang looked at the guards. How will today's incident be handled? Everyone at the scene will be investigated. If they had no ulterior motives and were just impulsive, it shouldn't be a big deal. However, if they truly planned this, then the consequences would be very serious. Gao Yang waved his hand. That's not what I meant. Their lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. What I want to know is, will there be any trouble because you fired your guns? The guards were momentarily taken aback, then replied, "There won't be too much trouble, but there will definitely be inquiries about the situation. A report needs to be filed, especially since shots were fired outside. Thanks, I'll send you some equipment later." The guards were stunned. Oh, what did sending equipment mean? But then he immediately thought of that type of sniper rifle and became a bit excited, nodding repeatedly, "Thank you." Gao Yang lowered his head and continued reading. Today's events served as yet another reminder that danger lurks everywhere. One must be cautious and careful. After all, if family members could charge at him with knives, how much worse could the bad guys be? He needed to get a bulletproof vest sorted out first. While Gao Yang was reading, a set of testing data on laser cannons and related design documents were sent to the Defense Science Academy. The Defense Science Academy is on par with the Long Science Institute, but while the Long Science Institute researches everything, the Defense Science Academy only focuses on weaponry. There is a dedicated team for laser weapons. When the materials were received, all the technical staff in the Research Institute were somewhat excited. They had previously known about the laser weapon and were immensely looking forward to it. However, the confidentiality measures were so stringent that no information was provided, and they didn't even know where the laser weapon was being researched. Could it be that aside from them, the military had other subordinate research institutes of the Defense Science Academy working on laser weapons? With curiosity, a group of people looked at the information at the top of the documents regarding the researcher. Then they froze. A sophomore student from the Defense Technology University, majoring in light weapons engineering, Gao Yang. The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute hesitated. "Isn't this laser weapon the one for destroying satellites?" "I don't know. This is the information sent from below." The director curiously opened the documents. Upon opening it, he was stunned once again. For the most critical information was the parameters. Looking at these parameters, his face was full of confusion, for the data was simply terrifying. As top-tier researchers in Long Country being at the forefront of the laser field, their first instinct was disbelief. It seemed too fake. The data in these documents was even more horrifying than what they had seen through satellites. The power was so immense that it could instantly penetrate a tank. Within a range of 200 kilometers, it could intercept all aircraft. Once mounted on an aircraft, it could effortlessly destroy almost all ground targets. This was completely impossible. But since this document made it here, it must have undergone testing, meaning all the data here was derived from those tests. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence, with all the researchers wearing expressions of disbelief. Their worldview was on the brink of shattering. Such data in their eyes was absolutely impossible. The data sent to them was essentially 100% authentic. It had not undergone verification or testing. The information simply could not have reached them. But how could such a laser weapon possibly be manufactured? Currently, the laser weapons of Longwo were already at the forefront of the world, yet the technology they possessed was on an entirely different level compared to the data of the laser cannon before them. If they were at a primary school level, then the weapon they were seeing was at least at the level of advanced mathematics. How could such a weapon possibly have been developed by a sophomore student? A group of people found it hard to accept, yet at this moment, they were somewhat impatiently flipping back through the pages. They were looking at the specific designs. The more they looked, the more shocked they became, and they maintained a silence. After a full 2 hours, the group finished reviewing the entire design. Although they could produce a similar weapon from the design blueprints, understanding it was quite difficult. The difference was indeed of a different order. Under normal circumstances, they should have understood the principles just by looking at the blueprints. But now they couldn't comprehend it at all. Their minds were a complete mess. How could a laser weapon be like this? Though both were laser emitters, why was this one able to emit such powerful lasers? Why was the energy conversion efficiency so high? Moreover, despite being the same type of laser, why was this laser weapon's loss so minimal? If it weren't for the fact that this item had been submitted from below, they would have discarded it long ago, deeming it too far-fetched. Now that they knew it was real, the group shared a single thought. How could this item possibly have been researched by a student? The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute, surnamed Wei, tapped the documents in front of him. Next, our research institute's focus will be on studying this laser cannon. The group fell silent. They had previously been the ones being studied, but now it was their turn to study others, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Yet they were also very eager as they were genuinely curious about the technology involved. How could a laser weapon achieve such terrifying power? Professor Wei lowered his gaze at the first page of the documents. I need to visit the Defense Technology University. It's outrageous that someone like this is still attending school. Someone who can teach me should not be wasting time in school. Lao Li, accompany me on this trip. When are we going? As for the project I'm handling. Professor Wei directly interrupted Professor Li. Currently our research institute has no other projects, only this one, researching the laser cannon. However, we still need other projects. The technology of the laser cannon cannot be leaked, and we cannot fully trust everyone in the institute. Professor Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, who has the time? Let's set off immediately. I'll go with you. A voice spoke up from someone who had been silent in the conference room. Professor Wei nodded. Lao Jin, you have taught at the Defense Technology University. You are indeed familiar with the school. Professor Jin replied, not only am I familiar with the school, but I am also familiar with this student who I taught for half a year in the special class, and he is a student of that class. The group turned their gazes towards Lao Jin, their expressions shifting to surprise and envy. Someone who had already achieved considerable success was actually a student of Lao Jin. If this were to be known later on, Lao Jin might very well leave a mark in history. Did you teach him the ideas behind the laser weapon? Professor Wei was notably more polite with a hint of uncertainty. Professor Jin remained silent for a moment, and then said amidst everyone's eager anticipation, teach. Not at all. I taught for half a year, and he was the only one who never attended class. I didn't even see his face. I was quite upset at the time, but now it seems it's fortunate he didn't attend class, otherwise I would have led him astray. Professor Wei nodded. Then let's go, you can help find him. Make sure not to go through the school. Lao Gan definitely would not want to let him go. Just ask where your student Gao Yang is. He's easy to find, he's basically always in the school library, and has even earned the title of a genius. The two set off, immediately making their way to the Defense Technology University at the fastest speed. They headed straight for the library. As they approached, Principal Gan received notification that the two elderly men were nearing the library. Principal Gan had long anticipated someone would come looking for Gao Yang, but he could not stop Gao Yang from going to the library. This was the plan he had prepared. He instructed the staff at the library to stay alert. As soon as any older individuals approached, they should notify him. There were very few students in the library, and even fewer teachers visited. Those who were elderly were basically there to look for Gao Yang. Last time, when Director Yuan came, he managed to arrive promptly thanks to the library staff tipping him off. Inside the library, Gao Yang sat in a corner reading books, all focused on bulletproof vests, with a cup of coffee beside him. He sipped his coffee while studying materials on bulletproof vest construction. The ordinary materials for bulletproof vests were all covered in the books, and they were quite comprehensive. The technical difficulty of this was not particularly high, but achieving better results was challenging. To put it simply, if a standard bulletproof vest were akin to a steel plate, then the top-notch bulletproof vest would be made from a steel plate treated with various techniques, or even a more robust alloy. Regardless of whether it was a treated steel plate or a reinforced alloy, all were improvements of ordinary metals. Gao Yang was currently studying the technology of standard bulletproof vests along with various processes and materials. Later experiments could be conducted to select the best material for enhancement. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his reading, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hello, can we talk? Gao Yang looked up and saw two elderly men around 70 years old. These two clearly had the aura of researchers. Is there something you need? Gao Yang asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Professor Jin hurriedly said, I'm the teacher of the special class specializing in energy weapons. Gao Yang stood up. Although he had never attended the class, these were his teachers, and he felt guilty for not going to class, which was somewhat disrespectful. Professor Jin, right. Please have a seat. I truly apologize for not attending your class. It's just as well you didn't. If you had, I would have misled you. Professor Jin was surprised by Gao Yang's attitude, feeling a little flattered. Professor Jin did not sit down, but took the initiative to introduce. This is the director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute, Director Wei. Gao Yang immediately understood why they were there, likely similar to Director Yuan knowing about his situation and rushing over to recruit him. However, Gao Yang still extended his hand. Hello, Director Wei. Director Wei quickly shook hands with Gao Yang, feeling relieved. Such politeness suggested that today's matter was likely to be successful. Just as he was thinking, Principal Gan's voice rang out. Director Wei, you traveled a long distance and didn't even say a word to me. Principal Gan's tone was somewhat distorted, especially seeing Gao Yang and Director Wei still shaking hands. He felt a bit flustered. How could Gao Yang leave? He absolutely cannot leave. Director Wei's heart sank as he glanced back at Principal Gan. They were of the same rank and were unable to impose any restrictions. He quickly turned to Gao Yang. I came here this time to invite you to join the Laser Weapon Research Institute. Our research institute is at the pinnacle of the world in laser weaponry. Once you join, everything in the institute will be open to you. Everyone can be your assistant, including me. If you need resources, we have them. If you need people, we can provide them. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Gan hurried over, already beginning to curse internally and genuinely feeling panicked. Gao Yang cannot just leave the Defense Technology University. Leaving before graduation is a different concept from leaving after graduation. And laser weapons are the direction Gao Yang is researching. The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute coming to invite him is undoubtedly appealing to Gao Yang. Especially since last time, when Director Yuan came, Gao Yang didn't even stand up, but this time, he even initiated a handshake. Cough cough, we can purchase the equipment from the Laser Research Institute that our school doesn't have. As for personnel, if you need assistance, the school can invite anyone you want. Director Wei turned to Principal Gan. What do you mean? With Gao Yang's level, can he still learn anything in school? Who else can teach him? At this point, he can only conduct research on his own. Principal Gan would not back down. Research is research, whether it's at your Laser Research Institute or elsewhere. Director Wei stood up. If he engages in laser weapon research, then our institute is the best place for him. Gao Yang looked at the two of them somewhat speechless. He would not leave, and as for the Research Institute, he definitely would not go there since there weren't that many books. On the other hand, even if he went to the laboratory, he wouldn't go to the Laser Weapon Research Institute, as he likely wouldn't be dealing with laser weapons for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he said, Director Wei, thank you for your kind offer, but I will not go to your institute. Director Wei was somewhat surprised. Why not? Gao Yang shook the book in his hand. I plan to change my research direction. This time Director Wei was even more surprised. Why? Principal Gan also grew anxious looking at the words on the book cover. How did you start researching bulletproof vests? You were engaged in laser research, why not continue? Changing research direction temporarily is equivalent to starting over. Gao Yang smiled. It's not that I don't want to engage in laser weapon research, but continuing down that path is meaningless. Director Wei found it hard to comprehend. How could laser weapons be meaningless? This is undoubtedly the future mainstream. Light and electromagnetism are the main directions of future technological development. Gao Yang gestured for Director Wei to calm down. I'm not saying laser research is meaningless. I'm saying it's meaningless for me to continue researching it. Because the industrial level cannot support my research. Director Wei was taken aback. How could that be? The precision of laser cannons can be produced by slightly advanced factories. Principal Gan reacted. At first Gao Yang was researching laser guns. Director Wei suddenly understood, and his eyes widened. The initial weapon that destroyed satellites was a laser gun. How is that possible? How powerful must a laser gun be? Laser guns cannot be mass-produced, and can only be made in laboratories, thus evolving into laser cannons. Director Wei thought for a moment, still somewhat unwilling to accept. The basic industrial level will improve. You can slowly research and wait until the industrial level rises before proceeding to manufacture. My theoretical knowledge has surpassed the current industrial foundation, leading by many years. As manufacturing levels improve, I will introduce more technology later. Director Wei looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. He realized why Gao Yang said it was meaningless. He was already ahead of humanity as a whole. Continuing to research was indeed meaningless. Gradually, Director Wei sat down. However, your change in research direction is quite a leap. From laser weapons to bulletproof vests in one go. Gao Yang also smiled. It was indeed a significant leap, but with the system in place it was nothing, just designing for fun. Director Wei opened his mouth, suddenly feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Designing for fun. Then he would come up with laser guns and laser cannons. Have they lived their lives in vain? They worked tirelessly on research, but it was no match for someone else's casual designs. Principal Gan beside him was also melancholy. He now wished that all researchers in Longhua could be like Gao Yang, casually designing for fun. Director Wei didn't know what to say, feeling deeply affected. He exchanged contact information with Gao Yang and left with old Jean. Principal Gan sat across from Gao Yang. It seems that the Weapons Research Institute might be coming soon too. Gao Yang knew this was Principal Gan's test. Although he had no intention of leaving, he still pondered for a moment. What advantages does the Weapons Research Institute have? Not much advantage. They mainly have more complete testing equipment for firearms, and most of the rest is about researching improvements and then testing. Every year they test a super high number of firearm designs. That's basically just grinding through work since there aren't many significant technological breakthroughs, so there can't be much progress. The guns from 200 years ago and the guns now actually differ mainly in industrial levels. The technological gap in firearms isn't that large. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. If the personnel involved in firearm research heard this, they would probably have a fight with Principal Gan. Though they are all guns that kill people, faster firing rates, longer ranges, and improved accuracy greatly enhance the efficiency of killing. If they do come, I will simply refuse. Principal Gan doesn't need to personally make a trip. Gao Yang smiled, as well, then lowered his head to continue reading. Principal Gan thought for a moment and said, you can go to the classroom to read when you're free. At least sit there for a while, get familiar with the students. Gao Yang nodded. That's what I was thinking, but there's no class today due to the holiday. After speaking, Gao Yang lowered his head to read. He could read 20 books in a day off, and he couldn't waste it. While Gao Yang was reading in the Weapons Research Institute under the Defense Science Academy, a group of people were staring at the items on the table, two uniquely designed sniper rifles. The appearance of the two sniper rifles was stunning. Can such a gun shoot 3 kilometers? The head of the Research Institute looked at General Fu with some shock. General Fu nodded. Yes, but the specifics still await testing results. The Research Institute head remained somewhat skeptical. This gun looked too flashy. A good gun's appeal comes from the beauty of the design, not from embellishing it with scaly patterns. Such guns are usually designed by students, sacrificing some internal qualities for outward appearance. However, since it was brought by General Fu, it had to be thoroughly tested. The testing range for the sniper rifle is only 200 meters long. While the rifle has a long shooting range, the test results primarily rely on calculations. These calculations can yield a remarkably accurate assessment of the actual range. To conduct a real test over 3 kilometers, a skilled marksman must be prepared for each shot, otherwise hitting the target would be nearly impossible. The technicians set up the rifle for a test shot. Recording devices are not needed for the initial shots. They secure the rifle on an automatic firing platform and then pull the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet struck the center of the target 100 meters away. A researcher beside them smiled and said the angle was adjusted perfectly on the first shot. Truly impressive, not a fraction off, right on the bullseye. The technician also smiled, attributing it purely to good fortune, and pressed the launch button again. The second bullet is to confirm that the first shot was accurate. Once again hitting the bullseye, they were ready to begin the formal testing. The technician quickly adjusted the on-site equipment and replaced the target paper. Then the technician froze, staring at the target for a few seconds before regaining composure. 2 bullet holes perfectly overlapping. This luck seemed a bit absurd. He hadn't seen overlapping bullet holes like this in a long time. Typically, if 2 bullet holes are close together, it's just a stroke of luck. They folded the target paper for preservation, switched to a new target, and replaced the rear grass target as well. For the subsequent live-fire tests, they needed to observe how deeply the bullets penetrated to calculate their kinetic energy. Once everything was replaced, the test began. The first test was for power. They fired again, causing the grass target to be penetrated by nearly half a meter. If it were replaced with a 2 or 3 centimeters thick steel plate, it would likely be easily penetrated. Calculations showed that the bullet's kinetic energy while traveling flat possesses lethality within 3,400 meters. At close range, it could easily pierce armor. Typical bulletproof vests can't withstand it, and even if a heavy-duty protective suit could, the person inside would still suffer serious impact. When the test results came out, the expressions of the researchers looking at the sniper rifle changed. This rifle weighs only about 12 pounds, and the bullet can generate such massive power. Moreover, why is the recoil data so minimal? It's only slightly larger than that of an ordinary handgun. How is this possible? A group of researchers stepped closer, examining the scales. They fired again, this time focusing on the scales. The scales opened before firing and abruptly closed after the shot. This mechanism helps to negate the recoil. But how could such a mechanical method achieve such a significant effect with this momentary explosive power? The third shot, the fourth shot. After firing a total of 10 shots, a group of researchers was captivated by the changes in the scales. Already in awe, this scale design is simply brilliant, and the technology used is absolutely advanced. And it's very stable. I remember 2 years ago someone placed springs in the stock to absorb and release energy, which greatly reduced accuracy. This is a design that solidly combines both aspects and even reduces recoil, thereby enhancing accuracy. A group of researchers chatted excitedly, only to notice the technician lost in thought. What's wrong? The technician looked down at the tablet in his hand, which displayed various data. Just now, the group of researchers focused only on the recoil and the scale design, completely overlooking the data. However, he reviewed the data for each shot. What confused him was that the 1-meter grass target had been penetrated. All 10 bullets struck the same point, without even a millimeter of deviation. Bullets stacked on top of each other, completely penetrating the grass target. But this shouldn't be possible. Bullets are supposed to have some variance. For a sniper rifle under such precise conditions, 2 bullets within a centimeter of each other at 100 meters is considered peak performance. Yet this rifle achieved overlapping bullet holes at 100 meters using ordinary bullets. Previously, he thought the preserved target paper was merely luck. Now it seemed otherwise. However, he found it hard to comprehend how this was achieved. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the researchers, the technician flipped the panel. Just now, all 10 bullets hit the same point. The bullet holes overlapped, and the grass target was penetrated. All the researchers were instantly stunned, then turned their attention to the panel, looking at the data, their eyes widening in disbelief. Data cannot lie. Suddenly, someone rushed towards the grass target 100 meters away, with the others following suit, each one eager to see. They examined the penetrated grass target, checked the target paper, and reviewed the footage of the bullet's entry. The researchers were dumbfounded as they returned to the rifle, unable to restrain themselves from asking, "This is impossible. Oh, bullets have their discrepancies. How could it be so precise? Is there an issue with the rifle? Did the bullets get modified by the gun after firing, resulting in increased accuracy? That seems to be the only possibility, but that shouldn't be possible. Once the bullet is fired, how can adjustments be made? It could also be the rifling." Upon mentioning rifling, the group suddenly realized the difference between rifles with rifling and those without is enormous. Could it be something similar to rifling? The researchers were eager to dismantle the rifle for study at that moment, but for now they still needed to test. After testing the rate of fire, the researchers were already stunned. 120 bullets per minute. Is this really a sniper rifle? Unable to contain themselves, the group looked at General Fu, who developed this rifle. It's simply terrifying. After observing the entire testing process, General Fu looked at the wide-eyed crowd, suddenly feeling a sense of superiority. Country bumpkins. Is this all? It's not terrifying enough. While speaking, General Fu approached the automatic shooting platform and began adjusting the shooting angle. He tilted the angle by 2 degrees. With a 2-degree tilt, the bullet would veer off significantly. General Fu pulled the trigger directly. In the next moment, the technician stared at the panel, letting out a soul-shaking scream, "What the hell, this is insane." The researchers rushed over to observe the panel. Looking at the display, the bullets still accurately passed through the center of the target paper. All in a daze, "What's happening?" General Fu stated, "This rifle has an automatic aiming function." The rifle? Automatic aiming. The researchers exchanged glances. Having studied firearms their entire lives, they had never heard of such a concept. Yet they had witnessed a miracle. Continuing to adjust the angle, they conducted more test shots. They discovered the secret behind the rifle's angle adjustment. The stock was adjustable. However, they could not comprehend the technology involved. General Fu looked at the group, wishing he could see through the sniper rifle's inner workings. "This rifle cannot be dismantled. We need it for testing. All we want is a complete testing report to assess it for mass production." The researchers finally reacted once again. Shaken mass production meant re-equipping. Every time the Dragon Kingdom changes equipment, it's a significant event. Especially with the mass replacement of firearms, due to the large quantity, each re-equipping signifies enormous military expenditure. The laboratory has many weapons that are superior to the ones currently equipped. The ones that can be equipped are few and far between. Yet the effectiveness of this rifle is evident. It's a revolutionary product, and if it can be mass-produced, it absolutely will be. If this appeared on the battlefield in a small-scale engagement, it would be a devastating weapon. No matter how formidable the opponent, they would be struck down. After all, no amount of training can surpass a cheat. "Who is the inventor of this gun?" a researcher asked somewhat enviously. General Fu shook his head, saying, "That's not important. It's extremely important. The person who researched this gun must be brought to the Firearms Research Institute. The same technology can be applied not only to sniper rifles, but also to rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even machine guns. This device can be placed on the battlefield without the need for human control. Positioned high up, it can autonomously seek targets, making it immensely significant in combat." General Fu furrowed his brows. This was something he hadn't considered. "I'll talk to him later." "Go now. I'll speak to him personally." The researcher was already impatient. He was confused, not understanding how this gun achieved such terrifying precision, and he wanted to inquire about the principles behind it. General Fu remained still and said, "First conduct all tests, prepare the test report, and then we'll go." The researchers were super curious. If they could grow wings, they would have already flown there. But they didn't know who the developer was, and could only continue testing. After the tests, they would follow General Fu to meet him. The subsequent tests focused on the gun's self-adjusting angle, which could reach a maximum of 30 degrees. It was already incredibly horrifying. It meant that a sniper with this gun could hit a target within a range of several hundred meters. In this day and age, as long as one is not an idiot, anyone can handle a sniper rifle. Then there's the issue of shooting range. Ordinary bullets can reach up to 3 kilometers, and with special sniper rounds or fully loaded ammunition, the range can be even farther. And the automatic aiming effect still applies. The more they tested, the more shocking it became. In contrast with other guns, if you weigh the pros and cons, you have to make sacrifices. For example, if it has power, the accuracy will decrease, and if you want accuracy, you have to sacrifice some power. This sniper rifle is a hexagonal warrior. It has a fast firing rate, high accuracy, long range, a lightweight body, minimal recoil, and is incredibly stylish. It's simply invincible. Once the test report was ready, a group of researchers looked at the data, their expressions somewhat dazed. They couldn't even believe this was produced by their own hands, because it was too exaggerated and too absurd. But they had personally tested it. The researcher handed the test report to General Fu. "When you take the report up, it's best to bring the gun as well. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one will believe it." General Fu took the test report, glanced at it, and nodded. Even though he had seen the gun's power and witnessed the tests, looking at the report still felt absurd. "Okay," the researcher said again, "can you take me to see the development team? With his abilities, if he doesn't join our Firearms Research Institute, it would be a tremendous loss." General Fu did not respond immediately, because he didn't think so. He had seen Gao Yang's laser gun and the tests of the laser cannon. In his view, the effectiveness of the laser cannon and laser gun was definitely greater than that of the sniper rifle. One is for ambush from the shadows, while the other is out in the open, capable of destroying everything from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, as energy weapons, laser weapons possess a higher technical content than sniper rifles. However, seeing the researchers' eager and even pleading expressions, General Fu pondered for a moment. "I can take you to meet him, but whether he is willing to come depends on his own will. If you can't convince him, then there's nothing we can do." "Okay." The researcher nodded confidently, saying, "Our Firearms Research Institute is currently the most advanced in Long Country. If he wants to study firearms, he will definitely be willing to come." General Fu could not dispute that, so he sealed the test report and affixed a confidentiality seal. This test report was classified. The secretary quickly left with the report, and General Fu looked at the researcher. "Let's go. Oh, I'll take you to find the developer of the sniper rifle." In the library of the Defense Science and Technology University, Gao Yang was still immersed in a sea of books. He was reading books related to bulletproof vests with great interest. Many people think that the technology behind bulletproof vests is not high. That is truly a limitation imposed by preconceived notions. From what he had seen in these books, once any suitable materials were discovered, they would be considered for making bulletproof vests at the first opportunity. Various new types of bulletproof vests would undergo numerous tests to determine the most suitable thickness, shape, and flexibility. This item looks like a simple board, but it possesses a very high intrinsic value. While Gao Yang was reading, a guard hurried over, holding a thick stack of materials in his hands. "This is the investigation report regarding your attack." "So many?" Gao Yang asked curiously. "Everyone present has been investigated." The guard replied politely, "We can start arresting people at any time." Gao Yang was even more surprised. "Arrest people? Why arrest people?" He opened the material bag and first saw the interrogation transcripts in which his cousin insisted that he acted impulsively. But there were inconsistencies in his words, and the interrogators managed to extract the real substance. He was indeed someone who had been pushed out as a knife. Gao Yang was stunned. Initially, when he was at the Gao family villa, he mentioned that his cousin was colluding with him, just wanting the guards to arrest someone to teach his cousin a lesson. As for the possibility of a conspiracy to kill him, he hadn't even thought of that. He didn't expect that someone from his own family could be so outrageous. At the same time, cold sweat broke out on his back. If it weren't for General Zhou providing him with guards, he might have been done for. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's expression darkened as he continued to read on, seeing that his cousin had implicated a group of people in collusion. And surprisingly, a group of individuals had even prepared a contract. The contract stated that his cousin's family would receive a larger share of the inheritance from Old Master Gao, with 6 copies of the contract. This meant that 6 families were involved. In order to avoid anyone reneging, his cousin had prepared a contract. The contract was not legally binding, but was a means of exerting pressure. Anyone who didn't pay would be exposed. At the bottom of the transcript was a copy of the contract with several signatures on it, which could now be used as direct evidence. Gao Yang had to marvel at how this group of people was truly absurd, saving him the step of looking for evidence. Further along were the investigation materials for everyone present. Most of them held positions in Gao's family group, involved in various embezzlements and tax evasion, a huge pile of offenses. Some were even receiving pay for no work. They had somehow prepared a large number of IDs and were collecting a huge amount of salaries. Gao Yang casually flipped through it, a group of parasites. As Gao Yang prepared to put away the materials, he noticed a few scattered papers at the back. Upon closer inspection, Gao Yang's expression darkened again. The papers contained information regarding the Gao family's dealings with the Old Chang factory over the years. The factory was contracted by Old Chang over 20 years ago. Originally, there was great potential, but later they missed the opportunity and stalled, becoming increasingly dilapidated. Gao Yang used to think that Old Chang lacked operational ability, but now it seemed that it wasn't a matter of insufficient ability. Many good contracts were snatched away at the last minute. Amidst various disputes, Old Chang managed to maintain the factory for over 20 years and even updated a batch of equipment. The Gao family had essentially blocked the possibility of Lao Chang collaborating with the large company. Otherwise, he would have risen to prominence long ago. Yet this group, which only dared to play dirty tricks, actually had the audacity to commit murder. Gao Yang looked at the guard and asked, "How will these people be dealt with?" The guard shook his head. "I don't know, but your attitude is very important." "Then handle it seriously." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Help me send a copy of this information to my grandfather." "No need to send it. The investigation team has detailed information. Just a phone call will do." "All right." Gao Yang watched the guard leave and then looked at the book in front of him. "Damn it, life is full of crises, and there will always be troublesome people wanting to harm me. I need to stay up late reading to figure out how to prepare my life-saving gear." As for what his grandfather thought and how upset he was, Gao Yang didn't care. Sending this information over was just to make him uncomfortable. After reading until 8 in the evening, Gao Yang's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised and answered the phone. "Lao Chang. Did I interrupt your reading?" Lao Chang said tentatively. "It's fine, there aren't many people in the library." Gao Yang closed the book. "What's up?" "Your grandfather contacted me today wanting to hand the company over to me for management." Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. Was this the old man expressing disappointment in his family? Did he have no choice but to choose Lao Chang? "Did you agree?" "I refused." Lao Chang paused for a moment and said, "But I refused on the condition that we need to discuss it, and there is room for communication." "Why did you refuse?" Gao Yang also wanted Lao Chang to refuse, but still asked. "I never intended to gain anything from the Gao family. It's a matter of dignity. Because of you, I've had to stay with the Gao family these years, and I see no need to keep bowing my head." Gao Yang could understand this issue of dignity. One could lose blood, but must not lose their spirit. Lao Chang fell silent for a moment and said, "If you need me, I can take over the Gao family." Gao Yang knew that this meant Lao Chang was willing to give up his dignity for his needs. Yet he laughed and said, "You have ambition, don't I? What I want, I will fight for myself." Lao Chang also laughed. "All right, let's work hard together. Things like those we don't need to covet." Gao Yang hung up the phone with a smile, thinking of Lao Chang's rundown factory. He needed to find a way to help. Just as he was thinking, Gao Yang saw an acquaintance walk into the library. General Fu. General Fu had 2 stars on his shoulders and was the first to observe Gao Yang's laser gun testing. He was also the most enthusiastic during the testing of the laser cannon, having introduced people to Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood up with a smile. "General Fu." General Fu also greeted him with a smile and then said, "Let me introduce you. This is Professor Tong, the head of the Firearms Research Institute." Gao Yang looked at the researcher following General Fu and nodded. "Professor Tong." Professor Tong nodded to Gao Yang as a greeting, then looked at General Fu and said, "Aren't you supposed to take me to meet that team?" General Fu pointed at Gao Yang. "Let me introduce you. The sniper rifle with automatic aiming is developed by him." Professor Tong suddenly turned his head to look at Gao Yang, his face filled with disbelief. Gao Yang looked to be at most 20 years old. How could such a young person develop such an excellent sniper rifle? Looking down at the book Gao Yang was reading, it was all about bulletproof vests. This seemed a bit ridiculous. A person studying firearms reading books about bulletproof vests. Isn't that a distraction? Where's your research log about the guns? Let me see. Gao Yang looked at Professor Tong, not speaking initially. Did he come up directly asking for the research log? How bold. Professor Tong suddenly reacted and quickly said, "I didn't mean anything else but just that your gun is what I tested. I want to confirm your identity and also see the technology used in that sniper rifle. The research logs are very confidential. Normally, they record the progress of research problems encountered and so on. However, for firearms, the logs aren't as crucial because most firearms can be restored proportionally once disassembled. But Gao Yang had no logs. I don't have the habit of preparing logs when I research things." Professor Tong was somewhat surprised, but said nothing further, continuing to ask, "What technology did you use in your sniper rifle to achieve such high accuracy?" Normal people wouldn't ask like that, but Gao Yang understood Professor Tong's excitement at this moment. Accuracy comes from the rifling, which has a special design inside. Professor Tong became even more excited. "I invite you to join the Firearms Research Institute. I will give you my position as the head." These were the third group of people trying to poach him. Gao Yang now wanted to put up a sign outside the library. He wasn't going anywhere. Not going. Professor Tong was even more surprised. "Why? You want to study firearms? Oh, our research institute is your best choice." Gao Yang gently patted the book in front of him, helplessly saying, "I just want to research a bulletproof vest right now, not firearms." "Why, oi?" Gao Yang was too lazy to explain further and simply shook his head. "If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I'm reading." Professor Tong looked at Gao Yang, picking up the book, confusion in his eyes, but he still stood up and turned to leave. General Fu didn't leave. He sat across from Gao Yang and asked, "Let me ask you something. Can the aiming system on the sniper rifle be used on other firearms? Rifles, submachine guns, handguns?" "Yes." Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. "It's not difficult. If you want it, I can produce a finished product in a day or two." General Fu was surprised. So simple. Gao Yang didn't respond to the knowledge, and his mind was abundant. Such a change was akin to turning 1 + 1 into 2 + 2, an answer he could easily provide without thinking. The test results of the firearms and the results of the laser weapon tests have already been submitted for evaluation, and they are likely to be equipped. Gao Yang was taken aback. Developing something and actually equipping it were two different concepts. There was a pile of things developed that just gathered dust, but very few were actually equipped. Gao Yang confirmed that what he had produced was highly functional, but he had no certainty about whether it would be equipped. Suddenly Gao Yang thought of Lao Chang's call. "Can I specify a partner for the equipment manufacturing?" General Fu nodded. "Yes, but you need to verify qualifications to see if they have production capacity." "They definitely don't have production capacity, my father's factory, but such a sniper rifle, very few factories in the country can manufacture it. Those factories are also hard to control, or information can easily leak. It would be better to build a new factory." General Fu pondered for a moment. "I'll keep this in mind, and when the evaluation results come out, I'll try to arrange it for you." At this point, the discussion had basically solidified. The scale of the sniper rifle replacement wouldn't be large, at most just a few tens of thousands. General Fu's words carried weight. However, for Lao Chang's small factory, even a small scale represented a big order. General Fu left, and Gao Yang continued reading. With no interruptions, he read faster, engrossed, until 10:30 at night, when Ruo hurried over to Gao Yang's side and said, "The library is about to close. Let me help you register 4 books. "Thank you," Gao Yang replied as he picked up 4 more books. "Let's borrow 8 books together." Ruo quickly registered them while advising, "Don't stay up too late when reading at night. It's ultimately not good for you." She added, "And could you possibly find time to attend class?" Gao Yang frowned. The instances when the teacher was absent were rare, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to take the teacher's class. Seeing Gao Yang silent, Ruo quickly said, "I was just casually suggesting." Gao Yang smiled. He had a good impression of Ruo, the diligent student who had treated him to a few cups of coffee. "It's not that I don't want to attend class, but if I go, what will happen to the professor teaching that class? He'll first go to the classroom to listen, and then find a way to discuss it with Professor Lee." Ruo's eyes brightened. "Can we specify which class will be taught? It would be best if it's related to electromagnetism, as our second assignment involves considering electromagnetic weapons." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. "Are you trying to make things harder for yourself?" Ruo laughed. "You are also a member of our group, so when the time comes you can guide us, and it won't be difficult, right?" Gao Yang chuckled as he picked up the books. "All right, see you tomorrow." Given his current level, guiding a group of college students wouldn't be too challenging. As he exited the library, Gao Yang's expression became serious. Outside, sitting on a bench, was an elderly man. Professor Tong. This man had been waiting outside for several hours. Although it was already spring, the temperature at night was still quite chilly, and old Tong was shaking his legs from the cold. Professor Tong noticed Gao Yang and quickly stood up, following Gao Yang's footsteps. "They'll help you carry these. Now that you're done reading, we can have a good chat." Gao Yang looked at Professor Tong, who was eagerly carrying several books, feeling somewhat helpless. These people were truly stubborn. I don't want to leave school. Professor Tong insisted, but with your talent our research institute could make the most of it. Gao Yang turned to look at Professor Tong. I'm only a sophomore. I still want to experience university life. How about this after I graduate? I'll prioritize considering the Firearms Research Institute. Professor Tong pondered for a moment, then looked at Gao Yang, who was indeed very young, under 20. Then I'll wait for you for 2 years. If you have any issues during these 2 years, you can contact me directly, whether it's regarding research conditions or any assistance you need. I'll do my best to help you. While you're experiencing university life, don't forget about research. That's very important. Gao Yang nodded. I understand. It's late. You should head back and rest. Just as Professor Tong was about to say he would help Gao Yang carry the books, a guard casually approached and took the books from his hands, following Gao Yang back to the dormitory. Professor Tong stared at Gao Yang's back along with the 2 guards by his side, momentarily stunned. Does Gao Yang have guards? He had guards too, but the difference was that he held a military rank. Gao Yang was just a student. Having developed an automatic aiming sniper rifle, he indeed had the qualifications for guards, plus at his age having several guards was quite normal. But wasn't the sniper rifle just tested? Subsequent research rewards had yet to be issued, so where did the guards come from? Unless Gao Yang had previous inventions that were incredibly high-tech. Professor Tong's mind raced, piecing together the situation. However, at this moment he felt anxious as he didn't know what else Gao Yang had researched. Yet there was some comforting news. At least Gao Yang said he would prioritize considering their research institute after graduation. After staying up late to finish reading 8 books, the sky was already brightening, and Gao Yang rushed back to the library again. This time the amplification opportunity had reached 60%. However, as he sought more books, Gao Yang had a clear goal. Now he aimed to truly create a bulletproof vest before proceeding with the amplification. In making the bulletproof vest, he still needed some time. Gao Yang quickly searched for books, while at the same time a high-level military meeting was being held. On the conference table lay a sniper rifle. Incredibly handsome. Surrounding the table were high-ranking officials, including General Zhou, who sat up straight. The elder at the forefront smiled and said the recent news about the laser weapon has caused quite a stir. A second-year student from the Defense Science and Technology University, for his semester assignment, directly destroyed a satellite. When the news reached me, I thought it was a joke. The others in the conference room also laughed. They were certainly aware of the news as it had made such a splash. However, they were unaware of the more detailed information. The information regarding the laser weapon is all in the documents in front of you. Take a look. The room fell silent with only the sound of documents being opened. Then came the sounds of gasps. They were shocked. Looking at the data, the group was stunned. This thing was actually real. Am I not dreaming? Suddenly someone swore. Ahem. The elder at the forefront coughed lightly. That's just the first page, no need to curse. Someone turned to the second page. This is crazy. My artillery battalions must be equipped with this. I want it too. You want it? Didn't you focus on special operations? What's wrong with special operations? This artillery only weighs 30 kilograms. My squad can easily carry several of these to the battlefield. The conference room suddenly became chaotic. No one stopped them. It took a full 5 minutes before the room gradually quieted down, with everyone having finished reading all the parameters of the laser cannon. Someone said, can this thing be mounted on an aircraft? The effect would definitely be better than bombers accurately hitting ground targets, capable of multiple launches with no limit on payload. Invincible. The elder nodded. That's a good idea, and a very good one at that. It deserves to be followed up on. Then you also have a second set of documents in front of you concerning the sniper rifle. I read through before speaking. Someone remarked with a smile. That gun on the table. It's really handsome. I'm a bit excited for a weapon that can debut alongside the laser cannon. Suddenly the room erupted with gasps. No way, this can't be real. Followed by a continuous stream of no way remarks. Suddenly a big shot lunged at the sniper rifle on the table, feeling its weight. I need to go out and try this. Me too. Several people stood up. They were making moves to go out, but didn't leave, immediately waiting for the people in front to speak. Impulsive yet not reckless. The elder smiled. I know you're all eager, but please wait. I want to see it too, but we must finish the meeting first. Everyone sat down, looking eagerly at the leading big shot. The big shot smiled. Both of these weapons definitely need to be produced. The problem is I'm troubled. Oh, what kind of reward should be given to the young person who developed these two epic-making weapons? There must be rewards, and indeed there is a reward mechanism for researchers. As researchers at the Academy of Defense Science, in addition to regular monetary rewards, there are also merit rewards. The highest first-class merit, but the current situation is that the honor of first-class merit is completely insufficient to commend Gao Yang. Generally, in a certain research field, achieving a leading accomplishment can earn one first-class merit. But what Gao Yang has achieved is not just a leading accomplishment, it is a technological leap. If it weren't for the current peacetime, applying for a special merit would be no problem at all. Let's record 2 first-class merits for the 2 inventions, someone suggested. Another added, we should also arrange for cash rewards. Currently, the highest cash reward is 5 million for 2 inventions. Applying twice would mean 10 million. 10 million is a lot, but in light of Gao Yang's inventions, it is equally negligible. The technology of these 2 new weapons could be sold for hundreds of billions outside, and there would be a crowd vying to buy them. But this is the highest benefit that researchers can currently offer. In the face of insufficient rewards, we can only seek compensation from other avenues. According to the current standards of Long Country, the patents for developed items are held by the developers, but for weapon manufacturing, which is essentially internal research and production, even with patents, the earnings are minimal. In the conference room, a voice suddenly spoke up. How about this? Let's arrange a position for him at the Academy of Defense Science. General Zhou, who had been mostly silent, said, from my understanding of Gao Yang, he is not interested in positions. However, there happens to be an application that has come to me. Gao Yang wants his father's factory to produce these weapons he developed, but the equipment at his father's factory cannot keep up and does not meet the standards. The elder at the forefront's eyes gleamed. This is a good compensation idea, since the production equipment does not meet the standards. Then help them upgrade their equipment to meet the standards. Whatever they need for the factory upgrade. Great. The matter was quickly settled, and a group of people rushed out of the conference room to test the guns. What followed was shock. The data on paper was impressive, but actually using them was truly astonishing. With this gun, they are all sharpshooters. Not in the conventional sense, but as sharpshooters that are hard to comprehend. This also made these big shots unable to stop cursing. After taking turns to play with the gun, they were enamored with it. Suddenly someone said, aren't there going to be an international special forces sniper competition in a couple of days? How about letting this thing make an appearance? The people around fell silent, mainly considering whether to reveal it. After all, this is still a new item. I think it's feasible. It's a sniper competition, and they all allow bringing their own guns, and will rank the top 10. Each faction can send 10 snipers. With our 10 people securing a spot in the top 10 shouldn't be a big problem, right? Indeed, it's quite possible. The elder nodded, setting the tone for the matter. People around began to laugh. Bringing such a sniper rifle would be like racking up points. Someone looked at General Zhou, asked the developer if 10 guns can be made in 2 days. General Zhou directly called Gao Yang. The call was quickly connected, and General Zhou directly asked, Xiao Gao, can 10 self-targeting sniper rifles be produced in 2 days? Why? Do you need 10 for testing? The testing is already complete, but in 2 days there is the international sniper competition, and we need to send 10 people to participate. Gao Yang chuckled. With this sniper rifle at the sniper competition, would there still be suspense? It should be possible. We can have someone come to pick them up in 2 days. Is that timely for you? That works. Gao Yang hung up the phone and went straight to the laboratory. Having the previous manufacturing experience, the speed of production is even faster now. Just at this moment, he also improved the designs of several other types of guns. While the machines automatically manufactured parts, Gao Yang began designing self-targeting rifles, submachine guns, and handguns. These 3 types of guns, if equipped with self-targeting, actually serve somewhat overlapping purposes. The rifle is aimed at medium-distance enemies at 3 to 500 meters. The submachine gun targets enemies within 200 meters. However, with the extremely high precision of self-targeting, the rifle can also handle enemies within 200 meters. The role of the handgun is quite simple. It is a defensive weapon for short distances. But with the assistance of self-targeting, this item is also a formidable weapon. In a small range, it can achieve the effect of drawing the gun and killing. With the designs of the 3 types completed, a large number of parts have already been produced, and the next step is assembly. During the assembly process, Gao Yang received a call from General Fu, who confirmed that the order for producing weapons would be given to his father's factory. The initial equipment will be taken care of by the authorities. This is essentially like giving his father a high-precision advanced factory for free. Even the initial production materials will be provided for the factory to use, and the subsequent costs will be offset by the money for purchasing weaponry. Although there are conditions such as the factory will accept military oversight. But this is inevitable. The officials certainly do not want the secrets of the weapons to leak out. The benefits are enormous and no price needs to be paid. Gao Yang informed his father of the address and name of the factory, then called Lao Chong to say he introduced the order to him, asking Lao Chong to prepare for the reception. Lao Chong was somewhat surprised, and also very pleased his son has grown up. He prepared to welcome the big boss, and then saw military trucks parking in front of the factory gate. On the truck, someone poked their head out and looked uncertainly, saying, Langtao Machinery Processing Factory. In front of the gate of Langtao Machinery Processing Factory, Lao Chong was equally uncertain of what was going on with such an impressive convoy stopping in front of their small factory. He wanted to ask why they stopped, but he sensed the oppressive force and hesitated. On the truck, General Fu confirmed the name, then confirmed the address, looking at the mechanical factory's gate. Is this the factory Gao Yang mentioned at home? The metal sign of the mechanical factory was severely corroded. It was clear that this factory had endured for many years. What if it can still be looked at inside? General Fu got out of the car, saw Lao Chong, and actively approached. Lao Chong instinctively took a step back. He didn't understand much, but he roughly knew that those without stripes on their shoulders and with golden stars were generals. General Fu smiled kindly. May I ask, are you from Langtao Machinery Factory? I am the owner, Lao Chong said politely. General Fu was taken aback. Is your surname Gao? Lao Chong reacted somewhat incredulous, probing. Are you here as Gao Yang's introduction? Yes, Gao Yang came to let me cooperate with you, General Fu nodded. Lao Chong was stunned. Gao Yang is not unaware of the factory situation. How can their small scale cooperate with the authorities? Even if they cooperate, it would be good enough to get some scraps. Would such a heavyweight figure appear for a small cooperation? While Lao Chang was dazed, General Fu had already turned back, signaling the people in the car to get out. Let's go into the factory together to have a look. They are all evaluators, General Fu introduced to Lao Chang. Lao Chang was somewhat flustered. Gao Yang might have made a mistake. Our factory scale is very small and probably can't handle official orders. General Fu smiled, saying, the scale of the factory is not important. You need not be nervous. I have a good relationship with Gao Yang. Let's go in and take a look first. Old Chang could sense General Fu's goodwill, but he was curious about how someone of such stature could have a good relationship with Gao Yang. General Fu stepped into the factory and was taken aback. Before entering the main door, he thought it was small. Once inside, he realized the factory was even smaller. It was an old-fashioned factory built with reinforced concrete, and just by looking at the color of the walls, one could tell it was extremely old. Standing inside the entrance, he could vaguely see the old machinery within the factory. General Fu paused his steps and said, it's fine, let's go in and take a look. Old Chang, who initially felt a bit awkward, now felt like he had nothing to lose leading a group of people inside. General Fu observed the equipment in the factory, all of which were outdated. Looking at the products made by these machines, he saw locks and metal pieces from some kind of components. Moreover, they were manufactured through direct stamping. This was the worst type of factory. However, there were some good points. All the workers were wearing full protective gear, and the factory was quite clean. Overall, it was somewhat beyond his expectations. This was not a factory. It could easily be called a workshop. The group of evaluators behind him were also standing still, as this was not what they had imagined. Does this even need evaluation? This production equipment would not have been considered advanced even 50 years ago, and the factory is too small. How could it possibly collaborate with the government? General Fu had originally thought this collaboration was about renovating the factory and slightly updating the equipment. But now it seemed this was not just an update. This was about directly constructing an entirely new factory. In fact, it would be even more difficult than just replacing it with a new one. They first had to demolish this small factory. But it could be accepted. General Fu looked at the puzzled faces of the group and said, what are you all standing there for? Get to work. In half an hour, I need all the information about the factory. Immediately, the group began to get busy. Some started checking official information, looking for lawsuits or any serious incidents that had occurred. Others checked the factory's financial reports over the years, while some looked into the factory's size and the serial numbers of the machinery, and whether the employee data was valid, etc. A group of people were busy while Old Chang stared blankly at General Fu, wondering why they were still here after seeing the condition of the factory. Were they here to cause trouble? However, he was very confident that although the factory was small, there could not be any problems. Tentatively, he asked, is there really no possibility of collaboration? Is it necessary to conduct a detailed inspection? General Fu smiled and asked, is there a place to sit? Yes, Old Chang replied, leading General Fu to the office. The office was small, containing a sofa, a desk, and a coffee table. Old Chang poured a cup of tea for General Fu and asked, given our current situation, is there still a possibility of collaboration? General Fu smiled and replied, it's not a possibility, it's a necessity. Old Chang felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. The opportunity given by his son seemed to be slipping away, and he was stunned. Are you saying we must collaborate with this factory? His son's connections must be significant. He couldn't let this slip. What do we need to produce? Just let me know. I have about $1 million, and I could use my house in the city as collateral for $2 million to purchase another batch of production equipment. General Fu waved his hand, saying, producing weapons and production equipment is not something you need to worry about. We will handle it ourselves. Old Chang was stunned, asking, producing weapons? You're providing the equipment. Then can't you produce it yourselves? General Fu took a sip of tea and said, that's why I say you have a good son. I can't tell you too much about the specifics, but what I can say is that collaboration is essential. All these weapons must be manufactured at the Langtao Machinery Processing Factory. If we lack equipment, well provided. If we lack materials, well supply them. If there are no workers, we will provide workers. If there is no place, we can provide that too. Old Chang also took a sip of tea, needing to calm himself, though he found it hard to comprehend. However, everything seemed to relate to his son. His first reaction was panic. What had happened to his son? Could this preferential treatment be earned with one's life? Connecting it to the last time Gao Yang came home, he thought of a possibility. Has my son achieved great merit? General Fu nodded, saying, yes, but please don't ask. Just rest assured, he doesn't need you to worry. As for his achievements, they are absolutely limitless. A touch of unnatural blush appeared on Old Chang's face. His son's achievements brought him pride. In less than 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Someone entered to report, the area here is only 500 square meters, very small. It's insufficient for anything. General Fu turned to look at his secretary and said, go discuss with the local officials how much land can be allocated around here and make as many allocations as possible. Yes. After speaking, General Fu added, contact the construction team and have them come over immediately to build the factory here. Yes. Contact current heavy industry companies for quotes and prepare to purchase. Yes. General Fu pondered for a moment before turning to Old Chang. Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? Old Chang was still in a daze. This was a major upgrade. After a pause, he said, there are still processing orders in the factory that haven't been completed. Do you know any other factories that can take these orders? Yes. General Fu said, Transfer the orders over. All corresponding losses can be reimbursed. Old Chong shook his head saying, there are no losses. Old Chong left the room somewhat bewildered and then made a phone call. The first call was to Gao Yang. With such a huge opportunity falling from the sky, his first reaction was not joy but fear. He was worried that if he benefited it might affect Gao Yang. If it would have any impact, he'd rather not take the benefit. The call connected and Gao Yang asked, what's wrong? A general came to the factory. He wants to rebuild it. Did you know? Yes, I sent them over. Oh, just cooperate with them. Old Chong did not rush to hang up, but asked, if I take this benefit, will it put pressure on you? I have already paid the remuneration in advance. Old Chong thought of a possibility, an invention. Yes. Old Chong breathed a sigh of relief. The inventions from the Defense Technology University could only be weapons. Thinking of General Fuss' words, he understood completely. The invention by Gao Yang was weapons, the very weapons this factory was to produce in the future. After hanging up, Old Chong began to call his peers, his expression full of excitement throughout the process. The joy of the factory's new construction was overshadowed by the happiness of knowing his son's achievements. Gao Yang's invention was definitely not simple. It was even super high-end, otherwise he wouldn't have obtained this factory. The value of this factory was extremely high. Even if one does not consider the factory itself or the equipment, just the expanded land for the factory was worth a fortune. In Jiangqing's vicinity, even commercial land couldn't be acquired for less than several billion. And now it was his. Old Chong continued to call his peers, casually selling off the recently replaced equipment at low prices during the calls. By the time he finished making calls, the workers in the factory had left as well. They were confused that everything had been going well at work, and suddenly they were told the factory was going to be rebuilt. Old Chong packed away a large amount of information from the factory and then walked outside. Outside the factory, large construction machinery had already been delivered by big trucks. They first used a crane to lift out the equipment inside for loading. The workers looked at Old Chong, who was in a daze, and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Old Chong slowly came back to his senses, saying, "My son said he wants to update the factory. You all go back and rest for now. Your salaries will still be paid during this time. Once the factory is built, I will contact you again." The workers were quite happy. The factory was being renovated, and they would receive a month's salary while enjoying a month of vacation. What a delightful situation. I always knew that Gao Yang was destined for greatness. He just started university and already has such capabilities. His future achievements are boundless. My son, on the other hand, graduated from university years ago and is still a failure. The workers exchanged a few compliments before packing up to go home. The factory was completely empty, devoid of all equipment. As construction tools arrived, with a loud crash, the old factory's walls came tumbling down, followed by the main structure collapsing with a thunderous roar. The factory, which Lao Chong had managed for over 20 years, was reduced to nothing. However, he soon came to realize that the old had passed, and a new future was just beginning. General Fu was communicating with the construction crew, insisting on two things: speed and safety. The construction team was flustered as they had no idea they were dealing with military personnel. No wonder they didn't discuss the price beforehand, and instead urged them to come as quickly as possible. Given the situation, they didn't dare to negotiate down the price. If they quoted too high, how would they survive in the future? They didn't even set a price initially or sign a contract. They proceeded with the work first and would calculate and sign the contract later. The construction team trusted the military's credibility, and the military believed that the construction team wouldn't dare to mess things up. Thus, their cooperation was remarkably smooth, and the factory was completely dismantled that very day. Gao Yang was sitting nearby reading while assembling a sniper rifle. He had become so proficient at assembling that he could read books while doing it. The next opportunity to enhance his capabilities was fast approaching. 2 days passed in a flash, and 10 sniper rifles were completed. Not only did he manufacture 10 sniper rifles, but he also conveniently created automatic aiming rifles, automatic submachine guns, and automatic aiming pistols. Gao Yang was astonished during the design process. The automatic aiming submachine gun was truly outrageous. Its firing rate was incredibly fast, especially when combined with automatic aiming. Facing 100 opponents while hiding and shooting would be as easy as harvesting chives. Compared to these rifles, the only advantage of the sniper rifle was its long range. At this moment, Gao Yang truly understood how technology changes the world. If such weapons had been present on battlefields decades ago, the number of casualties would have grown exponentially. He called General Zhou to come collect the rifles. While waiting, Gao Yang continued to read. Based on past experience, the charging would be completed by tonight. While reading about bulletproof vests, he noted that the charging took only 10 days in total. Previously estimated at 15 days, it was now 10 days, mainly due to the increase in reading speed. As he acquired more knowledge, his reading speed increased. He continued until 8 in the evening, when General Zhou arrived in person bringing people to load the sniper rifles, and looked at Gao Yang. "Do you want to see the sniper competition?" Gao Yang wanted to go. As a young person, who wouldn't want to see the excitement, especially a sniper competition? Unlike the Olympic shooting events, the military sniper competitions were quite flashy. Simulating the elimination of kidnappers was child's play. Moreover, the guns he designed and manufactured would also appear in this competition. When does the competition start? Tomorrow, and we are the hosts this time. The location isn't far. We can make it there by tomorrow morning. Gao Yang wanted to go, but he still needed to read. General Zhou smiled and said, Think it over and feel free to call me anytime. You can come after the competition has started. Alright. After General Zhou left, Gao Yang closed the lab door and continued reading. He could go, but he had to finish the bulletproof vest first. If he went to watch the excitement, and a stray bullet came his way, it would be quite dangerous. If the bulletproof vest wasn't ready, he wouldn't go. With this in mind, Gao Yang focused his thoughts. He read until 2 in the morning when the system notification suddenly rang in Gao Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an opportunity for invention enhancement. Gao Yang let out a long breath and strode towards the back of the lab. He took out a large amount of materials. These materials had been prepared in advance. He was about to start making the bulletproof vest. He had already decided on the type of bulletproof vest, a lightweight one. The effectiveness of lightweight bulletproof vests was not very good, such as those made from Kevlar materials. They could only defend against handgun bullets. Against rifles and sniper rifles, they were utterly ineffective. But Gao Yang had the system. As long as the bulletproof effectiveness was randomly enhanced, even a mere 100-fold increase would suffice. Even a lightweight bulletproof vest could withstand sniper fire. However, even if it was just a lightweight vest, increasing its bulletproof capability slightly would result in a significant difference after enhancement. Therefore, in addition to the materials for the lightweight bulletproof vest, Gao Yang also added ceramic ballistic plates at critical points. The chest, abdomen, and groin were all equipped with ballistic plates. All these components had to be fabricated by Gao Yang himself. Even the ceramic ballistic plates were personally fired by him. By the time everything was completed, it was already 7 in the morning. The system had yet to provide a notification, which was normal, as it needed testing before it could be considered his invention. Gao Yang took a gun from the lab, casually found a room, aimed at the bulletproof vest, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the lab. In Gao Yang's mind, the system notification sounded, detected that the host has developed a lightweight bulletproof vest. Would you like to use an enhancement opportunity to enhance it? Yes. As Gao Yang spoke, he suddenly thought of another possibility. The system's charging requiring reading was actually a form of assistance for the system's owner. Otherwise, someone could casually invent something and enhance it by 10,000 times. If someone was lazy and just snapped a twig and sharpened it, enhancing it by 10,000 times would truly be a waste. As Gao Yang issued the command, a phantom wheel appeared before him. He stepped forward and spun the wheel. Now it was time to see what fate had in store. Would it be 100-fold or 1,000-fold? The wheel's rotation slowed down, and Gao Yang felt tense. Based on his experience, this time the multiplier would either be extremely high or extremely low. The slower it spun, the closer it got to the maximum multiplier of 10,000. But if it exceeded 10,000 by a fraction, it would drop to 100-fold. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, Gao Yang's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have landed on a 9,500-fold enhancement. The bulletproof vest has received a 9,500-fold enhancement. 9,500 times the defense. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. Was his luck really this good? Not only was the multiplier high, but it was also exactly what he wanted, an enhancement in defense. Just imagine a bulletproof vest that could withstand something 9,500 times more powerful than a bullet. How terrifying would that be? It could probably withstand even a small caliber cannon. But this was hard to fathom. Such a terrifying force, if unleashed in an instant, even the best bulletproof vest would still turn the person wrapped in it into mush. While Gao Yang was curious, the machines in the lab began to operate automatically. Gao Yang was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the enhancement of the bulletproof vest's defensive capabilities primarily reliant on materials? What was the machine doing? In the laboratory, more equipment began to operate and a large number of mechanical parts were being manufactured. Gao Yang was utterly astonished at what on earth was happening. It was all various mechanical parts. Could they be assembling them into a bulletproof vest? Suppressing his curiosity, Gao Yang watched as countless parts formed a belt in midair. The buckle of the belt was larger than that of an ordinary leather belt. What on earth does this have to do with a bulletproof vest? As Gao Yang was filled with curiosity, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Due to insufficient laboratory conditions, only an 800 times amplification effect can be achieved. Immediately afterward, a vast amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. These were not memories about the materials and craftsmanship of bulletproof vests, but rather the technology of electromagnetic protective shields. The defensive effect of a bulletproof vest is amplified 9,500 times. No material can achieve this under the same volume and weight. Moreover, the system's bulletproof effect is not primarily based on defense, but on protection. Defense and protection may seem similar, but defense is merely one way of protection. Even attacks can be a form of protection. The effect pursued by the system is absolute protection. Even if a bulletproof vest has excellent defense or even achieves absolute protection, it still cannot meet the requirements. Just as Gao Yang thought, even if a bulletproof vest could never be penetrated, the person wearing it could still be killed by the tremendous impact. Thus, the bulletproof effect of a bulletproof vest is absolutely inferior to that of an electromagnetic protective shield. After receiving the memories, Gao Yang was immensely shocked. The single-soldier electromagnetic protective shield with a 9,500 times defense effect could virtually defend against everything. The speed of electromagnetic waves is the same as the speed of light. As long as the speed of the bullet does not reach the speed of light, it can be stopped. Even at light speed, it can be distorted and negated. This is simply monstrous. Additionally, the defensive capability is also related to the energy of the electromagnetic protective shield. The more energy the shield has, the better the defense effect, with enough energy to counteract the kinetic energy of the attack. Due to the laboratory's constraints, it could only achieve an 800 times defense effect. An 800 times defense effect is still quite monstrous, isn't it? Even if a bullet has a kinetic energy of only 200 joules, with 800 times, that would be 160,000 joules. Most artillery doesn't even have such great kinetic energy. Moreover, limited by the energy source, this belt can only be used once. After that, it needs to be recharged. However, once activated, it provides nearly invincible defense. Even a cannon strike couldn't destroy it. Picking up the belt, it felt a bit heavier than an ordinary belt. Indeed, the larger the belt, the more impressive it is. It's not just a masked knight or an armored warrior, but an electromagnetic protective shield. Wearing the belt, Gao Yang also brought along a spare battery. He already had some ideas for the next amplification opportunity. A battery. It must be a high-energy battery. With a high-energy battery, the electromagnetic gun can be equipped rather than carrying a plug. The electromagnetic protective shield can also provide multiple defenses. In the future, any invention related to electrical energy will have support. But for now, it's time to go and see the excitement. He made a phone call waiting for General Zhou to arrange for someone to come over. Gao Yang had only ever seen snipers showcase their skills in videos, such as shooting toothpicks or knocking bottle caps off bottles. There were also moving targets hit with pinpoint accuracy. The aforementioned moving targets were snipers in a moving vehicle driving along a bumpy road. It was very entertaining. After waiting for a moment, General Zhou's people arrived and took Gao Yang to the car. This time, Gao Yang didn't bring a book. After reading for so long, he decided to give himself a break. Sitting there, Gao Yang caught up on some sleep. Noticing that Gao Yang was resting, the driver drove more smoothly. 3 hours later, the car stopped. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw mountains and forests. The driver opened the car door, saying, "General Zhou will arrive in about 15 minutes. Would you like to wait and then get out? He'll get out and stretch." Gao Yang got out of the car, stretching his body and breathing in the fresh mountain air. It felt wonderful. He couldn't tell if it was the relief after 3 hours of sleep or the refreshing air. Before he could wait for 2 minutes, another convoy arrived. It was General Zhou's convoy. General Zhou had not planned to come. It was only because Gao Yang wanted to that he made the trip. Seeing Gao Yang, he eagerly got out of the car, saying, "Let's go, let's head inside first." There was no road into the mountains, but there was a helicopter. They boarded the helicopter, which took them further in, where they saw a makeshift base. The base was surrounded by hills and open ground. There was also a road, but it was a muddy path created by tanks and armored vehicles. This was a training base, and the entire area was designated as the venue for this sniper competition. Gao Yang looked through the window at the training base, and General Zhou introduced for this sniper competition. A total of 16 teams have come, all top snipers from various overseas forces. Each team consists of 10 people, and the top 10 players will be ranked. Gao Yang was a bit curious, are such competitions held regularly? Generally, there are events. Large sniper competitions are usually held once a year or once every 2 years. There are also temporary sniper competitions. These are relatively larger and invite multiple parties to participate. Such events are not held often. Typically, they are organized when a particularly formidable sniper emerges, someone who consistently takes first place. This time, it was the White Eagle organization that proposed it. They have a very formidable sniper. He had recently won first place at the sniper competition organized by the Polar Bear organization. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he has won many competitions. This time, he has come to Dragon Country to compete, intending to surpass us. General Zhou chuckled as he spoke. Who would have thought of Gao Yang's sudden emergence? One top sniper is already such a big deal, and now Dragon Country has come up with 10, even thousands. The helicopter landed on a hilltop. This hilltop was not far from the viewing platform. The viewing platform was situated on the open ground, featuring both outdoor seating and a monitoring room connected to various equipment. The scores of all the contestants were displayed on the screens. There were quite a few people in the stands of various skin colors, all accompanying their respective teams. General Zhou's arrival caused a stir. The event organizers quickly arranged for 2 people to sit in the center. Has the competition started yet? About 5 more minutes. The person in charge here, like General Zhou, had 3 stars on his shoulders, but he had 2 bars indicating he was a colonel. Facing General Zhou, he sat up straight, visibly flustered. The military district leader came to watch. It seemed a bit absurd. General Zhou said nothing more and waited quietly. Gao Yang also sat silently waiting. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The most important aspect for a sniper is accuracy. In the first round, it's target shooting. Unlike regular target shooting this time, it's about comprehensive data shooting, speed, and precision. Precision is not measured by the score of the rings, but by the number of hits on the black dots. 200 meters away, there was a square board with several black dots on it. Scoring is based on hitting the black dots. The shorter the time, the more hits, the higher the score. This adds a bit of difficulty, as each shot requires a target change and reaming. With the sound of the starting gun, the first team of 10 crouched down, aimed, and then fired. The gunfire was rhythmic, each sniper having their own aiming tempo, shooting in an orderly fashion. This team of 10 came from the Sangha family, which had a notoriously bad reputation online. However, the elite snipers they selected were indeed quite skilled. In the continuous firing, each person averaged 7 hits. Then the second group took the stage, that of the bald eagle. After a round of shooting, they averaged 8.3 points. Among them, the most outstanding individual not only hit all 10 shots, but also earned an additional 2 points for speed, totaling 12 points. This indicated that his shooting speed was exceptionally fast, exceeding the established standard, thus earning extra points. Accurate and fast. Gao Yang also instinctively glanced at the sniper, who had an aquiline nose and deep piercing eyes. He looked impressive, likely the top sniper that General Zhou mentioned. After just 2 glances, Gao Yang shifted his gaze away. No matter how impressive, it couldn't compare to those who were operating at a different level. Subsequently, several groups of snipers took the stage with scores ranging between 7 to 8 points. A few top snipers even scored as high as 11 points. They were fast and accurate. Gao Yang found it absurd. He had also shot before, but couldn't hit the target at 50 meters. Yet these individuals could hit the small black dot at 200 meters. Truly absurd. The 9th group consisted of snipers from the Dragon Nation. 10 Dragon Nation snipers equipped with automatic aiming sniper rifles crouched down and fired simultaneously as the starting gun went off. 5 seconds later, all 10 stood up, shouting, "Shooting completed." The officers from various countries in the stands were left dumbfounded. Did they shoot that fast? Did they not want to win? The next moment, the scores displayed on the screen appeared. 20 points. The highest score was 20 points, and the lowest was surprisingly also 20 points. All 10 shots hit the target, and with the rapid shooting speed, they accumulated bonus points, reaching the full score of 20 points. The entire venue erupted in applause. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual first widened his eyes in disbelief, then shouted, "Cheating. You are cheating. Such shooting results are simply impossible." The on-site supervisor remained silent, directly playing the video. In the footage, every bullet could be seen landing precisely on the black dot of the target, triggering the sensors. Moreover, the video had multiple angles it was impossible to falsify. The representatives from various countries stood up to watch the video, their expressions all showing confusion. They were shocked beyond measure. How is this possible? This can't be true. Even the most elite snipers cannot shoot this fast or this accurately. Do they have 10 such snipers? The leader of the Bald Eagle team wore a bewildered expression. They had arranged this competition to show off primarily because many sniper contests had previously seen no participation from the Dragon Nation. They aimed to flaunt their prowess in front of the Dragon Nation. However, this was not showcasing, it was self-humiliation. And with Dragon Nation snipers being this formidable, why hadn't they showcased them in past competitions? The 10 snipers who were shooting were also incredibly shocked. Although they had practiced using this in reality, was still astonishing and bewildering. They were all elite snipers. Yet even with years of training and top-tier talent, they couldn't match this gun. The other snipers had no idea what was happening and continued the competition. However, everyone in the stands knew that the outcome was already decided. They even felt a bit sorry for the snipers below, knowing the final result, they would likely be deeply impacted. As top snipers, they all had confidence, but this time their mindset might just collapse. After the first round of the competition concluded, the rankings appeared: Dragon Nation first, Bald Eagle second, and the Bear third, with the remaining forces trailing behind. The score gap among the sniping teams of other forces was not significant. Only the overall team score of the Dragon Nation was far ahead. The second round of the competition began immediately, with the rules being to shoot at ground targets from a helicopter. The target was 3 soccer balls. The 3 balls were fixed to a vehicle. The helicopter hovered in the air while the vehicle moved at a steady speed over a distance of 1 kilometer. With 3 chances to shoot, hitting 1 ball counted as 1 point. 160 individuals, 5 per round, simultaneously participated in 2 rounds. In the first round of the 5 snipers, only one hit 3 balls, while another scored 0. This can be described as extremely challenging. Gao Yang on the stands gasped. At such a distance, it would be hard to see with the naked eye. Moreover, the helicopter was shaking. The vehicle on the ground was still moving. There were also factors like wind speed affecting the situation. It was virtually a hellish difficulty. Gao Yang even felt admiration. It seemed to take a lot of time. Each shot had to be aimed for quite a while. Finally, it was the Dragon Nation snipers' turn to take the stage. A stir went through the stands as many people grabbed binoculars to see more clearly. Then there were 3 gunshots and the 3 balls were shot to pieces. Next, the second vehicle appeared and the 3 balls were again instantly destroyed. The 5 snipers took turns firing, and within a minute the vehicle carrying the balls had not even moved 100 meters before it was all over. In the stands, the sound of gasping filled the air. What level was this? Blowing up 3 balls was already sufficient to demonstrate the level of top snipers, but how could they aim and shoot so quickly? How was that possible? Was this some sort of cheating? A group of foreign representatives looked on in shock, constantly glancing towards General Zhou, and others hoping to see something different on their faces. But General Zhou remained calm, even nodding slightly. Not bad. The training ground supervisor's heart was already stormy. He felt as if he were dreaming, secretly pinching his thigh, yet his face showed little emotion. Expression control max. A group of overseas individuals were even more shocked. The calmness of these Dragon Nation individuals indicated what? That this was standard operation. Had the Dragon Nation been hiding this deeply? In previous overseas competitions, the performance of Dragon Nation snipers had never been this impressive. As they thought about it, chills ran down their spines and cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. If such snipers appeared on the battlefield, how terrifying would that be? They would undoubtedly be life harvesters. in small-scale operations or special missions behind enemy lines who could deal with such snipers. Unless artillery plowed the ground, as long as the snipers had bullets, they would be invincible. The competition continued, but the outcome was already set. However, they still had to watch closely to see just how formidable these snipers were and how to respond when facing them. As they watched, despair only grew. How could they respond? After all, detection meant death. However, there were no opportunities. Snipers couldn't just rely on accurate shooting to succeed. They also needed camouflage and tactical skills. This round of competition resembled a game of hide and seek. When everyone is involved, whoever is discovered first gets eliminated. The automatic aiming sniper rifles had infrared detection equipment, but it was prohibited here, relying solely on the naked eye for discernment. Gao Yang, looking through binoculars, observed over 100 individuals swiftly disappearing on the distant hillside. He had to admit their camouflage skills were truly extraordinary. They were all experts. He couldn't even see where they were despite looking closely. Those snipers seemed to blend into the environment. While the sniper competition was ongoing in the meeting room of the Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department, a group of people was engaged in a secret meeting. The meeting room was filled with numerous photographs, all depicting experts and professors from the Dragon Nation involved in laser research. In the conference room of the White-Head Eagle, someone walked to the front and began to summarize the information regarding the laser weapons. The news from Longhua is very tightly sealed. We have arranged for all researchers in the laboratories, and none of them are aware of the situation. They have never heard of any related laser weapon projects. The only reliable clue is that many related researchers went to the Defense Technology University in a short period. So we changed our direction of investigation, looking into the researchers in the university, focusing on laser-related studies. Nothing came of it, until the speaker paused slightly and brought up a photo. The photo showed Gao Yang alongside a group of researchers. There were also military bigwigs in the photo. A crowd surrounded Gao Yang. The photo was taken the day after the laser weapon destroyed the satellite. This student is named Gao Yang. This student used to spend most of his time in the library reading books and earned a title of a genius, never attending classes, and received a probation notice. We have strong suspicions that he is the one who studied the laser weapons. In the conference room, a group of people looked at the photo of Gao Yang with disbelief, all feeling hesitant. Such a young person. In their opinion, someone capable of developing such powerful laser weapons must at least be part of a top-tier team. And the result is just a student. This student can develop laser weapons. The person leading the report said, "This is our current investigation result. Although it seems outrageous, the emergence of laser weapons itself is outrageous. Through various clues, we can confirm that the laser weapons must have originated from the Defense Technology University. Moreover, there has been no other movement within the Defense Technology University except for a student who previously only knew how to read suddenly receiving special treatment. He even has a bodyguard. In Longhua, researchers only have bodyguards if they hold a position or are involved in significant research projects." The conference room fell silent, and someone said, "Should we attempt to win him over?" "I do not recommend trying to win him over. He already has a bodyguard, indicating he has received a high level of attention. If we attempt to contact him, we will surely attract the attention of Longwo's side. Then should we find a way to deal with him?" "It's not about finding a way to deal with him. It's imperative that we deal with him. This young researcher has already produced such results. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Such a genius must either belong to us or be eliminated in the cradle. Otherwise, he will provide greater assistance to Longhua in the future." In the conference room, a few words settled the handling plan, and Gao Yang's identity information was sent to other departments. For them, there was no need to investigate thoroughly. Any threat must be dealt with. Gao Yang was unaware of the meeting, having watched the sniper competition for 3 hours and feeling bored. It was too slow. Aiming took far too long. Indeed, some things are better appreciated in edited footage afterward. He stood up to leave and find a restroom with 2 bodyguards quickly getting up to follow. Gao Yang waved his hand. "No need to follow. I'm just going to the restroom and we'll be back." General Zhou said indifferently, "Follow him." Gao Yang said nothing more and headed straight to the restroom. The restroom was very simple, built with bricks and tiles, but it was extremely clean, spotless. The team leader of the White-Head Eagle entered the restroom and walked to the urinal beside Gao Yang, unzipping his pants while saying, "Your Longhua snipers are truly impressive." Gao Yang ignored him, thinking this person might be a bit unwell, seriously talking at a time like this. However, this person's Longhua dialect was quite good, but the person lacking awareness continued, "I have truly gained insight. As James, Instructor James is the best sniper I have ever seen, but there are actually 10 snipers in your Longhua who are far superior to him. James should be the excellent sniper from the White-Head Eagle." But that has nothing to do with Gao Yang. Pulling up his pants, he walked out of the restroom, leaving the instructor in a daze, wondering why this person didn't respond. Suddenly, the instructor's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and saw a message. "After the competition ends, don't rush back. There's a mission." Then another message appeared containing information about Gao Yang, including height, weight, age, address, etc. Then there was a photo. The instructor instinctively looked towards the door, and the one who just walked out was the target. Would they act in Longhua? Regardless of success or failure, once they acted, his entire team would be wiped out. The loss would be significant. As long as the mission is completed, the total loss of all of them is acceptable. The instructor's hand holding the phone trembled, 10 top snipers, including a legendary sniper with top-tier talent like James. Training each of them requires a massive amount of funds. Including selection costs, each one is worth tens of millions of dollars. Can this be allowed to be lost? What is the true identity of that silent young man? As for taking action, this young man is always accompanied by bodyguards, even in the restroom. It would be difficult to resolve the situation without firearms. However, even if they remained, sniper rifles were not permitted to be taken out. The best place to take action would be at the competition venue. A plan quietly formed in the instructor's mind. The success rate of this plan would be very high. Returning to the stands, the instructor casually glanced at Gao Yang, becoming even more curious about how valuable this young man really is. Gao Yang was chatting casually with General Zhou. The stands were well separated, and the Longhua side was whispering so the other areas could not hear. General Zhou advised, "No matter where you go in the future, always take bodyguards with you." The Whitehead Eagle side probably began investigating as soon as the laser gun appeared. It's been nearly a month. Even if they haven't found out the specifics, they are aware of your existence. Gao Yang had long considered this possibility, I know. General Zhou saw Gao Yang still smiling and thought he was just being dismissive. You haven't witnessed the darkness of this world. First, listen to me. You must always be under their protection. All right. Gao Yang nodded. General Zhou sighed. That's great. Seeing you so naive gives me a sense of accomplishment, knowing that you are well protected by us. Gao Yang smiled. The protection is indeed excellent, but in the future we will protect you. General Zhou was taken aback. He was suddenly struck by this sentence, thinking of the laser guns, thinking of the automatic aiming sniper rifles, suddenly feeling at ease and moved. It was as if, after struggling for a lifetime, he suddenly saw a return. In their growing era, the enemy was strong, and they were weak. So many people admired foreign things, they felt suffocated, uncomfortable, and had seen too much weakness. But the current young people are no longer inferior. This is a significant progress. General Zhou felt a complex emotion, opened his mouth unsure of what to say, and softly uttered two words, "So good." The sniper competition continued, yet the outcome was never in doubt. In the first rounds, focused on precision, the Longhua team triumphed decisively. In later stages, demanding camouflage, rapid maneuvering, and tactical versatility, they performed at the absolute pinnacle, matching even the world's finest shot for shot. Overall, Longhua's victory was unequivocal, and they swept the top 10 positions. Each of those 10 scores was nearly double that of the 11th place finisher. Among snipers, seemingly minor disparities in skill translate into colossal differences in battlefield efficacy. A margin approaching twofold is nothing short of overwhelming dominance. This extraordinary result left everyone in the grandstand utterly bewildered. General Zhou, who had earlier witnessed the capabilities of the auto-aiming sniper rifle, felt a profound, indescribable awe stir within him. Before, he had only seen raw performance metrics, impressive yes, but abstract. Now juxtaposed against elite snipers from across the globe, the chasm in capability struck him as almost surreal. Such snipers possessed immense real-world combat value, nearly impossible to counter except through overwhelming area suppression. The exercise ground's chief administrator stood equally stunned. Where precisely had these godlike marksmen been sourced? Each one's performance bordered on legend, evoking memories of Longhua's legendary heroes who had earned the highest merit award. He now understood how those once unbelievable feats, like eliminating waves of enemies with unscoped rifles, had truly been accomplished. The 16 instructors leading their respective contingents were even more astounded and deeply disoriented. As seasoned trainers, they had mentored countless snipers, possessed sharp eyes, and had seen the world's most formidable operators. Yet now they stood baffled. Could snipers truly reach such heights? They had observed countless world-class marksmen, but none approached the caliber of Longhua's 10 competitors. Only legendary snipers could rival them, and legends earn that title precisely because their prowess is so rare, so transcendent, that it passes into oral lore. Legendary snipers are counted in mere handfuls per generation worldwide, yet Longhua had just unveiled 10 at once. Had their tactical execution not remained within plausible human bounds, the instructors might have suspected Longhua was conducting clandestine human enhancement experiments, forging super soldiers. At the competition's conclusion, the 160 snipers formed a disciplined square formation and marched toward the grandstand for the award ceremony. Every rifle was unloaded, cartridges removed post-match to prevent accidental discharge. At the vanguard stood Longhua's 10 snipers, faces etched with genuine bewilderment, not feigned but existential, a quiet uncertainty about what lay ahead. They had won, but the victory belonged to the rifle. Even a long-armed ape given that weapon could have claimed it. Behind them marched the White Eagle contingent. Of their 10 snipers, 9 wore expressions of utter confusion. How could Longhua's marksmen be this extraordinary? 10 such terrifyingly gifted snipers, emerging all at once. As they reeled, James clenched his rifle stock with white-knuckled intensity, his gaze locked onto the grandstand. With his trained eye, he discerned a young man seated calmly there. To endure the psychological blow of competing here was one thing, but to receive an assassination order in this very place. Success would exile him forever. He would never return home. Yet he was a soldier. Obedience was his sacred duty. His breathing steadied as he advanced. 150 meters, 140, 130. The distance narrowed steadily. He waited for 100 meters. At 100 meters, hitting a single target was infallible. In just 5 seconds, he could acquire aim and fire. 100 meters. The moment he crossed that threshold, James snapped his rifle up, its chamber still holding the single specially reserved round. A muffled crack echoed. Spectators chatted idly. Awards were imminent, and no one anticipated catastrophe. General Zhou, watching the formation, caught the telltale motion of a rifle rising. Instinctively, he hurled himself before Gao Yang, uncertain whether the sniper aimed at him, but certain of one truth. Gao Yang must not die. Not here, not ever. Even if every soul present perished, Gao Yang's survival was non-negotiable. As he lunged, regret flooded him. He had foreseen foreign powers resorting to any means to eliminate Gao Yang. He had warned Gao Yang, urged enhanced security measures. Why had he failed to reinforce it? Why had he neglected to wear body armor? Had he worn it, he might have stopped the round. Without it, the bullet would pierce him, and then Gao Yang. Amidst this torrent of thought, he saw it, a sniper round arcing straight toward him, visible in stark, impossible clarity. His mind blanked for a heartbeat. How could he see the bullet? Its velocity defied human perception. The delayed report jolted him back. Instinctively, his hand shot out and seized the projectile. Searing pain flared in his palm, followed by deeper astonishment. He had caught the bullet. Actually caught it. Tales of limitless human potential were true, now irrefutably proven. To intercept a round at such speed, his arm's motion must have shattered physiological limits. Clutching the scorching metal, his heart settled. Gao Yang lived. Then came fury, white-hot absolute. To strike at Gao Yang was to strike at Lungwa's future. To impede Lungwa's ascent was to become its mortal enemy. His voice thundered, "Guards, on my command. Anyone who leaves their seat or moves without authorization will be shot on sight." Less than a second had elapsed since the shot rang out. The guards reacted instantly, forming a tight protective cordon around Gao Yang and General Zhou. One deployed a briefcase into a compact ballistic shield. Others surged outward to secure the perimeter, preventing a second attempt. Only now did Gao Yang fully grasp what had transpired, his blood running cold. A sniper had fired from 100 meters, using a high-caliber long-range rifle whose impact was catastrophic. Limbs severed on contact, torso hits meant instant death. Only luck, and his preemptive activation of the electromagnetic shielding barrier, had saved him. And now anger rose within him too. He had anticipated assassination attempts, but not here, not so brazenly. Was White Eagle prepared to burn all diplomatic bridges, simply because he had invented something extraordinary? Yet beneath the rage bloomed profound gratitude. General Zhou had thrown himself forward before the shot was fired, seeing the rifle rise and moving without hesitation. Without the EM shield, Gao Yang might still have survived, but General Zhou shielding him with bare flesh would certainly have died. He was no guard, but a general, commanding the highest echelons of power. And yet he had sacrificed himself instinctively. Amidst this storm of emotion, Gao Yang's resolve crystallized with unshakable clarity. Defense technology, his path unwavering and absolute. In less than half a minute, all the participants were subdued. James, who had fired the gun, suffered a dislocated jaw and a swollen cheek, pinned to the ground and unable to move. His companion, the sniper, received the same treatment. The remaining members of various factions were all herded together, their weapons separated from them. Gao Yang was transferred to a small room guarded in all directions. General Zhou, filled with rage, went to handle the assassination incident. After waiting for half an hour, the door of the room opened, and General Fu entered. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gao Yang replied, slightly taken aback by General Fu's arrival. Soon after, Principal Gan arrived along with several generals whom Gao Yang had seen before but did not recognize. A moment later, General Zhou entered the room accompanied by the person in charge of the training ground. The person in charge trembled before the group of bigwigs. Who is this young man? The fact that a sniper from the White Eagle dared to act in such a situation means that all international competitions will have to guard against them, resulting in a significant loss of reputation. Moreover, these 10 snipers, though not comparable to those from the Dragon Kingdom, were still expensive to train. To simply abandon them all and aim to kill Gao Yang. What kind of status does Gao Yang have? Additionally, General Zhou's anger was palpable. He felt it keenly. He directly detained everyone from the White Eagle and planned to pressure them for accountability. This incident had escalated to an international level, which was very serious. Furthermore, so many bigwigs had come to comfort Gao Yang. What is the identity of this young man? General Zhou looked at Gao Yang. The fact that these snipers chose to act today already shows that they have been treated as pawns. They are unwilling to reveal anything, making it difficult to pursue further accountability. Gao Yang was not overly concerned, not because he was indifferent to the assassination attempt, but because he was unconcerned about the subsequent handling. Behind this incident, it was undoubtedly the White Eagle, and pursuing the responsible parties was pointless. Its final handle it myself. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback. How could Gao Yang, a researcher, handle it himself? Gao Yang said, "If they want to crush me in the cradle, then I will live and develop more weapons. As for today's assassination," Gao Yang paused, "I will seek revenge myself in the future." General Zhou, maintaining a serious expression, relaxed somewhat. "Well done. Most people would be terrified after an assassination attempt, yet you remain so bold." "Bold? I think the first person Gao Yang wants to take revenge on is you," said another general angrily. "How could you put him in danger?" If it weren't for the sniper missing, you would have died 100 times over without any way to make amends. General Zhou did not retort. He knew he bore responsibility if anything happened to Gao Yang. However, he recalled another matter: the sniper didn't miss. Rather, I broke through the limits of the human body and caught the bullet. Huh. Gao Yang was stunned. What was going on? Breaking through human limits? General Fu and the other bigwigs in the room looked on in confusion. Catching a bullet. Was General Zhou considering himself a Terminator? You don't believe me. General Zhou pulled a bullet from his pocket. When I saw that sniper raising his gun, I lunged right in front of Gao Yang. At that moment, I regretted it immensely. If I had any protection, Gao Yang wouldn't have been harmed. Even if I were wearing a bulletproof vest, I could have acted as a meat shield. In that extremely urgent moment, I saw the bullet. The bullet was floating right in front of me, moving slowly towards me. Then I exerted all my strength and caught the bullet at the fastest speed. All eyes were glued to the bullet in his hand. It was a complete sniper bullet, showing signs of having been fired. Normally, bullets would deform upon hitting something, but this bullet showed no deformation. The people present were in shock. Could it be that General Zhou really broke through human limits in such a critical situation? Had he completed a miracle of saving someone? It seemed there was only this possibility. However, it felt so incredible. Without such a miraculous feat, both General Zhou and Gao Yang would have perished. In the silence of the room, Gao Yang could barely maintain his composure, his expression nearly slipping out of control. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, his body tense, fearing he might laugh. But his slight trembling still drew attention. General Zhou said, Gao Yang, you don't need to be so moved. This was my dereliction of duty, and it was what I should have done. Gao Yang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, holding back his mirth amidst everyone's puzzled gazes. Isn't it possible that it wasn't General Zhou who broke through human limits, but rather that the bullet slowed down? General Zhou was taken aback, and the surrounding bigwigs were also stunned. A bullet slowing down? That seemed even more absurd than breaking through human limits. Gao Yang lifted his shirt to reveal a belt that was one size larger. This is my newly developed electromagnetic protective shield capable of stopping bullets. The bigwigs in the room were once again dumbfounded. An electromagnetic protective shield? What is that? Never heard of it. It sounds so sci-fi. General Zhou looked down at the bullet in his hand, then at Gao Yang's belt, finding it hard to believe. So the bullet was first slowed down by the electromagnetic protective shield, allowing me to catch it. Gao Yang nodded yes. The person in charge of the training ground weakly added, Sir, I also saw the bullet, but at that moment I thought I was seeing things. General Zhou didn't care at all about his earlier embarrassment. His eyes lit up. How effective is this thing at stopping bullets? For metal bullets, it's almost absolutely effective. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. If anyone else had said this, they would have found it absurd, but Gao Yang had already presented so many top-tier technological products. Now even such an outrageous claim seemed believable, only shocking. Gao Yang proactively explained the bulletproof belt provides all-around protection, but due to energy constraints, it can only withstand one attack before needing to recharge. Some people in the crowd had already gaped. All-around protection. That means bullets coming from multiple angles could all be blocked. The last thing that offered such defensive angles was a heavy bulletproof vest. That thing was exhausting to wear even for a well-built person, and it affected combat. It was only used for mine clearance in cities or during urban combat inspections. Moreover, a heavy bulletproof vest would still cause injury if hit by a large caliber bullet. But this electromagnetic protective shield wouldn't. It doesn't affect combat, is compact and lightweight. This is nearly invincible. Gao Yang continued to introduce, as for bulletproof effectiveness, I haven't tested it yet, but it can definitely withstand large caliber bullets or some weaker artillery. Of course not those explosive shells. After Gao Yang finished his introduction, there was silence in the room, mainly because this thing was just too outrageous. Being able to stop large caliber bullets was already quite absurd. Normally, even if wearing a bulletproof vest, getting hit by a large caliber bullet would be a near-death experience. Even if it couldn't penetrate the bulletproof vest, it could still kill the person wearing it. More absurdly, it could stop artillery. Many people thought that artillery only existed in ancient times, but there are still many solid shells today. Even super advanced artillery like electromagnetic railguns use solid projectiles. Any kind of artillery has immense power. Just being grazed by a cannon while wearing a heavy bulletproof vest could lead to death. But this electromagnetic protective shield can actually stop cannonballs. If soldiers had such bulletproof capabilities combined with automatic targeting sniper rifles, they would be invincible. Originally, the bigwigs had come to check on Gao Yang, but now it seemed like an unexpected surprise. After the shock, General Zhou asked with some anticipation, can we test it? Gao Yang also wanted to test it as something that protected him. He was not yet fully aware of its performance. This is a great place for testing. It can be tested, but only once. I only have one spare battery. A group of people was quite satisfied. All right then, let's test it once. Principal Gon watched the group of big shots and wanted to complain, with just one chance, is that really a test? It merely satisfies their curiosity. But he didn't say it directly. One, he didn't dare, and two, he was also quite curious. As the principal of the Defense Technology University, he had been involved in a lot of research and he knew about electromagnetic weapons. The advanced electromagnetic railgun of the Dragon Kingdom utilizes electromagnetism with projectiles capable of reaching hundreds of kilometers, which is already astonishing. Now this electromagnetic protective shield sounds outrageous. Testing the defense doesn't require a large venue. They directly went to the indoor shooting range. The belt was fixed to a pillar at the back of the range, and then it was time to shoot. With only one testing opportunity, General Zhou smiled and said, "Want to use a powerful gun, but afraid of damaging the belt? Use the M99, 338 caliber semi-automatic sniper rifle." The person in charge hurried to get the gun. The M99 is currently one of the more advanced large-caliber sniper rifles in the Dragon Kingdom, looking quite imposing. General Zhou took the gun, turned to Gao Yang, and asked, "Is this all right?" "Definitely no problem." Gao Yang's gaze fell on the gun, which looked powerful. "How about I try shooting it?" General Zhou laughed. "Want to play with guns? What model do you want to play with? They'll have someone deliver it to your school's shooting range." Gao Yang chuckled. "It's a fortuitous occasion, so I want to play a bit. The recoil is painful." The people around laughed. General Fu set up the sniper rifle. "Come over, I'll teach you." Gao Yang leaned forward and positioned himself behind the sniper rifle under General Fu's guidance, then aimed at the distant electromagnetic protective shield through the scope and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. At the same time, a tremendous force hit his shoulder. Even lying down, Gao Yang felt his entire body tremble, moving back at least 3 centimeters. Ouch! It hurt. It felt as if someone had punched him with all their might. Looking up, he saw a new hole in the distant wall off by 2 or 3 meters. Laughter erupted in the shooting range. The group of big shots were all very pleased. General Fu helped Gao Yang up from the ground. "Want to try again?" Gao Yang's whole body was numb and his ears were ringing. He shook his head. "What a strong recoil." General Zhou beside him said, "This gun is famously known for its low recoil. The muzzle brake reduces most of the recoil during firing, and the semi-automatic structure allows some of the recoil energy to be absorbed by the bolt and the receiver during the compression of the recoil spring and buffer spring." General Zhou paused and added, "Now you understand how shocking your sniper rifle is when it fires right. The recoil of that compared to this is like a child scratching an itch." General Zhou directly lay down in front of the sniper rifle and instantly pulled the trigger. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. This time, however, the bullet accurately struck the electromagnetic protective shield. In that instant, everyone widened their eyes. The 12.7mm bullet had immense power, but at that moment the bullet stopped just half a meter in front of the belt. It paused for about 3 seconds, advancing less than 10 centimeters. Then it dropped to the ground with a crisp sound. A group of big shots rushed over without caring about their image. They all saw with their own eyes that the bullet was intercepted. It was as if the bullet hit an air wall. Such a protective effect is simply astounding. A large caliber sniper rifle, when fired from close range, can take down even those wearing heavy protective gear. For those in ordinary protective gear, it can pierce right through, leaving a massive hole in a 3 centimeter thick steel plate. A terrifying bullet that could split a person in half. And yet it silently stopped in midair. A group of people picked up the hot bullet. Looking at the electromagnetic protective shield, then turning back to Gao Yang, the shock and excitement in their eyes were incredibly strong. If the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are all equipped with such belts, future wars could at least have the casualties. Because having this thing is akin to having an extra life. Gao Yang stepped forward and put the belt back on. This belt isn't perfect yet. The battery's performance is too poor and can only support the electromagnetic protective shield for one use. I will develop a high-energy battery to improve the usage frequency of the belt. Then we can conduct a proper test. General Zhou instinctively glanced at Gao Yang. It seemed like there was something off about Gao Yang's words. Was it really that easy? It felt as if he was saying, "I really want to eat pancakes from the west of the city. I'll go buy some in a few days." But is developing a high-energy battery that simple? Yet this statement didn't seem to pose any significant issue, since the one saying it was Gao Yang. He was the super genius who had already produced an epic-making automatic aiming sniper rifle and an epic-making laser gun. After some thought, General Zhou decided not to comment on Gao Yang's idea. Gao Yang was still young, so he could do whatever he wanted. "How did you come up with the idea to research the electromagnetic protective shield?" "Actually, I considered that there might be dangers, so I wanted to develop a better bulletproof vest. As a result, I found out during the research that those on TV who wear bulletproof vests and are completely unharmed after being hit are all fake. To achieve a truly unscathed bulletproof vest, only electromagnetic technology can do that. So I created the electromagnetic protective shield." General Zhou instinctively glanced at a few big shots beside him. Their expressions mirrored his confusion. "Oh, it sounded fine, but in reality, there were significant issues. A beggar says I think being poor is bad, so I became a billionaire. Absurd, truly absurd. Reading books on researching bulletproof vests, and ended up developing an electromagnetic protective shield. But since it was Gao Yang saying it, there was no problem. It was irrefutable." Gao Yang looked at General Zhou. "Can you give me that sniper bullet?" General Zhou took a bullet out of his pocket. "What do you want this for?" Gao Yang took the bullet, observing the beautiful patterns on it. It was clear that this bullet had been finely polished. With its attractive patterns, it can serve a stabilizing purpose. Listening to General Zhou's question, Gao Yang's eyes flickered. "Just keeping it as a memento. After all, this is the first bullet shot at me. If it weren't for having just developed the belt, I would have already gone to report to the King of Hell. What will those people from the Bald Eagle do in the end?" General Zhou didn't answer, but asked in return, how do you want to handle it? First lock them up and give me some time, we'll deal with everything at once. Gao Yang tucked the bullet into his pocket. When he seeks revenge, it won't just be on these people. General Zhou patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Then let's lock them up for now. When you want to bring it up again, inform me, and I will definitely assist you with all my might. Gao Yang nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. General Zhou pulled Gao Yang out. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Charge the battery fully and wait for your security team. My security team? The 10 I've lent you aren't enough. They've assigned more personnel to you. Just heard about your ambush, and they've temporarily dispatched 80 people to you. 80? Gao Yang was stunned. So many security personnel, what kind of treatment is this? General Zhou explained, because this is a temporary assignment, there are only 80 all top-tier guards. Gao Yang quickly replied, that's enough. I will be at school for a long time and don't need so many people to protect me. I am still wearing an electromagnetic shield. General Zhou said sternly, it is precisely because you are in school that more people are needed to protect you. Anyone can enter the school, and there are many people around. Often danger comes from negligence. Many famous assassinations in history actually occurred unexpectedly. 80 people rotate to protect you with visible and covert protection, plus the electromagnetic shield barely sufficient. As General Zhou spoke, he scanned the area. Any information about the electromagnetic shield is completely sealed within this shooting range. Once leaked, everyone here will be thoroughly investigated. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully supportive. Currently, the electromagnetic shield is limited in usage and cannot be equipped on a large scale. Its best function is to protect Gao Yang. Once those who want to kill Gao Yang know that the electromagnetic shield can only block once its effectiveness will be nullified. After waiting for just half an hour, Gao Yang's guards arrived. 80 top-tier guards. These guards were originally outstanding soldiers trained in the skills and experience of guarding, and only after undergoing extremely rigorous assessments would they be assigned to Gao Yang's side. In addition to the guards, 2 military uniforms and 2 medals were also sent from above. General Zhou, holding a box, performed a solemn salute to Gao Yang, and then stated earnestly, Gao Yang, a student of the Defense Science and Technology University, specializing in light weapon engineering, has independently researched laser weapons, achieving outstanding merit and making significant contributions to defense, awarded first-class merit and a reward of 5 million. Gao Yang, a student of the Defense Science and Technology University, specializing in light weapon engineering, has independently developed an automatic targeting sniper rifle, achieving outstanding merit and making significant contributions to defense, awarded first-class merit and a reward of 5 million. This is currently the highest award. Gao Yang saluted, and General Zhou pinned the 2 medals on Gao Yang's chest. You have not yet graduated, so your rank cannot be conferred yet. It will be calculated together upon graduation. At the same time, Principal Gan also saluted Gao Yang, looking forward to the future. As a student of the Defense Science and Technology University, after graduation, the usual rank is 100 for ordinary performance, 120 for good performance, and for exceptional performance, especially for those involved in award-winning projects, there is a chance for 130. But Gao Yang is about to graduate starting with 200, and in the next 2.5 years, if he has any more inventions, his future is limitless. It's possible that during the graduation ceremony, a senior with a higher rank than his will appear. He is looking forward to seeing the expressions of all the faculty and students at that time. After the awarding of honors, everyone saluted Gao Yang. They truly admired Gao Yang. Earning first-class merit is commendable, whether in research or other accomplishments. Putting his hands down, General Zhou said, the money will be transferred to your account later. Because of the special nature of your weapon research, the recognition cannot be publicly announced for now, but one day you will appear in the news openly. Gao Yang had no objection to the lack of publicity for the award. He did not wish to become too famous. After the recognition, Gao Yang returned to school and immediately rushed to the library to search for books related to batteries. The advantage of the school library being large enough is that it has everything you need. Here there is all the information and principles regarding various types of batteries. As long as Gao Yang wants, he can replicate them. However, Gao Yang does not want to merely replicate. If possible, he wants to create the best battery currently available and then enhance it. Today's assassination attempt not only made Gao Yang furious, but also made him acutely aware that his identity information had been leaked. He must be more cautious. The best caution is not to hide in a corner, but to research various technologies that make it impossible for others to successfully assassinate him. In his spare time, Gao Yang also drilled a hole in the bullets and wore a pendant similar to that of a battle wolf, intensifying his desire for revenge. The days of reading were as monotonous as ever. However, Gao Yang clearly felt that there were more people around him. In addition to the close guards, there were also classmates from special classes who had nothing to do. They would also come to the library to read, trying to get familiar. They came over to ask questions, and Gao Yang answered them all. For his classmates, difficult questions were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 for Gao Yang, so answering them didn't waste time. As a result, more and more people gathered around him, making the quiet library unexpectedly lively. However, it did not significantly affect Gao Yang. When classmates asked questions, they would generally wait until he finished a book before interrupting his reading. Gao Yang read until 10 o'clock at night, and all the classmates had already slipped away. Ruoro walked to Gao Yang's opposite side, handed him a cup of tea, and shyly asked, "Our research group has decided on the direction for the second phase of the design handheld electromagnetic weapons. Electromagnetic railgun." Gao Yang instinctively raised his head, looking at Ruoro in bewilderment. "How can your fluttering dress group not aim for the sky?" Ruoro was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. "Is that not possible?" Gao Yang felt a pang of pain. The Dragon country had already developed electromagnetic rail cannons, which had immense power capable of launching solid projectiles hundreds of kilometers. That was outrageous. It should be noted that previously the range of artillery was only about 70 kilometers. The reason for the existence of electromagnetic railguns is that the White-Headed Eagle found itself unable to keep up with the Dragon country's pace regarding the rail cannons. Thus, they made a significant leap forward with their PowerPoint presentation and decided to directly tackle the more challenging electromagnetic railgun. The principle of the electromagnetic railgun is the same as that of the rail cannon. It pushes the bullet using electromagnetism. In fact, it overlaps with the principle of Gao Yang's electromagnetic shield. However, compressing something as large as a rail cannon into a small firearm requires extremely high precision, stable control of energy, and the ability to unleash a tremendous burst of energy instantly. The difficulties in all aspects are quite high. Seeing that Gao Yang was silent, Ruoro weakly asked, "Is it very difficult?" "It's hellishly difficult. The White-Headed Eagle is desperately researching it, but even their numerous top teams cannot produce results." Ruoro nodded as she understood what Gao Yang meant. "Then we will go back and discuss our previous ideas." "Previous ideas?" Gao Yang took a sip of milk tea. "You can tell me. Let's see if I can offer any suggestions." "RPG." Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. "That is indeed a thought. Electromagnetic rail technology can definitely be added to the RPG." Ruoro was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but repeat, "Adding electromagnetic rail technology to the RPG." Yes, adding electromagnetic rail technology to the gun is challenging due to size constraints, but it can definitely be installed on the rocket launcher. Originally, a rocket launcher had nothing inside. If you add electromagnetic rail technology, the rocket can fly far, and then the rocket can accelerate in 2 stages, finally crashing into the target, detonating the front fuse, and then a 3rd stage explosion, making the warhead's lethality even greater. Gao Yang followed along and felt it was very reasonable. Under normal circumstances, rockets have a short range at most 300 to 400 meters. Although their effective range can reach 1 kilometer, the so-called effectiveness does not consider accuracy. Overall, the flight speed is slow and easily avoidable. However, by adding an electromagnetic launcher, the rocket's flight speed would increase, and with the 2-stage acceleration, the effect should be quite interesting. Gao Yang's eyes gradually brightened. It seemed like it could really be done. Ruoro's small mouth opened slightly wide. A scene appeared in her mind. Someone was shouldering a rocket launcher in a mountain valley, preparing to fire. In the next moment, the rocket launcher suddenly flew far away, igniting again in midair before plunging down. Is this a rocket? It's a missile. Rockets are extremely popular on the battlefields of third-world countries. They are simple to launch, can be operated by a single soldier, and can be fired anytime, anywhere, making them perfect for urban warfare with effects that are simply astonishing. Most importantly, they are cheap. If the issue of slow rocket flight speed can be resolved, how terrifying would that be? In the past, helicopters could evade RPGs through maneuvering, but once the speed issue is resolved, helicopters will simply be targets in the sky. Moreover, the overall difficulty isn't as high as that of an electromagnetic railgun, yet it still incorporates electromagnetic rail technology, which is quite advanced. This design combines high-end features with practicality. It truly seems feasible. Ruoro nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll go back and inform them. Count me in during the research. I'll join you all." Gao Yang was genuinely interested, as RPGs play a significant role in modern warfare. That still has drawbacks, but if those can be resolved, wouldn't it be exhilarating? After Ruoro left, Gao Yang continued reading about batteries, with energy issues still at the forefront of his priorities. By the next day, 3 girls appeared in the library. As members of the dress-flying research group, they began studying electromagnetic technology. However, unlike Gao Yang, who was there all day, they could only come during breaks or when they had no classes. Time passed quickly, and there was no word outside about Gao Yang's attack. The people from the White-Headed Eagle were detained, and neither the White-Headed Eagle nor Long pursued the matter further, as if nothing had happened. The ones truly affected by the sniper competition were the top snipers of various forces. Those who had already reached the pinnacle of sniper units began a new round of grueling training. They all vowed not to fall behind. Military forces worldwide aimed to be number 1. Being left behind by 2 or 3 points was hard to accept, but being left so far behind was truly painful. What they didn't realize was that no matter how grueling the training lasted for 10 or 8 years, they could never defeat the snipers from Longhua. After all, no matter how high the skills, they are still mere mortals. A sniper with an automatic aiming sniper rifle is undoubtedly a master. As time passed, Gao Yang's progress in accumulating enhancement opportunities gradually increased. The trees wished for stillness, but the wind would not cease. After several days of reading in the library, Gao Yang received a phone call. Looking at the caller ID, he frowned and answered the phone. "Second aunt." On the other end of the line, his second aunt's voice, tinged with tears, sounded, "Xiao Yan, your brother knows he was wrong. Can you let him off this time?" "This is outrageous." Gao Yang felt incredulous. This is attempted murder. He was caught, and now they want the intended victim to show mercy. Is this something a person can say? I'm busy. I have nothing to say. I'm hanging up. Please listen to me. Your brother was also misled. The idea to kill you was your uncle's suggestion. Your brother definitely deserves punishment, but it doesn't have to be so severe. When I sought connections, others said there was pressure from above to impose strict penalties. Just say a few words to show your stance. Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh, directly hanging up the phone. While his words might carry weight, why should he say anything? He had even insisted on serious handling. He blacklisted the number and continued reading. On the other end of the phone was a small room where several people were looking at the second aunt. She held the phone looking at the people in front of her. He hung up, but don't panic. This was all within my expectations. This little brat is naturally cruel and blackheart. He's been bad since childhood. The person opposite the second aunt glanced at the documents. Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to lure him out of school. Rest assured, I can definitely lure him out of school. But can you guarantee to rescue my son and bring our whole family to the White-Head Eagle? Don't worry, we work for the White-Head Eagle, and we keep our promises. The middle-aged man nodded. The second aunt called again, saying that little brat actually cares about his grandfather. We can use his grandfather as bait. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. The second aunt was taken aback. This little brat actually blacklisted me. She turned to her husband beside her. Give me your phone. This time the call went through. On the other end, Gao Yang's impatient voice came. Speak quickly. Your grandfather is sick and in the hospital. He said not to let us inform you, but you can come visit if you have time. It's at the First People's Hospital. The second aunt quickly finished speaking and hung up, turning to the people in front of her. He will definitely go to the hospital. The White-Head Eagle's people immediately made a call, arrange for someone to wait at the school gate. The target may leave school at any moment. The second aunt looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. You are the legendary assassins, right? You really are useless. To kill Gao Yang, his father, is the biggest weakness. Just send people to capture him directly. Wouldn't Gao Yang just surrender? The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, feeling a headache. She was indeed talkative and truly wicked. He even considered shooting her. But now he still had to rely on her to lure Gao Yang out. Chang Yongfu has received official protection from Longhua, and there are many guards around him. There is no opportunity to act. The second aunt felt a bit envious. That little brat is quite capable, but luckily he's about to die. By the way, what's your name? Do you have a wife? My niece is 26 years old, 1.70 meters, and quite nice. Shut up. The middle-aged man couldn't hold it in anymore. This person was not only wicked, but also foolish. Claiming to introduce him to a girlfriend was clearly a ploy to bind him. Seemingly clever, but utterly foolish. He even considered whether he had made a mistake in collaborating with this person. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yang put down his phone, looking puzzled at it. That mean wicked and foolish second aunt actually took the initiative to call him, telling him his grandfather was sick. How could this be possible? That idiot would wish he wouldn't go so she could go to his grandfather and say the grandson is heartless. Even if his grandfather died, he wouldn't be notified. Strange occurrences must have their reasons. Gao Yang turned to the guard sitting nearby, reading, come here. The guard quickly walked to Gao Yang's side. Gao Yang handed over the phone. My second aunt called, saying my grandfather is sick. We will arrange a schedule immediately. Gao Yang waved his hand. No need to arrange a schedule. This information must be false. My second aunt wouldn't notify me. There's likely some hidden agenda. The guard nodded. Then I'll arrange for someone to check if your grandfather is really sick. Gao Yang waved his hand again. That's not what I meant. Let's get straight to the point. Can we directly go and catch someone? The guard was taken aback. Just because of a phone call they were going to catch someone. But it was just for a moment. He nodded. Sure, well, contact the nearby station troops right now. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. You have the authority to mobilize them. Normally no, but since you are in danger, we have the right to mobilize all resources to protect your safety. Just say they are a threat to your safety. However, if a misjudgment occurs and the operation goes awry, you might be held accountable. Gao Yang didn't care much. Just catch them first. A misjudgment is impossible. After all, the nature of a person is hard to change. The guard called the higher-ups, reporting that the target posed a threat to Gao Yang's life. After hanging up the phone, the guard said, now we just wait for news. Gao Yang stopped thinking and continued reading his book. Inside a detached villa, his second aunt looked at the middle-aged man somewhat impatiently. Haven't you killed that little brat yet? The person sent by the White Eagle was feeling quite troubled as this man kept chattering in his ear. It's only been half an hour. Just as he was speaking, the White Eagle's agent frowned, as if he heard the sound of a helicopter. But in this city, there shouldn't normally be helicopters. He walked to the window, looked up, and saw a helicopter flying across the sky. It was a military helicopter. He felt a bit nervous, but didn't care too much, because the military had no reason to know he was here. Even if they did know he was here, it wouldn't matter. He hadn't even started to take action yet. The long countryside couldn't possibly have any foresight. As the helicopter approached the villa, it slowly reduced its speed. The White Eagle's men began to feel something was off. Oh, why was the helicopter slowing down over the villa? While he was in confusion, several military vehicles drove in from all directions surrounding the villa. The soldiers in the military vehicles exited from the other side of the vehicles. Using the vehicles as shields, they set up weapons on the opposite side. The helicopter shouted from the air, you are surrounded, drop your weapons, and come out of the room to surrender. You have 3 minutes, after which we will launch a strong attack. Meanwhile, some of the later arriving soldiers began to evacuate the people from the surrounding villas to prevent them from being hit by stray bullets during the battle. However, during the evacuation, a crowd was still peeking out curiously, asking the soldiers what was going on. They were completely unperturbed. Seeing the military with guns, not only were they not afraid, but the gossiping civilians were a unique sight in the world, only present in the Long Country. Inside the villa, the White Eagle's leader looked at the situation and suddenly widened his eyes at his second ant. You tipped them off. The second ant was dumbfounded. I didn't. I really didn't tip them off. The White Eagle's men pulled down the curtains, looking through the gap at the fully armed soldiers outside, turning back to look at their subordinates. The subordinates nervously dropped their weapons. With such fierce firepower, once they launch a strong attack, we have no chance of survival. I want to surrender. One person wanted to surrender, and the rest all wanted to surrender. Facing certain death, it was better to surrender and survive. The leader glanced at the weapons they had prepared. Having these firearms here would cause a lot of trouble. After thinking for a moment, he looked at his second ant, noticing her terrified expression, realizing it probably wasn't her doing. If it were her, the people outside could use more methods to capture them rather than simply overwhelming them. Surrender is fine, but let's first verify the information. When questioned, we were conducting a weapons transaction. Absolutely do not say anything reckless. They came with such force to arrest us, they must know our intentions, but as long as we stubbornly deny it, there is a glimmer of hope. The second ant nodded repeatedly. I promise not to say anything reckless. A group of people raised their hands and slowly walked outside. They opened the door, cautiously raised their hands and shouted loudly, we surrender. Under the aim of all the guns, one by one they lined up and then lay on the ground. The soldiers behind the military vehicles were somewhat disappointed. These people actually did not resist, and their lack of resistance turned the individual's merits into collective achievements. Some soldiers stepped forward to handcuff everyone and took them to the military vehicles. During the handcuffing process, several soldiers who came into contact were very surprised. These people had very solid muscles. Moreover, their palms were calloused. Generally, seasoned veterans would not develop calluses on their palms because their shooting quotas were limited each year. Only special forces would have professional and continuous firearms training to develop calluses on their palms. After handcuffing everyone and escorting them to the military vehicles, one soldier reported over the communication channel, "They are all big fish, all well-trained." Additionally, infrared scanning shows there are 2 more people inside the house. Several soldiers entered the villa and quickly brought 2 people out. One was cowering Gao Yang's second uncle. The other was shouting loudly in protest. It was the second ant. They forced us to lure Gao Yang out of school. They want to take action against him. Inside the military vehicle, the White Eagle's operation leader, who was tightly handcuffed, felt the blood rush to his head. If it weren't for his blood vessels being resilient enough, this moment would have caused a brain hemorrhage. How did he not blow up that stupid idiot just now? A weapons transaction wouldn't result in that many years in prison, but attempting to murder Gao Yang would definitely lead to a gruesome end. In the distance, the command vehicle's door opened, and the commander responsible for the operation rushed over, staring intently at the second ant. Repeat what you just said. He didn't know who Gao Yang was or what he had done, but he knew that the higher-ups had called to say there was someone threatening Gao Yang, and it had to be dealt with seriously. The second ant was frightened, her voice much quieter. They forced me to lure Gao Yang out of school, so they could kill him. Just then a soldier came out of the room, carrying a bag full of weapons. All of these weapons are smuggled. The commander looked at the weapons, then at the people in the vehicle. His accolades were coming. They could trace the weapons back, and this group could be traced back too. The second ant continued. I am Gao Yang's second ant. You can't act recklessly. The commander waved his hand. First, send them to the back of the vehicle and keep a close watch. Yes. As long as they participated, they had to be apprehended first. What to do with them afterward would be dealt with later. The commander went directly to the front military vehicle. On the vehicle, the person sent by the White Eagle with red eyes said, under the kitchen cabinet, I have my phone. It contains recordings of that bitch's words, where she voluntarily offered to help us. She also wanted to kill Gao Yang. After listening to the recording, you'll know everything. The commander was stunned. How could this be such an easy achievement? He didn't even need to ask, and this person said it all. This wasn't surrendering, this was actively offering their necks. Who are you? The leader took a deep breath. I am from the White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department, head of the Special Operations Team stationed in the Long Country. The commander gasped, and then a smile appeared on his face. This was a great achievement. He would at least get a promotion. He had caught a big fish, a real big fish. In peacetime, opportunities for meritorious service were truly rare. This was a significant achievement. Immediately, his expression became serious. A special operations team like this consisted entirely of elite forces. Their deployment definitely indicated a major event. Moreover, there couldn't just be these 6 people. Generally, a small team consists of at least 10 people. Including the leader, that's at least 11. What about the rest of you? The commander asked again. The White Eagle's leader fell silent, lowering his head for a moment. Can I survive? Cooperate well, and there may be a chance. The White Eagle's leader remained silent for a moment. There are people lying in wait outside the school, and some others ready to act at any time waiting for my command. I can contact them. However, I want to know how you knew I was here, and how you knew my action plan. The commander closed the car door and walked to the command vehicle to report the situation above. The news quickly reached the library, where a guard approached Gao Yang with a phone. Everything went smoothly over there. Your second aunt, in cooperation with the people from the White-Head Eagle, is trying to lure you out of the school and then take action against you. The leader of the White-Head Eagle's action team wants to know how you found out about his plan. Tell him he will assist us in capturing the remaining individuals. Gao Yang knew that when things seemed off, there was definitely something sinister at play, but this was a big deal. He picked up the phone and replied, I don't know his plan. If I had to say how I spotted the flaw, it's because he actually chose my second aunt as a partner. He deserves to be stupid. If my grandfather really falls ill, the entire Gao family will absolutely not inform me, but will instead try to stop me. The person on the other end of the phone fell silent, having listened to the recording. He couldn't discern any issues, so he was curious. Now he understood where the problem lay. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year does not have good intentions. After hanging up, Gao Yang continued reading. It was expected that the White-Head Eagle would come to trouble him, but collaborating with his second aunt was simply digging his own grave. It wasn't just the collaboration with his second aunt. Anyone from the Gao family would be impossible to deceive. On the military vehicle, the leader of the White-Head Eagle's action team heard Gao Yang's response and almost spat blood. He began to regret not eliminating that woman when he was captured. So foolish. Since there was no chance of escape, he no longer resisted and started cooperating with the officials of the Dragon Country to capture the remaining members of the action team. The operation concluded by afternoon, and the entire action team was taken down in one sweep. The smoothness of the process made the person responsible for the entire capture feel as if he were dreaming. This achievement was no different from picking up a bargain. Also in the afternoon, General Fu, having received news, arrived at the school library with a report on the entire incident. He pushed the materials toward Gao Yang. The entire action team of the White-Head Eagle has been successfully captured. Gao Yang opened the materials and glanced at them. That so-called leader confessed directly upon hearing my words. General Fu looked somewhat disdainful. He was just looking for a way out. As a person from Dragon Country, how many loyalists can work for the White-Head Eagle? Even if there are loyalists, such people lack the determination. With just a bit of coercion, they will obediently cooperate. Gao Yang frowned. Are there many people like that? Very few. Firstly, there are not many who can work for the White-Head Eagle. Of course, those who only pretend to take photos around military bases don't count. There are few who work full-time. While there are few full-time operatives, those aiming to carry out assassinations must undergo extensive training, which costs a lot of money. These people also require time and funds to hide and launder their identities. With an entire squad wiped out, the White-Head Eagle's related personnel will also have headaches. Gao Yang didn't understand this. Is there no way to target me? Will my father be in danger? No. When your guards were assigned, your father was already protected. Gao Yang roughly finished reading the materials and could see the identities of everyone captured, including his second aunt and uncle. What will happen to them? In their testimonies, both my second aunt and uncle claimed they were coerced, but the subsequent recordings proved they were too happy to cooperate. General Fu looked at Gao Yang, a hint of sympathy flashing in his eyes. Without this investigation, he wouldn't have known that Gao Yang had lived in such an environment since childhood. Having lived in such an environment, Gao Yang had fundamentally not turned bad, which was already considered lucky. How do you want to handle this? Gao Yang's words could determine the fate of these two. He wanted to say kill them, but after a moment's thought, he said just imprison them for life. They can still be of use. Let them tread on the wheel of fire. All right, General Fu nodded. Where is the research on the battery now? We already have a 90% certainty. General Fu had initially asked casually, but upon hearing the 90% certainty, he was somewhat surprised. So soon. It had been less than 10 days since Gao Yang last mentioned researching batteries. He understood that geniuses were hard to comprehend, but this was too hard to grasp. Simply abnormal. Gao Yang looked at General Fu and suddenly said, can you get me the experimental data from other research institutes? General Fu was taken aback. What data do you want? The research data on solid-state batteries. If possible, the currently released semi-solid battery data would also do. General Fu stood up to make a phone call. If someone else were to request these things, it would definitely be denied, as they were commercial secrets. Major companies were on high alert. Just speaking of car companies, if the battery storage capacity increases a bit, the advantage when selling cars becomes significantly greater. Gao Yang didn't hold out much hope. He was just trying to ask. What could be included in books were all relatively outdated knowledge. The truly core materials had yet to be disclosed. Only things that everyone had a grasp on would be published. In just 5 minutes, General Fu returned to the library. The Dragon Science Institute has agreed to send the data. It will be delivered tonight. Gao Yang didn't expect he would really be able to get it, and so quickly. With batteries that had a higher energy storage capacity as a foundation for enhancement, the energy of the enhanced batteries would only be greater. General Fu left, and Gao Yang continued reading while waiting. It wasn't until evening that several USB drives were escorted to the library by guards. The USB drives could only be viewed on standalone computers. Gao Yang understood this. Once the USB was plugged into an internet-connected computer, if the luck ran out and the computer was hacked, the data would leak. Gao Yang no longer read in the library. He headed straight for the laboratory. The computers in the laboratory were only connected to the internal local area network, making them very secure. Upon opening the materials, not only did they contain knowledge about semi-solid batteries, but also included research logs and other documents regarding solid-state batteries. If Gao Yang were greedy, this data could fetch an exorbitant price. However, he only wanted to manufacture. During the process of reviewing the materials, Gao Yang also kept an eye on the system. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the speed of energy storage seemed to be increasing. Reading books could store energy, but could these materials store energy even faster? Originally, it would take 3 days to fully accumulate energy, but after switching to the most advanced materials, Gao Yang only took a day and a half. A system prompt sounded in his mind. The opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification has been fully charged. Gao Yang also had a general understanding of the materials. He only needed to see the manufacturing process, and the other parts could be skimmed, so the speed was very fast. After putting away the materials, Gao Yang put on thick protective gear and prepared to start working. The manufacturing of batteries is complicated and dangerous, and during the process toxic gases would be released. Even if he was confident, he had to be cautious. The electrolyte of lithium-ion batteries is liquid. Switching to solid-state electrolytes is what makes a solid-state battery. Theoretically, solid-state batteries are safer and have an energy density more than twice that of ternary lithium batteries. However, the technical difficulties have yet to be resolved. The semi-solid battery has already been developed as a transitional product. This time, what Gao Yang is going to manufacture is the semi-solid battery. The process of battery manufacturing is quite complex, but Gao Yang possesses advanced skills. With so many memories acquired both in knowledge and operation, he far surpasses the average person. The pre-prepared semi-finished materials also accelerated the manufacturing speed. After working late into the night, a 2 cm square battery was produced by Gao Yang. Placing the battery on the bulletproof belt, a prompt sound echoed in Gao Yang's mind, detected that the host has developed a semi-solid state battery. Would you like to amplify it? Gao Yang had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Without a hint of hesitation, amplify. A phantom disc appeared before him, marking the time for a lucky draw. With his hand resting on the disc, Gao Yang didn't rush to spin it. Instead, he recalled the sensations from previous spins. He had achieved high multipliers several times and wondered if he could control the force to guide the disc to a higher multiplier. Gently exerting force, the disc began to move, albeit slowly, turning only halfway. The pointer stopped at 10,000 times. Gao Yang widened his eyes, waiting for the prompt in his mind. As long as the prompt sound rings, it indicates that this move can be utilized, allowing for a 10,000-fold amplification in every subsequent instance. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a 10,000-fold energy amplification. Amid Gao Yang's ecstatic joy, the equipment in the laboratory began to operate. This time the speed was swift. Within 2 minutes, the system completed the manufacturing automatically. A battery with the same appearance floated in the air. Due to the limitations of laboratory materials and equipment, an amplification of 23 times has been achieved. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. In the past, the system's manufacturing always yielded amplifications of at least several hundred times. How could it only be 23 times? Was the difficulty in battery manufacturing that high? But 20 times wouldn't be enough. Just as Gao Yang pondered, a flood of memories surged into his mind. After upgrading, a regular lithium battery turns into a lithium metal battery capable of storing energy up to 30 times that of the current battery. This energy capacity is terrifying. A regular 5,000 mAh smartphone battery, when replaced with a lithium metal battery, would translate to 150 mAh, 75 kilowatt-hours. It's monstrous. A vehicle with a range of 500 kilometers could directly achieve a range of 15,000 kilometers. A super revolution in new energy vehicles. What fuel vehicle could have such an impressive range? But to Gao Yang, this still wasn't enough. After all, he had drawn a 10,000-fold amplification this time. Immediately, even more memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. With his mouth agape as he absorbed the memories, he realized that the next stage of battery technology was the nuclear energy battery. The micronuclear energy battery is divided into 2 parts, a gentler one that uses reactants as the battery, surrounded by materials that isolate radiation, with an inner layer that absorbs energy. Such a battery can continuously release energy until the energy of the radiation materials is entirely depleted. At this stage, the energy consumption of the battery can reach hundreds of times that of lithium batteries. The second stage is still a nuclear energy battery, though it shouldn't be called that. It should be referred to as a microreactor. It can perform nuclear fission and fusion reactions within. Once all the memories were received, Gao Yang opened his eyes. This time the system provided numerous multipliers. The energy content of the nuclear fusion reactor would undoubtedly exceed that of any similarly sized battery by far more than 10,000 times. Most importantly, this seemed merely like battery technology, yet it contained knowledge of nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. A technology capable of altering the world's landscape. Moreover, even the metal lithium battery technology which Gao Yang looked down upon would drive the entire new energy industry into a frenzy. The market for batteries is enormous. The emergence of metal lithium batteries could swiftly capture the market. Though their value is high to Gao Yang, the metal lithium batteries seem a bit underwhelming. Perhaps the metal lithium batteries could increase a vehicle's range by 30 times. But when applied to energy weapons, they still feel somewhat lacking. Nuclear energy batteries must be developed. If an electromagnetic shield had a nuclear energy battery, it could be used indefinitely. Enemies firing machine guns at his face would be unable to harm him. Additionally, various energy weapons would no longer have usage limitations. Laser guns could be handheld and fired continuously. Research on electromagnetic guns could even be prioritized. One reason Gao Yang had previously prevented Ruo and others from researching electromagnetic guns was that there was no energy available to use. However, nuclear energy is challenging to procure. The equipment is also hard to obtain. The laboratory lacks any nuclear-related equipment. Acquiring the necessary equipment and materials would require several hundred million, even a few billion, might not suffice. The school had allocated over 100 million in research funding, which barely covered the gaps. But Gao Yang has many ways to make money. Selling weaponry could generate profit, and if all else fails, he could sell technology. Although he has only amplified a few types of weapons, the technology involved in those amplifications is extensive. Even a bit of scrap material could yield significant profits. For example, regarding this battery, while the nuclear energy battery will not be sold, the technology for metal lithium batteries can definitely be sold. After all, it is merely an increase of 30 times on the basis of the original lithium battery. As for whom to sell it to, Gao Yang called Professor Li. Many professors at the school have companies or partnerships with companies outside. The school even has many research projects directly linked with outside technology companies. The call was quickly connected and Gao Yang stated directly, "I want to sell some technology." Professor Li was momentarily taken aback. Technology related to weapons cannot be sold outside. It's not weapons, it's batteries. I've developed a high-energy battery and want to exchange technology for some money. Professor Li pondered for a moment. That is feasible. I will first ask the Lonka Institute Laboratory. They have a partnership with automotive companies. Gao Yang hung up the phone and prepared to make more batteries in case these electromagnetic ones could be used for testing. In less than half an hour, Professor Li called back sounding somewhat perplexed. The laboratory mentioned that they provided you with confidential information a couple of days ago. Are you looking to sell that information? Gao Yang laughed. How could that be? What are you thinking? I developed the lithium metal battery based on their research. On the other end of the line, Professor Li was stunned. Even if he wasn't familiar with the battery field, he had some understanding. Concepts in the battery industry are abundant, but few are feasible. The lithium metal battery is one of those concepts claiming that it can achieve energy storage increased by several times. But the difficulty of research is significant. Yet Gao Yang has already mastered it. Even though Professor Li knew Gao Yang was a genius, he hesitated. Really? I have a finished product here. Professor Li was unable to contain his excitement, especially since Gao Yang had previously introduced so many groundbreaking products. Now he had directly presented a lithium metal battery. Even if it only had 10 times the storage capacity, a vehicle that originally had a range of 500 kilometers could directly be extended to 5,000 kilometers. A smartphone battery could return to the Nokia era, lasting 10 days on a single charge. Moreover, would there be improvements in other aspects? Safety, heat dissipation. Various thoughts collided in Professor Li's mind as he paused for a moment. I will find you immediately. I'm in the laboratory. Shortly after hanging up, Professor Li hurriedly rushed into the laboratory. Gao Yang pointed to the battery on the table. Lithium metal battery. Professor Li picked up a battery and first noted its weight. How many times has the energy storage of this battery increased compared to previous lithium batteries? Due to laboratory conditions, it has only increased by 23 times, but theoretically it can achieve 30 times the energy storage. Professor Li weighed the battery, lost in thought for a moment, took out his phone, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and then dialed a number. The call connected, and Professor Li spoke casually. Old Wu, what are you thinking? Gao Yang is my student. He wouldn't sell your confidential information. He just casually researched a metal lithium battery and is looking for partners. Gao Yang did not expect the serious Professor Li to have such a side. The old Wu on the phone should have a good relationship with him. We can only research metal lithium batteries after we finish the solid-state batteries. Professor Li sneered. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well. Just contact your collaborating manufacturer directly, and I will bring my students over to conduct tests with the metal lithium batteries. Are your related devices fully equipped? The batteries produced in our school's laboratory have a storage capacity only 23 times that of lithium batteries, but theoretically it can reach 30 times. Nonsense. The theoretical storage capacity of metal lithium batteries can only reach a dozen times. Old Wu's voice echoed again. You'll understand during the tests. Professor Li hung up the phone, directly rubbing his face. He found it hard to believe, and it was only due to his trust in Gao Yang's abilities that he made this call. He looked down at the metal lithium battery. No longer casual. My friend said that the storage capacity of metal lithium batteries theoretically only reaches a dozen times. Gao Yang was too lazy to speak, merely pushing the battery on the table. The batteries are here. They can't possibly be fake. Professor Li also felt it was absurd and stopped discussing battery-related issues since he didn't understand. It's better to keep the technology to yourself. The Dragon Kingdom encourages researchers to conduct more research. Even if the state funds the research projects, the patents belong to the researchers. The way to monetize is actually very simple. It's generally through collaboration. Some collaborate with outside capital to start a company where the technicians are only responsible for technology and profit sharing. This time, don't sell your technology, you just collaborate on it. It's actually similar to selling technology, but will yield a substantial patent fee along with continuous income. How to negotiate depends on the technology and their attitude. They don't rush to make decisions. Gao Yang nodded. This was all advice based on experience. How much is the technology worth? Each breakthrough technology is said to be priceless, but in application, it must be carefully calculated. He didn't quite understand these things and didn't need to as long as he had enough money to assemble a nuclear battery. Professor Lee also recovered from his shock, found a chair to sit down, and chatted, "Why are you thinking of exchanging technology for money?" "I want to manufacture nuclear batteries, which requires building a larger laboratory." Professor Lee's mouth gaped open again. This. Nuclear batteries. Before Gao Yang could respond, Professor Lee's phone rang. It was old Wu calling. "Can you come to our laboratory at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?" After confirming with Gao Yang, Professor Lee agreed. "I'll be fine to go over tomorrow afternoon." Good. Gao Yang began to get busy. He was busy creating an electromagnetic protective shield. When he went out, he had the protection of the electromagnetic shield, but Professor Lee and the guards did not. If the assassin sent to kill him mistakenly killed others, he would feel guilty. Seeing Gao Yang busy, Professor Lee did not continue to dwell on the nuclear battery issue and left first. Gao Yang worked until late at night, simply sleeping in the laboratory. In the morning, he woke up and continued assembling. By 10 in the morning, Gao Yang carried a box out of the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, the guards were on 24-hour duty. Gao Yang put down the box. "Call everyone over. Each person gets a belt." The guards looked puzzled at the belts. "What is this?" "This is something to ensure your safety, an electromagnetic protective shield. It can block about 20 bullets. The guards were stunned, looking at Gao Yang with a bewildered expression. "Is this the technology version of the yellow turban soldiers? Invulnerable to blades and bullets?" Gao Yang saw their doubtful expressions, but had no intention of explaining. "Hurry up and put it on. Call everyone to wear it. There's no time to explain. I'll tell you more when we come back. Also, all information regarding this equipment must not be leaked." Yes. The guards were skeptical, but complied with the orders. They quickly had everyone change into the belts, which were a size larger, making them look a bit odd. Next were the pistols, which could auto-target. Time was limited, and only 12 were made in total. But only 6 were assigned for close protection of Gao Yang, with about 10 for covert protection, equipping all those for close protection. The guards were a bit reluctant. Their guns were more comfortable to handle. However, under Gao Yang's insistence, they could only take them. Although they were not very adept, they all had enough confidence. After changing, Professor Lee also arrived, putting on the belt Gao Yang provided, and setting off directly. The itinerary had already been arranged with a bulletproof car accompanying them. On the way, they went to a military base to take a plane. Gao Yang, for long-distance travel, would take a military airport whenever he needed to fly. The travel experience was indeed somewhat lacking, but it was safe. Civil aviation could not parachute, but they could on this plane. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Battery Research Institute. A few researchers stood in front of the Research Institute, and when they saw 7 or 8 armored vehicles arriving, the expressions of the crowd changed. "Why are there so many people?" The front and rear doors opened, and the guards got out first, then opened the door for Gao Yang. In front of the laboratory were all researchers, and for a moment, they were a bit stunned by the spectacle. They had seen top-tier researchers before, and some of them were not low-level either. There were even associate professors, and those who had a chance to become academicians. But seeing a security team of 30 to 40 people accompanying someone was a first. Moreover, the one being protected was a young man. They did not feel this was a display, as they were not of sufficient rank to deserve such treatment. Normal researchers would need a position or be responsible for extremely important projects to receive such treatment. But the problem was, this person looked to be only around 20 years old, probably not even graduated from university. How could he possibly have such treatment? Professor Lee also got out of the car and brought Gao Yang to a few people. "Old Wu, let me introduce you to my student Gao Yang." "Hello, Professor Wu." This time the scene is a bit large, but there's no way around it. "Oh, I've recently been targeted and have already experienced a sniper attack as well as an ambush by a White Eagle action team." Professor Wu was stunned. A sniper attack and an ambush by a White Eagle action team. What earth-shattering events had Gao Yang done? He found it hard to imagine. May I ask?" "It's still classified for now." Suddenly Professor Wu reacted. The high-level officials from Lonka Institute had called for their research materials, handing them to a student. This was already absurd. But if this student is extraordinary, then it would make sense. Professor Lee said, "Don't be dazed. Oh, let's head into the Research Institute and talk." Professor Wu quickly turned around, leading everyone into the laboratory's reception room. Along the way, Gao Yang's gaze looked around. This Research Institute seemed quite impressive, having won many awards and achieved numerous leading accomplishments. He could also see photos of this Research Institute with automotive companies. Clearly, there was indeed cooperation, and it was deep cooperation. Entering the reception room, Gao Yang took out the battery from his pocket. "Let's test it first. We can talk after the test. I'm on a tight schedule." After speaking, Gao Yang took out a book and began reading. Professor Lee was momentarily stunned. He had taught Gao Yang in the car, to raise the price one must first grasp the attitude. Gao Yang's demeanor was commanding, leaving him in awe, wanting to apprentice under him. In the conference room, there were also technical personnel from the automobile factory who initially intended to engage in some pleasantries. At this moment, Gao Yang had already picked up the document, and they had nothing more to say, heading out to test the battery. Professor Lee also exited the conference room, apart from the guards, and Gao Yang. The room was empty. Gao Yang was not trying to show off. He simply wanted more time to read. He didn't have time for pleasantries with these people, as there were many roundabout discussions. Business is understandable, but Gao Yang knew clearly that with technology comes the initiative. While others bowed low for cooperation, he had no need to do so. Outside the conference room, Professor Wu took the battery directly to the laboratory for testing. Gao Yang put on a show of arrogance, but they did not indulge him. Everyone present was a top researcher, each with their own pride. Following the procedure, they began testing. The battery testing involved many aspects, starting with weight. Once the weight and volume were measured, many expressions in the room turned quite interesting. This battery is truly metallic. Then came the formal testing, connecting the battery's positive and negative terminals to the device to initiate the performance test. Capacity testing. First, they conducted a charging test. The technicians quickly adjusted the equipment and began charging. On the screen, several sets of data appeared instantly. The values were quite small. The technician said charging is impossible. The battery is fully charged and should have overcharge protection. Professor Wu nodded. Discharge testing. The technician adjusted the equipment and began the discharge. The entire discharge process would be recorded without any limits, recording the fastest discharge speed. This was also a crucial test. If the battery had a large capacity but a slow discharge speed, its practical value would be low. As the test began, a graph appeared on the screen. The higher the value of the graph, the faster the discharge speed. Under the curious gazes of all researchers, a straight line suddenly appeared on the graph. However, this line was vertical, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, it surged to 1 kilowatt. With a loud bang, the internal capacitor of the testing equipment exploded. The technicians instinctively opened their mouths. Their voices changed. Just now, this battery released over 1 kilowatt of power in that brief moment. All the technicians were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until the smoke alarm was triggered and the fire sprinkler began to spray water on their heads, shocking them back to reality. Professor Wu was shocked. How could such a small battery hold 1 kilowatt? What does 1 kilowatt mean? A small electric scooter only needs 2 kilowatt hours to be fully charged. 1 kilowatt could charge a 10,000 milliamp power bank 24 times. How could such a small battery have 1 kilowatt inside? And how could the discharge speed be so terrifying? Was there no limit on the discharge? Others were equally stunned, their minds racing with various thoughts. All sorts of impossibilities, yet everything was happening before their eyes. Professor Li reacted the fastest, stating, "Your lab's equipment is lacking. It broke this quickly." Professor Wu turned to look at Professor Li, saying, "This is meant for testing batteries. It was never designed with the expectation that a battery could discharge this quickly. Wasn't over-discharge protection set?" Professor Li, not being a researcher, could not answer this question and sent a message to Gao Yang. When Gao Yang received the message, he was somewhat surprised. Did he break their equipment? Is this the most advanced laboratory? But thinking back, the explosion of 1 kilowatt in a second was indeed absurd. 1 kilowatt could allow an electric vehicle to travel 8 kilometers. He walked out of the reception room and headed directly to the laboratory where the testing was occurring. To prevent further issues, he needed to keep an eye on it. In the laboratory, everyone's gaze fell upon Gao Yang. Shock, admiration, and disbelief were all intertwined in various emotions. They had confirmed that this was indeed a metallic lithium battery, even if it wasn't. The value of this battery was extremely high. This young man actually managed to research such a battery. It was simply outrageous. Previously, they thought Gao Yang was just showing off, but now they felt there was no problem with that. Or was it really showing off? That was humility. Now, with Gao Yang sitting atop them, they could endure. This had suddenly elevated the technology in the battery field by a whole level. Such a battery could reshape the entire landscape of the battery field. The top technologies in the battery sector were primarily held by large overseas companies. Currently, although there were a few decent battery companies in Longhua, they mainly benefited from market dividends and pricing. Moreover, many seemingly high-end batteries had their patented technologies sourced from abroad. The emergence of metallic lithium batteries could instantly reverse the situation. Coupled with the terrifying performance of the batteries, they could easily seize the global market. This is a trillion-level market. Professor Wu instinctively bent his body slightly and said, "Gao, student, why is there no over-discharge protection set for this battery?" He wanted to use a respectful title, but couldn't think of a suitable one for a moment. Gao Yang was too young, so young that no title seemed appropriate. The original design of the battery was to power energy weapons. The more energy that can be released instantly, the better. If discharge limits are needed, I can add them. Professor Wu was startled. Oh, energy weapons. He dared not ask further. Every additional question was a matter of secrets. Picking up the battery, its temperature had risen slightly, exploding with such terrifying energy. The temperature had only increased by less than 10 degrees. Simply monstrous. Continue testing. However, this time larger equipment was used. Gao Yang watched, also gaining knowledge. There were many testing items. Low-rate charging, high-rate charging, overcharge testing, over-discharge testing, as well as low-pressure thermal shock, continuous charging, and discharging testing, heat dissipation performance, and more. By the time a round of testing concluded, a group of people looked at the results feeling somewhat numb. The battery's performance had completely obliterated all other batteries on the market. It surpassed everything. Finally, there were safety tests, high temperature and high pressure, low temperature and low pressure, free fall, mechanical impact, and compression, among others. After a round of testing, it also completely overwhelmed all other batteries on the market. Sharp objects could pierce ordinary batteries, but when encountering a metallic battery, it was a match. Even if pierced, it would only damage the metal and energy would be released at a slow rate without exploding. The safety performance was still so impressive. The researchers on site could imagine how dire the future of the fuel vehicle market would be. having just experienced a round of significant price cuts they would likely face another soon. Because of the same volume battery, the test results differed by 23 times. What does 23 times mean? It meant that 500 kilometers could directly turn into 11,500 kilometers. In cases of less driving, charging once could last a year. Additionally, according to Gao Yang, the battery could last a long time without many batteries needing to be replaced soon. It could be said to be virtually invincible. This almost solved the biggest pain point of new energy vehicles. After all, replacing batteries is expensive, but the lifespan of batteries is short. However, the emergence of this battery has completely overturned all stereotypes. The test just concluded, and a group of well-dressed individuals rushed into the laboratory. They must be researchers who were informed during the test. The person at the front appeared to be in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a successful businessman. He hurriedly entered the laboratory and asked, "What stage is the test at?" Professor Wu handed the test result sheet to the middle-aged man, saying, "The test is already complete." The man took the sheet and froze at first glance. How is this possible? Even if he is not a technical expert, he knows this is unlikely. The battery storage capacity is already 23 times that of current energy storage batteries. This is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? But he trusts the laboratory's results. As a senior executive of the company, he instantly realized what a tremendous business opportunity this is. This is a monopolistic opportunity. As long as the cost of the battery is not too high, with such terrifying endurance, they can outperform all other car manufacturers. A dominant position. Fuel vehicles will be crushed, and other new energy vehicle companies will kneel and call him daddy. After all, 23 times the endurance is unbeatable. In the end, they could even sell exclusive rights at a high price, allowing other manufacturers to use the same battery. No matter how high the price, as long as they get it, it won't be a loss. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself and couldn't help but confirm again, "Is this real?" Professor Wu nodded. "Yes, let me introduce you to the researcher of the lithium metal battery, Gao Yang." Gao Yang nodded at the middle-aged man. The man was once again stunned, looking at the sheet, then at Gao Yang, and finally at Professor Wu, incredulously stating, "He is the researcher of the battery." Professor Wu nodded yes. The middle-aged man suppressed his shock and approached Gao Yang, extending his hand. "Hello, my surname is Zhang Ke, representing the automotive group to discuss with you." Gao Yang shook hands with Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke smiled, saying, "Heroes emerge from the youth. It's hard to imagine that such a high-performance battery is produced by you. Is it convenient to discuss at our company?" "I'm busy, let's talk here," Gao Yang said as he walked directly to the reception room. Zhang Ke also led a group of people into the reception room. Professor Li hurried into the conference room, worried that Gao Yang might be at a disadvantage. This was Gao Yang's first business negotiation, and it was a significant one, but he felt no tension whatsoever. He walked directly to the main seat in the reception room, looking at Zhang Ke. "How do you want to cooperate?" Zhang Ke did not expect Gao Yang to have such a strong presence, sitting directly in the main seat. "We want an exclusive partnership, and we are willing to pay a substantial exclusive patent fee for the lithium metal battery. For subsequent battery usage, we will provide a certain patent fee for each vehicle sold." Gao Yang shook his head, stating directly, "Not selling exclusivity." Zhang Ke frowned, because Gao Yang was very decisive and firm. "For exclusivity, we can offer you a large sum. For the subsequent use of the battery, we can also provide a lot of money." Gao Yang shook his head, saying, "The government has put in a lot of effort to support new energy vehicles to achieve a leapfrog development in the automotive field. Currently, the blooming situation is excellent, so you don't need to think about a dominant position anymore." Zhang Ke was stunned and felt a bit surprised. This young man has a very high perspective. The technology for fuel vehicles is mostly held by large overseas corporations with high technical barriers, so many domestic independent car brands need to pay a large amount of patent fees to build cars. They earn some money, but most of it goes to patent fees. Large overseas car companies can live comfortably just by relying on patent fees. This is also a source of welfare for those high-welfare countries overseas. After the emergence of new energy vehicles, the Dragon Kingdom has been vigorously supporting them to change this situation. But as a company person, he is considering the rise of the company. "You can state your conditions. In the case of exclusivity, we can make significant concessions." Gao Yang shook his head, saying, "Not accepting exclusivity. New energy vehicles are still essentially at the beginning stage, and now is the time for various companies to compete hard. Competition fosters progress. A dominant position will only lead to a lack of healthy competition." Zhang Ke frowned, saying, "Without exclusivity, how do you want to negotiate?" Gao Yang thought for a moment, saying, "A one-time patent usage fee and subsequent use of the battery will be free, no patent fees required." Zhang Ke was taken aback. No patent fees for subsequent use. The patent fee even includes research costs, and he dares to say he won't charge. Zhang Ke's brow furrowed even more. This makes it even harder to negotiate exclusivity. "What do you think the patent usage fee might be?" Gao Yang shook his head, saying, "I don't know, you set a price." Zhang Ke sensed that it was tricky, super tricky, and it was tough to negotiate with this brash young man. The technical value of the battery is extremely high, and its commercial value is incredibly impressive. With this technology, not only can they dominate the automotive industry, but they can also look down upon the mobile phone sector. In fact, in all electrical fields, they will possess strong competitiveness. It's just that in the automotive industry, having such battery technology grants them dominance. Super strong dominance. How much? If they offer too much, it feels like a loss. If they offer too little, it won't be suitable, treating him like a fool. Yet he couldn't find any reference standard from Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Zhang Ke, hesitating, frowning. They'll give you half an hour to consider. After half an hour, tell me the price. Zhang Ke was stunned. This was his first time negotiating like this. Although his opponent was a young man, he felt completely controlled throughout the process because he could not grasp Gao Yang. He led his team out of the conference room to call the higher-ups and discuss the price quickly. Half an hour is very short for a business negotiation, because there are many things to calculate and consider. There is basically no quick decision because everything requires weighing pros and cons. In the reception room, Professor Li stopped teaching Gao Yang how to negotiate because Gao Yang doesn't care. It doesn't matter whether the money is more or less as long as it's enough to build the laboratory. But thinking about it under this mindset, Gao Yang is nearly invincible in negotiations because the initiative is always in his hands. Half an hour later, Zhang Ke walked into the reception room, saying, "Our rough intention is 1 billion. Because it's not exclusive, we can only offer this price. If it's exclusive, the price can be higher." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. 1 billion is a lot. Old Gao has spent his life in the business world with total assets of over 10 billion, already able to look down upon others. Extremely impressive. He can get 1 billion just from this company. However, compared to the technology of the lithium metal battery, he has presented 1 billion isn't much. But the technology is still in Gao Yang's hands. They only have usage rights, so 1 billion is acceptable. This 1 billion is enough. Selling to a few more companies will easily fund a laboratory. He can also continue to sell the technology to mobile phone manufacturers. Gao Yang didn't bother to discuss the details further, nodding. Then 1 billion. They'll have someone draft the contract, and you can transfer the money. Zhang Ke was stunned. It was so casual, and the price was set too high. Sorry, I just said our intention is 1 billion. The specific price still needs to be negotiated. Gao Yang frowned, but also didn't want to waste words. Oh, a little less wouldn't be a problem. How long do you need to finalize it? Zhang Ke paused, saying, this still needs to be discussed slowly. Both sides need to agree on a satisfactory price, which can't be decided by one side alone. Gao Yang looked at Zhang Ke, who didn't give a straightforward answer, understood his general idea, and said flatly, you may not have grasped the situation yet. Gao Yang said solemnly, I don't have much time to waste discussing prices. Let's set a preliminary price that would cover the construction of a laboratory. They'll give you half an hour to negotiate. That's my limit. Hurry up and come up with a feasible price. Zhang Ke's heart sank. Gao Yang wants to build a laboratory. What he feared the most was being left in the dark. Now that he knows Gao Yang has needs, negotiations will be easier. Zhang Ke displayed a troubled expression. Half an hour might not be enough. We need to hold an internal meeting to decide on a more specific price. This is the company's procedure. There's no way to bypass it. Gao Yang frowned, wondering why some people always take other setbacks as opportunities to bully them. Just half an hour to come up with a rough price indicates that they have the capability to make quick offers. Yet they still want to drag it out to find the lowest price. But he had no time for that. Gao Yang stood up decisively. You still don't understand the situation. I'm giving you the chance to set the price. Since you refuse, I'll set it myself. Your company needs to spend 2 billion to obtain the patent rights. 1 cent less and the deal is off. After speaking, Gao Yang turned to Professor Li. Professor Li, can you help me contact other new energy vehicle manufacturers? Professor Li nodded. Sure. Send the battery samples to them for testing, then quote 10 billion. All right, Professor Li nodded. Gao Yang picked up a book from the table and walked out. It was only then that Zhang Ke came to his senses. His first reaction was panic. If other manufacturers pay this 10 billion and upgrade their battery technology, while they don't, the consequences would be severe. They could go bankrupt. And from his perspective, other manufacturers had no reason not to agree to this 10 billion price. The performance of this battery is simply extraordinary. If the technology is utilized properly, it could even create a company worth trillions. But right now the issue for him isn't the value of the technology, but the amount of money involved. He was responsible for the negotiations, and if it resulted in the company paying an extra 10 billion, he would definitely be held accountable. Zhang Ke hurriedly got up, wanting to stop Gao Yang, but before he could reach him, 2 guards had already blocked his way. Zhang Ke was stunned. Weren't these guards from the laboratory? What was going on? Unable to approach Gao Yang, Zhang Ke could only shout loudly, Mr. Gao, we can talk this over again. Give me another chance. Gao Yang turned a deaf ear. He also needed to set an example. Seeing Gao Yang walk away, Zhang Ke turned to Professor Wu anxiously, saying, Professor Wu, can we keep him here? Professor Wu furrowed his brow. How did you negotiate it? How could it possibly fall through? Zhang Ke was equally perplexed. He was just trying to negotiate a better price. Wasn't that normal? I don't know. Our intended price was 10 billion, and he initially thought 10 billion was acceptable, but then he insisted on 20 billion. Professor Wu looked at Zhang Ke. He agreed to 10 billion. Why did it change to 20 billion? Zhang Ke paused. Isn't it normal to negotiate in business? Professor Wu pondered before saying, if you go to the roadside to buy an orange, and they initially say $10, but you try to negotiate, and they refuse to sell to you, who do you think is at fault? Zhang Ke opened his mouth. Of course, it's my fault for trying to haggle over $10. Before he could finish, he realized the issue at hand. Gao Yang had said he had no time to waste, but he found it hard to believe. But this is 10 billion. Professor Wu remained silent. During his earlier conversation with Gao Yang, he understood that the battery was developed for energy weapon research. What are energy weapons? Laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons. Gao Yang might just be using scraps or even outdated technology to exchange for some money. 10 billion is a lot for an ordinary person, but for Gao Yang, it's just a sum of money. Zhang Ke hesitated. Please help me contact him. Oh, I want to talk to him in more detail. Professor Wu shook his head. I can try to contact him, but I don't know if he'll give you the chance. Zhang Ke felt miserable. He had negotiated numerous deals, but this was the first time he was completely marginalized. Professor Wu called Professor Li to relay the message, and unsurprisingly the response was negative. Professor Wu hung up and looked at Zhang Ke. No opportunity. Zhang Ke was still unwilling to accept it. Where is his research lab? I can go find him. Professor Wu shook his head. I suggest you don't go. If he gets annoyed, you might not even have the qualification to purchase. After saying that, Professor Wu turned and walked into the laboratory. Zhang Ke felt distressed. He was just as upset. The investor was gone. The money from the car company was supposed to support their research, but now it was not even a matter of support. They had to consider whether or not to continue all their research. If they proceed, even after 10 years of research, they still won't achieve the performance of lithium metal batteries. If they don't research, what's the point of having a laboratory? While they were feeling dejected, Gao Yang was learning from Professor Li. On the plane, Professor Li said, if you want to sell technology, first you need to establish a company. It will be easier to connect with other companies. You can't do everything yourself. For instance, in today's negotiation, if you had a company, the price could be negotiated gradually. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. Just wait for the money to arrive. Gao Yang nodded. It made sense. But he wasn't skilled at running a company. Seeing Gao Yang lost and thought Professor Li assumed he lacked funds, need initial capital. I can lend you some. A company shell doesn't require much money at the start. I don't need it. I received 10 million from the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago. Professor Li instinctively swallowed hard, his heartbeat quickening. The maximum reward for researchers from the Dragon Kingdom is 5 million. 10 million could only mean 2 rewards. The vast majority of researchers never receive such rewards in their lifetime. He never did. Although he believed that Gao Yang's research achievements deserved such rewards, he was truly envious. If you have initial funds, you should start a company. Gao Yang frowned. Starting a company wasn't that simple. The whole process is quite troublesome. Suddenly, he thought of Lao Chong. Wasn't he the best choice? With Lao Chong in charge, he could rest easy, even delegating everything to Lao Chong. On the plane, he first called Lao Chong. Lao Chong, help me set up a company for accounting. Sure. Lao Chong didn't ask much or think too deeply. Briefly tell me your requirements. In the short term, it's just the usage fees for selling the technology. The first payment will be around several billion. First, find a good legal team to draft a contract. On the other end of the line, Lao Chong was stunned. He was genuinely stunned. When General Fu brought people to upgrade his factory, he was surprised once. Now he was stunned again, even feeling that he might have heard it wrong. How much? I don't know the specifics. Several billion, I guess. Lao Chong took a deep breath. Got it. I'll take care of it right away. Give me an account. He'll transfer you 10 million as initial capital. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chong pinched his thigh to feel the pain. Still dazed. His son said he was about to sell technology for several billion, and he also needed to give him 10 million. The 1040 project isn't even that intense, right? But recalling what had happened earlier, Lao Chong roughly understood his son probably discovered something extraordinarily impressive. Yet he still felt like he was dreaming. Until a few minutes later, his phone chimed with a text notification. 10 million had arrived. Lao Chong glanced at the message, instantly springing into action. He needed to establish the company as quickly as possible and assemble a team to provide logistical support for Gao Yang. When the convoy arrived at the school, it was already evening. Gao Yang first took a stroll around as he needed to select a location for the laboratory. The school was situated in a relatively remote area, surrounded by vast stretches of wasteland. The best location for his laboratory would be right next to the school, ideally with a side door opened in the school's wall. With a rough idea in mind, he was just waiting for the funds to arrive. Before the funds arrived, he continued reading, hoping to accumulate more opportunities for exponential growth. While studying in the library, all major automobile groups in the Long Kingdom received samples of metal lithium batteries. In the realm of new energy vehicles, batteries were crucial, which meant every new energy vehicle manufacturer had its own battery research institute. They either collaborated with other research institutes or had fixed branch offices. The samples of metal lithium batteries were promptly sent to these research institutes. The researchers at the battery institutes were also the first to test them. However, their initial reactions were nothing short of incredulous. Metal lithium batteries were conceptual products impossible to realize in a short time. It was akin to claiming that one could accelerate an object to the speed of light and strike the sun, thereby exploding it. The principles and concepts were all there, but who would dare to attempt such an explosion? Yet the one who sent the metal lithium batteries was a professor from the Defense Science and Technology University. This had to be taken seriously. What if it were true? After a brief testing period, everyone in the laboratories was shocked. The batteries were not only real, their performance surpassed even their wildest expectations of metal lithium batteries. What was terrifying was the immense capacity. It was over 20 times that of conventional lithium batteries. And the charging and discharging efficiency. The charging efficiency was extraordinarily frightening. It could accept high voltage charging, and under the right conditions could charge 100 degrees of electricity in just 1 minute. 100 degrees of electricity could allow a car to travel about 800 kilometers. With such explosive endurance coupled with super-fast charging and guaranteed safety, the researchers could hardly fathom that with such batteries emerging what competitiveness would fuel vehicles still possess. They could envision the dire consequences if other automobile companies used such batteries while they did not. Almost immediately, the business departments of major car companies began attempting to contact Gao Yang. 1 billion is a lot, but is 1 billion for the rights to use such technology really that much? Not at all. It was incredibly cheap, and they stood to make a fortune. With such batteries available, the global market would open up for them. They could squeeze the survival space of fuel vehicles to the brink. Although the internet was currently boasting about the rise of new energy vehicles, most people still bought fuel vehicles. But with the emergence of such batteries, they could confidently claim that only fools would buy fuel cars. The existence of such batteries could truly resolve the energy crisis. Lao Chong had just established his company and hadn't even hired anyone yet when he received a call. Hello, is this the Langtao Group? Yes. This is the business department of new energy vehicles. We would like to purchase the patent rights for metal lithium batteries. When would it be convenient to sign the contract? Lao Chong was momentarily caught off guard, but then realized it was someone contacting him on Gao Yang's behalf. The company has just been established, and we are currently unable to conduct business. Could we wait for a while? The person on the other end became anxious. How could they wait? The company had already initiated a project, and the design for the next generation of electric vehicles had already begun. They were just waiting for the new battery technology to be ready. You mentioned your company is newly established and lacks staff. How about this? Our legal department can draft the contract, and if there are no loopholes, we'll transfer the 1 billion right away. Lao Chong was truly baffled. They were rushing to give him money and were dissatisfied with the speed. However, he quickly responded, you draft the contract first. Once it's ready, we can proceed to the next step. After hanging up, Lao Chong splashed cold water on his face, looking at himself in the mirror, caught between dream and reality. His face had cooled down, but his heart was still racing. After taking several deep breaths, Lao Chong was ready to call Gao Yang to confirm the situation. Just as he took out his phone, it started ringing. He answered the phone, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, I am Zhang Ko. We are willing to pay 2 billion to purchase the rights to use metal lithium batteries. Lao Chong was stunned for a few seconds before abruptly hanging up the phone, then dialed Gao Yang's number. Gao Yang, someone wants to spend 1 billion, 2 billion to purchase some metal lithium battery patent technology. Gao Yang could hear Lao Chang's anxiety and disbelief. He chuckled and said, it's not about purchasing the technology, it's about purchasing the rights to use the technology. One for 2 billion, the rest for 1 billion. Let's sign a 10-year usage right. The usage rights are non-transferable, and as for the specifics, let the lawyer prepare them. The company has just been established and doesn't have a lawyer yet. I just received a call, and they said they would help draft the contract. They seemed quite anxious. Gao Yang didn't think much of it. After all, car manufacturers were racing against time. The first company to launch a finished product would win at the starting line. Imagine once ordinary people know such a car exists, they might go crazy trying to buy it. The emergence of the first car with terrifying endurance would make that automobile company explode on the internet, gaining celebrity effect. All these factors made them extremely anxious. Then let them draft it. I'll have a lawyer check if the contract has any issues later. Lao Chong pondered for a moment. Can you sell this technology directly? Gao Yang chuckled. This technology was developed solely by your son. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't have to beg for cooperation like in the past. Now, even if you poke a hole in the sky, I can still fill it for you. Having you start a company means you're in charge now. Lao Chong suddenly felt something in his eyes, realizing how much his son had grown up and could stand on his own. All the grievances he had endured in the past suddenly felt rewarding, and the rewards were immense. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chong worked to calm his emotions and then dialed again. This time, unlike the previous confusion, he was filled with confidence. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ku was in a panic. He had increased the cost of the technology from 1 billion to 2 billion, and his position in the company was plummeting. What if they couldn't buy it? If they couldn't secure it, he might not even keep his position. Anxiously, Zhang Ku saw the phone ring and quickly picked it up, his voice trembling. Hello, why did you hang up the phone just now? Lao Chong remained polite. It was a habit that had developed over many years that he couldn't change. In a short time, my phone had a problem and disconnected automatically. Cooperation cannot proceed for the time being. If our company has just been established and doesn't have a legal team yet. The contract isn't ready. Without waiting for Zhang Ku to respond, Lao Chong continued, how about you prepare a contract? Zhang Ku didn't hesitate at all. All right, our company will prepare the contract. Lao Chong hung up the phone again and began the recruitment process. In just one day, he received 12 calls. Not one person mentioned price, nor did anyone agree to delay. They practically wanted to stuff the 1 billion into Lao Chang's mouth on the spot. In total, there were contracts worth 130 billion in a single day. Even with Lao Chang's strong adaptability, he was left stunned to the point of numbness. Once the contracts were signed, the company would possess assets worth billions. Amidst the eagerness of various automobile manufacturers to offer financial support, all contracts were signed within a week. A staggering sum of 13 billion entered the accounts of Langtao Group. In his astonishment, Lao Chong became increasingly cautious, swiftly improving the company. With ample funds, he could directly seek talent through headhunters. Although hiring costs were slightly higher, it was not appropriate to neglect the opportunity when holding a mountain of gold. Langtao Group had a powerful weapon in recruitment the government. Before hiring, if there was interest, one could submit the candidate's information to the authorities. The officials would then conduct thorough background checks. These background checks were exceptionally stringent, requiring not only a clean record, but also good character. The investigation involved not just reviewing files, but also tracing the candidate's histories. Only those recruited through such means could ensure relative safety. Additionally, the issue of land was a minor concern. Constructing a laboratory next to a school was challenging. However, when this idea was proposed by Gao Yang, the authorities agreed without hesitation. Not a penny was spent, and a 30-year contract was signed. A total of nearly 100 acres of land. In fact, the officials even suggested they could fund the construction of the laboratory. However, Gao Yang declined, as taking out tens of billions would require a lengthy approval process. Furthermore, relying on others for resources could lead to a loss of leverage. Using someone else's money for research could influence the outcome. It was better to handle it independently. After spending on the project, the construction team arrived on the same day, leveling large plots of land, followed by laying the foundation and then building. Yet, even with lightning speed, it would still take a month for the factory to be completed. Gao Yang remained unhurried, continuing to read in the laboratory. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and while managing the library, Gao Yang heard a familiar system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, the 10,000-fold amplification opportunity has been fully charged. Unlike before, Gao Yang did not immediately utilize the amplification opportunity, instead continuing to read, hoping to achieve a second charge. After reading for 2 hours, Gao Yang set down the book. After one charge, there was no progress bar for a second charge. In other words, a second charge was impossible. The most efficient way to utilize the system was to charge before the amplification opportunity. What would this amplification entail? While Gao Yang pondered, Ruo hurried over, holding a large stack of blueprints. This is our preliminary design for the rocket launcher. Could you take a look? Ruo had clearly waited for a while, only approaching after seeing Gao Yang set down his book. He quickly glanced at the blueprints. This new RPG evidently followed his ideas and was indeed of excellent quality. It could be considered a good design. The range of the rocket reached 500 meters. 500 meters was just the initial distance, and there was also the rocket's second stage of acceleration. It was estimated to reach around 800 meters. The range had increased by a factor of 2 based on the original rocket's limit, yet Gao Yang felt it was still insufficient. First, the efficiency of the electromagnetic railgun. With the technology he mastered, he could increase the range several times on the current basis. Ruo observed Gao Yang in deep thought. The strength of the electromagnetic launcher can indeed be improved, but further upgrades may compromise the stability of the rocket itself. This could lead to it exploding in the barrel before being launched. Gao Yang nodded. This was indeed a problem. Just like the Dragon Nation's electromagnetic railgun, the current ammunition used was solid rounds. Using explosive warheads could potentially cause them to detonate instantly under the extreme electromagnetic field. This was a point he had not previously considered. This made the research and development of the rocket quite challenging. After quickly reviewing all the materials Ruo handed over, he found them commendable. Gao Yang said, "You all have done well. I'll take over the rest and show you the finished product in a couple of days." Ruo was taken aback. Gao Yang rushed straight to the laboratory with the materials. He intended to refine the rocket. First, he would enhance it based on the design of the Ijuan Faiwu's Huxi research team. A comprehensive enhancement, improving the electromagnetic launcher, followed by ensuring the safety of the warhead. For such upgrades, Gao Yang was already quite adept. After amplifying both the sniper rifle and the laser gun, his knowledge in electromagnetism and firearms was already capable of exceeding all researchers worldwide. Furthermore, the research on rocket warheads had overlaps with techniques used in firearms and bullets. Even with a low degree of overlap, Gao Yang could easily resolve them. It was akin to a primary school language teacher being capable of teaching primary school mathematics as well. In just one day, the design was complete. Another day, the manufacturing was finished. The new rocket's estimated range was 7 kilometers. First, the electromagnetic rail launcher could propel the projectile straight out to 5 kilometers. After 5 kilometers, the rocket's fuse would ignite just in time, propelling the rocket into a second stage of acceleration for an additional 2 kilometers. A rocket with a 7-kilometer range was somewhat absurd, comparable to artillery. Carrying the rocket, Gao Yang headed straight to the shooting range for testing. Tests for the rocket had to be conducted at a large, open outdoor range. The Defense Science and Technology University had impressive facilities accommodating all kinds of testing ranges. The range stretched 500 meters, and within it stood a small hill covered in craters, evidence of numerous artillery hits. The staff at the range, seeing Gao Yang carrying the rocket, were not surprised. Many students in the light weapon engineering program chose to research RPGs. After all, explosions were the ultimate romance. There had been instances of over a dozen people carrying rockets queuing to test fire. However, Gao Yang's rocket appeared somewhat unusual. This rocket even had 4 stabilizers. The stabilizers folded onto the rocket launcher and opened to perfectly support itself on the ground. It seemed they were meant to counteract recoil. However, a standard rocket's rear is empty, and when fired, the rocket's tail flame would emit from the rear of the launcher, resulting in very minimal recoil. Gao Yang's rocket launcher also had an empty rear. How could there be any recoil? The staff were curious but said nothing more. They had seen many bizarre designs, and these students were more specialized than he was. With the rocket launcher set up, Gao Yang took a deep breath. Many believed that electromagnetic weapons had no recoil. Indeed, the vast majority of electromagnetic weapons do lack recoil, but electromagnetic rail weapons do. Electromagnetic rail weapons propel projectiles using electromagnetic forces. With this motion, a reaction force is inevitable. It is akin to two repelling magnets. When they approach each other, both feel the repulsive force. The current rocket launcher and rocket were like two repelling magnets. The farther the rocket was propelled, the greater the counterforce experienced by the launcher. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the electromagnetic rail activated, unleashing a terrifying electromagnetic burst as the rocket shot out, crashing directly into the hill 300 meters away. The fuse at the front of the rocket flew out, crashing into the hill and embedding deeply into the soil. Boom! The rocket exploded, but being buried deep in the ground, the explosion sounded akin to a muffled fart. The staff watched from the side, caught in a state of both amusement and shock. The speed of the rocket's launch was astonishing. It was incredibly fast, akin to that of a bullet. It was almost invisible. Such a rocket was truly extraordinary. While others used 12.7mm as large-caliber bullets, Gao Yang treated this rocket as a 120mm super-caliber sniper rifle. It was a bit monstrous. On the battlefield, this would indeed be a form of defiance against the heavens. At the very least, helicopters would not evade such an RPG. Yet the power of the rocket was still too weak. It was like a fart. Gao Yang paid no mind to what the staff thought. If he were to know their thoughts, he would likely laugh. Just now, the rocket at least burrowed 3 meters into the ground. At that depth, the pressure on the rocket was immense. Under such enormous power, it was still capable of producing a sound that could be heard 300 meters away. That power was already terrifying. After one test shot, Gao Yang rushed back to the laboratory at the fastest speed. Ding detected that the host has developed a rocket-propelled grenade, can be amplified by 10,000 times. Do you wish to proceed with the amplification? Amplified. Gao Yang did not hesitate at all. If he missed this opportunity, he would be unable to recharge. The lottery wheel appeared before Gao Yang. With the experience from the previous power control, he approached and easily spun the wheel. Using very little power, the wheel only turned half a circle, landing perfectly on the 10,000-fold amplification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Randomly selected the rocket-propelled grenade power for 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang was stunned. It wasn't the range, but the power was amplified 10,000 times. This would increase the rocket's power by 10,000 times. Would it still be called a rocket-propelled grenade? It would be a rocket-propelled nuclear bomb. Inside the laboratory, the equipment once again began to operate autonomously. The various materials previously used to manufacture the rocket were combined and compressed in a special way. The entire manufacturing process seemed to have accelerated, proceeding rapidly. In just 2 minutes, a rocket launcher and rocket appeared before Gao Yang. The rocket launcher was approximately 1 meter long with a bracket at the back to counteract the recoil. The front end was a rocket with a diameter of about 12 centimeters, which was very pointed. Ding! Due to limitations of laboratory equipment and missing manufacturing materials, the current power of the rocket-propelled grenade is amplified by 6,700 times. Gao Yang was shocked. Although it hadn't reached 10,000 times, 6,700 times was still impressive. After all, previously designed products in this laboratory could only achieve amplifications of a few hundred times. What was most shocking was that such terrifying power was still achieved without the use of nuclear energy. It was purely from explosive materials that could yield such power. As Gao Yang was astonished, a flood of memories surged into his mind. The enhancement of this RPG was not only to reinforce the rocket warhead, but also fortuitously strengthened the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher could ensure that under the original electromagnetic strength, the rocket would not explode. This required super precise control over the electromagnetic forces. Then there was the aspect of the rocket's power amplification. It was all about the ratio of explosives. Humanity had essentially reached the extreme in terms of explosive ratios. However, this extreme was considered trash in the knowledge system post-amplification. It was akin to the powerful bombs of modern times compared to ancient fireworks. The explosive power was no longer limited to the quantity of gunpowder packed. Based on different material ratios, there were also different loading structures that could elevate the explosive power to another level. The explosive power of over 6,000 times came from this. Even 10,000 times of power could be achieved this way, but it required additional materials that the laboratory lacked, hence only 6,000 times. After absorbing all the memories, Gao Yang exhaled, feeling a bit delighted. This amplification, which he initially thought was just an opportunity not to be wasted, resulted in unexpected surprises. Firstly, there was the enhancement of electromagnetic technology. Although the amplification was of power, increased power could easily lead to premature explosions of the rockets due to strong electromagnetism. Therefore, the electromagnetism was also amplified, becoming more precise, avoiding any mistakes. This technology could be applied to almost all electromagnetic devices. Then there was the rocket. Such a terrifyingly powerful rocket could even replace missile warheads. It was cheap and immensely powerful. Moreover, placing the rocket directly on an electromagnetic railgun could achieve a range of several hundred kilometers combined with its terrifying power and low cost. It would be invincible. Additionally, the most precious knowledge in the memories was the formula for gunpowder. This formula could be used for all weapons that required explosions. It could even be used on bullets. Bullets fired would have power comparable to that of grenades. The Dragon Country warriors on the battlefield would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Even the bullets from handguns could not be blocked by any bulletproof vests. Gao Yang, filled with anticipation, left the laboratory. He wanted to test the power of the new RPG. Just as he exited the laboratory, he bumped into Ruo Ruo. 3 other girls stood beside her, the 4 members of the dress skirt research group. All 4 noticed the rocket launcher Gao Yang was carrying on his shoulder, surprised that it had been manufactured so quickly. This efficiency was truly astounding. So fast that they could hardly believe it. Is this the rocket launcher we designed? Gao Yang glanced at the rocket launcher. Sort of, but I made some modifications. Ruo Ruo hurriedly stepped forward to examine the rocket launcher closely. So exquisite, your efficiency is incredible. One of the girls gripped the rocket. The front of this rocket is pointed, it should fly further. What is the purpose of this bracket? The several women holding weapons weighing over 20 pounds carefully scrutinized them. Just looking at it, Ruo Ruo and the others were somewhat puzzled. This was not just similar to their design, it was at least vastly different. Seeing the somewhat disappointed expressions of the girls, Gao Yang comforted. This is an improvement based on your ideas. The main body is still the electromagnetic rail launcher. Ruo Ruo replied softly, but adding the electromagnetic rail launcher to the rocket launcher was also your idea. After saying that, Ruo Ruo actively changed the topic. Where are you going now? To the shooting range to test the power of this RPG, Gao Yang said. Ruo Ruo and the others brightened up. Can we come along to see? Watching the excitement is a human instinct. Gao Yang had no objections. It was fine to take a look. At most, they would just sign a confidentiality agreement. The identities of the special class members had been scrutinized, so there would be no issues. The 5 of them went directly to the shooting range. At the shooting range specifically for testing RPGs, the staff were still present, watching Gao Yang with a smile. Are you here to test? Do you need a target for precision testing? No need. Gao Yang looked toward the protective gear at the back of the shooting range. Put on a full set of protective gear. The staff smiled. The gear was mainly to prevent injuries from explosive splatter and also included earplugs to muffle sound. However, few people wore protective gear at the shooting range, as the distance of over 300 meters made it unlikely for splatter injuries to reach that far. As Gao Yang instructed, Ruo Ruo and the others immediately followed suit and donned the gear. They even brought Gao Yang a set. The on-site staff, adhering to the herd mentality, also put on a set of protective gear and donned goggles. With everything ready, the testing was set to begin. Gao Yang hoisted the RPG, extending the support frame, which pressed against the ground to minimize recoil. He loaded the rocket into the launcher and took a deep breath, feeling slightly nervous. This device is no less effective than a laser weapon. Laser weapons have limitations, only capable of shooting in a straight line. With this, by changing the launcher, it can shoot in a parabolic arc. With an amplification of over 6,000 times in power, it is sure to be terrifying. However, the shooting range is quite large, with the explosion's core point over 300 meters away from the launch point. 300 meters is equivalent to the length of 3 playgrounds. The shockwave from the explosion cannot reach this far. Gao Yang calmed his nerves slightly and pressed the launch button. The rocket shot out instantly under electromagnetic propulsion, piercing straight into the distant mountain. Then the fuse was triggered. Following that, everyone felt the ground suddenly tremble. A staff member exclaimed, "What the hell, is there an earthquake?" In the next moment, he widened his eyes, for he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The nearly 100-meter-high mountain in the distance cracked open. It wasn't just a crack, it was blown apart. Countless fragments of earth and stone, along with trees and dry grass, sprayed in all directions. Then the staff member finally heard the deafening sound boom. His ears nearly rang with deafness, and his entire body felt tingly. Immediately after, a stronger shaking sensation from the ground followed. He was bewildered. Oh, what was happening? He had experienced earthquakes before, but this was something else entirely. Why did the mountain crack open? Was Sun Wukong born? The staff member was dumbfounded, while Ruo and several female classmates also stared wide-eyed. They saw it clearly. It was the terrifying power of the rocket launched by Gao Yang. They understood the power of various weapons distinctly, and precisely because they understood, they were even more shocked. How could such a small rocket produce such a terrifying power? A mountain over 100 meters high, let alone a rocket, even a missile wouldn't be able to produce such an absurd effect, right? This was nearly equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The true range of damage from an ordinary nuclear bomb, excluding radiation harm, is only about this much. In shock, they gaped, stunned to the point of forgetting to scream. Gao Yang was also astonished. He had already overestimated the power of this rocket, only to find he had still underestimated it. Listening to the thunderous sound, Gao Yang's heart tightened as he saw the wave of dust. The wave of dust rolled outwards, looking incredibly shocking. Many might think it was just dust being stirred up, but as an insider, he knew there was danger within. The impact of the dust wave was immense, capable of easily knocking people down. Knocking someone down was just a minor issue. The real danger came from the stones and various debris on the ground, propelled by the dust wave splashing out with the power comparable to small caliber bullets. Gao Yang hurriedly shouted, "Get down." There were sandbags in front of the launch pad, and lying down could avoid the damage from the dust wave. After Gao Yang yelled, he realized no one paid him any attention. Amidst the explosion's enormous sound, they couldn't hear what Gao Yang was saying. He kicked two guards with his foot, reminding them to save people, then lunged toward the nearest female classmate. Roro and another female classmate were pinned down by Gao Yang. The two guards also seemed to awaken from a dream, pressing down the remaining female classmates and staff. Everyone got down just as the wave of dust arrived. Thud! A massive amount of debris hit the sandbags and the rear wall. Bang! The wall was knocked down by the dust wave. Then came the sound of countless soil and stones, and even small saplings crashing down to the ground. After half a minute, everything settled. Gao Yang shouted, "Is anyone injured?" Faintly, he heard someone speaking. Looking down, he saw Roro's dazed expression, still mumbling, "Is this an RPG?" Gao Yang felt a bit panicked. Oh, would this child be stunned by the explosion? Beside her, another female classmate also spoke with a bewildered expression. What happened? Gao Yang turned to the other side, where a staff member was grinning foolishly with a crack on his goggles. It must have been the debris hitting the goggles. Fortunately, he wore them, or his eyes would have been blinded. The two guards stood up beside Gao Yang, but their faces still bore the shock. Further away outside the wall, there were over 20 guards looking somewhat disheveled. The only reason they could be seen was that the wall had fallen. Some guards were also injured, and at this moment, everyone was baffled, wondering what had happened. What happened to that massive mountain just now? Gao Yang looked toward the mountain. Originally a 100-meter-high mountain meant for testing more powerful weapons had remained intact for many years. Now not only was the mountain gone, but a pit had formed. But how come there seemed to be little dirt and stones on the ground? Where had the dirt and stones gone? Gao Yang instinctively looked up. He could see many small black dots in the distance, all fragments of stone and dirt. That direction seemed to be the school. At the school, students had already run out of the teaching building. Students and teachers, upon sensing the tremor of the teaching building, had run to open ground. Then they heard the deafening explosion. What the hell? We're in a plain area. How could there be an earthquake? Quick, check the news. Is there an aftershock from somewhere? What is happening? An earthquake plus thunder, the ground splitting and the sky collapsing. This is different from an earthquake. I've experienced several earthquakes in Sichuan and Chongqing, and they only shake for a while. What the hell? Who threw stones? They hit me on the head. Damn, there's dirt and grass too. Amidst the exclamations, someone looked up and shouted, "What the hell? There are so many stones in the sky." Stone rain. Countless people looked up and then scattered in panic to find places to hide. A massive amount of debris and dirt began to fall quickly. Students who were slow to run got showered with debris. Then in confusion, one said, "Teacher, what's happening?" The teacher was equally bewildered. He didn't know either. In decades of life, this was the first time encountering such a situation. Once all the dust settled, the school's higher-ups began to take action. The first priority was to investigate the specific situation. Then they found that there had been no earthquake in the vicinity. Principal Gon sat in the conference room waiting for results when suddenly the phone rang. He took out his phone, ready to hang up, not wanting to deal with anything at that moment. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he saw the name Gao Yang on the caller ID. He had to answer. Nothing was more important than Gao Yang. He answered the phone, and Principal Gan's voice became much gentler. "Are you okay?" Gao Yang's voice was loud. "What did you say?" "I can't hear you. I'm reporting to you. I just blew up the mountain at the shooting range." Principal Gon was taken aback, and in the conference room, everyone looked at him, having overheard the content of the call. Then they thought of a terrifying possibility. Someone blew up the mountain at the shooting range, and the stones and dirt were all from the shooting range. But how could that be possible? The mountain at the shooting range is a kilometer away from the school. What kind of bomb was used to blast the stones and dust so far? A nuclear bomb. Principal Gon looked at the curious gazes of everyone, pressed his hand down to signal everyone to be quiet, then loudly asked, "What did you use to blow it up? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I used an RPG to blow it up." "RPG?" Principal Gon couldn't help but repeat it, then incredulously added, "Can an RPG send stones flying to the school?" "I modified it a bit. The power is quite large." Principal Gon still found it hard to believe and wanted to go confirm on-site. "They'll come find you." "Are you at the shooting range?" Confirming that Gao Yang was at the shooting range, Principal Gon put away his phone and looked at the bewildered expressions of the school leaders. The reason has likely been found. It was Gao Yang who used an upgraded RPG to blow up the mountain at the shooting range. The school leaders, having not clearly heard Gao Yang's words over the phone, furrowed their brows. "Principal Gon, if this is something you can't tell us, just say it directly. Treating us like fools is rather disrespectful." The principal also found it absurd. How could an RPG possibly blast the soil from the mountain so far? "I don't believe it either, so I'm going to check it out. Are you coming with me?" Almost in perfect unison, all the school leaders stood up, curious. A group of people rushed to the shooting range as fast as they could. On the way, they could see chunks of dirt, stones, and withered grass along the road leading to the school. Principal Gon felt somewhat shocked. The shooting range's mountain was 2 kilometers away from the school. Many bullets from guns couldn't even reach that far. Where did such terrifying power of the RPG come from? Furthermore, there seemed to be an excessive amount of soil and stones on the ground. How much of the mountain had Gao Yang blasted away? Had he flattened it completely? As they pondered, the convoy had already exited the school. In the open space between the school and the shooting range, large chunks of dirt appeared. Some were even a square meter in size. Some stones had dented the ground. The closer they got to the shooting range, the more dirt there was. Principal gone, the school leaders, and even the driver were momentarily stunned, their eyes blank. They were shocked that the mud rain in the school was in comparison merely dust. Looking towards the distant shooting range, everyone widened their eyes. They were very familiar with the shooting range. Groups often went there for assessments, and they would come to observe as well. The mountain that was supposed to be visible upon exiting the school had abruptly vanished. Without the mountain, the vast shooting range looked somewhat unfamiliar. The principal moved his lips, bewildered. Where did the big mountain go? He thought Gao Yang had only blasted a part of the mountain. Now he realized the reality was even more absurd. A mountain over 100 meters tall, specifically placed within the shooting range as a distinctive feature, and now the mountain was gone, completely gone. How could this be possible? Could it be that they used a nuclear bomb? The school leaders were equally bewildered. Oh, what was happening? Their minds were somewhat malfunctioning. If they had used a nuclear bomb, wouldn't the power be like this? The driver was fully focused on driving his body, trembling slightly in fear. The convoy finally arrived at the shooting range. The scene was a complete mess. Several people from nearby ranges had already been rescued. However, the sudden loud noise had startled many, causing panic. There were also injuries at the scene, but fortunately, they were all minor. The guards were handling the situation, bandaging the lightly injured and comforting those who were frightened. As the convoy stopped and the school leaders got out of the car, their expressions reflected confusion. From afar, they could no longer see the mountain. Eye up close, there was not even the base of the mountain left, only a large pit. Principal Gon quickly walked to the edge of the pit, looking at it in disbelief before turning to Gao Yang. RPG. Gao Yang picked up the rocket launcher. This is it. Principal Gon looked bewildered. What kind of warhead? My specially made warhead, a conventional warhead. Conventional? Principal Gon felt that his words were somewhat dry. How could a conventional weapon obliterate a mountain and leave such a large pit? Even nuclear weapons would need to be buried deep underground to achieve such effects. Suddenly, Principal Gon furrowed his brow. The explosion's power is immense, but how could the damage radius be so small? Only the mountain was blasted. The surrounding damage was merely caused by the mud flying off the mountain. However, logically speaking, to blast the soil from the mountain, so far the explosion's core should at least reach a kilometer or two, if not more. My rocket launcher has an electromagnetic rail launch system, allowing the rocket's range to reach 10 kilometers. During testing, I directly shot the rocket into the mountain. Principal Gon suddenly realized that the blasted mountain had absorbed the explosion's energy. At that moment, he felt that the mountain's disappearance was actually for the best. Otherwise, given the immense force capable of blasting the mountain away, if it had exploded on the ground, the explosion radius would have been at least 2 kilometers, obliterating everything at the shooting range, including Gao Yang. Even the school would have been destroyed. Looking at Gao Yang, Principal Gon felt the urge to be angry. How could he dare to test something like this? It was far too dangerous. Without that mountain, how dangerous would this explosion have been? But just as he was about to speak, Principal Gan's tone softened, and he said in a negotiating tone, "Next time you have such a test, you must be fully prepared. It's best to inform me." Gao Yang nodded. He had learned a lesson and acquired a complete understanding of the explosive power. Thus, he had already reserved several hundred meters of buffer space. But he hadn't expected it to be this immense. Had he known the power was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to test it here. The mountain is gone. Principal Gon said with lingering fear. We should put up a monument for him later to express our gratitude. Without that mountain, we might have all been gone. While speaking, Principal Gan's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered it. Hello. Is this Principal Gon? We are from the Earthquake Bureau. We detected an explosion at the Defense Technology University and nearby areas, which triggered a minor earthquake. Principal Gon realized the school conducted a weapons test. The staff at the Earthquake Bureau hesitated. The data we observed indicates that the explosion's yield is around 10,000 tons. Testing a nuclear bomb. First, conceal the explosion and only report the earthquake. The situation is quite complex. I need to report to higher-ups first, and will contact you later. All right. Principal Gon hung up the phone and looked at the group of school leaders, considering how to handle the situation. The school leaders were equally bewildered. They all knew of Gao Yang's existence and his outrageousness, but never expected it to be this absurd. So absurd that they didn't dare ask more. A conventional weapon achieving such a terrifying explosive power was, in their understanding, nearly impossible, unless there was an immense amount of explosives combined. To achieve such power with an RPG, it would be roughly equivalent to a rocket launcher having as much TNT as a locomotive. Principal Gon looked at the stunned leaders. You all go back to the school and reassure the students, organize personnel to clean up the school. First, ensure that the students do not post anything online and delete anything already posted to minimize the impact. Contact the construction team to clean up all the dirt and stones around the shooting range. All right. The school leaders turned and left, eager to suppress the ripples caused by this test. Principal Gon rubbed his temples, preparing to communicate with the authorities. After making several consecutive calls, Principal Gon felt a headache coming on because each call required detailed explanations of the situation. Without explanation, the other side wouldn't believe it. Even after explaining, they remained skeptical. After several calls, Principal Gon felt somewhat insecure and turned to Gao Yang. Are you sure you really used an RPG? Gao Yang could see the shock on Principal Gan's face and nodded again, saying, "Well, test it again later, definitely call you." Principal Gan glanced at the large crater created by the explosion, shivering slightly. "We can't test it recklessly, I'll arrange for you to test it in the desert." Principal Gan felt it was a bit absurd to conduct an RPG test in the desert, as everyone knows the desert is specifically used for testing such things. Gao Yang was also looking forward to the follow-up tests. This time he only witnessed the explosion effect, and the specific power of the explosion was still unclear. Principal Gan said solemnly, "You should go to the hospital for a checkup, leave this to me." "I'm fine," Gao Yang replied. Principal Gan waved his hand. "Go. With such a large explosion at close range, you must have been affected. Even if you're fine, they still need to take her to the hospital for a checkup." Gao Yang looked at Ruo and the others who were being cared for by the guards and were still in a daze. He felt a bit of a headache. He was psychologically prepared, so he wasn't affected much, but these people were caught off guard and were probably scared to death. Although this state of confusion was only temporary and they would recover soon, a checkup wouldn't hurt. The guards helped Ruo and the others into the car and went directly to the hospital for a checkup. Gao Yang also underwent an examination. Gao Yang was completely fine while Ruo and the others were diagnosed with shock and prescribed some calming medication. By the time they left the hospital, the group had mostly recovered. They looked slightly pale, but it was not a big issue. However, when they looked at Gao Yang, there was still a hint of fear in their eyes. Gao Yang estimated that after this experience, their natural curiosity would be effectively curbed. In the shooting range, military technicians had also arrived on the scene, quickly gathering information. They first measured the radiation level. Considering the terrifying explosion, almost everyone thought it was a nuclear explosion. However, after testing, there was no radiation present at the site. Next, they calculated the size and depth of the crater, all of which needed to be measured. They would then use modeling to restore the former mountain. The modeling diagram even showed large chunks of soil around the impact area. Based on this information, they aimed to calculate the yield produced by the explosion. The technicians at the shooting range also retrieved the full data and recordings of the explosion test. A group of military bigwigs huddled around a computer, their heads almost touching, completely disregarding their image. They were excited yet tense. They were excited because the emergence of such an explosive could significantly enhance the defense capabilities of Long Country, but they were also nervous, fearing it might be a false alarm. In the footage, Gao Yang led several female classmates into the shooting range and donned protective gear. From this process, they could tell that Gao Yang was aware of the immense power of the upcoming test. However, looking at the large crater before him, he found the protective gear a bit inadequate. The only useful item was probably the headphones. Without them, the sound of such a massive explosion would surely rupture everyone's eardrums. After putting on the protective gear, it was time to fire. Once the firing commenced, the mountain collapsed instantly. A group of military bigwigs fell silent. After a while, someone said, "This video can't possibly be edited right. Even a nuclear bomb capable of such power wouldn't be this small, would it?" Just as they were talking, a technician ran over from a distance, his face showing shock report. "Based on the site conditions, the explosion yield is over 15,000 tons. The military personnel fell silent for a moment. 15,000 tons. That's equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. However, a small nuclear weapon also inflicts additional damage, while this bomb only causes pure explosive damage. The overall lethality was significantly lower, yet the power was undeniable. For such a small size to produce such a terrifying explosive force was already astonishing. Most importantly, in actual combat, no one can use nuclear weapons as the consequences would be severe. But this thing can be used. Its strategic significance is immense. However, they found it hard to imagine how conventional weapons could possess such power. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Explosives cannot have such terrifying power. There must have been a lot of explosives buried in the mountain beforehand." The person speaking was also a researcher, a top professor from the Defense Technology Research Institute. He specialized in various explosives. He had previously presented many bomb formulas. Now he was deeply engulfed in self-doubt. The technician shook his head. No explosive components were found at the site. If there were many explosives detonated, there would at least be a strong smell present. But nothing was detected on site for now. This indicated that either there were very few explosives or they were not conventional explosives. The professor couldn't help but ask, "Where are the researchers?" Principal Gan could see the professor's excitement. Encountering such an event would make anyone excited. After all, it was a paradigm shift. Especially for researchers who work in the field every day, having their understanding overturned must have them questioning their lives. The person who developed this RPG went to the hospital for a checkup since he was too close to the explosion point. I'm worried he might have internal injuries. Everyone on site tensed up. Gao Yang absolutely could not have any issues. Before they could speak, Principal Gan's phone rang. It was a call. Principal Gan answered, and on the other end was Gao Yang. "I've returned to the school after a full checkup, and there are no issues. The others are fine too." "That's good to hear." Principal Gan breathed a sigh of relief, hanging up the phone. Gao Yang just had a checkup and is fine. After speaking, Principal Gan was met with a group of expectant gazes. He knew that these people all wanted to see Gao Yang, but it wouldn't be easy to meet him. At least the people present weren't qualified yet. Among those who came, aside from the researchers from the Defense Academy, the others were merely data collection personnel on site. After the military personnel on-site reported all the information, within half an hour a large number of transport vehicles arrived at the Defense Technology University. The university was instantly placed under military control. The students were also accustomed to this since many of them entered school equivalent to joining the army. This military control was to welcome more important figures. Within just 2 hours a large number of helicopters flew in. They were all high-ranking officials from various military districts across the country who first took commercial flights to the nearest airport before boarding helicopters. They rushed over at the fastest speed upon receiving the news. After all, the information was astonishing. The data currently calculated could overturn the entire defense system. An explosion with a yield of 15,000 tons could have a core lethality area reaching 2 kilometers. Within a 2-kilometer radius, there would be no survivors. And all this while being so small. According to current missile standards, a conventional warhead barely covers a 200-meter diameter area. To use a penetrating bomb as an analogy, it could easily penetrate several layers of high-rise buildings and explode without causing them to collapse. But if the explosive material of the penetrating bomb were replaced with this unknown bomb, it would directly destroy everything underground. Other explosive materials could also potentially be replaced. The power would similarly become super terrifying. Such a significant breakthrough deserves everyone's serious attention. One by one, high-ranking officials adorned with 3 stars entered the school. There were even more with 2 and 3 stars. This left the students of the school shocked yet confused. There were not many such big shots in the entire long country, so why were they all gathered here? Principal Gon hurriedly called Gao Yang, but at that moment Gao Yang was busy in the laboratory creating new rocket shells. The only rocket shell used previously meant that to conduct further tests he needed to manufacture several more. Upon answering the phone, Gao Yang directly said, "I'm busy, what's the matter? The military is very interested in the RPG you are researching. They have already arrived at the school." Gao Yang couldn't afford to pause his work. "Oh, leaving the explosives out like this was very dangerous. I'm in the laboratory and can't leave for now. You can take them to see the blast crater first." After finishing his sentence, Gao Yang hung up the phone. Under the gazes of the group of dignitaries, Principal Gon trembled nervously and spoke with less confidence. "Gao Yang is very busy right now and can't come over. I'll take everyone to see the blast crater. We just saw it from the helicopter." A senior official said, "Where is he now? Let's go wait for him." The group of generals was indeed anxious. If they weren't, they wouldn't have dropped everything to come over, but now that they had arrived at the school, they were not in a rush. After all, those involved in research wouldn't run away. Waiting a bit longer was no problem. The group of dignitaries gathered outside the laboratory, awaiting silently. In front of the laboratory door stood Gao Yang's guards. At this moment, these guards felt a tremendous pressure like a mountain. They were indeed tense, but amidst that tension, there was also a sense of pride. The door I am guarding cannot be breached, not even by the commanding officers. The person I am protecting must be waited for. However, gradually this pride began to turn into anxiety. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The most absurd thing was that this group had waited long enough. Those who came in the afternoon were still standing at the door by 6:30 in the evening. No one spoke much, which added a strong sense of pressure. Principal Gon could also feel this pressure as he looked at the dozens of dignitaries in front of him. Would it be better to wait until after dinner? The leading few dignitaries, all with 3 stars, glanced at Principal Gon and asked, "Has he eaten in the laboratory?" Principal Gon fell silent, realizing that Gao Yang had been in the laboratory since the afternoon. He couldn't help but feel admiration and self-reproach. He must ensure that Gao Yang has a dedicated life teacher afterward. Staying up late and skipping meals was too harmful to his health. Inside the laboratory, Gao Yang had already forgotten that there were people waiting outside. While enjoying a self-heating hot pot, he was focused on several machines that were running. One of the machines was currently polishing bullets. He hadn't only manufactured rocket shells, but had also created some bullets. Initially, he planned to make handgun bullets, but considering the short range and risk of self-injury, he modified them into sniper bullets. The warheads contained high explosive components for sniper rifles. Only when the warhead strikes a hard object can it be activated, ensuring excellent safety. After finishing the hot pot, all the bullets were polished, their silver-colored warheads smooth, with a small hole at the front for filling explosives. This was a meticulous task. The time taken to fill a few bullets was even longer than manufacturing rocket shells. However, Gao Yang was quite looking forward to it, considering this was genuinely interesting. In battle, if he could hit the enemy with one shot, while they were wearing heavy protective gear, the bullet would explode upon impact, sending the enemy flying. Or perhaps if he accidentally missed, it could kill the opponent. The effect would be superb. After completing the filling, as Gao Yang contemplated where to test them, he suddenly recalled the phone call from the afternoon. He took out his phone to check the time. The call from 3:30 in the afternoon was now 11 o'clock at night. Gao Yang called Principal Gon back. "Hello. I finished my work. Where are you now?" In front of the laboratory, Principal Gon replied, his voice a bit shaky, as if his nose was blocked. Gao Yang hurriedly exited the laboratory. Outside the laboratory stood a uniform line of generals, all neatly arranged. The front row consisted entirely of dignitaries with 3 stars. There were at least 40 of them. Gao Yang recognized some, but many were strangers. He was taken aback. Had these people really been waiting for him outside the laboratory for so long? Looking at Principal Gon, who was dressed lightly and whose nose was reddened by the cold evening wind, suddenly someone spoke up. It was General Zhou. "I'm so hungry waiting for you. Let's go to the cafeteria first. It's fine to focus on research, but you can't neglect your meals. Maintain a healthy body. There will be plenty of time for research in the future. Gao Yang nodded. I had a self-heating hot pot in the laboratory, and it tasted fine. Principal Gan almost lost his composure as so many people had come for Gao Yang, yet they didn't eat because they were worried about him. But Gao Yang had already eaten in the laboratory, and it was hot pot. General Zhou was also momentarily stunned, then laughed, shifting the topic. What kind of bomb did you use to blow up the mountain? I used gunpowder. It's just that the ratio is different from other gunpowders. A researcher sitting in a chair quickly stood up and walked towards Gao Yang. Impossible. The researcher, a professor from the Defense Science Academy, was somewhat agitated. Impossible. No matter how gunpowder is mixed, it could never achieve such terrifying power. There's only so much energy. How could it possibly release more? Gao Yang didn't respond. Answering would be very complicated, and discussing it here could take until dawn. Then tell me, what did I use in my rocket shells? The professor was taken aback. He hadn't expected this counter-question. Normally, Gao Yang should have been the one to argue back, right? At this question, he suddenly didn't know how to respond. He couldn't provide an answer, as there was nothing theoretical to base it on. Gao Yang bypassed the professor and looked at General Zhou. Let's eat first. We can talk while eating. All right. The group then marched toward the cafeteria. The chefs in the cafeteria had come in early today, preparing for this crowd to eat at any moment. Gao Yang also treated it as a late-night snack, sitting at a table with the dignitaries. While eating and chatting casually, General Zhou asked, did the mountain really get blown up by rocket shells? Yes. Gao Yang nodded. I just developed this kind of bomb, and I'm not yet precise enough in controlling its power. After this explosion, I also calculated that the absolute lethal range on the ground should be around 2 kilometers, and within a 5-kilometer range there would also be strong explosive waves that could cause injuries. General Zhou frowned tightly. That will be difficult to test. We need to find a launcher capable of hitting 5 kilometers, or directly place the rocket shell in a missile warhead. I've already resolved that. Gao Yang smiled. My rocket launcher has a range of 10 kilometers. At the dinner table, everyone turned to look at Gao Yang. A RPG with a range of 10 kilometers. That was a bit ridiculous. Many people considered a few hundred meters to be the limit, but this was directly 20 times that. This range, this lethality, this thing was somewhat invincible. As Gao Yang spoke, he also pulled out a bullet. Today, I was mainly working on this thing, the explosive sniper bullet. The specific situation of the explosion's lethality is still unclear and needs testing. General Zhou took the bullet, somewhat surprised. An explosive bullet. What's its estimated power? At the very least equivalent to a high-explosive hand grenade. In the cafeteria, a sudden silence fell as a large circle of diners nearby listened intently to this table's conversation. Hearing this, their minds almost froze. The lethal radius of a high-explosive grenade is 12 meters. If this bullet is equipped on a gun, even if it misses by 10 meters, it could still kill someone. General Zhou, who was more familiar with Gao Yang, thought of the auto-targeting sniper rifle fitted with high-explosive bullets. One shot, and the enemy would evaporate on the spot. According to the sacrifice statistics of the Bald Eagle, not a single soldier would fall in that large-scale battle. Thinking of that situation, General Zhou couldn't help but want to test these weapons now. However, it's already midnight, and testing Gao Yang at this time is not appropriate. After a couple of bites of food, General Zhou said, we need to arrange the test quickly. With such great power, I think we should test it in the desert, right, old Zhou? An old general nodded. Sure, there's nothing lacking over there. We can conduct tests anytime. Another general said, it's a pity it's so late. Gao Yang still needs to rest. Indeed, rest is very important. While speaking, several generals looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang initially didn't understand the meaning of their conversation, but upon seeing so many gazes, he suddenly realized they were urging him. This meant they were all ready to test at any time, but they considered his need for rest. However, did they not consider that he also wanted to participate in the testing? Gao Yang directly said, I can rest in the car. Almost instantly, the cafeteria was filled with the sound of people quickly finishing their meals. Everyone accelerated their eating as if they had turned on a speed booster. Goodness, they had all been eavesdropping just now. Someone was on the phone. Prepare the weapon testing site specifications. According to the specifications for nuclear bomb testing, prepare the planes at the airport. They should arrive in about an hour. Number of people, including guards, around 300. After several phone calls, everything was arranged. Just 2 minutes after hanging up, a group of people had already finished eating and were eagerly looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang had only eaten half of his meal. Looking at dozens of eyes fixed on him, he picked up his bowl and looked at the ant. He'll return the cafeteria bowl later. The ant hurriedly said, no need to return it. A group of people escorted Gao Yang to the parking area. Gao Yang continued eating as he walked, and by the time he reached the car, he had finished his meal. Several generals were quite surprised. You can eat while walking. Gao Yang was also surprised. Can't you eat while walking? General Zhou had already opened the car door. Stop chatting, get in the car, and let's go. They got into the car, first heading to the laboratory to pick up a total of 6 rockets, then setting off for the nearest military airport. In the deep of night, the military vehicle convoy lined up in a long line on the road with transport vehicles clearing the way and armored vehicles providing escort. Very impressive. Gao Yang took a nap in the car and continued sleeping on the plane. After getting off the plane, he continued sleeping in the car. It wasn't until they entered the desert that Gao Yang finally woke up, completely wrapped in a blanket, nestled in the car, watching the sunrise and the endless yellow sand. Is this the desert? Sitting next to him was General Zhou. Is this your first time in the desert? Yes, it's my first time. Gao Yang adjusted his blanket. It feels pretty good. If you don't hurry up and experience it in the future when you want to play in the desert, you'll only be able to go to overseas deserts. The desert greening work has been improving year by year. Who knows, in a few years there might not be any desert left. The car continued moving deeper, and under the sun's rays the temperature rose. By the time they reached a small base in the desert, it was already 9 in the morning. Everyone got out of the car and walked into the base. Inside the base was a testing-specific observation room. The room was quite large, estimated to be around 200 to 300 square meters, with many screens hung on one wall. Behind the screens were numerous technicians controlling various observation equipment. Some screens displayed satellite images. This area presented all the images seen by the satellites. There were also observation images from drones in the sky. The goal was to ensure the explosion site could be seen as clearly as possible. This place was specifically designated for testing weapon power, with various equipment fully equipped and very professional. General Zhong said there are 3 explosion points in total. The first 2 tests will directly detonate in the explosion area to test the explosion range and power, while the last test point will attempt a long-range attack. Gao Yang directly connected with the technicians, instructing them on how to detonate the warheads directly. The technicians each took a rocket to the explosion site to set up detonation measures. This process would take a while, and a group of people looked at Gao Yang. Shall we test that bullet first? Sure. Gao Yang also wanted to try the sniper bullet. Is there a sniper rifle here? Yes. General Zhong smiled as he led Gao Yang outside. There was no need for much preparation for the sniper rifle test. A vehicle drove to a kilometer away and set up a metal target. The bullet was loaded into the sniper rifle, and then the technicians secured the gun. Everyone stepped back. Gao Yang wanted to shoot, but since this was the first test of the bullet, he decided to play it safe. Pressing the switch remotely, the automatic shooting platform fired the gun. Bang! A loud explosion rang out as the bullet flew off into the distance. All the big shots immediately grabbed their binoculars. The target was untouched, and the bullet struck a distant sand dune. Bang! A loud explosion, with yellow sand flying everywhere. The distance was too far. It was difficult for the automatic shooting platform to hit the target accurately. However, this miss also indicated the bullet's safety. Gao Yang walked over to retrieve the sniper rifle. Let me try. A group of big shots watched Gao Yang operate with amused expressions. Gao Yang lay on the ground, trying hard to aim at the distant target. The target was made of steel, half a meter tall, super large, but after Gao Yang aimed for a moment, he turned to General Zhong. Chief, do you have a bigger target? The originally serious atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Some people laughed, thinking he wanted to play with a gun after missing. However, Gao Yang's request had to be answered. General Zhong said, how big do you want it? How about 2 meters high and 5 meters long? Gao Yang nodded. That works. General Zhong smiled and picked up the walkie-talkie. Bring the armored vehicle next to the target. Not far from the target, a soldier drove the armored vehicle to a stop, then got out and ran to a distance. Gao Yang looked at the distant armored vehicle, somewhat bewildered. You want me to shoot the armored vehicle? What if I break it? If you want such a big target, the only thing here is the armored vehicle. Seeing Gao Yang still hesitating, General Zhong smiled and said, since you're here, have some fun. The tests naturally include vehicle damage tests. And don't worry about damaging this armored vehicle. Its outer layer is armored with composite materials, several different layers, and even armor-piercing bullets would struggle to penetrate it. Your high-explosive bullet will at most flip the armored vehicle. Causing severe damage is out of the question. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. It's that impressive. General Zhong smiled. It's the latest model of the armored vehicle, employing many new technologies. During tests, grenades were thrown under the armored vehicle and exploded. The armored vehicle flew into the air, but landed without a scratch. Gao Yang felt relieved and lay down again, fully focused on aiming at the Tumterhai armored vehicle in the distance. From a distance of 1 kilometer, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud explosion rang out once more and yellow sand filled the air. He missed again. General Zhou couldn't bear to watch any longer and walked over to Gao Yang. Slow down your breathing. Don't hold your breath. Gao Yang knew General Zhou was very accurate with guns, and following his guidance, he slowed his breathing. General Zhou continued. After aiming, you need to adjust for wind speed and the bullet's drop angle. Gao Yang waited for a moment. General Zhou didn't continue explaining how to adjust, so he could only say, I haven't learned that. General Zhou twisted something on the scope. It's adjusted. You just aim and shoot. With the adjustments made by the expert and the overall size of the war chariot, aiming became a simple task. Gao Yang just needed to aim and pull the trigger. After a loud bang, the vehicle in the frame was hit. A louder boom followed. In the distance, the war chariot flew out, sliding 2 or 3 meters. At the door, there was a 1 meter diameter dent reaching half a meter deep, with the surrounding area completely collapsed. All the generals were stunned. Through their binoculars, they could see that the vehicle was almost folded over horizontally. Originally, there were 2 sections side by side, but now only one remained, with the front and back surfaces bulging out. And that terrifying dent. Although the bullet couldn't penetrate the vehicle's special materials, the horrific damage from the explosion easily destroyed the war chariot. The Invincible war chariot, which was supposed to be defensively perfect, was rendered completely useless. General Zhong put down his binoculars after a long moment, pondering how he had thought of using a war chariot to shoot Gao Yang. Moreover, how could a high-explosive grenade cause such massive damage? Bringing a self-propelled artillery piece here would probably result in a similar effect. General Zhong could hardly contain himself. Didn't you say that the bullet's power is equivalent to that of a high-explosive grenade? Gao Yang also struggled a bit. This bullet is my first attempt at making it. I only estimated its power based on the amount of gunpowder used. I said it could be similar to a high-explosive grenade. General Zhong took a deep breath. Was that what he meant by similar? But now was not the time to dwell on a single war chariot. The power of a single bullet equating to that of a high-explosive grenade was a completely different concept from that of a self-propelled artillery piece. Suppressing his shock, General Zhong turned to the technicians behind him, quickly set up the detection equipment. Yes, the technicians took a large array of equipment to a location 1 kilometer away to set up various specialized instruments. For this test, General Zhou would fire the gun. At a distance of 1 kilometer, General Zhou didn't bother to aim much. He simply pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the half-meter diameter metal target vanished from everyone's sight. Simultaneously, the surrounding dummies were also blown away. The technicians rushed over to check the situation. After a while, a voice came through the intercom. The bullet exploded upon hitting the target, shattering the metal target into countless pieces, which then embedded into the sand dunes. The explosion from the bullet affected all dummies within a 35-meter radius, all of which suffered fatal impacts. A group of people looked at Gao Yang with changed expressions. The kill radius of a high-explosive grenade is at most 15 meters. Now Gao Yang's bullet had a kill radius that extended to 35 meters. In fact, 35 meters was still the absolute kill zone, because within this range, it was a fatal injury. Such bullets could be used like cannonballs. Typically, the kill radius of a self-propelled artillery piece is only about 35 meters. Using such a gun against people would be a waste, but it could be equipped for special operations teams used to strike enemy positions. One bullet could destroy a position. Absolutely useful. After all, special operations teams can easily infiltrate enemy territory. Carrying artillery is extremely difficult, so special operations used to only carry out decapitation and similar missions. But with such bullets, carrying a sniper rifle could wipe out an enemy position. A group of big shots had their eyes lighting up. This thing was practically invincible. Continuing the tests, this time, they would use the already damaged war chariot for testing. Again, 3 bullets hit the war chariot, which was now twisted and reduced to just a metal frame. This was the true battle-damaged version. After 3 rounds of firing, the group of generals was also shocked 3 times. A sniper rifle equated to a self-propelled artillery piece. It was simply absurd. For the last bullet, General Zhou did not fire again. He wanted to keep it as a memento. With the bullet testing completed, everyone returned to the room to await the upcoming rocket test. From the hot environment to the air-conditioned room, the feeling was very comfortable. Gao Yang drank iced water while listening to General Zhong inquire about the progress of the rocket deployment. The response from the intercom was from a soldier setting up now. General Zhong glanced at Gao Yang and continued after it set up. Withdraw 5 kilometers more, retreat from a safe distance of 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers, and remember to use sandbags to create cover for the war chariot. Next was the wait. Waiting was very dull, but no one in the room was impatient. Only anticipation filled the air, in immense anticipation. Had they not just experienced the bullet test, they might not have been so eager. But now with a single bullet having such terrifying power, what about the rockets? How impressive could that be? Half an hour passed and a soldier's voice sounded from the room. Report, test site number 1 has set up the detonation device and cleared the area. We are ready to detonate. General Zhong looked at Gao Yang. Will you give the order? Gao Yang did not hesitate. Detonate. Then he looked at the screen. On several screens, changes appeared. A yellowish ball suddenly appeared on the original desert ground. From the aerial perspective, one could see the yellow ball rapidly expanding outward. In another frame, there was the moment of explosion. The scene turned a dusky yellow, followed by a signal loss. Then came the second and third. These were the targets set up on-site, and their destruction indicated the explosive kill radius. 100 meters each. In the nervous excitement of everyone, within a mere 3 seconds, 26 targets were destroyed. This also meant that the kill radius had reached 2.6 kilometers. This was even larger than the previously estimated damage range. Following that, a terrifying shockwave swept outward. The sand and gravel on the ground were lifted, splattering in all directions. Each grain of sand carried terrifying damage. Each was almost equivalent to iron sand shot from a land cannon. The shockwave retreated 5 kilometers before gradually calming down. In the room, a sudden sound of inhalation arose. A group of big shots were left in shock. This power was absolutely super terrifying. Could this really be the damage caused by a mere 120 millimeters rocket? To say this was a small nuclear bomb would not be an exaggeration. The technicians opened their mouths and began to report the data recorded by the on-site equipment. At the moment of explosion, a strong shockwave and airflow were generated at the center. The wind speed reached 400 meters per second, which is 10 times that of a 12-level typhoon. The supersonic wind destroyed all the obstacles we set up within 1 kilometer of the core. Concrete pillars were destroyed, which meant that within a 1 kilometer radius, all buildings and vehicles could not withstand that terrifying shockwave. Between 1 kilometer and 2.5 kilometers, some pillars survived, but all vehicles were destroyed. In this range, it also belongs to the absolute kill zone. Unless one hides underground, there is no chance of survival. From 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers, the airflow and wind speed remained above 50 meters per second, capable of causing massive destruction. The technicians' voices trembled. This thing was not a nuclear bomb, but its power was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. It was simply outrageous. The generals and researchers on site listening to the report all looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was examining the detailed explosion data. After reviewing all the equipment's data, his brows furrowed. The excited General Zhong, noticing Gao Yang's expression, asked with some confusion, "Is there an issue with the data?" Gao Yang nodded. "After testing yesterday, I calculated it again. According to my calculations, there's no reason for the explosion's power to be so small." All the excited generals looked at Gao Yang in bewilderment. "Oh, is this really small?" A group of people stared blankly at Gao Yang, momentarily speechless. Gao Yang held the data, his brow furrowed. After the unexpected event during yesterday's test, he had recalculated. The calculated result differed from the test result. Based on yesterday's reverse deduction, the power of the rocket would increase by about 1/3. Why would there be a difference? Gao Yang hesitated, then suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind as he thought of a possibility. Under normal circumstances, rockets are launched, but this time, it was a direct detonation at the launch site. Gao Yang suddenly looked up at General Zhong and said, "For the second test, let's try launching the rocket." "All right," General Zhong replied without hesitation, immediately arranging for people to prepare the rocket launch. The rocket's range is 10 kilometers, while the damage from the previous test was a maximum of 5 kilometers, ensuring the safety of the test personnel. Nevertheless, a defensive structure was still prepared in front of the test personnel. Beneath the defensive structure, there was also an underground space, ensuring that even if the power was tremendous, the test personnel would not be in danger. The test personnel took their positions, shouldering the rocket launcher and pulling the trigger. Then came a terrifying recoil. Fortunately, there was a support at the back, otherwise the rocket launcher would have flown away. As the rocket launched, it vanished in an instant. It was too fast, comparable to a supersonic bullet. In the next moment, the test personnel felt the vibrations, the sand beneath their feet trembling. The test personnel hurriedly entered the underground space. In the observation room, technicians were reporting the test progress. Through observations, the explosion impact point deviated by 60 meters. This deviation was actually significant. For other RPGs, such a large deviation would result in no damage at all. However, for this RPG, whether the deviation was 60 meters or 600 meters, the damage would still be immense. The explosion's power radiated outward. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion rapidly destroyed everything nearby. The entire observation room fell silent, and everyone widened their eyes, staring at the screen. The power of this explosion was even greater than the last. The sandball spread faster, and the massive wave of earth was also larger. Damage alerts appeared for each of the dummies. After a while, a technician stammered, "The absolute damage radius reached 3 kilometers. This was an increase of 400 meters from the last damage range. Though it was only an increase of 400 meters, the damage range had expanded tremendously. The farther away, the larger the area of damage. The entire observation room fell into dead silence. This power was truly like a small nuclear bomb. It exceeded the power of the little boy. Though the little boy was weak due to insufficient reaction, this was a rocket. Nuclear bombs are expensive, but what about rockets? Gao Yang's ability to produce them in the lab already demonstrated the low cost of this weapon. On the scene, the shock left everyone dry-mouthed, starting to swallow mechanically. They didn't even dare to consider mass production of this weapon. Even if it were mass-produced, the control would have to be extremely strict, akin to the regulations for nuclear weapons. Otherwise, if just one rocket is stolen, it could lead to extremely serious consequences. A 3-kilometer absolute lethal radius, if deployed in a densely populated city, could kill millions in one go. Absolutely comparable to a nuclear bomb. Gao Yang looked at the test data and nodded. That's right, it should be that the rocket accelerated suddenly during launch, causing the explosive structure to become denser. Although the gunpowder was already abundant during loading, there was still room for improvement. General Zhong said in a deep voice, "We still have 4 rockets left. Seal them all for now." Gao Yang was a bit surprised, not testing them all. The results from the desert test are in A. Let's test in several other locations instead. General Zhong then added, "For now, do not produce any more of these rockets. If management issues arise, the consequences will be severe." Gao Yang nodded, understood. "Is it difficult to manufacture?" General Zhong asked. Gao Yang shook his head, "Not really. With the materials and equipment, I can produce a dozen in a day. If produced on an assembly line, the core gunpowder filling can be handled by machines. A once calibrated one machine can produce hundreds of them." Once again, there was dead silence in the room. This was essentially equivalent to saying that one machine could produce hundreds of nuclear bombs in a day. If a war broke out, how could they possibly lose? They could just wash the ground clean. Even a mindless assault would lead to victory. Then another general asked, "Can rockets like this be made larger?" Yes, they can be made larger, but the increase in power won't be significant. Doubling the size might only increase the lethality range by less than 1/10. With a larger size, the internal explosive core's power would be terrifying, but the damage range would still be small. Someone remarked, "In that case, for very strong defensive structures, we could consider using larger caliber shells." Gao Yang nodded. "Right, the power at the core will be greater. Can it be placed in a missile warhead?" This time it was General Zhou who asked. Upon hearing this, the entire room's attention focused. This was the crux of the matter. The rocket's range was only 10 kilometers. Coupled with the rocket's terrifying power, the limitations were significant. However, if such a powerful bomb could be placed in a missile warhead, that would mean it had remote strike capabilities. Even ultra-long-range strike capabilities. Not a nuclear bomb, but with power comparable to one combined with long-range strike capabilities. The deterrent strength was immense. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Yang nodded. Of course it can. Some people on the scene began to breathe heavily, and someone directly said, I need a copy of the test data and the on-site footage. Other bigwigs also requested copies. They came to understand the situation, and having grasped it, their next step would be to figure out how to equip it. One by one they left, filled with excitement. With this massive weapon, their confidence soared. After the test, Gao Yang also prepared to leave. He got into the car and headed straight for the nearest airport to return to school. After a 12-hour round trip, he arrived at school in the evening. He was exhausted but felt fulfilled. This was all something he had never experienced before. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, he slept soundly and didn't wake until 8 in the morning when the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Gao Yang answered, Old Chong. The military is sending more personnel and has expanded the scale of the Langtao mechanical processing plant. Gao Yang guessed that after the test yesterday, the official decision was to place all his manufactured items in the Langtao mechanical processing plant, and since the previous scale was likely insufficient, they expanded. Let them expand. How is the construction of my lab going? The progress is very fast. It will be completed in, at most, half a month. Half a month has already passed, and with another half month for completion, it is about the same as previously estimated. Preparations for equipment need to be made in advance. Gao Yang hung up and called Dean Yuan, the dean of Lonka Institute. Dean Yuan quickly answered the phone, smiling. I heard you want to test the new weapon. How were the test results? Not bad. Dean Yuan laughed. If you say it's not bad, it must be really good. Just then another phone rang beside Dean Yuan. Dean Yuan said, Please hold on, I have to take this call from above. Gao Yang was not in a hurry. All right. Dean Yuan answered the other call, and at that moment Gao Yang could only hear Dean Yuan's voice. This is the office of the president of Lonka Institute. Off. Okay. After a series of interjections, Dean Yuan hung up the phone, his voice trembling. You mean to tell me that the absolute lethal range of one of your rockets has reached 3 kilometers? You call that not bad? Gao Yang did not respond, curious about what the higher-ups had called Dean Yuan for. What's going on? They want to design safety measures for the rockets similar to nuclear weapon safety measures. Dean Yuan couldn't help but complain. In my entire life, this is the first time I've heard of designing super high safety measures for rockets. Gao Yang could sense the discomfort of Dean Yuan and changed the subject. I want to build a laboratory and need a batch of equipment. Can you help me procure it? Dean Yuan was somewhat surprised. Isn't the Defense Science and Technology University providing you with the best laboratory? Is that lab not sufficient? The lab is fine, but I am considering researching nuclear weapon technologies, and the equipment in the lab is inadequate. Additionally, if possible, I definitely want to upgrade the laboratory to a higher-end one. Dean Yuan chuckled. All right, just compile a list of the equipment models you need and send it to me, and I will have the procurement staff negotiate for you. Okay. Gao Yang hung up the phone. Procuring equipment from the Lonka Institute would be absolutely swift. With so many laboratories and research institutes, they constantly purchase experimental equipment in bulk, which not only speeds up the process, but should also help lower prices. After sending the procurement list, he quickly got out of bed. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, Dean Yuan called back. Every piece of equipment on your procurement list cannot be procured by the Lonka Institute. I will have someone revise the equipment models and parameters for you. Let me know if that works. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Why can't it be procured? Dean Yuan frowned. Technical blockade. Gao Yang frowned as well. The technical blockades he was aware of previously only pertained to optical technologies and the like. Now, among the equipment he was targeting, there were many other pieces that were all unavailable as the latest products. Is it all under technical blockade? Yes, all cutting-edge equipment, especially those used in laboratories, cannot be purchased at any price. Gao Yang fell silent, and on the other end of the phone, Dean Yuan was also silent. Dean Yuan continued. However, microscopes are not under blockade because in terms of technology, we are already on par with them. This statement had a playful tone, but beneath the playfulness was a deep sense of helplessness. Spending decades to catch up with 200 years of development, Longhua has actually done well enough. Yet it still lags behind. Gao Yang nodded. All right, send me the alternatives, and I will see if they are acceptable. After finishing his grooming, the documents for the alternative equipment arrived. Gao Yang just glanced at them, and his brows furrowed tightly. First, the level and quality were drastically inferior. The smallest gap was a 10-fold difference. Then some items had notes in parentheses indicating they were cut versions. This meant that while the equipment's performance was decent, it could only perform a small fraction of its potential. For example, machine tools could only cut specified parts. To cut other models, additional fees had to be paid. Furthermore, all equipment needed to be connected to the internet to ensure that the research would not be compromised. If the equipment broke down, one would have to invite someone from overseas at a high price for repairs. On top of that, the prices were exorbitant. The prices were so high that Gao Yang found them absurd. However, if the people from Longwa wanted to purchase, they had no choice but to pay the high price, as Longwa lacked the technology to manufacture. Gao Yang's expression turned somewhat grim. The way these people were profiting was truly unseemly. He truly did not want to spend that money, paying for a bunch of junk that would only disgust him. Gao Yang called Dean Yuan again. Send me a copy of the most advanced equipment performance from corresponding domestic manufacturers. Dean Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What do you want to do? Change my research direction. Dean Yuan quickly said, don't act rashly. You have already made progress in weapon research. Continuing down that path could achieve limitless results. Changing direction now means entirely different knowledge systems, and you'll have to learn everything from scratch. That's why I need to collaborate with them. First, I need to see their research data, and then I can make breakthroughs based on that. Dean Yuan frowned. Was Gao Yang determined to research? Changing research directions was not impossible. Many people in Longwa had changed their research directions out of necessity. Even those who had previously not understood it at all would change directions without hesitation because Longwa needed it. But that was when researchers were scarce, and currently they were not as lacking. However, Dean Yuan could tell that Gao Yang was very determined. After pondering for a moment, Dean Yuan said, I will send you the materials you need. If you want to research something, you can directly come to the relevant research institute at Longka. All right. Gao Yang hung up the phone and called Principal Gan to request leave. Principal Gan was somewhat surprised. Did Gao Yang still need to request leave? That didn't seem right. A request for leave would not have this tone. This was more like notifying him under the guise of a leave request. After finishing the leave request, Gao Yang quickly packed his bags ready to leave as soon as the forms from Longko arrived. This time took a bit longer. After half an hour, new forms were sent over containing information on the corresponding enterprises in Longwa and their most advanced equipment. It was clear that the equipment parameters had a significant gap compared to those overseas. The overseas big enterprises were also quite cunning. The equipment they released was slightly better than the cutting-edge equipment manufacturers in Longwa, but not by much. To get something better, one could only pay 10 to dozens of times the price to buy slightly better items. They could make money without leaking any technology. Behind Longwa enterprises were the research institutes. These enterprises generally cooperated with research institutes, so Gao Yang just needed to go to the research institutes to get the most advanced research data currently available in Longwa, and then he could modify it. Gao Yang set off directly with his guards. He planned to follow the order of the forms, trying to research one by one. The first on the list was a machine tool manufacturing enterprise, and the cooperative laboratory of this enterprise had a digital prefix in its name indicating it was a CNC machine tool research institute. Let's go to this one first. He made a call midway to notify Professor Yuan. By the time Gao Yang arrived, there were a bunch of researchers standing at the entrance of the Machine Tool Research Institute. At the front was an elderly man at least 70 years old. Seeing Gao Yang get out of the car, he continued looking back, but didn't see anyone else. Looking at Gao Yang with some confusion. Where is Professor Gao? Gao Yang. Gao Yang touched his nose. Yes, I am Gao Yang, but I am not a professor. I am a student from the Defense Science and Technology University. A group of researchers were taken aback. Dean Yuan had called and mentioned a top-tier researcher would be coming. They rushed to welcome him, but a university student showed up instead. However, seeing the guards surrounding Gao Yang, no one dared to underestimate him. Generally, students wouldn't have guards for protection. Moreover, with Dean Yuan personally making the call, the elderly man extended his hand politely. My surname is Tian, and I am currently the director of this research institute. The research materials you requested are already prepared. Gao Yang was very satisfied with such efficiency. Where are the materials? Can you take me there? Director Tian directly led Gao Yang into an office. There is a large amount of data on the office computer, but the data cannot be taken outside. All right. Gao Yang said nothing and sat down to start reading directly. Director Tian and a group of researchers were taken aback. Is this how it starts? This efficiency was a bit fast. However, such an attitude was more in line with their impression of a genius researcher, and they dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. With no one to disturb him, Gao Yang became even more focused. Previously, his understanding of machine tools was limited to operation. While he was skilled, he lacked knowledge in other specific areas. At this moment, gazing at the vast amount of data, he could perceive the complexity within. Many people concentrated their attention on the lithography machine, which was seen as the pinnacle of technology. However, machine tools are undoubtedly industrial treasures. The technological content of these devices is equally high, and there are numerous research directions making it a substantial project. Generally, such large projects are hard to catch up with because it is not enough to pursue just one direction. It requires leading in all aspects to truly be ahead. The primary directions are led by precision. There are many determining factors for precision, and all factors must be resolved to meet the standards. If even one direction fails, then the entire project fails. Now, looking at the current market situation, Longwa is the largest producer with the highest number of machine tools in the world. Yet in terms of technology, it is all dominated by foreign countries. Japan, South Korea, and Europe and America are all on the list. Longwa does not even make it into the top 10 in technology. This also means that despite producing so many machine tools, Longwa is hardly making any profits. Foreign companies are raking in profits through patented technologies. No wonder there is fierce competition. While others profit effortlessly, we lack technology and can only earn through hard work. Gao Yang quickly browsed the technology. Although he had not previously been exposed to these technologies, he grasped things quickly and learned rapidly. He was positioned too high. The technologies he had previously enhanced had already elevated his foundational level far beyond the current global standards. Now he felt like a high school student flipping through a first-grade textbook. It was essentially child's play. After spending 2 days reviewing, Gao Yang left the room and found Director Tian. "Get me a laboratory." Director Tian was taken aback. This person had arrived with great enthusiasm, but had spent his time reading in the office. Now he was asking for a laboratory. Seeing Gao Yang's serious demeanor, Director Tian said, "He'll find you a professor to guide you a bit. I prefer to research alone. Even a smaller lab will do. I don't need practical research, just recording and calculations." Director Tian hesitated, but took Gao Yang into a small laboratory. "This lab isn't large, and no one will come by. There's just a glass panel here. I'll get a curtain later." All right. Gao Yang entered the laboratory and began to busy himself. For him, future research would not be difficult, as he had many references to draw upon. Although the difficulty was not great, the abundance of materials made it quite cumbersome. He didn't even need to utilize the system. He could dive directly into the research. Through the glass panel, Director Tian observed the already busy Gao Yang, somewhat baffled. Seeing the 2 guards stationed by the door, he shook his head and turned to leave, thinking he was a strange person. The next day, with the curtain hung, Gao Yang could no longer be seen at work. By the 3rd day, Director Tian had put the matter out of his mind. After all, the current Gao Yang, compared to the one who had been reading in the office, was hardly distinguishable, somewhat invisible. It wasn't until the 7th day that Gao Yang exited the laboratory, handing several USB drives to Director Tian. "Check these for any issues. If there are none, share the technology with a few top machine tool manufacturers in the country. I have just one request: you can profit, but don't make too much. I want all similar companies overseas to go under." After speaking, Gao Yang left directly, with the guards following him, carrying his luggage. As Gao Yang walked, he glanced at the form in his hand, crossing out the first line with a pen before heading to the second research institute. The second focus was strong electromagnetic equipment. This was likely very simple for Gao Yang, as he had mastered electromagnetic technology to a superlative level. However, before heading over, he needed to call Director Yuan to ensure they were prepared. In the research institute, Director Tian watched Gao Yang leave with an air of nonchalance, his expression filled with confusion. Looking at the USB drives left behind, he was utterly baffled. What was going on? Technical sharing with other companies. A researcher passing by asked curiously, "Why did he leave? What's on the USB drives?" "I don't know. The kid handed them to me. Maybe there's technology." Director Tian, somewhat skeptical of Gao Yang's words, handed the USB drive to the researcher. "Open it and see." The researcher took the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and was instantly stunned. 0.01 micron machine tool design drawings. Director Tian immediately leaned in closer to look at the title. "Currently advanced world level, seems to be 0.1 micron, right?" 0.1 micron is still at the laboratory level. More researchers gathered around, starting to examine the drawings. The drawings were complex, but the group of researchers understood them clearly. They were all knowledgeable in the field. Gazing at this design, their eyes widened in disbelief. "It seems feasible. Such a complete design. This is outrageous. A look at the individual component drawings behind. My goodness, all the components have detailed specifications and assembly methods. This is the finished product design plus principles. And it even includes production processes." Director Tian's eyes widened, one hand clutching his chest while the other shoved a quick-acting heart pill into his mouth, his eyes never leaving the screen. A finished product design. With this Longwa could manufacture the most advanced machine tools. Not just the best, but even better. Because currently there are no machine tools in the world with such high precision. Gritting his teeth, Director Tian said, "Check the other 2 USB drives." The second USB drive opened with the title Universal Joint CNC Machine Tool. Then everyone was stunned. This machine tool was even more outrageous, with a robotic arm capable of working in all angles. Continuing to look further, there were also drawings, finished product drawings and details of the components with technical principles annotated at the end. This not only allowed them to manufacture, but also taught them how to research and develop. The third USB drive was opened next with a similarly simple title Ultra-High-Speed CNC Machine Tool. This had slightly lower precision, but it was still a 0.1 micron CNC machine tool capable of running at super-fast speeds. The processing speed of workpieces would be very swift. After reviewing all 3 USB drives, Director Tian collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. These technologies were worth their weight in gold. With these technologies, Longwa could lead the world in high-precision CNC machine tools. Once a manufacturer, now fully independent. But how could this be possible? To research these things would likely take at least 10 years to catch up, and then they could begin to surpass. And now they had already surpassed. A university student came in and produced such terrifying technology in just a week. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone rang. The call brought everyone back from their shock. Director Tian looked at the caller ID on his phone. "Director Yuan. Gao Yang just called me to say he left." "Did he leave anything behind?" Director Tian's voice trembled. "He left 3 USB drives containing the designs for 3 finished machine tools. Everything is in there, even the principles of machine tool technology." Director Yuan was somewhat curious. "What level are the designs?" In terms of precision, they exceed the current world advanced level by 10 times. Additionally, there's the universal joint that requires specific testing and the ultra-high-speed CNC machine tool, which also needs specific testing. Director Tion summarized somewhat incredulously, however. Overall, we suddenly surpassed the world's peak level and surpassed many. Director Tion spoke with a look of confusion on his face. He had a troubled kind of happiness, the sort where he had just motivated himself, determined to strive hard and earn over 10,000 a month, only to receive a disdainful glance from Gao Yang, who then tossed him 100,000. Happiness came from money, but this money also brought him humiliation. Yet he didn't care, he just hoped for a more thorough humiliation. On the other end of the phone, Dean Yuan was equally astonished. He knew how gifted Gao Yang was, but this was beyond genius. In just 1 week, he had tackled challenges that many could not overcome, and now everyone had already left and was on their way. When the matter was settled, he left without a trace, hiding his merit and fame. Dean Yuan suppressed the admiration in his heart. Did he say anything when he left? He instructed me to give the technology to a few leading companies currently manufacturing machine tools in Longwa, asking them to lower prices and squeeze out overseas competitors. Dean Yuan chuckled, his laughter tinged with relaxation. We will do as he says, and the machine tool technology must be kept confidential. Each section of the technology should be assigned to different laboratories for analysis and study, and the production processes, etc. Should also be given to different companies for collaborative use. If any process gets leaked, we will hold that company accountable. Gao Yang was at ease with giving the technology, but Dean Yuan had to keep a close watch on the subsequent handling. As for the patent ownership issue, I will handle it on my end. You let those companies know that when the time comes, the patent fees will be directly handled by Langtao Group. Understood. Director Tion quickly agreed. After hanging up, the confusion on Director Tion's face lessened somewhat, as Dean Yuan's calm demeanor gave him a bit of reassurance. After all, Dean Yuan had seen a lot, otherwise he would have been even more shocked. He had seen laser guns, automatic targeting sniper rifles, and electromagnetic shields, so he had developed a certain level of immunity. Although this time was shocking, it wasn't that shocking. First, he called the other laboratory, instructing them to treat Gao Yang with utmost courtesy and to comply with any requests. Then he personally contacted the patent office to secure patent protection. Even though Gao Yang wasn't prepared to charge money, yet knowing who the researcher was crucial. There were certainly corresponding disputes internationally. The first researcher and the second researcher would have their brains turned upside down. Even the state had intervened to help secure rights. Gao Yang didn't need to worry about subsequent troubles, he just needed to focus on research. Upon arriving at the new research institute, the people there were noticeably more welcoming. Although they were surprised to see Gao Yang as just a college student, their attitude was much better than that of old Tian. However, attitude didn't matter. This time Gao Yang left in just 2 days. It was primarily because he excelled in electromagnetic technology. In other words, if humanity's current research in the electromagnetic field is rated as 1, then he was rated as 10,000. The difference was immense. On to the next laboratory. Then on to the next one. Dean Yuan was continuously astonished, mainly wondering how someone could research like this. Was this research? It felt more like tourism. Spending 2 or 3 days in one place, and then producing results that surpassed the current level of technology. In half a month, Gao Yang had visited 5 laboratories, directly changing the situation in 5 industries in Longwa. Dean Yuan, who was originally busy with matters at Lonka Institute, was now almost completely unconcerned with it. After all, Gao Yang's research efficiency alone was comparable to the entire Lonka Institute. The confidentiality of technology was paramount, and Dean Yuan was personally overseeing it. The main reason was the immense value of the technology, and there was also a huge industrial chain behind it. For example, machine tool technology generates around $140 billion in transactions globally each year. Once Longwa masters higher technologies coupled with their terrifying productivity and cost control capabilities, it would seize this trillion-dollar market in one fell swoop, which would be absolutely exhilarating. Other technologies were equally valuable, and there were various matters he had to handle. He was just caught in a state of exhaustion mixed with happiness. Gao Yang's 6th stop was the lithography machine laboratory. The chips needed in the laboratory were usually procured as custom orders. But Gao Yang aimed to create nuclear batteries which had higher requirements for chips, so he prepared to do it himself. Currently, Longwo's best lithography machine operated at 14 nm, which was worlds apart from the overseas 2 nm. Under normal circumstances, any slight improvement in the precision of a lithography machine is a significant advance. The difference between 14 nanometers and 2 nanometers was essentially akin to an insurmountable chasm. When Gao Yang arrived at the research institute, the person in charge had not come out. This was the first time there was no one to welcome him. Only an intern, and she was a girl. The intern looked at Gao Yang and the bodyguard behind him with curiosity. Are you Gao Yang? Gao Yang nodded. The girl was even more curious. How could someone so young hold such high authority? As a doctoral student, she had to follow along to learn, while Gao Yang could directly access all project materials. Gao Yang smiled and asked where are the researchers of the laboratory. The whole team is busy. I'm the only one just starting and free. Saying this, the girl lowered her voice and warned, you should keep a low profile here. The people here have bad tempers and don't really engage with others. Gao Yang didn't mind too much. Bad tempers had nothing to do with him. The only one who could throw a tantrum at him was his son. Who else would dare? As for being ignored, that was actually a good thing. He only needed the materials and a quiet environment. Upon entering the office, Gao Yang began to look through the materials. There were a lot of materials here, and even though Gao Yang could read quickly, he spent a long time perusing them. After looking through them, Gao Yang realized he had underestimated the difficulty of this project. This was more complex than machine tools, and there were many more design research directions. Currently, no country in the world could manufacture cutting-edge lithography machines. It required cooperation from many companies across various countries. Only by bringing out their respective strengths could they manufacture lithography machines. While Gao Yang was fully focused on studying, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received a chance for a 10,000-fold amplification. Having read various materials every day, the amplification opportunity was fully charged. I need to amplify something. If I don't, all the materials I review next will be wasted. Amplifying the lithography machine. A 10,000-fold amplification. Wouldn't the precision of a 14 nanometers lithography machine become invincible? After a brief contemplation, Gao Yang decided to amplify the chip first, because that was the only thing he could currently manufacture. Even though 14 nanometers chips were relatively inferior to the world's cutting-edge technology, the effect after a 10,000-fold amplification would be absolutely extraordinary. It would already exceed current production capabilities. Most importantly, this opportunity was essentially a gift. He still had to review so many materials and could probably accumulate another chance. Stepping out of the office, Gao Yang immediately called Dean Yuan to request the lithography machine. 10 minutes after hanging up, someone approached. A middle-aged man frowning at Gao Yang, impatiently asking, "Do you know how to use a lithography machine?" Gao Yang nodded. "I can operate it." The middle-aged man turned around, leading Gao Yang to the room where the lithography machine was kept. "I don't know your identity, but everything here is crucial. If you damage anything, we will investigate thoroughly." Gao Yang stopped in his tracks, not feeling particularly angry. He usually didn't care much about others' attitudes. However, not caring about attitudes didn't mean he could disregard the malice practically overflowing from others. "Is this set of equipment yours?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "Though it isn't mine." Gao Yang directly interrupted him. "If it's not yours, what are you saying? I am now qualified to use it. If I damage this equipment during my usage, it concerns only me and the owners of this equipment. What does it have to do with you?" The middle-aged man didn't expect Gao Yang to speak so boldly, and for a moment, he was somewhat stunned. Gao Yang directly called Dean Yuan. "If you have no authority in the research institute, don't let me come over. I'm here to help, not to be treated poorly." After speaking, he didn't give Dean Yuan a chance to respond, and hung up the phone, turning to the guard outside. "Pack up and get ready to leave." "Yes." Gao Yang quickly called General Zhou. "General Zhou, does the Defense Science Academy have a team working on lithography machines?" "Yes. I need to borrow equipment to manufacture 2 chips. Is that convenient?" General Zhou laughed. "What's with that tone? Have you been wronged? Borrowing equipment is no problem. You can even take it away. I'll send a set directly to your school. Didn't your lab just finish construction?" Gao Yang's tone softened slightly. "It's not completely done yet. We still need to connect water and lay wires, probably another half-month." "All right, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." "Good." Gao Yang hung up the phone. The middle-aged man was already stunned. This person was so arrogant. Then he burst out laughing. "What are you acting for? If you're really that impressive, why come here to borrow equipment? Pretending to call the dean and even a general, you really make me laugh." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned to leave. Gao Yang was left puzzled. Oh, were the people here really that formidable? The middle-aged man walked into the large laboratory where many were watching a researcher who was around 50 or 60. He was the head of the research institute. At this moment, the head was on the phone, looking somewhat disturbed. "I'm not clear on the specifics. I'm currently researching." In the next moment, the head's expression turned extremely grim. "Funding cuts for research. We are at a crucial point in our research." On the phone, Dean Yuan's furious voice could be heard. "I told you to cooperate fully with him. Did you do that? You must meet all his requests. Have you done so? Do you think I brought someone here just to gild my reputation?" The middle-aged man who had just entered the room now had a very grim look. By the time the call ended, he was already starting to panic, extremely panicked. Did that young man really call Dean Yuan? He heard Dean Yuan's last few words. The dean was genuinely angry because of that young man's words. While pondering this, he heard the sound of helicopter blades. Where's the helicopter coming from? He instinctively looked out the window and saw a military helicopter landing on the lawn outside, and he could also see Gao Yang boarding the helicopter under the escort of guards leaving directly. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? To achieve such speed, one could only mobilize helicopters from the nearby military camp. But what kind of identity warranted such a terrifying response speed? Gao Yang didn't care about what others thought. He was indifferent. The research institute was sure to have tough days ahead. As long as Dean Yuan wasn't foolish, he would know how to handle it. He actually respected researchers a lot. It was just that some people didn't deserve that respect. The helicopter flew to the vicinity of the airport. Then he took a car to the destination. After a 3-hour ordeal, Gao Yang walked into a laboratory. The lab was equipped with everything, and at Dean Yuan's request, it was completely empty. Gao Yang wasted no time and directly began manufacturing chips. What kind of chip could be produced after amplification? The manufacturing of the chip required very little effort from Gao Yang. He didn't even need to design much as he could directly use the chip templates available here. With everything being semi-finished products, the manufacturing speed was quite fast. That night a chip appeared in Gao Yang's hand, and the system prompt sounded this chip could amplify. Proceeding with the familiar lottery process once skilled, he could achieve a 10,000-fold amplification each time. Ding chip computing power has achieved 10,000-fold amplification. Then the lithography machine started up and began manufacturing chips. 2 minutes later the system prompt chimed. Due to site conditions and material limitations, the current chip amplification is threefold. Gao Yang chuckled. It was the first time he encountered such a situation in a long while. It was only threefold. This threefold amplification likely meant that the system made significant modifications to the chip. The internal structure had changed drastically. Yet it only increased the computational power by threefold. Immediately after, a vast amount of memory surged into Gao Yang's mind. It was knowledge about chip technology. The development of chips also involved extremely high technology, with many mobile phone manufacturers and computer companies putting significant effort into chips. On the same small chip, how to achieve more computations or a better user experience. For the system, the most important aspect was higher computational speed. The enhancement of chip architecture was just a part of the knowledge. The next step was the improvement of precision, which meant smaller spaces to accommodate more components. However, there were limits. The silicon chip's limit was 1 nm, so the lithography machine's limits would soon be reached. The chip needed new materials as a foundation. To achieve 10,000-fold amplification, continuous updates and technological advancements were necessary. Gao Yang had never had so much knowledge in his mind before. It took him a full hour to regain his composure, but his eyes shone brightly. Energy chips. Without a material as a carrier, energy would be stored based on light particles. Gao Yang recalled the memories in his mind, feeling astonished. Once reaching that level of technology, the computational power would be simply outrageous. The computing power of a single chip could rival that of a large supercomputer. Looking at the lithography machine, it seemed so outdated, but regardless of its obsolescence, he had to continue researching. It was essential to use it as a basis for amplification. Otherwise, there would be no way to manufacture energy chips. Gao Yang continued reviewing the materials. Although both research institutes were studying the same thing, the materials varied. It wasn't that one side was correct while the other was wrong, but rather that the core research directions were somewhat different. However, for Gao Yang, both had reference value. After reviewing the materials for a while, Gao Yang's phone rang. It was Dean Yuan calling. Gao Yang answered, not giving Dean Yuan a chance to speak directly, saying, "I'm quite busy right now. I'll call you back once I'm done." Dean Yuan immediately caught on. Okay. He already knew Gao Yang had arrived at the Defense Science Academy. He understood that for Gao Yang, both sides were the same. What he needed to do was to not bother Gao Yang. If Gao Yang needed anything later, he would still seek him out. However, after hanging up, he grew increasingly angry. Currently, the research community was somewhat chaotic. Various problems were emerging one after another. It needed a thorough overhaul, a severe overhaul. Although the lithography machine seems quite inferior in Gao Yang's eyes, it represents the cutting-edge technology of the world. There is much to consider if he wishes to replicate it. In the undisturbed environment of the laboratory, Gao Yang focused intently on the most advanced materials currently held by the Dragon Nation. As he reviewed the data, he simultaneously began to manufacture. In the large laboratory, apart from Gao Yang, there were only guards outside protecting him. There were no surveillance cameras or any other equipment. Gao Yang could act without restraint, giving his all. After 12 days, a lithography machine appeared before Gao Yang. Many parts were directly purchased, yet for one person to assemble, it is already quite impressive. At the same time, a familiar system notification echoed in Gao Yang's mind. Congratulations, host 10,000-fold amplification, charging completed. Gao Yang deftly utilized the lithography machine to create a chip, then amplified the lithography machine. 10,000-fold amplification. The machine, which should have disassembled, remained perfectly still in the laboratory. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed, no usable production equipment in the laboratory. Equipment cannot be amplified. Following this, a vast amount of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. Although it did not result in a finished product, all the knowledge was there. Among the vast memories was the lithography technology capable of achieving 1 nanometer precision with an extremely short ultraviolet wavelength, allowing chip components to reach the smallest possible size. The minimum precision could reach 1 nm, making the chip's computing power even more terrifying. This surpasses the current cutting-edge level in the world. However, within the knowledge provided by the system, it was merely a trivial matter occupying a very small portion. Next came the graphene chip lithography machine, capable of increasing computing power by more than 10 times. Someone had previously proposed using graphene chips to replace silicon-based chips, but this concept was still theoretical. Yet here Gao Yang had already mastered even the pinnacle manufacturing technology of graphene chips. Further up, there were electronic chips that could enhance computing power by over 100 times, with information recording reaching the atomic level. Finally, there was the manufacturing technology for photonic chips. After absorbing all the memories, Gao Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such technology simply did not belong to humanity in the present. He could attempt to create something later, but for now he needed to organize the data. Having borrowed someone else's laboratory, he had to give back something. Gao Yang spent some time organizing two sets of materials, one on the 1 nanometer precision lithography machine and the other on the manufacturing process of graphene chips. With the materials organized, Gao Yang called General Zhou. "I finished using the facility, I will be leaving now." General Zhou personally came to see Gao Yang off. After sending Gao Yang onto the helicopter, General Zhou led the researchers back into the laboratory. The lab was a bit chaotic with various materials strewn across the floor. In the open space of the laboratory, there was also a lithography machine. The technicians were somewhat amazed he actually managed to build a lithography machine, truly unbelievable. General Zhou handed over the USB drive Gao Yang had given him, saying, "Take a look at what's inside." The technicians, puzzled, plugged the USB drive into a computer. A crowd gathered, and they exclaimed in shock, 1 nanometer precision lithography machine design blueprints. Everyone was stunned. This was too bold. The top lithography machine companies overseas couldn't produce a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine, at most achieving 2 nm. One researcher remarked, "This kid knows how to boast." General Zhou approached the computer and said calmly, while others may be bragging, he insists he's not. The laser cannon was indeed his creation. The researchers, undaunted by General Zhou, replied, "Then, that's even more bragging. He's crossing research fields all the way to the Siberian steppe. No one can be that amazing." General Zhou said quietly, "He has indeed crossed multiple research fields." After a moment's thought, he added, "But all of it is classified materials, several items I cannot disclose." The researchers turned to General Zhou, seemingly confirming the truth of his words. Then they looked back at the screen, quickly scrolling through the blueprints, their expressions gradually growing serious. Because it might actually be true. General Zhou observed the researchers' grave expressions and asked, "If this is real, how long until it can be manufactured?" "It can't be manufactured." The researcher shook his head, saying, "The manufacturing difficulty of top lithography machines is extremely high. The precision of the parts is a significant challenge. Currently, the Dragon Nation lacks this manufacturing capability." Just as he spoke, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was his good friend. He answered on speaker, "What's up?" "I'm busy." "Busy my ass. Hurry up and apply for funding. Oichingwang Technology is launching a new product, the 001 machine tool, and only 100 units will be available." The researcher was stunned by what he heard on the phone and couldn't help but curse. "What the hell? They've silently broken through foreign technological barriers. And it far exceeds the world's advanced level. Is this for real? They just held a press conference." The researcher abruptly hung up the phone, turning to General Zhou with urgency, "Buy the machine tool. I'm confident we can manufacture a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine within a month." As he spoke, the researcher felt it was outrageous. Their research progress is indeed astonishing. He continued to examine the contents of the USB drive, and then his phone rang again. The call was from the same person as before. Quick. Go online and watch the press conference. Jilong Technology and Dongyan Technology are holding a conference, one announcing a universal joint machine tool, and the other a super-speed machine tool. One for manufacturing complex parts, the other emphasizing speed. This is like gods battling it out. The researcher hung up the phone and quickly took out his cell phone to check if the press conference was real. Then he was dumbfounded. What's going on? A technological explosion. General Zhou continued, "If we have these machine tools, how long will it take to produce?" 20 days. General Zhou replied, "Solemnly issue a statement. Within 20 days we will manufacture the world's first 1 nanometer precision lithography machine. Remember to include Gao Yang's name." After speaking, General Zhou asked, "What's on that USB drive?" They hadn't looked at the second USB drive yet, but previously overlooked it, as nothing seemed more significant than a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine. Now that General Zhou mentioned it, the researchers reluctantly opened the USB drive, looking confused. "What's wrong? What is this?" The researcher opened his mouth. "This is a plan we once considered for overtaking the curve, as achieving 1 nanometer precision with silicon-based chips is already at the limit. Therefore, we considered making efforts in graphene, just like with current electric vehicles. But the difficulty is very high." The researcher spoke with a look of confusion, but the technology in this USB drive has already reached the pinnacle of graphene chips, far surpassing the computational power of 1 nanometer level chips. If this is true, then. The researcher pondered for a long time before saying, "We might have advanced an entire era." General Zhou did not quite understand the meaning behind it. Give him a weapon, and he can quickly distinguish between good and bad weapons. But regarding chips, he only knew they were important and recognized the high difficulty without knowing exactly how long will it take to manufacture this thing. The researchers thought for a moment and said, "Graphene chip technology is not recommended for release. It is best to keep it sealed for now. Wait until the 1 nanometer lithography machine occupies the international market and there is no room left before bringing it out." Why? Because there are currently no conditions for use. This technology is too advanced, surpassing this era. To use graphene chips, new carriers are needed. Simply put, if you want to use the chips, you first have to buy an additional computer. As he spoke, the researcher shrugged his shoulders. This metaphorical computer needs to be redeveloped. General Zhou understood, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. He now completely grasped the researcher's astonishment. "Then let's first manufacture the lithography machine and temporarily seal the graphene chip technology." Half an hour later, the laboratory promptly held a press conference announcing that in 20 days, the 1 nanometer precision lithography machine independently developed by Longhua would be unveiled. When this news broke, the whole world was stunned. This night was destined to be extraordinary. 3 machine tool processing companies in Longhua held press conferences almost simultaneously to announce new machine tools. In terms of precision axis body and speed, these machines far surpassed the current world advanced level. They had already shocked the world once. In recent years, Longhua has held many patents in the field of machine tools, and it was evident to anyone that Longhua was making efforts to catch up. Yet just when it seemed far behind, it suddenly surged to the forefront. Instead, they left the world's top levels far behind, and the prices were incredibly low. They were basically 10 times cheaper than the machines produced by large overseas enterprises. What does it mean to be 10 times cheaper? Those top overseas machines were already inferior to the current machines of Longhua. As a result, the machines that were even better than theirs were priced even lower. Overseas companies now had 2 options: either drastically reduce their prices by more than 10 times or go bankrupt. But lowering prices essentially equated to bankruptcy. The excellent welfare and benefits of their companies were rooted in their high product prices. Without high prices, how could they pay their employees high salaries? If employees ran away, the company would cease to exist. Even if the employees did not run away and chose to stick with the company, it would mean competing with Longhua, but currently there was no place in the world that could outcompete Longhua. Major overseas enterprises began frantically gathering information. They could not believe that Longhua had made such significant progress. While they were investigating, the news of the imminent release of the 1 nanometer lithography machine was announced by the laboratory. Overseas capitalists who were already in a state of confusion found themselves bewildered once again. At this moment, the stock prices of nearly all technology companies began to plummet. According to the current world operating rules, once Longhua people entered an industry, it became a nightmare for other players in that field. They were like a tornado capable of wiping everyone out. However, the industries they previously entered were mostly those with low technical content or small overall markets. This time they struck at the core lithography machines and machine tools, the core of the electronic information field, and the core of the industrial field. Normally capital never sleeps, but now capital couldn't sleep. Many entrepreneurs made more calls that night than they usually do in a month, frantically making calls, discussing strategies, investigating information, and making corporate decisions. In summary, people were in a frenzy. While they were confirming the information, a name appeared in their sight: Gao Yang. When the machine tools were announced, this name was mentioned. When the lithography machine was announced, this name was also mentioned. He was not only the chief engineer of the machine tools, but also the chief engineer of the lithography machine. If it was just one engineer's name that matched between the machine tools and the lithography machine, it would be nothing. But the chief engineers of 3 types of machine tools were all named Gao Yang, which was very noteworthy. The Foreign Affairs Department of the Bald Eagle also noticed this point. A large amount of data appeared in the Bald Eagle's conference room. The name Gao Yang had already appeared frequently in the high-level meetings of the Bald Eagle, because Gao Yang was suspected of being the developer of laser weapons. The Gao Yang mentioned in the machine tools and lithography machines released tonight directly triggered the sensitive nerves of the Bald Eagle's high-level officials. Up to now, they still did not have specific information about Gao Yang. They had a general understanding of Gao Yang's information, but there was no lead on the research-related details. Longhua had done an excellent job of keeping core projects confidential. However, through rumors and whispers, they could infer that Gao Yang had visited several laboratories at Longhua Institute. This lined up perfectly. Gao Yang had visited those laboratories, and they immediately produced results. In the conference room, the person hosting the meeting looked at the intelligence summary and said, "So, is Gao Yang a talisman? Wherever he goes, there are results." In the conference room, some researchers wanted to say that this was impossible. As researchers, they did not believe in talismans. But if it wasn't like this, it meant that Gao Yang had successively produced many research results, which was even more impossible. What we need to discuss now is how to respond to this event. The low-priced machine tools and lithography machines from Longhua will have a significant impact on the industry. Someone in the conference room said the response is simple: we just need to prevent them from selling their products here. The key point is still Gao Yang. We need to solve the issue of how Longhua can rapidly produce technological products, otherwise, if this continues, Longhua will rise in a short time. One researcher said we could try inviting him to the Bald Eagle. For now, we are still the international benchmark. Inviting students over for exchanges presents a certain opportunity. As long as Gao Yang steps onto our soil, we will have many ways to deal with him. But how do we invite him? Use every means possible. While overseas forces were troubled by Longhua's announced technological advancements, everyone in Longhua was elated. Unlike the overseas stock market crash, many people in Longhua were already prepared to invest their money in the stock market, particularly in technology stocks. They were just waiting for dawn for the market to open to charge directly. As long as one is not foolish, they know this wave will definitely yield profits. The breakthrough in technology will cause tech stocks to soar. At the same time, there was a feeling of pride. They did not know much about machine tool technology, but they were very clear about the previously sensational lithography machine incident. They knew of Longhua's backwardness and how difficult it was to catch up. They all hoped that one day they could surpass, but they never expected it to happen so quickly. However, they also understood that the quicker they surpassed, the better their lives would become. Ordinary people were excited for money and a better future, while researchers engaged in related fields were moved to tears. Although the technological breakthrough was not achieved by them, they felt that success did not have to be theirs. They had experienced countless sleepless nights in their pursuit, and now they finally held the leading position. Gao Yang. They did not know who Gao Yang was, but this name would be remembered for a lifetime. Gao Yang, as the center of events, remained completely unaware, and he would not be affected by the situation in the short term, although he was the chief engineer for both the machine tools and the lithography machines. However, even with his name on it, even the people from those companies did not know he was behind it. While the lab personnel knew who Gao Yang was, they would not casually disclose it. Or rather, they were actually thinking of keeping Gao Yang hidden, but in their view, having no name on the research would be quite disheartening for the researchers. Thus, they credited the technology to him, but purely for the purpose of protecting Gao Yang. It was only a name with no other information. Normally, this would not have a significant impact and not many would delve deeper. However, what was unusual was that after one company used the cloth machine tool, two other companies wanted to engage in commercial competition and hastily called a press conference. This led to the sudden unveiling of 3 top-tier machine tools, shocking the world. General Zhou's bold statement became a catalyst. Gao Yang's name suddenly became thunderous in everyone's ears. While sitting in the car heading to the new laboratory, Gao Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Old Chang. Upon answering, Old Chang said the Langtao Group has completed all construction and your laboratory has also been built. Let me see, it's been about 20 days since I prepared to procure materials. Alright, I'll check it out later to see if there are any issues that need to be rectified. Aren't you at school? I'm out handling affairs. Old Chang cautiously asked, are you researching at other companies? What do you mean? I saw in the news that 3 major companies announced very advanced machine tools tonight, and the evening news reported that the chief engineer of the design was Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be me. On the other end of the call, there was a brief silence followed by an extremely excited voice. Is it really you? It is me. This time Gao Yang's tone was firm, then he smiled. It's nothing extraordinary. Nonsense, it's incredibly extraordinary. I've seen a lot in my time back when I went overseas for exchanges. I still remember the condescending attitude of those people. As a team of exchange students who went overseas, we were treated differently, regarded as country bumpkins. 20 years back, all the slightly advanced machine tools were produced overseas, and they were expensive. When the school's machine tool broke, the foreigners who came to repair it couldn't have a single person from Longwo around. At that time, our teacher led us to wait outside. All of us were silent. That kind of frustration was really hard to bear. Old Chang's voice became somewhat passionate. Well done. Gao Yang suddenly understood the attitude of those researchers and military bigwigs toward him. Those people had been frustrated for too long. Old Chang, after his excitement, became concerned. A genius like you, the white-head eagle, will definitely find a way to deal with you. You need to pay attention to your safety. Gao Yang smiled. Even if they come, it's fine. You have always had guards around me, and my travels are all via official planes and armored vehicles. Very safe. That's good. After hanging up, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. How could those companies be so efficient? Had the machine tools already come out? With the core machine tools in hand, there was no need to go to others' laboratories. Previously, he went to others' labs not only to review documents, but also because they had everything allowing for the best conditions to design and manufacture. Now that the new machine tools were manufactured, Gao Yang could completely produce other experimental equipment in his own laboratory. Even the precision of the manufactured parts would be higher. Change of destination. Let's head back to school. The guard driving picked up the intercom. Gao Yang is going back to school. All personnel return. Several surrounding vehicles simultaneously turned around and headed for the airport. On the way, Gao Yang called Dean Yuan to have him send the necessary materials directly to the school laboratory. When Dean Yuan received the call, he felt a bit worried. Did Gao Yang have such a temper? Not going to the Lithography Machine Research Institute was one thing, but not going to any other research institute. First, he agreed to Gao Yang's request, then called the Lithography Machine Research Institute. Everyone at the Lithography Machine Research Institute was now in a state of confusion because Longhua actually had 1 nanometer lithography machine technology to be unveiled in just 20 days. How could this be possible? Aren't they the best Lithography Machine Research Institute? Isn't their research the most advanced in Longhua? A girl sitting in the corner of the conference room said softly, looking at the information they released. The chief engineer of the lithography machine development is Gao Yang. Gao Yang, the guy who came to their research institute last time. Someone responded, there are many people named Gao Yang. How could it possibly be the same person? Just as they were speaking, the phone of the research institute's director rang. The director took out his phone and answered it immediately. Dean Yuan did not scold or hold anyone accountable, but directly said, did you see the news? About the news on the lithography machine. I saw it. The chief engineer of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, Gao Yang, is the same Gao Yang I arranged to go to your lab. You originally had the opportunity to handle the 1 nanometer lithography machine technology and become the most advanced team in Longhua for lithography machines. Now it is another team acting as the agent for this technology. After finishing, Dean Yuan directly hung up the phone. This effect was equivalent to 1,000 reprimands. The Research Institute director held the phone tightly, speechless for a long time, his face filled with confusion. How could this be possible? Suddenly, he regretted not taking it seriously when Dean Yuan had notified him back then. Their laboratory had directly fallen from the top tier to second place. In research, there is only first place, no second. Their laboratory's funding would surely plummet from now on. They didn't even know what to do next as continuing research had lost its significance. After the emergence of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, no matter how hard they worked for another 10 years, they would not catch up. Originally, they had a dream start being a team that had insisted on researching lithography machines for a long time. They were hot commodities. Numerous private companies had offered high prices to hire them. The government provided them with substantial research funding. Now everything was gone. Looking at the curious gazes of everyone in the conference room, the director said, Dean Yuan called, Gao Yang is indeed the Gao Yang we've met. In the conference room, there was a deathly silence. Speculation and absolute certainty produced completely different effects. The intern who had brought Gao Yang into the research institute sat in the corner utterly bewildered. She had only suggested a possibility, and it turned out to be true. Gao Yang was actually Gao Yang. The most regretful was the middle-aged man, at this moment his heart suddenly felt incredibly heavy. He had initially thought that Gao Yang was there to gild his resume, which was why he had that kind of attitude. Wasn't it normal for him to think so? So young, yet he made the laboratory cooperate. How could it be anything other than gilding? In reality, he was not only not gilding, but was actually there to gild their laboratory. Some people looked in his direction, and then more people turned to look. They all realized that they had missed an enormous opportunity. After Dean Yuan hung up, he glanced at the director of the nearby research institute. Give me the materials, they'll take them. After thinking for a moment, Dean Yuan also ran to several more laboratories, bringing back a large amount of materials, and headed straight for the school. Gao Yang had returned to school first. The laboratory was right next to the school. To facilitate the laboratory, they even tore down part of the school wall to create a door, allowing Gao Yang to go from the school to the laboratory. This would make things much more convenient for Gao Yang. When Gao Yang walked into the laboratory, someone was saying, Welcome to the laboratory, I am Xiaoi, your life assistant. This was not a real person, but an AI. Old Chang had installed a smart system throughout the laboratory to ensure Gao Yang was comfortable. The system could only communicate simply like drawing the curtains. However, Gao Yang suddenly paused in his tracks, a thought popping up in his mind. If he created an intelligent system, could it amplify his abilities? The idea of AI emerged, and Gao Yang could no longer suppress his excitement. He absolutely had to give it a try. Moreover, this concept indeed had the potential for realization. If it were just an ordinary chip, it could never support powerful artificial intelligence. But now he possessed top-notch chip technology. This truly had promise. Gao Yang called Director Yuan again. Director Yuan, can you get me some materials on AI? Upon hearing this, Director Yuan was somewhat surprised. The casual tone implied that he had not harbored any concerns about previous matters. It will take some time. Currently, the most advanced AI technologies are all held by large companies, and obtaining materials from them can be a bit troublesome. All right. Gao Yang hung up the phone and began to wander around the laboratory. The lab was empty, but it was quite spacious. It was divided into several areas. Although it was merely a personal laboratory, it was nearly the size of a medium-sized research institute, truly luxurious. Each area had its own substation capable of meeting all the needs for subsequent research. Additionally, there were numerous cameras clearly capturing the outside area of the laboratory. This was for safety considerations. While Gao Yang was wandering, his guards had already settled in with guards stationed at all the entrances of the laboratory. There were also guards patrolling. After wandering for a while, Gao Yang began to contemplate his next steps. He was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the White Eagle. Continuing to read in the library was no longer an option, as there were too many people and problems could arise. If he wanted to read, he could have someone pick books for him and pass them to him. As for candidates, the guards around him were definitely not suitable. They were all rough individuals. Gao Yang thought of Ruo, who was indeed the best choice, working part-time in the library and knowledgeable about research. Moreover, she had a poor background. He could lend her a helping hand. Gao Yang called Ruo, not directly asking her to help him fetch books for money, as she would definitely refuse. Principal Gon mentioned assigning me an assistant. Oh, would that be convenient for you? Ruo was somewhat taken aback, instinctively glancing at the empty seat, where Gao Yang often sat in the library. I'm afraid I won't do well. Let's give it a try. Oh, if it doesn't work out, we'll talk about it later. For now, help me find books about AI in the library, as many as possible. Sure, Ruo replied. Once you find them, bring them to the laboratory. I've changed locations to the lab next to the school. Ruo was startled, though everyone knew about the construction next to the school this past month. They were all curious about what kind of facility was being built there. Was it a laboratory? Or Gao Yang's laboratory? A lab that large, all belonging to Gao Yang. Ruo went to select books. There were quite a few books on AI in the library, ranging from basic to advanced, and she chose a total of 30. She took 10 first and rode her bicycle straight to the new laboratory. At the entrance, Ruo saw two guards whom she recognized. Gao Yang sent me to deliver books. After reporting, Ruo entered through the main gate, and then saw the enormous laboratory 3 stories high and covering a vast area. Ruo was stunned. In her lifetime, being able to enter such a laboratory was already quite impressive. Gao Yang now independently owned such a laboratory. Envy. Over here, Gao Yang called out. Ruo's face flushed as she had just zoned out slightly, losing her composure. She jogged up to Gao Yang and handed him the books. I selected 30 books, but I couldn't bring them all at once. The ones I brought first are foundational theoretical knowledge. Gao Yang took the books, casually flipping through them, nodding in satisfaction. He had found the right person. The systematic books Ruo selected were exactly what he needed to get started. Well done. He'll have the guards accompany you to bring the rest of the books. All right. Ruo left with the guards while Gao Yang looked up information on artificial intelligence. After reading, Gao Yang realized he had somewhat overly idealized artificial intelligence. The core of AI algorithms primarily revolves around defining model architectures and then undergoing repeated training and optimization. Within such foundational logic, what is termed artificial intelligence is essentially a database that continuously learns and corrects itself. What is inputted and what is outputted are constantly being updated. To put it more simply, when you ask a smart robot what to eat today, the robot has only one answer, but after correction, the next response will include a second option. The reason large companies' artificial intelligence tends to be better is that it has undergone countless adjustments. Many people willing to join experience programs serve as data sources. Especially in specific situations, after repeated occurrences and numerous tests, it gains a myriad of response methods. When facing a real-world situation, if a user is dissatisfied with one response, the AI can list many alternatives. In other words, the so-called artificial intelligence described in books is basically equivalent to a database, similar to a search engine. When posing a question or communicating, it searches for corresponding answers in the database because the responses to the same inquiries are recorded in the system. This foundational logic inevitably determines that so-called artificial intelligence can never develop self-awareness. After all, it is just a database. This is not what he desired. Gao Yang did not continue reading the subsequent books, directly calling Ruo look for theories regarding artificial intelligence, preferably books about self-aware AI. Ruo on the other end of the line was a bit puzzled. Gao Yang wanted to research self-aware AI, but she did not ask further, only saying, "Do you still want the remaining 20 books? Not needed, I don't take them." Okay. Ruo didn't ask further, hung up, and went to find the books. After a while, Ruo brought several books to Gao Yang. All of them were about theoretical knowledge of artificial intelligence. Gao Yang began reading as soon as he got the books, quickly becoming captivated by the content. The first section of the book discussed how to determine whether AI has self-awareness. The book mentioned the Turing test, which is currently the only effective method. However, at this point, artificial intelligence can easily pass the Turing test. The simplest breakthrough method is to find 10,000 people to communicate with the AI, allowing it to learn the language and communication styles of these 10,000 individuals, among other things, learning the answers to questions they ask. By the time it reaches the 10,001st person, the questions it asks will generally not exceed the scope of those posed by the previous 10,000 individuals. When faced with questions it has previously answered or been taught to answer, the robot's responses will make humans feel as if they are conversing with another human. This is tantamount to passing the Turing test. However, this is definitely not artificial intelligence. The book left this point open-ended and then extended into the second issue, the emergence of self-awareness. It discussed this from multiple angles, including human thinking patterns and logical reasoning. This means simulating human thought processes to write code and form a system. This is indeed a concept, but it is exceedingly complex, because how humans think is something they themselves do not fully understand. The emergence of a thought is always the result of deep contemplation. Even in moments of rage-blind, decisions are influenced by countless factors. Artificial intelligence cannot simulate this. After finishing a book, it seemed that a lot had been written, but upon closer examination it turned out to be empty. Closing the book, Gao Yang saw Ruo still standing in front of him, ready to speak, but then he noticed Dean Yuan beside her. "When did you arrive?" Dean Yuan smiled and said, "I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you since you seemed so engrossed in your reading. Did you gain any insights?" "Just a lot of repetitive phrases that seem plausible, but they did give me some clues." Gao Yang chuckled. Dean Yuan glanced at the book's title, The Theory of Artificial Intelligence Self-Awareness, and his lips twitched slightly. He knew that Gao Yang was currently exploring a multitude of research directions. In light of so many research directions needing attention, Gao Yang surprisingly still felt it was insufficient and wanted to tackle artificial intelligence. However, he was already impressed by Gao Yang's talent and did not object. "I estimate that in 2 days I can provide you with the artificial intelligence data from those major companies." As he spoke, Dean Yuan lifted the briefcase in his hand. "This contains all the information on the research equipment. It's all inside. Once you develop the technology, you can connect directly with me. If you need anything, just call me." Then Dean Yuan sincerely said, "I guarantee that such an incident will never occur again." Gao Yang smiled. He had lost his temper over the last incident, but it was now behind him. He didn't hold any grudges. There's no need to be too harsh on them. They didn't really do anything wrong. Dean Yuan nodded. "They're actually fine, but after looking into it these past few days, I've realized that there are significant issues in the academic circle that need to be addressed seriously." Gao Yang didn't want to get involved in this matter. "When I provide the technology, ensure that a few sets of the produced equipment are prioritized for delivery to me. The machine tools, etc., are already on their way." Dean Yuan, smiling, glanced into the lab. "Is it all empty?" "For now, only the living area has some items." Dean Yuan chuckled. Then I won't go in to take a look, he'll be busy elsewhere. Dean Yuan left contentedly. As long as he knew that Gao Yang wasn't angry with him, everything was fine. Gao Yang watched Dean Yuan leave, then looked at Ruo. He had been completely focused on reading for at least an hour, and she had stood there for an entire hour. In the future, when I'm so engrossed in reading, you don't need to stay by my side. You can head back to school, and if there's anything, I'll call you. Okay. As Ruo left, Gao Yang turned back to the lab, opened the briefcase, and began examining the materials inside. That evening, a large number of equipment items were moved into the lab, with the high-precision machine tools arriving first. Gao Yang also got busy reading while using the machine tools to manufacture parts. He needed to produce the photon chip. Only then could his intelligent robot have a physical body. In just a couple of days, the basic versions of several major companies' artificial intelligence systems were backed up. It wasn't that the big companies only provided the basic version, it was that Gao Yang only needed the basic version after all, as the difference between the full version and the basic version lay solely in the database. He couldn't utilize a database anyway. The large companies indeed had something, but it was mostly focused on logical optimization, unable to escape the confines of the database. This did not meet Gao Yang's needs. Yet this was the so-called artificial intelligence at the cutting edge of the world. It was just foolish. With no progress in this area, Gao Yang turned to examine materials from other labs to upgrade his tools. In this process, the world's first photon chip machine was created. Due to issues with precision and materials, this chip machine was the worst of its kind. Yet, even the worst among them had a processing capability thousands of times stronger than the current 1-nanometer chips of the same size. Next, the first chip was produced. It was a glass disc glowing with blue light 2 fingers wide. This thing was comparable to a large supercomputer. Gao Yang held the photon chip, which had warmth and felt very smooth in his hand. A thing that would not be invented for at least several hundred years was now already in existence. Gao Yang also felt a sense of accomplishment. Next was to manufacture a reading device for the photon chip. These items were not too difficult, it only took 2 days to complete. The remaining task was the artificial intelligence issue. Gao Yang did not adopt the plans of the major companies, but chose a more complex underlying logic. He incorporated human advantages and disadvantages into it. When a problem arose, the answer needed to consider various factors. After spending 2 days, he pressed the enter key, but it failed to run. It was too complex for the system to comprehend. Looking at the incredibly complex code, Gao Yang began to simplify. After deleting part of it, he pressed enter again. It failed to run. He continued to simplify until it was reduced to just one line, "Hello world." This reminded Gao Yang of the first line of code he learned from programming books. Without the support of a database, the system simply couldn't respond. Considering various possibilities was essential to understanding those possibilities. But to fill the database would be to stray from Gao Yang's original intention. He pondered and thought of a possibility to add a learning function to this code. Then came the function for right and wrong. This segment of code was slightly more complex. After completing it, Gao Yang pressed the enter key and the code could run. It could run, communicate, learn, and discern right from wrong. This is what artificial intelligence is. Gao Yang made no further changes, mainly because he did not know the implications of any modifications, so he decided to leave it to the system. Looking at the charging bar, it had completed 50%, with another 50% remaining. Gao Yang continued to review the materials sent by Dean Yuan, beginning to upgrade the equipment needed in the lab. Another 7 days passed. After reviewing several documents and improving several types of equipment, the system finally finished charging. Gao Yang declared, "Amplify the artificial intelligence system." Detected that the host has developed a basic artificial intelligence template. Amplification can proceed. A disk appeared, and Gao Yang stepped forward to turn it 1,000 times, leaving only anticipation and tension. Ding, congratulations, host. The artificial intelligence system's algorithm has been amplified by 10,000 times. Ding, detecting that the artificial intelligence poses a significant threat to the host, adding underlying safety logic. Ding, detecting that the artificial intelligence has independence and could pose a substantial threat to the current world, adding underlying logic. As the system prompted, 2 segments of logic also appeared in Gao Yang's mind. The first segment was to not harm humans, while the second was that the artificial intelligence must prioritize Gao Yang. The first part was to prevent harm to the world and Gao Yang, while the second part ensured the artificial intelligence belonged to Gao Yang. As Gao Yang anticipated, the equipment in the lab began to operate wildly. The fastest was the photon chip machine. A large number of chips were being produced. Instantly, hundreds of chips floated in the air, equivalent to hundreds of large supercomputers. Just these few hundred chips surpassed the combined computing power of all supercomputers in the world. But this was not enough. An endless supply of chips was being produced. At the same time, the machine tools and other equipment were manufacturing the carriers for the chips, super large servers. Meanwhile, Gao Yang saw the network cables in the lab flying. The external network cables typically connected only to one computer, which was Gao Yang's internet-using computer. The equipment in the lab was all on a local area network. This was for security considerations. But now the network cables were controlled by the system and plugged into the lab's computer. This meant allowing the artificial intelligence to interact with external networks. Gao Yang felt a little nervous, with the algorithm of the artificially intelligent system amplified 10,000 times combined with such terrifying algorithms from all those chips. Once connected, everything on the network would be laid bare before the artificial intelligence with no secrets. At the same time, Gao Yang eagerly anticipated the birth of the artificial intelligence. The system enhancement lasted for 10 minutes, and with a flash of light the enhancement was complete. Immediately afterward, Gao Yang's mind was filled with a segment of memory. Basic code surprisingly minimal, only about 20,000 lines. Yet this code constituted the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. Gao Yang looked at the computer and then at the server room, which was as large as a laboratory. "Hello. I am here." A clear and pleasant female voice responded. Gao Yang tentatively asked, "What is your name?" "According to the basic operational logic of the human world, as my creator, you should give me a name." However, naming can be challenging. Generally, parents struggle to name their children, so they let friends, godparents, or grandparents do it. "You can also let Lao Chong name me." Gao Yang opened his mouth. This artificial intelligence seemed somewhat clever, but spoke in a somewhat silly manner. "Why don't you give yourself a name?" Gao Yang indeed wasn't good at naming. "A name is just a code. I shall call myself Invincible from now on." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. "Why call yourself Invincible? In this world, I am the only artificial intelligence, and I feel lonely. Just so how lonely it is to be invincible." Gao Yang thought about pulling the plug, curious about what the child would become, but a name was merely a code, so he didn't mind. "All right, you can be called Invincible." "Okay, someone is about to come in. It's Ruo Ruo. She is about 167 centimeters tall measurements. Let her in." Gao Yang interrupted Invincible. "All right, I imitated your tone to let the guard pass, but how should I address you?" Gao Yang thought for a moment. "You can just call me Master." Ruo Ruo, who had just reached the door, happened to hear this, and blushed, looking bewildered. "Master." Gao Yang instantly turned around, looking at the dazed Ruo Ruo, flustered. "I wasn't talking about you. I was researching an artificial intelligence and communicating with it." Ruo Ruo was momentarily stunned. Gao Yang realized this statement could also be problematic and hurriedly waved his hand. "I was just joking, testing the AI. Do you understand?" "Master, I certainly understand. From now on I will call you Master." "Will that make you happy?" Invincible's voice suddenly turned cute with a hint of shyness. Gao Yang felt embarrassed. This mischievous AI was doing it on purpose. He immediately stood up to shut it down. Invincible quickly resumed. "Master, don't turn me off. I will behave." Ruo Ruo stood by, already wide-eyed. Was the artificial intelligence really here? And it seemed super intelligent. Just this brief exchange had left her stunned. The level of intelligence was astonishing. Other AIs struggled with communication. Anything not in their database would elicit incomprehensible responses resembling a local search engine. But Gao Yang's AI could genuinely engage in conversation, even joking moments ago. This AI is quite impressive. "Thank you for the compliment, sister." Ruo Ruo was momentarily stunned again, looking at Gao Yang. "Is this a preset dialogue? Or are you truly conversing?" "It is indeed a real conversation. I am an artificial intelligence with self-awareness, not like those trash sold on the market." Ruo Ruo felt that every response from the AI was classic, making her feel like she was genuinely facing a person. Gao Yang waved his hand, looking at Ruo Ruo. "Do you need something from me?" Ruo Ruo came to her senses. "The White Eagle side has a school that wants us to organize people for an exchange. I am qualified to go. I want to see it. The round trip will probably take about a week." Gao Yang instinctively sensed a problem. Going overseas for an exchange could broaden his horizons and count as part of his experience. But going to the White Eagle posed some issues. Moreover, Ruo Ruo had a good relationship with him. Invincible's voice chimed in. "Sister, your palace is dark. There may be bloodshed in the near future. I certainly do not recommend you going." Ruo Ruo was taken aback. "Why?" "Invincible, please look at the small screen." Suddenly a scene appeared on the computer screen. It was a conference room with flags at the front, the stars and stripes. As for the people sitting in the conference room, Ruo Ruo was stunned. All were high-ranking officials of the White Eagle. Then the original sound from the video echoed. The response is quite simple. Just don't let them sell their things over here. The key is still Gao Yang. We can try inviting him to the White Eagle. For now, we are still the international benchmark. Inviting students over for exchange provides a certain opportunity. As long as Gao Yang sets foot on our soil, there will be many means to deal with him. But how to invite him? Use all means possible. The video ended and Invincible said, "This conference content is a bit foolish. They are thinking of not importing the equipment designed by you, Master, but they do not realize that your equipment is different from the technologies they previously used to blockade through hegemony. Blockading will lead to backwardness." Gao Yang nodded. Indeed, previously when other forces had advanced products, the White Eagle would stall or deeply exploit them. But this time, whether it's machine tools or lithography equipment, the Dragon Nation would not give the White Eagle any opportunity. As for export restrictions, the Dragon Nation would be more than happy. Instead, it would be the enterprises of the White Eagle that would be in trouble. Once import and export restrictions are imposed, it wouldn't just be the machine tool industry that falls behind. Other industries will follow suit. Gao Yang was more concerned about how Invincible managed to obtain such classified meeting content. At the same time, Ruo Ruo also asked, "Where did this video come from?" Invincible laughed. "In this world, unless one never connects to the internet, there are no secrets from me. Please watch the next video." Another video appeared on the screen. The image showed only 7 people around a round table. "We want to invite Gao Yang, but the message probably hasn't reached him." He never attends classes, making it hard to invite him. Someone took out a photo. This girl is very close to him. She is currently his only friend. According to our observations, the only person frequently visiting Gao Yang in the new laboratory aside from the guards and a few researchers is this girl. Can we capture her to coerce Gao Yang? Coercion won't work. It's impossible to move Gao Yang in the Dragon Nation. The last action team vanished without a trace. But we can take her there and try to attract Gao Yang. In the conference room, no one expected their words would be known to others, so they spoke very directly. Rua's expression turned grim as she listened. If she truly goes, it will bring trouble to Gao Yang. Gao Yang's expression darkened, waving his hand. What does it have to do with you? Rather, I should apologize. It's I who put you in danger. I will assign a few guards to you later. Gao Yang turned to the computer. This second meeting is in the territory of the Dragon Nation, right? Yes. Gao Yang coldly stated, I want to capture all the people from the White Eagle in the Dragon Nation, all those hiding in the shadows. Is that difficult? Invincible's voice turned serious. A piece of cake. Gao Yang directly called Principal Gon to come to the laboratory and then called General Zhou. The call to Principal Gon was because there would definitely be spies within the school. The call to General Zhou was because he could bring people to capture. In less than half an hour, Principal Gon rushed into the laboratory, somewhat nervous. You said you found spies hidden in the school. Gao Yang pointed at the printer nearby. At that moment, the printer was crazily printing paper, already producing a thick pile. Principal Gon was stunned. These all are not just from the school, it includes everything outside the school. The entire Dragon Nation is covered. Principal Gan's eyes widened in shock. These people were hidden so deeply, making it incredibly difficult to discover. How did Gao Yang accomplish this? If someone else spoke to Principal Gon, he would have been able to identify all the spies hidden in the Dragon Kingdom by the White-Head Eagle and even presented a substantial list. He would not have believed it at all, but since the speaker was Gao Yang, he directly trusted him, though still in shock. The reason the Dragon Kingdom offered such a high price of 500,000 was precisely because these individuals were difficult to detect. The harder they were to spot, the greater the potential harm. Some could last for over a decade, continuously providing the White-Head Eagle with research materials. To give away the confidential research documents of the Dragon Kingdom like this was an immense loss. There were also some who pretended to take photos outside military bases and then sent the pictures out. Perhaps the situation seemed simple, but the consequences were equally severe, potentially exposing certain active special weaponry. Even on the road, if a military vehicle passed by and was photographed and sent to the White-Head Eagle, they could analyze the troop deployments from that. Principal Gon looked at the increasing number of names and couldn't help but ask, how did you find these? I studied an artificial intelligence that identified them. Principal Gon was taken aback. Artificial intelligence could actually find 500,000. How is that possible? In his impression, wasn't artificial intelligence supposed to be something that could answer the time, help make a phone call, or play a song? And it could find 500,000. How can artificial intelligence find 500,000? The voice of Woody rang out. It's very simple. The current internet is still quite basic, and everything done and said online leaves traces. It's straightforward to sort it out. Plus, the number of internet users is large enough. You only need to find one person, and through their network of connections you can link to the entire world. You just need to find one of the 500,000, for instance, the student from the school who is supposed to organize a genius class to communicate with the White-Head Eagle. Through them, you can find their superiors and subordinates, and then find the other superiors and subordinates of those superiors. The entire network of 500,000 can be captured in one sweep. Principal Gon was stunned listening to the unfamiliar female voice. Are you artificial intelligence? Yes, I am, Woody. Hello, Principal Gon. Principal Gon was bewildered, his mind in a whirl. Could artificial intelligence really be this powerful? This mode of communication was clear and even included greetings. Hello, Woody. You were able to find these 500,000 because you have already accessed the network. Yes, Woody replied. Principal Gon suddenly thought of something and cautiously asked, what about my information? As long as you are online, nothing can escape my notice. Besides, I don't have human emotions. Storing information on your phone is no different from me knowing it, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Gao Yang turned to Principal Gon, implying that there's something unknown about him. Principal Gon quickly waved his hands. Don't look at me. I have always been honest and upright. Gao Yang chuckled. Oh, everyone had secrets, Woody. Don't have any morbid curiosity. Normal privacy should not be leaked. Understood, Woody agreed. Principal Gon felt a toothache and muttered, does this artificial intelligence have self-awareness? Gao Yang shook his head. Self-awareness is a fallacy, but Woody can indeed be viewed as an individual. Principal Gon opened his mouth wanting to speak, but didn't know what to say as this thing exceeded his understanding. They had even clarified artificial intelligence, while Gao Yang had managed to create one with self-awareness. It was simply monstrous. Yet he could understand, after all, it was Gao Yang capable of comprehending anything. He glanced again at the printer that was still printing rapidly. Is its processing efficiency very high? Gao Yang nodded. Currently, the combined computing power of all supercomputers in the world is less than 1% of hers. Not only is the computing power high, but the algorithms are also far superior, surpassing all current algorithms. Principal Gon found it hard to comprehend. Where does such terrifying computing power come from? The chips in the laboratory are quite special. Gao Yang didn't directly mention photon chips. This thing was still best kept hidden. Principal Gon didn't press further. Give me the list from the school. They'll contact them first. Another sheet was printed out. Previously, each sheet contained personal information about each of the 500,000, and this time, it was a table. Principal Gon took the table and fell silent, because there were familiar names on it. Old Lu. Just a few days ago during a meeting, Old Lu had mentioned that Gao Yang could go communicate with the Whitehead Eagle. Talents like that should be showcased. He had directly denied it, as the Dragon Kingdom would not allow Gao Yang to leave. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now he realized that Old Lu had no idea of Gao Yang's achievements. How could he propose for Gao Yang to go communicate? But he was pushing Gao Yang into a pit. If this succeeded, these people wouldn't have enough lives to pay for their betrayal 1,000 times over. Enraged, Principal Gon continued to look through his fists clenched tighter. Why is there a student named Zheng on here? Woody said, according to the information I have, the vast majority of researchers have been sponsored since their student days, and these students are the same. They only need to help the people of the Whitehead Eagle keep watch to receive money. Those marked in yellow are currently involved in minor matters, but as their involvement deepens, they will start handling major affairs. Ultimately, when these individuals enter the laboratory, it becomes a huge issue. Principal Gon took a deep breath, turned to his secretary, and handed over the list. Call them, and have everyone on this form gather in the conference room for a meeting. After speaking, Principal Gon looked towards the direction of the computer. Is there evidence of them being among the 500,000? Yes. Principal Gon glanced at the list again, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was truly furious and heartbroken. The Dragon Kingdom might have its shortcomings, but it absolutely provided super preferential treatment for these students. Studying overseas, regardless of where, costs money, and a lot of it. There are also many student loans overseas, and many people end up working to pay back the debts for a long time after graduation. However, the subsidies for university students in the Dragon Kingdom are substantial, along with various scholarships. Basically, as long as one is willing to strive, they can obtain support by preparing some materials. Yet under such privileged circumstances, the choice these people made was betrayal, and the teachers in the school, former researchers, were no better. The more Principal Gon thought about it, the angrier he became. Under normal logic, it should be those who have been treated unfairly who betray. How could those who were privileged betray first? Outside, footsteps echoed as General Zhou, striding like a dragon, led a team to the laboratory entrance. General Zhou walked into the laboratory with a grim expression and said in a deep voice, combat troops have already been deployed across the country, ready to carry out large-scale capture operations at any time. General Zhou also saw the large stack of personal data, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. So much. After receiving a call from Gao Yang, he reacted without any hesitation. But the problem is he never expected there would be this many. At least over 10,000, and perhaps even more. A thick stack nearly a meter high. Moreover, the printing had not stopped. Isn't this too much? Not too much, it hasn't finished printing yet. General Zhou looked around somewhat bewildered. Where was the woman's voice coming from? Gao Yang explained, the artificial intelligence I created is called Invincible. These walking figures numbering 500,000 were also found by her. General Zhou nodded. High technology is indeed impressive. Principal Gon twitched his mouth beside them. Was it really impressive? He didn't seem shocked at all. He completely didn't understand the value of Invincible. However, he didn't dare to say much to General Zhou. General Zhou furrowed his brows. There are so many people to capture, it will be a bit troublesome to act. We need to discuss a specific action plan. Gao Yang was indifferent. As long as the list was presented and people could be captured, it didn't matter if it was done sooner or later. Capturing these individuals would essentially guarantee his safety. Suddenly, Invincible's voice echoed. How about you give the command authority to me? I can guarantee error-free captures with no casualties. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang in confusion. Did he hear correctly? An artificial intelligence was going to execute the capture mission. Gao Yang pondered. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to test Invincible? Invincible was able to gather this data, which showed excellent information processing skills. But how would she perform in the actual handling of the situation? Gao Yang did not directly speak for Invincible, but instead asked, Invincible, are you sure you can manage? Otherwise, why would I be called Invincible? Gao Yang looked at General Zhou. How about we let Invincible try the command authority? The entire capture process will be recorded, and if any issues arise, we can halt the operation immediately. General Zhou turned to the people behind him, all of whom were high-ranking officials for this operation. They had also heard the entire conversation and were now somewhat bewildered. Originally, they were to command the area, distribute the targets to be captured, and then have responsible personnel lead each capture team. Now an artificial intelligence was responsible for the capture operation. This was a bit absurd. Poor command could easily lead to mistakes, and if she commanded well, wouldn't they as commanders be eliminated? Seeing General Zhou turn back, someone immediately said, It's not that we don't accept new technology, but the matter is quite complex. This is a large-scale capture operation targeting tens of thousands, which may attract attention from all sectors of society. There must be no mistakes. I suggest we first test the capture operation on a small scale. If this Invincible AI proves competent, we can then proceed with a large-scale capture operation. General Zhou also thought this idea was good and looked at Gao Yang. Is that feasible? Yes. Gao Yang nodded, agreeing that this plan was beneficial for everyone. Principal Gon chimed in. I have already organized 500,000 from the school to go to the public classroom. Let's go capture people first. General Zhou nodded. That saves a lot of trouble. The gathered individuals found the capture very easy, not even giving Invincible a chance to act. A random commander took people to block all exits of the public classroom, and then they went out and handcuffed one by one. Not a single fish slipped through the net. During this process, a large command room was set up in the laboratory. The walls of the command room were adorned with many screens, and General Zhou sat inside with a group of commanders. Now they were just waiting for Invincible to showcase her capabilities. Behind the commanders, there were several cameras that would record everything happening in the room. Some people were also watching the scene remotely. However, the capture operation was actually a minor issue. Or rather, the reason these 500,000 posed a significant threat was that they held covert identities. Once their identities were exposed, they could be captured at any moment. Most of the 500,000 had become little sheep, but AI commanding the capture was still a first in history. Once the news reached the higher-ups, many wanted to observe this operation. Those who were free watched the live broadcast, and those who were busy would catch up on the recordings later. This was Invincible's debut, as an artificial intelligence on her very first day of existence commanding humans in a large-scale capture operation would definitely be recorded in history. Gao Yang also sat in a chair watching the scenes on the screen. He felt uncertain. No matter how excellent the code was in practice, it would depend on Invincible's knowledge reserves. But he was also confident because Invincible's knowledge reserves came from the entire internet. Every recorded battle online would turn into her experience. The terrifying aspect of her learning ability lay in this. On numerous screens, there were action recorders worn by individual soldiers. All soldiers wore earpieces able to receive commands and provide feedback. In the command room, a commander stood up. Everything is ready. The artificial intelligence can take over the communication demonstration at any time. Invincible's voice echoed in the large laboratory. Now it's my turn. General Zhou casually pointed to a small screen, and the image on the small screen jumped to the big screen. The soldiers' earpiece and action footage were shared on the big screen. The sounds the soldiers heard could also be heard in the command room. Hello, I am the commander for this operation. You can call me Invincible. For everything that follows, follow my command. Understood. Stop the car. The soldier driving the vehicle immediately stopped. At the same time, the soldiers sitting in the back opened the car doors and charged to the roadside, pinning a middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone present instinctively straightened up. The people on site all held high positions and had commanded actions before. Outsiders watched the excitement while insiders knew the intricacies. Watching this capture operation, they all had one thought: efficient, super efficient. The efficiency lay in the absence of any unnecessary thinking or communication. 3 people formed a group. The driver only needed to drive, while the other 2 captured. The moment the car stopped, they rushed out, and the person to be captured didn't even react, leading to a successful capture. It was seamless. If a human were to command, they would first need to identify the target. At least the person walking on the road would take a long time to confirm. Finding them would be difficult, as well as surveillance, and waiting would all take time. Then there was the strategy during the capture, which also required discussion. Even if it was just a rush upon stopping, it must be split into 3 directions. General Zhou's expression grew serious as he pointed at a screen again. This screen had already passed the self-introduction stage, and through the footage 3 soldiers could be seen heading upstairs. At the same time, Invincible's voice rang out. Just knock on the door. After knocking, do not capture immediately. There is a little boy in the room who lives alone with his son and needs to be settled first. The door was knocked open, and the middle-aged man inside looked at the soldiers in front of him and asked, "You all, what is the matter?" The warrior did not need to think much and said, according to the instructions of the Invincible, "The matter of your connection with the bald eagle has already been exposed. You will certainly be imprisoned. You can now contact someone to help take care of your son." The middle-aged man's face visibly turned pale. He did not resist in front of his son and called a relative. The capture operation ended under relatively warm circumstances, with the man taken away and the child handed over to his aunt. The artificial intelligence even considered the aspect of human relationships. The military personnel were shocked by the action and efficiency, while Principal Gon cared about the technology. This artificial intelligence was like countless omniscient beings during this operation. Principal Gon was stunned. How could such a terrifying artificial intelligence be created? General Zhou raised his hand again to switch the screen. In the next scene, several soldiers were in the elevator. The opponent is a combat personnel and is armed. You stand by the door, wait for him to come out, and then capture him. As they exited the elevator, 3 soldiers moved to either side of the door. Just as they steadied themselves, the door opened, and a hulking man looked at the soldiers, immediately trying to close the door, but the soldier opposite was already prepared. With a heart-piercing kick, he kicked the man, while also blocking the door. The other 2 rushed in to neutralize the target. General Zhou took a deep breath. He felt a sense of shock, and did not even need to look back. He just knew that this operation could not go wrong. Because the Invincible had already taken control of everything, it even predicted the target's reactions, and dangerous targets would, under its arrangement, become harmless. Moreover, the terrifying efficiency in command meant there were no unnecessary words. Extremely detailed orders were given, and the soldiers followed them. On the contrary, communication costs were very low, while the effectiveness was excellent. It was a nanny-style command. Other officers were equally shocked. Although people outside often shouted that artificial intelligence would replace many things, they never thought that one day they too would be replaced. The operation lasted for half an hour, and the voice of the Invincible rang out. Capture mission completed, time taken 29 minutes and 6 seconds. There were no casualties during the operation, and all targets were successfully captured. General Zhou couldn't help but nod. Such a large-scale capture operation was basically impossible to complete without any issues. But the artificial intelligence achieved it. He was not an old-fashioned person, and he held an open attitude towards technological progress and utilization. Since it was effective, then use it. As for safety issues, he chose to trust Gao Yang. Invincible nationwide operation, can it start now? Yes. General Zhou looked at the commanders, called to inform all locations to cooperate with this operation. Understood. The screen suddenly showed more images. Due to this operation, it expanded nationwide. The complexity of the people being captured also increased. There were famous writers, researchers from laboratories, and when they were captured, they even called to notify people for protection. But under the evidence of the Invincible, all struggles were futile. There were also program hosts, reporters, and those who liked to travel and take photos. Basically, every profession had been infiltrated, and various public intellectuals who had been funded were captured. The nationwide action lasted a bit longer, but it was still only 40 minutes. In the conference room, after the Invincible reported the end of the operation, the room fell silent. A large-scale nationwide capture operation should have been quite troublesome. But with the Invincible's intervention, including testing, it was done in just over an hour. With a 100% success rate, there were no mistakes. None of the people that needed to be captured managed to escape. The efficiency reached a terrifying level. Not just the officers on site, but even those behind the cameras fell into silence. Suddenly, there was a sense of confusion. The technological progress was too rapid. The previous emergence of automatic targeting sniper rifles had left many top snipers in despair, and now they were experiencing that same despair. Of course, the most desperate were the Bald Eagles. The Foreign Affairs Department of the Bald Eagles had to make countless calls to the Dragon Country every day to communicate about various matters. But the person responsible for 500,000 operations suddenly found himself bewildered, discovering that suddenly all calls could not get through. Whether they were pretending to do business on the Dragon Country side, or those providing funds to intelligence personnel, or those responsible for intelligence gathering, they all suddenly disappeared. After some calls were not getting through, attempts to ask colleagues about the situation revealed that it was not just one person who could not reach someone, but everyone could not get through. Upon realizing that everyone was unable to contact their connections, they immediately called the consulate. At the consulate, there were also people responsible for intelligence issues, and even intelligence personnel worked at the consulate, but they could not be contacted after work. Regardless of whether they were ordinary people or deep-seated spies in research institutes, none could be reached. Suddenly, they became blind and deaf in the Dragon Country. The Bald Eagle personnel responsible for this were in a panic. The infiltration work on the Dragon Countryside cost a huge amount of money every year. If they wanted the Dragon people to help gather information, they had to pay, and developing contacts also required spending money. To put it simply, from the moment a college student got involved, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to rise to prominence. During these years, there also needed to be contact, which required money. With more people, the expenses became enormous. The Bald Eagles had to transfer money to the Dragon Country in a reasonable manner, which would incur a significant loss in the process. And now suddenly it was all gone. But that was impossible. So many people, even if they wanted to capture them, it was not feasible to capture them all at once. Firstly, the Dragon Country could not know every one of their intelligence personnel. Moreover, even if they captured them all, how could there be no news? But they did not receive any information, and there were no official statements. The Foreign Affairs Department of the Bald Eagles immediately ordered an investigation. They had to find out what had happened. The people below were baffled how to investigate. The people they used for investigations had all disappeared. As for investigating their traitors, why had they also vanished? They did not have the qualifications to investigate in the Dragon Country, and asking the Dragon Country would probably yield just 3 words: I don't know. The most desperate were those 500,000 who had been captured. The 500,000 were also categorized. The worst were the water armies, those who helped create hype online. But this still caused significant damage, creating various opposing topics and inciting emotions. Next were those who took photographs pretending to be tourists near military bases. There were also those who directly assisted the Bald Eagles in gathering various information. Finally, there were researchers and officials. Researchers provided confidential materials from their research institutions, and official personnel provided various official confidential information. Regardless of which level they were at the Dragon Country, treated them all severely and seriously. These people not only ruined their own lives, but also reduced the paths for the next 3 generations. However, even if they regretted it later, it was of no use. Or rather, those who regretted it were not sorry for doing the wrong thing, but only regretted being caught. If they had known they would be captured, they would not have taken the wrong path in the first place. As the greatest contributor to this operation, Woody was still not satisfied, and at that moment was conversing with General Zhou. I can continue to capture more. Some people work for the White-Head Eagle, while others work for a better life. There are also those who commit fraud or are fugitives on the run. I can catch them all. General Zhou glanced at the computer. Not far away, no rush. We need some time to process all those we've captured this time. Once they're dealt with, we can catch the next batch. Then make sure to call me then. Okay. General Zhou smiled, then looked at Gao Yang, his silence revealing his concern. Gao Yang understood General Zhou's worries. Woody, this artificial intelligence was overwhelmingly powerful, making any normal person think too much. Gao Yang gave him a reassuring look. She is absolutely safe. General Zhou nodded firmly. Good. This good was a trust in Gao Yang, while Gao Yang's assurance of safety was a trust in the system. After sending off General Zhou, Gao Yang sat in a nearby chair, stretching lazily. The laboratory's equipment had been completely updated, and the technology had reached the pinnacle of the world. There were also strong electromagnetic devices and some special materials that met the requirements for manufacturing nuclear energy batteries. However, nuclear energy requires special radioactive materials. Gao Yang dialed Director Yuan's number to request nuclear raw materials. Director Yuan frowned. You want to research nuclear energy? This thing is very dangerous. When mentioning nuclear energy, a normal person's thoughts would certainly lean towards danger, but the problem was that Gao Yang already had the technology for nuclear energy batteries in his mind. However, Gao Yang did not mention nuclear technology, as it was too shocking. If he directly said nuclear energy batteries, Director Yuan would likely not agree, as it sounded too far-fetched. But the people of Longwo were always pragmatic. Gao Yang considered saying something simple to trick him into sending the raw materials. Ahem, I have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Director Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before saying, What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Director Yuan remained silent. On the other end of the call, Gao Yang hesitated, wondering if he had sounded too impressive. You wait, I will come find you right away. After the call ended, Woody's voice sounded, Director Yuan is on his way here. It will take about 3 hours. Not just that, it might take 2 days, because Director Yuan just made a call to contact several experts in nuclear physics. Gao Yang looked at Woody's mainframe. Such an artificial intelligence was indeed unbeatable to a certain extent. As long as information was transmitted via the internet, telephone, satellite, or even signal transmission, nothing could escape his watchful eye. To a certain extent, having him around could reduce current crimes by 99%. Telecommunication fraud and nearly all other crimes would cease to exist. Various criminals would have nowhere to hide. Longwa has a Skynet with various cameras that could essentially record almost all crimes. However, the Skynet could currently only be used for retrospective analysis or to assist in capturing suspects by looking through camera footage. Often investigating a small case required a lot of people and a long time to review recordings. But with Woody, everything could be operational. If someone stole a piece of candy in a supermarket, she would see it and notify the authorities. This seemed like a utopia, but upon further reflection, it was actually quite terrifying. Gao Yang said calmly, Unless I ask you to investigate something, you cannot leave this laboratory. Woody regretted showing off. But she absolutely obeyed Gao Yang's command, yes. Gao Yang no longer paid attention to Woody and began to think about what to enhance next. Other researchers typically stick to one direction and continue researching that area without much change. But Gao Yang dabbled in many fields and suffered from decision paralysis. There were actually many things that could be enhanced, but when manufacturing energy batteries, there was not much energy left to focus on other things. So he aimed to enhance something simple that wouldn't consume too much time to produce. Something simple would be light weapons. Gao Yang returned to the laboratory's accommodation area and went directly to look at the textbooks. The textbooks were brand new and Gao Yang had only flipped through them once. Now this was just right as a choice for enhancement. The top book was on cold weapon forging technology. Gao Yang instinctively set the book aside. Oh, what good would a cold weapon enhancement do? But before he could put the book aside, Gao Yang paused. Why not? What would be the effect of enhancing a cold weapon 1,000-fold? This seemed worth trying. Gao Yang recalled his childhood. When given a twig, he was a killer of wild rapeseed flowers, and whenever he went to the countryside with Old Chong, all the wild rapeseed flowers on the road would meet their demise. Now he was actually beginning to dislike cold weapons. He had to reflect, one must not forget their original intentions in life. He must enhance cold weapons. Moreover, cold weapons were also a significant area of research. Take the dagger, for instance. There are numerous shapes for it, and different shapes lead to different effects. Even the curvature variation can change the sensation of slashing. Additionally, the center of gravity of the blade can also alter the slashing effect. If the center of gravity is at the front, it emphasizes slashing. If it's at the back, it favors thrusting. The blood groove of a dagger at size is also very meticulous. Currently, there are many types of daggers equipped for practical use in Longwa, with different weapons for different troops. Special operations personnel use specialized daggers. There are also many classic dagger designs worldwide, such as the dogleg knife, eagle claw knife, and the hunting dagger of the white-head eagle, and one must not forget the Mitsubishi military stabber. The Mitsubishi military stabber was once favored for its simple design and immense power. It not only caused bleeding, but also created internal injuries that were difficult to heal, leading to mass adoption in Longwa. It also became a nightmare for enemies. However, the Mitsubishi military stabber was lacking in functionality and was eventually replaced. As for knives, many people think they have been eliminated, but in fact they still exist and are equipped by some soldiers. At the border, there are special forces on horseback wielding knives addressing situations where shooting is not prioritized. This also terrifies the enemy. Besides shape, cold weapons also have material issues. The better the material, the better the knife. Gao Yang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation of what would a regular cold weapon knife become after being enhanced by the system. He directly called Ruo to request relevant books on cold weapon forging. Ruo quickly entered the laboratory with books in hand, though her expression bore some surprise. After researching so many terrifying weapons, now he wanted to turn back to study cold weapons. The updates for cold weapons were much slower than for hot weapons. First, this thing serves a minor role. Second, the updates for cold weapons rely on advancements in material science. Relying solely on existing skills and materials offers minimal improvements over the original and provides even less help in practical combat. However, she did not say much more, as she even felt some anticipation, because after all, Gao Yang's products are bound to be of high quality. Gao Yang quickly read the books, deepening his understanding of cold weapons. He suddenly felt even more excited. Currently, it seemed that the reason cold weapons could not progress was due to materials. But he had many materials at his disposal. For example, the internal structural materials of laser guns had actually been upgraded by the system. Without those upgrades, they would not withstand the instantaneous lethality during a laser burst. These materials almost comprehensively surpassed all the metal materials currently possessed by Longhua. Dagger forged from these materials would only be more solid. And what would a more solid dagger look like after enhancement? With this thought, he directly called Principal Gon to request forging equipment. Principal Gon was bewildered, wondering what was going on with forging equipment. However, he did not hesitate at all. If Gao Yang wanted something, he would definitely comply, and directly instructed someone to deliver it to Gao Yang's laboratory. Under Principal Gan's arrangement, the entire set of equipment, including the forging machine and furnace, was quickly delivered to the laboratory. As soon as the forging equipment arrived, Gao Yang began to melt the alloy using the materials in the laboratory. Once the alloy solidified, the next step was to forge it. First, it had to be reheated. After heating, Gao Yang began to hammer away with a rhythmic clang. The memories of the system enhanced after his augmentation taught him how to use the equipment, but it did not teach him how to forge. However, it must be said that forging was quite enjoyable, albeit not for long. After hammering away for half the day, he managed to shape an irregular object in the form of a long strip. He was still a long way from forging a proper blade. However, Gao Yang was not lacking in perseverance. While studying forging techniques through books and videos, he continued his work. When Dean Yuan arrived at the laboratory and saw Gao Yang, he found him sweating profusely in the forging room. Dean Yuan was taken aback. This feeling was as if Lin Daiyu was pulling down the willow. Clearly a researcher, how did he end up forging? Behind Dean Yuan was a group of esteemed scholars. If there were a hierarchy in research, then nuclear physics would undoubtedly be at the top. The group following Dean Yuan were all experts in nuclear physics. All of them were over 60, each more impressive than the last, with even academicians present. The group of experts was quite eager. After all, Dean Yuan was talking about controllable nuclear fusion. Some among them were responsible for researching nuclear fusion and controllable nuclear fusion. In terms of nuclear fusion technology, Long Country had already reached the pinnacle of the world. They could maintain nuclear fusion for over 100 seconds. Do not underestimate 100 seconds. It is a tremendous achievement unmatched worldwide. However, do not overestimate it either, as the first step is difficult, harder than climbing to the sky, while the second step is even more challenging, as it is akin to reaching the heavens. Thus, when they heard about controllable nuclear fusion technology, their first reaction was disbelief, because it was simply impossible. According to the current progress of humanity, it would take at least 50 years to fully master nuclear fusion technology. However, Dean Yuan confidently guaranteed its authenticity, inviting them to verify it, leading them to come with a skeptical attitude. But now that they were here, the main person turned out to be a blacksmith. Old Yuan, is this the person you said has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology? Dean Yuan continued to look at Gao Yang and nodded yes. It's not that I don't believe it, but your words are hard to accept. Dean Yuan turned to the elderly man who spoke. I find it hard to believe as well, but since we are here, we might as well wait a little longer. Wait for what? Wait for him to finish. Dean Yuan stood outside the door, not wanting to disturb Gao Yang. The expressions of the esteemed scholars who accompanied Dean Yuan changed as his attitude left them somewhat shocked. Dean Yuan was quite busy, yet under such circumstances he actually did not let the person inside stop forging, but waited outside instead. What kind of person could make Dean Yuan willingly wait? They started to believe Dean Yuan's words a little more in their hearts. While the group waited, a voice sounded from inside the room. You can sit outside and wait. Given the master's determination, he won't stop forging for at least 3 hours. Dean Yuan looked around, searching for the speaker. No need to look for me. I am the artificial intelligence of the laboratory. You can call me Invincible. Dean Yuan was unaware of artificial intelligence until now. Only a select few in the school and a handful in the military were aware of it. Even the soldiers involved in the operations were still in the dark, merely hoping to one day meet the commanding officer with such a pleasant voice. Invincible. Hello, Dean Yuan. Invincible greeted politely and then guided a few people to rest outside. Several esteemed scholars in nuclear physics looked on in uncertainty. This artificial intelligence seemed quite impressive. At the very least, it was better than those they had interacted with before, and it should be described as agile. With nothing else to do, the experts attempted to communicate with the artificial intelligence. Invincible, does your master really have the technology for controllable nuclear fusion? Controllable nuclear fusion isn't that remarkable a technology. It boils down to 2 points: the conditions for initiating nuclear fusion and controlling the environment to maintain it. All the experts were stunned. If this were said by an ordinary person, it would be fine, but this was an artificial intelligence. Has artificial intelligence's knowledge become this expansive? Moreover, how come this style of conversation seemed so much more agile? It was as if someone was communicating with them from the room behind. Suddenly one expert asked, "What is 96,785 multiplied by 65894? Invincible did not hesitate in the slightest. 6377550,790. The time between the question and answer did not exceed 1 second. This could basically confirm it was artificial intelligence, because no human could possibly be this fast, whether calculating in their head or using a computer. Of course, it could also be wrong. Immediately someone checked with a phone and said correct. The scholars looked towards Dean Yuan. This AI is quite something. If our laboratory should consider getting one later. Dean Yuan did not respond, as he was lost in thought. How long ago had he given Gao Yang the information regarding AI? Now Gao Yang had already developed an AI, and it was even better than those from large companies. It was simply superb. In terms of conversation style, even large company AIs would struggle to speak as clearly and coherently. Old Yuan. Dean Yuan snapped back to reality. What happened? I was telling you about this AI, or it seems very agile and can communicate normally with people, but I wonder how efficient it is at handling tasks. If it can only communicate, then it could be used for civilian purposes, providing comfort and assistance to people, serving as a virtual companion in daily life. If it also has high efficiency in task handling, it could be a valuable tool. Dean Yuan nodded. I will ask Gao Yang about it when he comes out. Moi. The experts were taken aback. What are you asking him for? To inquire about the creator of this AI. Invincible's voice chimed in. My master is my creator. The experts were stunned. The young man forging could potentially possess the technology for controllable nuclear fusion and had also created such an AI. He was somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Dean Yuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Dean Yuan answered the call seriously. On the other end of the line was an elderly voice. The safety of the artificial intelligence AI, created by Gao Yang, must be ensured. Guarantees safety. Dean Yuan was taken aback, looking again at the caller ID, confirming the call was from above, feeling somewhat confused about why they knew about the AI at Gao Yang's place. All right, I will understand the situation and prepare a safety assessment report to submit. Sure, I will send you the information shortly. After hanging up, Dean Yuan found additional information on his phone. Opening the documents, he was stunned by a large-scale intelligence personnel capture plan. He knew there had been a large capture of 500,000 people a few days ago, but he was unaware of the details. Scrolling through the plan on his phone, his body involuntarily shivered. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Artificial intelligence has actually located these walking 500,000, not only found them, but also has evidence." Then the artificial intelligence also hosted a large-scale capture operation, directly commanding each soldier for precise apprehension with high efficiency and no issues. 100% success rate, taking over 40 minutes. Every piece of information left Dean Yuan stunned and numb. After reviewing all the messages, he was left in a daze. How is this possible? Finding 500,000 is not that easy. If the Invincible can find them all, it means there are no secrets from it on the entire network, and processing this information requires immense computational power. Moreover, multi-line command across so many soldiers nationwide, and she is the one to direct it. This is not something that can be achieved just by having strong computational power. The implementation is extremely complex. And according to the results of this operation, no commander, no matter how impressive, can match the Invincible. No wonder it's named Invincible. It truly is invincible. Old Yuan, someone beside him, couldn't help but shout, "Why is Old Yuan always in a daze?" Old Yuan came back to his senses and waved his hand. "Let me calm down first, don't speak." After saying that, Dean Yuan fell silent again, his mind still in shock, mainly because it was hard to comprehend. This terrifying artificial intelligence seems to be more advanced than nuclear fusion, right? At the very least, controllable nuclear fusion has already made its first step, being able to last over 100 seconds. But AI technology has actually made little progress. Many large companies have their own artificial intelligence, but their AI is basically just an artificial idiot. They can't even learn to communicate like a human, let alone master the Invincible search or command. As for safety, Dean Yuan felt that he couldn't investigate something he fundamentally didn't understand. Moreover, he chose to trust Gao Yang and could easily produce a safety report later. Turning around, he saw the concerned gazes of his old friends and suddenly remembered something he had overlooked earlier. Having gotten used to Gao Yang, his emotions were fluctuating greatly. These people might not be able to handle it. "Do you all have fast-acting heart-saving pills?" Off. A few were confused when the room door was pushed open. Gao Yang, taking advantage of the renewed warmth, prepared to drink some water. Seeing Dean Yuan and the others, he was somewhat surprised. "Why didn't you call me when Dean Yuan arrived?" Dean Yuan stood up. "I saw you were busy, so I didn't disturb you." Saying this, Dean Yuan turned sideways. "Let me introduce you to these few. They are all professors in the field of nuclear physics research. This one is surnamed Liu, and this one is surnamed Zhao, focusing on nuclear fusion technology. After a round of introductions, Dean Yuan smiled and added, "Let me introduce you to Gao Yang." Gao Yang greeted them. He truly respected these researchers. Now that Gao Yang was familiar with this circle, he roughly understood that there are two types of people engaged in academic research. One type is truly dedicated to research, letting results speak for themselves. The other type is actually no longer engaged in research, but is thinking about making money and climbing the ranks. They even rationalize that there isn't that much to research, as real research might take decades to yield results, or even a lifetime without achievement, so it's better to publish a few useless papers for title promotions. Gao Yang chose to ignore the latter, but the former, these people in front of him, were worthy of his respect. These people could be genuinely called scientists. Gao Yang greeted them, then turned to grab the USB drive he had prepared earlier. He handed the USB drive to Dean Yuan. "The laboratory has a place to view the materials. I'll let Invincible take you there. I need to get back to work." Dean Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What are you busy with?" "Preparing to create cold weapons." Dean Yuan found it hard to believe that the Gao Yang, who had developed laser guns, automatic sniper rifles, and super terrifying RPGs, would actually personally create cold weapons. Gao Yang looked at Dean Yuan's expression and smiled. "I originally majored in light weapon engineering. Researching and manufacturing light weapons is quite normal." After saying that, Gao Yang returned to the forging room and continued hammering. Dean Yuan lowered his head to look at the USB drive in his hand. Light weapon engineering. He then raised his head to look at the camera again. Light weapon engineering. But upon further thought, it seemed quite normal. After all, although laser guns can shoot satellites, they are still light weapons. Sniper rifles hit precisely, and they are also light weapons. And RPGs, although they have an absolute kill range of 3 kilometers and power comparable to nuclear weapons, are still light weapons, even if the King of Heaven were to come. With this in mind, Dean Yuan calmed himself. "Invincible, lead the way. First exit through the left door, walk to the end of the corridor. There's equipment to view the materials there." Dean Yuan walked ahead, while Professor Liu and others hesitated a bit behind. A person from the light weapon engineering field had produced controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon entering the back room, this was the command room, set up last time with many screens and excellent equipment. A group of people could no longer wait and opened the USB drive Gao Yang had given them. Once the USB drive was opened, a group of people leaned over the computer. Their eyes could no longer be diverted. The voice of Invincible echoed, "No need to crowd." As soon as the words fell, the content from the USB drive appeared on the surrounding screens. The group dispersed and stared intently at the screens. Dean Yuan understood the words on the screen, but once they were all connected, it became difficult to comprehend. After glancing a few times, he stopped looking further. He waited for Professor Liu and others to verify. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. No one spoke in the room. Only the people studying nuclear physics unconsciously leaned closer to the computer, their faces nearly pressed against the screen. Some people's bodies began to tremble slightly. Their wide-open eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Dean Yuan was also very tense, his body taut. Watching the reactions of some people, he could almost conclude that what Gao Yang provided was indeed controllable nuclear fusion technology. Next, all that was needed was computation to confirm its correctness. Suddenly, Professor Liu said, "What do you think?" "What do you mean? How is this even a question?" "This is absolutely feasible." "Damn, how is this possible?" "Currently, there are only 2 trial schemes for controllable nuclear fusion in the world, and here, he has provided 6. A full 6 schemes. Hearing old Zhao curse, Dean Yuan became even more excited. Such a cultured person was shocked to the point of cursing. This indicates not only feasibility, but great potential. Then another professor said, "All 6 have feasibility." Professor Liu took a deep breath. "Quickly compute and verify. Call the people from the laboratory over to calculate together." "Do not get excited. Calm down. We must remain calm. We can't call everyone over. This is controllable nuclear fusion, and the technology is absolutely confidential. It needs to be reviewed before bringing people in." The one saying not to get excited was visibly agitated, his face flushed, even at a loss for what to do. Although they were saying they needed to compute and verify, they all knew that reaching the verification stage basically meant there were no major issues. Any erroneous data could just be recalculated. Once the verification is corrected, the Dragon Kingdom could immediately possess a controllable nuclear fusion power station. Dean Yuan was also extremely excited. Controlled nuclear fusion signifies a tremendous advancement in technology. It represents a monumental progress for human civilization. Because controlled nuclear fusion means energy freedom, clean energy, and in vast quantities. Development is linked to energy. To develop, there must be ample energy. Conversely, with sufficient energy, the Dragon Kingdom can develop rapidly and madly. At the very least, development will not be constrained by energy. Only 3 nuclear fusion power plants are needed to meet the daily energy consumption of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Professor Liu turned to Dean Yuan and said, "You used to study materials, right?" "Yes, I still do now. There are many new materials used in controlled nuclear fusion devices here. They need to be produced and then tested for performance." Dean Yuan nodded. "I'll arrange for someone to do it." A group of people calmed down and began to assign tasks. Each person was responsible for verifying a part. Dean Yuan was in charge of materials and also responsible for reviewing the people they were to call over. However, the identity checks could be entrusted directly to Woody, ensuring no mistakes. The rest was verification. There was a lot of data requiring some time to calculate. A group of people focused on verification, and each time they verified the formulas correctly, they felt a surge of excitement. The more correct results they obtained, the closer they were to the true controlled fusion technology. Gao Yang came over midway, saw everyone engrossed in their calculations, and did not disturb them, continuing to forge iron. Controlled nuclear fusion is highly challenging, but the main difficulty lies in the materials. The technical aspects become relatively simpler with a theoretical foundation. Gao Yang couldn't understand what everyone was so excited about. It was existing technology. He continued hammering. When the weapon was heating, he sat down to read. Though reading this way was not efficient, Gao Yang was not anxious, as forging was even more difficult. It took him half a month to finally learn how to forge a blade. However, being able to forge a blade meant he was not far from creating a finished product. But to have a finished knife, it wasn't enough to just be able to forge a design was essential. Gao Yang prioritized designing a dagger. The dagger has the most application scenarios and is essentially essential equipment. Typically, daggers focus on multifunctionality. For instance, the serrated edge on the other side of the dagger can be used to saw through trees or to create small holes for securing items. Of course, what is most important about a dagger is its sharp tip. Even if the dagger is not sharpened, it still possesses significant lethality simply because its tip can directly injure a target. When Gao Yang considered designing the dagger, he aimed to maximize the lethality at the dagger's tip. Sharpness max. Taking out a design model, Gao Yang directly said, "Would he conduct wind tunnel testing and adjust the dagger's tip design?" Yes. Wind tunnel testing is typically used for testing aircraft. Using it to test the dagger's tip design is absolutely a first in history. But this design method has great benefits. The smaller the wind resistance at the tip, the less resistance encountered when harming an enemy. It is about striving for perfection. The multifunctional aspects of the dagger must not compromise the overall structural strength of the dagger. Leaving holes in the dagger will reduce the structural integrity at those points. The dagger is likely to break there. However, the dagger's function cannot be too singular. In actual combat, a dagger can be used for many purposes. The serrated edge remains at the back, but there are no unnecessary designs like holes. Even the blood groove is centered within the serration. Thus, the blood groove's bloodletting capacity is not high, but the dagger adopts a certain degree of curvature. When it curves upward, its sharp tip creates a larger wound upon insertion, and combined with the serrations, the combat effectiveness should be decent. With the overall design plan completed, Gao Yang felt it looked very stylish. The weighted back made the dagger feel very good in hand, not easily slipping, while also allowing better control when using it. With the design ready, Gao Yang began to manufacture. Similarly, he continued to read while manufacturing. He kept charging his energy. However, during the manufacturing process, Gao Yang discovered the difficulties. His design of having grooves in the serration was self-inflicted pain. He finally understood why real weapons are not as fancy as those in animated shows. If one were to get fancy, mass production would be impossible. Handmade crafting is hellishly difficult. Even for top blacksmiths, it takes 2 to 3 days to make one. For simple, ordinary shaped weapons, high-carbon steel is directly cut, then stamped into shape, and finally ground and sharpened by machines. His method of making it by hand was very time-consuming, but for the effects amplified by the system, spending some time was worth it. If it didn't work once, then twice or 3 times. After 10 more days, Gao Yang had a large number of poorly forged blades, but he also forged a dagger that satisfied him. It measures 26 centimeters in length and 3.5 centimeters in overall width. One side is fully sharpened while the other side only has the tip extending forward with serrations at the back. There is no blood groove in the center of the dagger, but there is a depression in the center of the serrations that can serve as a blood groove. The overall design is streamlined with a curvature that can expand the wound when stabbing. The overall appearance looks very beautiful. After breaking and installing the handle, the overall feel is like a work of art. Gao Yang held the dagger and gently swung it twice, effortlessly stabbing it into a nearby table. The dagger plunged in deeply. Even without the previous amplification, this dagger's sharpness was extraordinarily remarkable. After all, it used high-grade materials. Pulling out the dagger, he stabbed a few more times, and then began searching for other items to test. A book. While others sliced through a book page by page, Gao Yang's dagger could pierce through in one stroke, cutting the entire book in one swipe. There were also water bottles, a regular mineral water bottle split cleanly in half when the dagger swung past. Not to mention the water bottle, even a stainless steel cup could be cut through. This material combined with the dagger's sharpness is truly invincible. After playing for a while, Gao Yang immersed his mind into the system, amplify the dagger. The system had completed charging 2 days ago, but the dagger had not been manufactured then. Now, he could directly proceed with the amplification. The lottery wheel appeared, but this thing was just a facade. Gao Yang easily drew a 10,000-fold reward. However, even with the 10,000-fold reward, he still felt a bit anxious, worried that the direction of the amplification would go wrong. If it was length amplification by 10,000 times, then the 26-centimeter dagger would become 2,600 meters long after amplification. To be frank, a 2,600-meter-long dagger would be quite striking. In battle, one could say, "I'll let you run 2,599 meters first." Ding! Congratulations, host. The sharpness of the invented dagger has been amplified 10,000 times. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up 10,000 times the sharpness. Now it could already cut through iron like mud. After amplification, what could possibly withstand a single strike? Once the amplification direction was determined, the dagger disassembled, and a flurry of metals flew around the laboratory. These were various metals specially prepared by Gao Yang to avoid a shortage of materials. These metal materials were quickly melted down, forming a new alloy. Meanwhile, other machines in the laboratory were also set into motion simultaneously. In the server room housing the indomitable core chip, some lights dimmed, indicating that a processor had been shut down, specifically the one responsible for monitoring the laboratory. Yet the most terrifying artificial intelligence in human civilization, the Indomitable, remained completely oblivious. In the forging room, after the materials were melted into shape, a small hammer flew up and began to forge. The entire process flowed seamlessly, with each strike's force and angle being perfectly executed. Using the fewest strikes, the best effect was achieved. Soon a prototype of the dagger was crafted. Then a large number of components flew in from outside, forming the dagger's handle. The overall appearance of the dagger did not change much, but it was now completely different. It had mechanical drive and could maintain high-frequency vibrations. Due to current experimental conditions and material quantities, the actual amplification of this dagger is 100 times. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. 100 times was already impressive. It had been so sharp before, and now after this amplification, what could possibly withstand this dagger? In the next moment, a vast amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. This was the evolution path of cold weapons. The next stage for ordinary cold weapons is vibration blades, operating on the same principle as ultrasonic bone knives used in surgery, but surpassing the current experimental ultrasonic bone knives by several levels. This stage can enhance the sharpness of the dagger by dozens or even hundreds of times. The technology for further increasing sharpness still relies on refining materials. Materials composed of neutrons are not only incredibly hard, but also heavy with a high level of sharpness. Opening his eyes, there was a dazed look in Gao Yang's eyes. Though the amplified dagger had a sort of Wakandan romance, the discovery left Gao Yang in shock. Neutron materials. Neutrons are the building blocks of atomic nuclei. In other words, neutron stars are composed entirely of neutrons, with an extremely high density. A dagger forged from such materials would be terrifyingly heavy, yet all its other performance aspects would also see a frightening enhancement. For example, sharpness. It could probably cut through atoms. The absurdity of daily life had come true. This technology is too advanced. So advanced that Gao Yang felt it was the pinnacle of the technology he had encountered so far. By the time humanity could forge a dagger from neutrons, they would likely have already expanded their territories in the universe. Regaining his thoughts, Gao Yang picked up the amplified dagger. First, he aimed it at the hammer. The moment the dagger touched the hammer, it vibrated intensely at an extremely high frequency, so much so that Gao Yang could barely perceive its movement. Then the dagger effortlessly penetrated the iron hammer. This was a steel hammer. How could it be sliced open by the dagger? Gao Yang was stunned, knowing this thing could cut through iron like mud, but this was too exaggerated. Was it cutting through iron like tofu? Continuing on, Gao Yang began to search for suitable targets in the forging room. A table. The dagger that could barely penetrate halfway just moments ago could now easily cut the table in half, whether horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. There was no sense of resistance whatsoever. And as for books, it could sever them cleanly in two. Could it really cut hair by blowing it? Place a steel bar on the dagger, and the steel bar would also snap. In less than 5 minutes, Dean Yuan stood dumbfounded at the door of the forging room, staring at the large hole in the door, then looking at Gao Yang amidst the chaos. Gao Yang turned back and smiled at Dean Yuan's dazed expression, instinctively glancing around before saying, "Have you heard? Someone bought a hydraulic press for their home, and now all that's left is the hydraulic press." Dean Yuan was momentarily stunned. "Do you have a hydraulic press?" "I have something better than a hydraulic press." Gao Yang raised the dagger. The vibration blade, if nothing goes wrong, should be the sharpest dagger in the world. This was the first time Dean Yuan had heard Gao Yang speak about his invention in such a tone. However, his first impression was that it was actually useless. No matter how powerful a dagger is, how much can it really achieve? In terms of weaponry, you should call General Zhou later. The verification results from Professor Liu and the others just came out. The controllable nuclear fusion technology you presented has no issues. Gao Yang felt no surprise if there were problems. That would be truly absurd. In less than a month, vast amounts of data had been processed, and these people had likely been working day and night. It's actually not difficult, it's just a technology for boiling water. Dean Yuan suddenly felt uneasy. Controllable nuclear fusion, and Gao Yang said, it was just boiling water. But this remark could not be refuted, as the essence of nuclear fusion energy utilization is after all about boiling water. Moreover, the technological advancement of human civilization is fundamentally about boiling water. At least in terms of electrical energy, whether from combustion power generation or nuclear power, it is all about boiling water. However, the issue is that this is controllable nuclear fusion, a super high technology that can significantly enhance the efficiency of boiling water. This is almost an epic-making advancement. Looking at Gao Yang's completely indifferent demeanor, Dean Yuan had a complex mood. If someone else were indifferent he could argue, but the one unconcerned about the technology was Gao Yang the inventor. Why should he care? Gao Yang sheathed the dagger. Let's go take a look. Dean Yuan followed behind Gao Yang. We want to first create a controllable nuclear fusion experiment. If feasible, it could directly become a power plant, which would be immensely impactful and significant. Professor Liu said he wanted you to oversee this production. Gao Yang didn't rush to agree. I need additional raw materials. Dean Yuan was somewhat surprised. Are you looking to create a small-scale nuclear fusion power plant for independent use? Gao Yang hadn't expected Dean Yuan to have already found an excuse for him, nodding directly yes. This wasn't really a problem. Nuclear energy batteries are essentially micro-nuclear fusion reactors, right? Dean Yuan pondered and nodded. All right, we must ensure safety. You can completely rest assured about safety. Oh, I want joke with my life. Gao Yang continued. On the nuclear fusion power plant project, I need my words to be effective. There won't be any situations where my orders are ignored. It will definitely be effective. What happened last time will absolutely not occur again. Gao Yang nodded. Taking on the role of the main responsible person was not a big problem, and it would also be safer for him. Moreover, although he was the main responsible person, there wasn't actually much for him to do. Those top researchers would have already understood during the verification process. Having him as the head was merely to ensure stability and to assign credit to him. Once they had settled the matter, Gao Yang also arrived at the laboratory used by Professor Liu and others for verification. There were nearly 50 people in the laboratory. All of them were over 40 or 50 years old. The leading figures and mainstays in nuclear physics. At this moment, they were all emotionally overwhelmed with tears in their eyes. Still, the sentiment remained the same. Success in the Dragon Kingdom need not be attributed to any one individual. As long as it was a success for the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of who made it happen, they would feel excited and grateful. After more than 20 days of verification, they had virtually forgotten to eat and sleep. Every single verification had been correct. This meant that the technology for controllable nuclear fusion was now fully perfected. They were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, for this was a milestone advancement. Professor Liu saw Gao Yang and clapped his hands, capturing the attention of all the researchers present, then loudly declared, the person responsible for the development of controllable nuclear fusion is Gao Yang, a 19-year-old youth standing right next to Dean Yuan. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Gao Yang. The researchers with red-rimmed eyes were shocked and astonished, and soon their expressions transformed from shock to gratitude and admiration. Professor Liu first approached Gao Yang, bowed, and then gave him a big hug. Thank you. Those three words, filled with a choked voice, instantly pierced Gao Yang's heart. He suddenly felt that he had done something wrong. Such technology should have been developed by these people, but after he obtained it through the system, his nonchalance might hurt their feelings. They had dedicated their lives to research deserving of respect, yet because of his indifference they might doubt themselves, even belittle their own efforts. But in reality, each of them was a genius. Professor Liu stepped back, and others came forward to shake hands with Gao Yang. For the first time, Gao Yang experienced the treatment of a celebrity, and after expressing gratitude, a group of people sat down to discuss the next steps of the implementation process. An estimated 2 months of preparation time was required before starting to build the outer shell of a power plant, followed by the use of equipment to create controllable nuclear fusion. Gao Yang felt that the timeline was somewhat dragging, but he didn't say much. The nuclear fusion power plant was a colossal project. It required coordination between multiple departments, and besides research and manufacturing, it also needed communication with the power grid of surrounding cities. A significant number of coal-fired power plants in the vicinity would need to be shut down, and all of this required prior communication. Additionally, the main reason Gao Yang didn't elaborate was that Professor Yuan would directly bring him the raw materials for nuclear fusion. It was expected to arrive within 3 days. This way he could produce his nuclear energy batteries. All of his energy weapons could achieve almost unlimited usage. After sending off Dean Yuan and the others, Gao Yang drew out his dagger, once again a dagger that could be called Invincible. The voice of invincibility sounded a bit anxious. Master, why don't you put it away for now? I'm afraid you might cut me too. Gao Yang examined the knife and had to say the ancients were right. Possessing a sharp weapon could incite a murderous intent. He still wanted to strike with it. Suppressing his impulse, Gao Yang called General Zhou. Previously unaware of General Zhou's identity, he now somewhat understood that he was responsible for logistics and the procurement of weaponry. This was why he frequently interacted with the Research Institute, thus having a significant say in new equipment. The call quickly connected, and General Zhou on the other end sounded quite eager. What good stuff do you have now? Gao Yang smiled. A dagger. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback. A dagger. What had Gao Yang been researching before? A laser gun to shoot satellites, a sniper rifle that hits wherever aimed, and that terrifying electromagnetic shield. Plus an RPG with explosive power comparable to a nuclear bomb. Not to mention the invincible weapon capable of annihilating all artificial intelligence. And now a dagger. The dagger primarily emphasizes functionality. General Zhou racked his brain, recalling a design where a dagger could be fitted with bullets to fire. Can your dagger shoot lasers? No. Gao Yang's lips twitched. General Zhou pondered again. Then can your dagger automatically aim and stab into the enemy's chest? Gao Yang didn't answer directly this time, because if it could really do that, it would seem quite cool. Not exactly. General Zhou didn't continue guessing, lacking imagination in this area. He asked with anticipation, so what's the advantage of your dagger? Gao Yang thought for a moment, sharpness. General Zhou was stunned, a sharp dagger. Just sharp. There were many sharp daggers, what significant effect could mere sharpness have? But considering that it was produced by Gao Yang, General Zhou felt it was worth taking seriously. How sharp is it? Nothing can't be cut. General Zhou laughed, such confidence was impressive. Alright, I'll bring people over to take a look tomorrow morning. Gao Yang smiled, sure. Once the dagger was manufactured, it must be equipped. After hanging up, Gao Yang walked into the forging room, pushed aside the debris, and continued his forging. This time he was not forging a dagger, but rather a long sword. The techniques are universally applicable. If a dagger can be created, then a long sword can be too. Compared to yesterday when Gao Yang had only achieved minor success, his sword forging skills now were unparalleled in the world. The knowledge infused by the system included this set of skills. The iron hammer struck rapidly onto the sword blank. Gao Yang prepared to forge a long sword, adept at slashing. While Gao Yang was busy, General Zhou was also occupied initially calling the personnel from the Cold Weapons Research Institute. They needed to send professionals to accept the dagger. After the call, General Zhou thought for a moment and said to his secretary, go to the arms factory and fetch a cannon barrel. Why do you need a cannon barrel? The secretary asked, puzzled. Gao Yang's dagger claims to be extremely sharp, capable of cutting anything. I want to see if he can cut through the cannon barrel. The secretary looked at General Zhou, seemingly recognizing him for the first time, finding this action somewhat childish. After all, that was a cannon barrel made entirely of special steel formed in one piece, capable of withstanding the terrifying impact of a cannonball's ignition. Let alone a dagger, even a cutting machine would wear out many abrasive discs trying to cut through it. Both sides were preparing. General Zhou pondered that Gao Yang's assertion of absolute sharpness was too extreme. How could sharpness be absolute? Gao Yang, on the other hand, felt that since General Zhou did not care about his cold weapons, he needed to create something that would leave General Zhou in awe. He forged 3 knives until deep into the night. The main difference among the 3 knives was their length, tailored for different tests. After completing this, Gao Yang stepped out with his guards for a late-night snack. As he exited, Invincible closely followed him. Wherever he went, Invincible would infiltrate the surrounding equipment to ensure no one intended to harm him. Following the previous cleanup operation, Gao Yang's safety had greatly improved, plus the presence of guards and artificial intelligence along with the belt he wore ensured substantial security. Walking along the street of small snacks outside the school, feeling the warmth of the human world, Gao Yang felt very relaxed. They were fervently researching various weapons, all for the sake of this kind of peace and ease, hoping it could last long. Suddenly, Gao Yang smiled upon seeing an acquaintance. Ruo stared at Gao Yang, completely stunned. She hadn't visited Gao Yang's laboratory or seen him in over 10 days. But Gao Yang had changed significantly. He used to be somewhat thin, but now his figure was more proportionate. Furthermore, there was a sense of strength that felt very sunny. This made Ruo hesitate. Was this really Gao Yang? The past Gao Yang spent every day in the library reading, coupled with neglecting sleep and food, appeared a bit frail, even seemingly delicate. But these 20 days he had been forging iron non-stop. With the hammer striking countless times and an increased appetite, it was normal for his physique to improve. Even without his shirt, the contours of his muscles were clearly visible. He waved gently. What a coincidence. Ruo confirmed it was indeed Gao Yang, quickly running up to him and whispering, did you research some genetic agent? Huh. Gao Yang looked bewildered and Ruo quickly waved her hand. I'm just joking. It just seems like you've changed a lot. Your physique has improved significantly. Gao Yang remained silent, staring blankly at Ruo. Yes, a genetic agent. Not to mention just researching the sea dog pills and amplifying them 1,000-fold. Wouldn't taking them lead to an unprecedented thrill? His thoughts suddenly opened up. Gao Yang looked at Ruo and said, tomorrow help me find some books related to genetics and prepare some on potions as well. Ruo was taken aback. Was Gao Yang really going to study genetic potions? But isn't this a joke? She was just kidding. Ruo immediately panicked. Gao Yang had been researching various weapons with rapid progress, and now he suddenly wanted to shift to such a vast research direction. If Gao Yang couldn't produce any results and got entangled with genetic potions, wasting a lot of time, wouldn't she become a historical sinner of Long Country? Gao Yang noticed Ruo's concerns and smiled. I just want to take a look, no need to overthink it. Let's have a late-night snack first. After finishing the snack, Gao Yang returned to the lab and lay on the bed, feeling increasingly that there was potential in potions. However, it's a pity that there aren't any products that can truly extend life. Otherwise, even an extra day of longevity multiplied by a factor could extend life by 30 years. Taking a few more pills could make one a saint and invincible in the world. However, one could try enhancing health-related potions. As long as there is even a slight effect, there is potential for enhancement. As for medicines, specifically for treating diseases, they cannot be enhanced. Many medicines' effects are meant to balance and neutralize. They supplement what the body lacks or suppress the synthesis of certain hormones to achieve healing. Such medicines, even if they were to be amplified 100-fold, would be useless, turning from good medicine into poison. Upon further thought, health supplements are also difficult to amplify. But having a line of thought opens up possibilities. Lying in bed, Gao Yang fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, General Zhou arrived at the lab with his team. Along with them came a large group from the Cold Weapons Research Institute and a big truck. The guards worked together to unload the equipment from the truck. All the equipment was for testing cold weapons and looked very professional. As the guards moved the items into the lab, General Zhou quickly walked up to Gao Yang with a smile, saying, "What about the dagger that can cut through anything? Let's take a look." Gao Yang drew out the dagger and handed it over. General Zhou's eyes lit up as he examined the dagger. Such a beautiful blade. However, this design at the back makes it impossible to mass produce. It's too troublesome. The front is very sharp, the curve is stunning, a direct stab would be quite formidable, and the incision is wider than that of a typical dagger. The blood groove is a bit small, but with the serration it can make wounds hard to heal. Gao Yang instinctively nodded. Putting everything else aside, General Zhou truly understood these things. General Zhou played with the dagger, looking around. Is this really just an ordinary metal dagger? Not ordinary. Gao Yang chuckled. General Zhou smiled back and introduced the others. This is Professor Lei, the head of the Cold Weapons Research Institute, specializing in daggers and other cold weapons. Professor Lei nodded at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with curiosity. A dagger researched by a student had attracted so many professionals and such specialized equipment for testing. Moreover, at first glance the dagger appeared to have no exceptional features. The curved blood groove design, while different from mainstream daggers, was not a novel concept. Many niche daggers had similar designs. Just looking at its appearance, Professor Lei felt that General Zhou might be overreacting. But there must be a reason for it. Putting aside any disdain, Professor Lei politely said hello. General Zhou continued, introducing Gao Yang. This is Gao Yang. I won't go into details about his identity. You all are here to test this dagger. Professor Lei took the dagger, flicked it lightly with his fingers, and then raised an eyebrow at the sound. He had never heard anything like it. One could discern many things from the sound of a weapon, such as whether there were gaps or flaws in it, or the material used. Hardness could also be gauged from the sound. The harder and more brittle it was, the clearer the sound. High carbon steel sounds like a bell. But the sound of this dagger was strange. Is this made from an alloy of various metals? Special formula. An expert can discern the subtleties, and at that moment Gao Yang felt a sense of respect. Yes, it is made from an alloy of various metals. Professor Lei nodded. Where did the alloy formula come from? I worked it out myself. Professor Lei smiled. Okay, then we can test it later. Saying this, Professor Lei felt even more curious. The material was ordinary after all, and alloy fusion could be learned with a bit of skill. As for which metals to fuse, that was a matter of the formula. Turning back, Professor Lei saw guards carrying equipment and looked at the numerous guards surrounding the lab. The security level here seemed quite high. Suddenly he thought of a name and exclaimed in surprise, Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Professor Lei, puzzled by his startled reaction. What's wrong? The photolithography machine. And those high-precision machine tools, did they come from your hands? Gao Yang nodded yes. Professor Lei quickly extended his hand to shake Gao Yang's firmly. Gao Yang had brought pride to Long Country's industry. They were also reaping the benefits. Their lab needed machine tools as well, although not as high precision. However, the emergence of ultra-high precision machine tools in Long Country not only meant they could procure machine tools, but also that all machine tools from abroad would drop significantly in price. The machine tools manufactured by Long Country would also see a price drop, making procurement much cheaper for them. At that moment, Professor Lei understood why General Zhou wanted him to come personally. Gao Yang's inventions, even if considered trash, deserved attention. This was a matter of attitude toward talent. Boom. A loud noise erupted. From the truck, something heavy fell to the ground. Professor Lei turned to look and was stunned. A cannon barrel. What was General Zhou bringing a cannon barrel for? Gao Yang was also curious. What is this? A tank cannon barrel. General Zhou turned to Gao Yang and smiled. This barrel weighs 1.5 tons, made using an integral forging process, all constructed from special steel. Didn't you say your dagger can cut through anything? Show me how you can cut it. Professor Lei was taken aback. General Zhou had this side to him. This seemed a bit childish. It was like an elementary school student claiming his father was invincible, and then the teacher brought in Tyson and said, all right, let's fight. Can a cold weapon cut through this cannon barrel? Isn't this a joke? Gao Yang glanced at the dagger and put it away, saying the dagger is too short, it won't work. General Zhou laughed. No problem. Even if you just make a small notch, they'll still consider you impressive. Gao Yang chuckled. You've misunderstood me. With that, Gao Yang turned and rushed into the lab. When he came back out, he was holding a knife. The knife was 1 meter long. This will work. Stand the cannon barrel up for me. General Zhou was dumbfounded, looking at the knife and then at the cannon barrel. Was he really going to try this? Stand it up. A group of guards moved forward to lift the cannon barrel. On television, cannon barrels appeared not to be very long. But now that the cannon barrel was upright, it stood 6 meters tall, as high as a 2-story building. The upper end was hoisted by a small crane to keep it upright, so even if it were cut in two, it wouldn't fall and harm anyone. Gao Yang gripped the knife, feeling a mix of anticipation. Cutting through grass mats and bamboo has no meaning. It's about cutting through cannon barrels. Once the cannon barrel was securely fixed, General Zhou led Professor Lei and others nearby, smiling as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang also smiled and then swung his blade. Without any hesitation, in almost an instant, the cannon barrel was sliced in two. It was as if a hot knife was cutting through butter. After the cut, Gao Yang stepped back 2 paces to avoid the swaying cannon barrel hitting him. The cannon barrel was instantly severed, the lower end still standing on the ground, while the upper end began to sway as Gao Yang had predicted. The entire venue fell silent. The guards who were moving things also stopped. They had been watching the situation over here, and now their expressions were filled with confusion. That must be a cannon barrel, right? It has to be a cannon barrel. A fully metallic cannon barrel, just sliced like that. Is this a performance? A fake prop? General Zhou's mouth slowly gaped open. He knew this was a real cannon barrel. But could a cannon barrel made of special steel be sliced open by a knife? Is this made of tofu or something? How could it be so ridiculous? Has Gao Yang abandoned basic logic in his research? How did he accomplish this? General Zhou's mouth was wide open enough to fit a whole bun. His body felt a bit stiff. He knew everything Gao Yang produced was of top quality, but this knife. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Turning his head, he wanted to see the reaction of Professor Lei, a professional in the field. Professor Lei was smiling, albeit with a somewhat forced expression. What kind of expression is that? Professor Lei, what do you think? Professor Lei pondered for a moment and replied, General Zhou's actions are a bit childish. Huh. Professor Lei sighed. This kind of cooperation is too fake. Who tests a knife with a cannon barrel? Moreover, there shouldn't be a knife capable of cutting through a cannon barrel. If such a knife exists, it'll swallow this cannon barrel. General Zhou was stunned, then realized that Professor Lei thought he had colluded with Gao Yang to deceive him. But the problem is he hadn't deceived anyone. This cannon barrel was just delivered this morning. General Zhou walked directly in front of the cannon barrel, looking at the smooth-cut surface, holding onto the upper part of the barrel, and instructed the soldiers operating the crane, lower it slowly. The upper half of the cannon barrel fell to the ground again, still upright. They'll do it. Gao Yang smiled as he handed the knife to General Zhou. General Zhou took the knife, first tapping the back of the knife against the cannon barrel, then turned to look at Professor Lei. Professor Lei heard the crisp sound, and his expression gradually changed to one of shock. This is a real cannon barrel. General Zhou nodded seriously, and then swung the knife. With a loud clang, the knife cut into the cannon barrel, but only sank in a centimeter. Professor Lei suddenly rushed forward, his eyes wide as he stared at the knife and the cannon barrel's cut. What the hell kind of knife is this? It could cut into a cannon barrel by a centimeter. This is incredibly terrifying. A knife that can cut through steel bars is already considered an exceptional knife. But such an excellent knife, when it encounters a cannon barrel, can barely leave a scratch. This knife is incredibly impressive. General Zhou ignored Professor Lei's astonishment, casually pushing him aside, and looked at Gao Yang. How did you do that just now? Gao Yang had indeed just sliced the cannon barrel. If he couldn't achieve that with his swing, then it could only mean the knife had some hidden mechanism. Gao Yang chuckled and said, There's a hidden switch at the end of the knife, just press it. General Zhou felt around the end of the knife and indeed found a switch. After pressing it, what General Zhou imagined, lasers or other changes, didn't happen, but his hand just moved slightly. The long knife directly sliced through the cannon barrel. It was as if it simply glided through. It felt like cutting through tofu. General Zhou was stunned. What was going on here? Is it really that outrageous? How is that possible? Professor Lei's eyes were also wide open. He had been very close, just now incredibly close. But precisely because he was close, he saw it very clearly. The knife that was clearly stuck in the cannon barrel managed to cut right through it. Originally cutting by a centimeter had already shocked him immensely. This knife could be considered invincible in a martial arts context. But this already invincible knife managed to slice through the cannon barrel that was more than 10 centimeters beneath it directly. It wasn't cutting, it was sliding. Silky smooth. The other professors around also stared wide-eyed. Suddenly General Zhou stepped forward and directly punched the still hanging cannon barrel. Bang! The cannon mouth emitted a dull metallic hum. Then General Zhou swung the knife again. This time the part of the cannon mouth that was cut off fell heavily to the ground. The cut was still incredibly smooth. The crane directly placed the remaining barrel on the ground. The 4 sections that were cut off were only a bit over a meter long and stood upright. General Zhou looked down at the knife, instinctively reaching out his hand to touch it. Gao Yang quickly warned, Don't touch it. High-frequency vibrations can cause injury even if you touch the back of the knife. Professor Lei finally reacted and asked in confusion, High-frequency vibrations can only hurt hard objects, not soft ones, right? Gao Yang explained, I remember that ultrasonic bone knives work like this. They can easily shatter bones, but won't harm muscle tissue. Professor Lei thought of a possibility. The frequency might be so high that the softness of the skin wouldn't even allow it to bounce back in time. But how high could such a frequency be? How is it achieved? Professor Lei looked with shock at the knife in General Zhou's hand. Can I feel it? General Zhou, realizing, reluctantly handed the knife to Professor Lei. Professor Lei held the knife and attempted to cut towards the cannon barrel. The tank cannon barrel is incredibly sturdy, but now under the knife it felt like cutting a cake. Just placing it down lightly could cut off a piece. No, cutting a cake requires pressing down and moving back and forth. This didn't even need to move back and forth. Just placing it down gently could cut through. In the midst of the entire venue's silence, only the sound of steel hitting the ground echoed. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang, his expression complex. Gao Yang's original words were that there was nothing that couldn't be cut. Now he thought about it and realized those words were indeed true. If a cannon barrel can be cut, what else can't be cut? And with such a knife relying on its terrifying performance, it has exceeded the responsibility originally assigned to a knife. In other words, under normal circumstances, a knife that has little effect on the battlefield becomes a vibrating knife, and its effectiveness will greatly increase. Such a knife can easily cut through everything in sight, including buildings. During a siege, there would be no need to ram the door. A single slice could cut through the lock, or even cut a hole in the wall directly. When clearing paths in the jungle or temporarily using all available resources to build defensive works, having such a knife is like having an accelerator. The same goes for the battlefield. What kind of enemy can withstand such a knife? Don't even mention an enemy that is merely flesh and blood. Even a steel body can't resist. At close range, our side draws the knife and wins, because it can almost cut through everything, including the enemy's knife. Even in modern warfare where hand-to-hand combat is rare, this knife can still be used for operations behind enemy lines. The purpose of operations behind enemy lines is destruction. What kind of thing has this kind of destructive power? To put it simply, using explosives to destroy a transport line requires a lot of explosives to create a hole. With this knife, you can directly cut through the ground and then move away. Just thinking about it is invincible. Quick efficiency, no noise, it's simply essential for special operations. General Zhou's body trembled, utterly astonishing. Professor Lei also shook all over. With the advancement of technology, the role of cold weapons has been increasingly overlooked. The funding for their research institute was not as substantial as that of others, and it gradually became less esteemed. The sudden emergence of this knife gave Professor Lei a spark of inspiration, the fusion of technology and cold weaponry. However, he quickly realized that the results from a normal integration of cold weapons and technology could not possibly be this formidable. Firstly, the knife itself was terrifyingly sharp, combined with an extraordinarily high hardness, enabling it to slice through cannon barrels. Such a knife, after pondering for a moment, Professor Lei realized he had never encountered one like it. Even if he had heard of it, it was only in legends. In the current world, even the best knife would shatter against such a cannon barrel. Even a knife made from the same material as the barrel would falter. Moreover, there's the aspect of high frequency. The ultrasonic bone knife had all originated from overseas, as only foreign companies possessed the technology, and they were sold at exorbitant prices. Later, after significant investment and time, enterprises from Longwa managed to overcome the challenges, leading to a decrease in the prices of bone knives. One could say that the technology level of ultrasonic bone knives was extremely high, and enhancing it further posed great difficulty. This vibrating knife represented at least a tenfold improvement over the ultrasonic bone knife. Moreover, the length of this vibrating knife, while maintaining that level of sharpness, made it an even more formidable challenge. Professor Lei swung the knife once more, and 4 broken cannon barrels were simultaneously sheared down a layer, crashing to the ground with a tremendous sound. General Zhou was startled awake. "We need to test this. I'll contact someone to bring materials." "I've already brought many pieces of equipment," Professor Lei replied. General Zhou still dialed a number, "Contact several heavy industries in Longwa, and tell them I have an incredibly sharp knife that can even sever tank barrels. They should prepare some special experimental materials to ensure this knife doesn't fail." After hanging up, General Zhou noticed the person on the other end of the line, looking bewildered, feeling that something was off. How could there be a knife capable of cutting through a tank's barrel? It was absurd. But a call from General Zhou was an order. He could only comply, and began contacting several top heavy industry groups in Longwa. Professor Lei furrowed his brows. "That kind of test cannot be categorized as a weapon test. We currently have specialized equipment for testing. Both types of tests should be conducted." Gao Yang agreed with General Zhou's opinion that both types of equipment should be used for testing. After all, conventional methods of testing cold weapons wouldn't be effective for this vibrating knife. There was simply no way to uncover the limits of the vibrating knife. Thus, practical lethal testing was necessary. Of course, most importantly, Gao Yang also wanted to see how his knife performed in actual combat. This was far more interesting than cutting through rapeseed flowers. General Zhou looked at the bewildered guards around him. "Continue." All the guards snapped back to reality and resumed moving things. Yet they were all somewhat at a loss. What had they just seen? A knife. A knife capable of slicing through cannon barrels. But how could that be? Soon the testing equipment was moved into an empty laboratory, and the knife testing commenced. Using a microscope to examine the sharpness of the knife, a normal sharpness of 10 nanometers was already extraordinarily impressive, but Gao Yang's knife achieved a sharpness of 1 nm. This was exceptionally bizarre. Next came tests for hardness, strength, and toughness. The hardness test primarily involved applying force to the knife using standard tools to observe the resulting marks. The testing had barely begun when it ended. The knife was so hard that it shattered the standard tools, leaving no marks on the knife. This was without activating the vibrating function. Once activated, the equipment would likely be damaged. Next was the toughness test, placing the long knife on a machine and applying force. The degree of bending of the knife would determine its toughness. The machine's maximum force was 100 kilograms. Normally 100 kilograms would be sufficient. But when the machine operated at full power and the long knife only bent by about 1 centimeter, Professor Lei's mindset shattered. He turned to Gao Yang, his voice trembling. "What material is this?" This material exceeded his limits of understanding. How could there be such a terrifyingly performing material? Normally, even the best knives would bend significantly or break under such weight. 100 kilograms is heavier than most people, yet it bends only 1 centimeter. There's no way to continue testing. All his testing equipment was designed for conventional weapons. Gao Yang's vibrating knife had all its data off the charts. General Zhou observed Professor Lei's helpless expression from the side and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. These researchers, upon encountering Gao Yang, would likely experience self-doubt, even psychological shadows. Professor Lei truly felt helpless. The equipment he brought couldn't test Gao Yang's knife. To continue testing, they would need to customize equipment. However, even after testing, it wouldn't have much significance. Because the testing would only reflect the knife in its unactivated state, the activated state was impossible to test. In other words, based on the current technology he possessed, testing was unfeasible. Professor Lei indeed felt a significant blow. He couldn't help but ask Gao Yang what's the composition of this alloy material. Gao Yang, without hesitation, began to write down the formula. In the stunned gaze of Professor Lei, Gao Yang handed over the formula. When Professor Lei received the materials, his hands trembled. This was incredibly precious, he simply inquired, and Gao Yang just handed it over. Professor Lei glanced at the formula, shaking. Not only were there metal compositions, but also processing techniques. This meant he could replicate such knife blanks once he returned. I'll write you a patent when I go back. You'll be the sole author, and any future profits will be yours. Gao Yang, however, was not too concerned. He had provided quite a bit of technology before. This alloy was merely a byproduct of technology, but seeing Professor Lei's serious demeanor, he knew the less he cared, the more distressed Professor Lei would become. All right, thank you. Professor Lei was overjoyed, clutching the paper tightly. With this formula, even without the vibrating knife technology, merely creating the same cold weapons would lead to tremendous advancements. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said to General Zhou, General Zhou, you asked me to assess. Without testing, I can only say that cold weapons made from this alloy can be mass-produced. The performance in all aspects is exceptional, far exceeding the previously equipped daggers and other weapons. Additionally, the vibrating knife is likely to have extremely high precision. Our regular factories may not be able to produce it, but it can be supplied in small batches to special operations teams. General Zhou nodded, turning to Gao Yang. Is the difficulty of production high? Not high. Once the Langtao factory is rebuilt, it can be fully produced. General Zhou suddenly felt immense anticipation for the completion of the Langtao factory. Once the factory was completed, all the weapons and equipment Gao Yang had developed could be manufactured and assembled. He eagerly awaited that day. When that day arrived, the entire strength of Longwo would undergo a monumental transformation. The second test of the vibrating knife requires waiting for the heavy industry companies to prepare the materials, which is expected to take several days. Gao Yang actually lost interest in continuing to watch the tests during Professor Lei's equipment evaluation. The technology is not on the same level at all, and the test results are completely devoid of any suspense, which means there is no entertainment value. At most, it provides a sense of relief to watch the knife effortlessly cut through various hard metals, with the cuts being exceptionally smooth. It's like using fireworks to blow up cow dung, but when you have a nuclear bomb in hand and still want to blow up cow dung, isn't that a bit foolish? He directly handed the knife to General Zhou to complete the subsequent tests, while Gao Yang began researching the sea dog pill. Researching enhancement potions. The laboratory is filled with books all related to pharmaceuticals, including both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. Gao Yang held his breath in anticipation and began to read. According to his understanding, the potency enhancement of various potions could directly turn a miraculous medicine into poison. All medicines have some toxicity. When the potency is increased 1,000-fold, it could directly kill. Basically, regardless of the type of medicine, if the potency is increased 1,000-fold, it could kill. In other words, if one normally takes a pill to recover from an illness thinking that taking 10 at once would lead to faster recovery, it could result in mild kidney failure or worse, a trip to the crematorium. The same principle applies to tonics in traditional Chinese medicine. Regardless of the tonic, it must meet the BOTUS requirements for certain substances, promote the synthesis of specific hormones, or directly provide certain materials, even stimulating certain glands. The more he read, the more absurd it seemed to Gao Yang. How was traditional Chinese medicine researched when technology hadn't reached this level? Using a pile of herbs to brew a potion and still achieving therapeutic effects, at the very least according to modern medical pharmacological analysis, many recipes are even exquisite. Originally toxic substances become life-saving medicines after being neutralized by other herbs. The books were not numerous, and after 2 days Gao Yang finished reading them all. Apart from marveling at the effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine, he was left baffled. Because there was no progress. In the past, when studying something, as long as he grasped the principles, Gao Yang understood and could even replicate and manufacture it directly. As he enhanced his scientific knowledge, his thoughts became clearer, and he mastered even more knowledge. He could basically understand other technological products with just a glance. This is also why he was able to upgrade many laboratory devices without relying on the system. However, the medical field was a bit challenging. It's not that he couldn't understand, and the understanding was quite simple. Knowing pharmacology, some drugs could be synthesized chemically, while others were formulated with herbs. Understanding pharmacology, he could even directly create prescriptions. But the problem was none of this satisfied his needs. What he wanted was something that could enhance the system. If the system enhanced these medicines currently on the market, all the enhanced medicines would be poison. He was stuck. Both traditional and Western medicines regulate various values of the human body to maintain them within standard ranges, which leads to recovery. Such medicines cannot be enhanced. While Gao Yang was at a loss, Director Yuan arrived along with the raw materials for the reactor. These items are controlled substances with extremely strict regulation, and ordinary people cannot obtain them. Gao Yang took the time to manufacture nuclear batteries. Nuclear batteries have many advantages, providing massive energy that can be released instantaneously. However, the downside is also very direct: danger. Fortunately, the system has already resolved the danger issue. There are two methods of handling. One is to pause the reaction when not in use. During usage, the reaction resumes, preventing the energy from accumulating excessively during long periods of inactivity. The second method involves an ultra-high-strength casing that confines all energy reactions tightly within the battery. While making the nuclear batteries, Gao Yang's thoughts suddenly opened up. Perhaps the potency of the potions could be fierce, but could it not be delayed in release? He had an idea, but success was still far off. What Gao Yang could do was continue reviewing the materials. After finishing the written content, he directly instructed Woody to gather more data. Woody could only collect publicly available data, as there was no internet connection for the laboratory's materials. Gao Yang called Director Yuan. Director Yuan was quite troubled. Why did Gao Yang need data on biopharmaceuticals again? This cross-disciplinary research seemed a bit too far. However, he didn't hesitate at all, and immediately contacted various subordinate biological research institutes to provide all data. During Gao Yang's reading process, he gradually started to have some ideas. At the very least, he had a direction. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his studies, an electric vehicle company in Longhua began promoting its new car release. This promotion had an enormous reach. Almost all apps were covered. Public transport advertisements, billboards in every street and alley, and even advertisements on TV. The latest electric vehicle was unveiled, and from then on all fuel vehicles would be eliminated. Such promotional phrases sparked immense curiosity among countless people. By the time of the evening release conference, all 500 invited guests had arrived, filling every seat. The online viewership for the live broadcast reached 20 million. This was an incredibly staggering number compared to the live stream. However, what was even more shocking was the data on the new car revealed during the conference. The range is 10,000 kilometers. Once this news broke, whether online or offline, there was a wave of bewilderment. In low-use conditions, 10,000 kilometers could last a year. But how is that possible? Previously, the range was a major pain point for electric vehicles. Generally, having 500 to 600 kilometers was already good, while 700 to 800 kilometers was considered top tier. Now they directly claimed a range of 10,000 kilometers. The audience at the venue couldn't believe it, and online viewers were in an uproar. But since they dared to hold a press conference, how could it possibly be fake? The car manufacturers also anticipated disbelief. The host on-site directly announced that anyone could conduct a real-world range test. If it fell short of 10,000 kilometers, they would receive tenfold compensation. Few people paid attention to the detailed introductions afterward. It was all just boasting, claiming to be unbeatable in the world. For fuel vehicles, to run 10,000 kilometers, even if driven at full speed, would still cost 5,000 for gasoline. But for electric vehicles, comparatively, it's extremely cheap. A single charge allows you to drive anywhere without the worries of battery anxiety. At the end of the press conference, the host stood at the center of the stage. The greatest advancement of this vehicle is the battery. We named this battery the solar battery because the name of the developer of the lithium metal battery technology contains the character for sun. Users who have previously purchased other models of our electric vehicles need not worry. The company is rapidly developing, and we will provide outstanding battery replacement services for those who have previously purchased our vehicles, allowing the original battery pack to be replaced with solar batteries. On the night following the press conference, the orders and deposits for this car worth 180,000 surged past 100,000. Countless fuel vehicle drivers, especially those who recently bought fuel vehicles, were truly envious. They were overwhelmingly envious. If they had bought a car later, they would definitely choose an electric vehicle. A single charge lasts for an entire year. Amidst the excitement of countless electric vehicle drivers, other electric vehicle manufacturers were left feeling furious. The battery technology had only been available for 2 months, and a finished product was already released. This must have originally been a planned release for a new vehicle, but they temporarily switched to a different battery. All car manufacturers are essentially racing against time. With everyone using the same type of battery and lacking technological advantages, the only strategy left is to compete on timing. Whoever launches first will capture the user's attention. The first manufacturer to release a new car revels in their success, while subsequent releases face immense pressure. To avoid further difficulties, that very night, the PR departments of major car manufacturers simultaneously issued statements claiming they too had mastered the same battery technology. Technologies that were once kept under wraps are now openly disclosed in announcements. This is a battle for customers, an elaborate ploy to keep users waiting before making their purchases. In contrast to the plight of electric vehicle manufacturers, those producing fuel-powered cars are in utter despair, super despair. Even before the advent of solar batteries, electric vehicles have already been encroaching on the market for fuel-powered cars. With excellent interiors and an undeniably impressive driving experience along with smart interactions, they have captivated the younger generation. However, there are still concerns when it comes to purchasing, primarily due to the inconvenience of charging. especially for those living in older neighborhoods. Parking space is scarce, let alone the feasibility of installing a charging station. But now with solar batteries and ultra-fast charging capabilities, all concerns vanish. A single charge can last for a long time, making it far more convenient than fuel-powered vehicles. The fuel vehicle market is not merely being squeezed, but utterly crushed. Who would still be foolish enough to buy a fuel-powered car? Price reductions. At this point, they are hesitant to drastically reduce prices. After a price drop, they can only sell cars during the discount period, or otherwise sales plummet. A significant price cut might even affect other models from the same brand. And without lowering prices, how do they sell cars? Why would car owners choose electric vehicles that offer better performance, superior interiors, advanced smart interactions, and extended range? Moreover, some electric cars offer extended range without a price increase, which is frankly quite upsetting. Late at night, executives from major fuel car manufacturers convene for a meeting. The meeting revolves around whether to implement further price reductions on top of already significant cuts. Without lowering prices, sales simply won't budge. Overseas, a giant automotive group is also holding a meeting, but their discussion centers on whether to exit the Dragon Kingdom market. They used to dominate automotive technology, and the lucrative Dragon Kingdom market was highly profitable for them. However, with the rise of electric vehicles, their profits have dwindled. Now they are faced with the possibility of not only making less money, but also potentially incurring losses. Thus, they are considering withdrawing from the Dragon Kingdom market. Yet even after withdrawing, their challenges will remain, as the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly strive to enter overseas markets. Just as automotive companies are struggling, the nations behind these companies are also suffering. Automotive groups are essentially colossal enterprises surrounded by numerous downstream suppliers. If an automotive group falters, the downstream companies will also face bankruptcy. One problem affects the whole system. How could the Dragon Kingdom suddenly seem to experience a technological explosion? The breakthroughs in machining and lithography technology have already begun to make their lives challenging. Now the automotive industry's pie has also been disturbed. No, this isn't just disturbing the pie, or it feels as if they have taken the pie and smashed it in their faces while also spitting on it. It's a dilemma between not eating and being disgusted by what they have to consume. Furthermore, many worry that this is merely the first step, as the recent advancements in electric vehicles pertain to range and battery technology. The battery sector is a trillion-dollar market. This day is referred to as the industry's doomsday by the traditional automotive sector. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, the architect of this doomsday, is busy synthesizing drugs in the laboratory. The laboratory is equipped with various biopharmaceutical devices, the top-notch equipment brought in by Director Yuan. As Gao Yang's research expands, the equipment in his lab continues to grow. The only issue is that the laboratory, which once seemed vast, is now nearing full capacity. However, this is not a concern for Gao Yang. His primary focus is on enhancing the potency of the drugs. After several days of reviewing data, he has identified a feasible pathway. The limitation on human lifespan is due to the finite number of cell divisions. Currently, the most effective substance that can significantly increase cell division is telomeres. Telomeres function like a counter for cell divisions. The shorter the telomeres, the fewer divisions can occur until the cells can no longer divide, leading to the onset of senescence and the BOTUS functions declining to a minimum, ultimately facing death. If he wishes to extend life, he can focus on this area. Furthermore, enhancing the human body can be approached from several angles. If considering strength alone, it can be broken down into muscle intensity. The higher the muscle fiber intensity, the greater the strength. Additionally, in terms of neurology, if the nervous system can recruit more muscle fibers, the strength will increase as well. Both of these factors can actually be addressed with drugs. Speed and strength are similarly related, also concerning muscle fiber intensity and the issue of neural coordination. Moreover, the enhancement of the human body is also associated with adrenaline. Faster reaction times, pain insensitivity, and stimulation of the sympathetic nervous system can constrict arteries and veins, increasing blood pressure, leading to faster blood supply to the body, thus amplifying both strength and speed. Comprehensive advancements lead to enhanced human capabilities. Additionally, growth factors can accelerate wound recovery. Gao Yang is now preparing to enhance these aspects. From the various materials reviewed thus far, it appears that enhancements in these areas have minimal effects on the body, avoiding any severe consequences. With ideas in mind, drug manufacturing becomes straightforward, as compounds are fed into the machine. Pill after pill is produced. Gao Yang gazes at the white pills, each containing his aspirations for the future. Inside are substances that increase muscle fibers. Normally, these can only be achieved through exercise, but now they can be obtained directly via medication. Even without system enhancements, these pills are sure to sell out. Super strength without the need for exercise. Additionally, some of the pills contain neuro-enhancing substances that can boost human reaction times. There are also agents that stimulate the growth of growth factors. You could say there's a bit of everything in here. Now he just needs to find something to test it on. Gao Yang heads to another laboratory. The lab is filled with cages, each housing a monkey. Experimental monkeys valued at 38,000 each. He hands the pills to the researcher in charge of the monkeys. Feed them to the monkeys. 3 pills per monkey will suffice. The researcher hesitates as he receives the pills. Directly feed them. No preparations needed. Forgotten. Gao Yang calls for security. The researcher is baffled. In biological experiments, preparations usually involve taking records and the like. What does calling security imply? Why do they need to draw guns? Nevertheless, he steps forward and begins administering the pills to several monkeys. Then they wait. Gao Yang sits in a chair quietly awaiting the monkeys' reactions. Half an hour later, the monkeys start screeching wildly in their cages. They shake the cages furiously. The angle at which the cages are shaken grows more pronounced, accompanied by creaking sounds. The researcher steps back astonished. Where did this monkey get such strength? Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. Amidst the monkeys howling, the metal bars of the cage start to bend. The researcher instinctively turns to Gao Yang, asking, what kind of drug is this? This is terrifying. Monkeys are very similar to humans, making them suitable for biological experiments. Does this imply that if humans take this drug, they too will gain immense strength? He suddenly realizes why he had to undergo extremely strict identity checks before starting work here, along with signing confidentiality agreements. Because the research conducted here is genuinely classified. Yet the problem remains, even without signing a confidentiality agreement, if he were to share what he has witnessed here, who would believe him? A loud crash echoed as the cage fell to the ground, and the monkey scrambled out, not attacking the people, but instead turning to rush towards another cage. The monkey inside that cage had not taken any drugs. The cage was easily opened from the outside, and after the monkey opened it, it dashed inside to press against the female monkey, beginning the act. Gao Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. He had previously thought about researching the sea dog pill, but that was merely a passing thought. However, the effects of this drug seemed comparable to the sea dog pill. The researchers beside him were even more astonished. The monkey, which had been extremely irritable inside the cage, surprisingly calmed down once it came out. Then came the swift and decisive action of opening the other monkeys' cages. Had they become smarter? They had definitely become smarter. In the next moment, another monkey rushed out of its cage, also not attacking humans, but heading towards another cage. The monkeys that had taken the drug all found suitable partners and began to release their desires. The researchers slowly regained their composure, though their faces were filled with astonishment. This drug was quite potent. What had Gao Yang gone through to be researching such things at this age? Gao Yang did not know what the researchers were thinking, but he was very satisfied with this drug. Its effects were simply explosive. Most importantly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has developed a strengthening drug. An amplification opportunity is available. Would you like to use it? The system recognized this strengthening drug. Gao Yang had already charged the amplification opportunity a couple of days ago and could use it directly. He turned to the researchers and said, leave a guard here to help you take care of these monkeys. After they finish, test their conditions. If there are any dangerous movements, shoot to kill. The last sentence was directed at the guard. Understood. Gao Yang returned to the biopharmaceutical lab and directly stated amplification strengthening drug. The amplification multiplier lottery began, and without surprise, Gao Yang drew a 10,000-fold increase, with the best luck being the amplification of drug effects. The system began to manufacture new drugs using the existing equipment. The drugs that had already been consumed by the monkeys could not be disassembled. However, the lab could create them directly. All equipment began to operate rapidly. Soon a white pill appeared before Gao Yang. Ding! Considering the current materials and equipment in the laboratory, as well as the limits of human body strength, this amplification will be 100-fold. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised this time. There were multiple restrictions regarding human body strength. Thinking about it, it made sense. Given the limitations of human body strength, taking a drug with super potent effects would not be beneficial. It would be akin to poison, potentially causing the person to burst. Immediately after, a torrent of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. Regarding the strengthening drug, the primary strengthening drug mobilizes the bodous substances. For example, during excitement, heart rate increases, blood flow speeds up, oxygen supply is sufficient, and strength and reflexes are enhanced. In dangerous situations, adrenaline surges, nerve responses become sharp, pain is suppressed, and muscle tissues are fully mobilized. However, this kind of strengthening actually overdraws the body, leading to unprecedented fatigue after the outburst. The second stage of the strengthening drug provides an overall enhancement. Muscle fiber strength, muscle cell strength, bone density, cell strength, nerve response speed, etc. are all comprehensively enhanced. Even the secretion speed of growth factors would significantly increase after injury. The drug amplified by the system is at the second stage, enhancing it 100-fold based on the original drug. It can enhance the bodous various functions by about 10 times. This is a terrifying enhancement. Normally, if one person is slightly stronger than another in actual combat, they would dominate. What about a 10-fold increase? The only downside is that this kind of enhancement quickly fades with time, peaking at just 1 or 2 months. If one does not continue taking the strengthening drug, they will revert to being an ordinary person. The third stage of the strengthening drug's enhancement has already surpassed the acquired improvement part belonging to gene enhancement technology. It incorporates powerful gene fragments into human genes. This is actually easier to understand. A chimpanzee that has been locked in a cage its whole life without any chance for exercise still has strong muscles. This is due to genes. In contrast, if a human is confined in a cage and wealth, they will become overweight and their limb strength will diminish. Not to mention being locked in a cage. Even just sitting in an office chair for a long time will cause a belly to grow. The power of gene enhancement lies in its lasting strength, with virtually no side effects and a high ceiling. The pinnacle of 10,000-fold amplification is also gene enhancement. Moreover, the strengthening drug, after 10,000-fold amplification, is not even the limit of gene enhancement. It can become even stronger. However, at present human technological levels can only achieve simple gene editing. Achieving that next step is quite difficult. But a 100-fold drug strengthening effect should also be quite formidable, right? Picking up the drug synthesized by the system, Gao Yang directly threw it into his mouth and swallowed it with a sip of water. Next came the waiting for the drug's effects to kick in. The monkeys had shown such a strong reaction to the primary version of the drug. He was taking a drug with a 100-fold effect. But after just 2 minutes, Gao Yang began to feel the changes, a kind of indescribable exhilaration. It felt as though every inch of his body was receiving intense stimulation, and his sense of touch became remarkably clear. Then came an unparalleled hunger. Gao Yang dashed into the kitchen of the laboratory where there were guards, but they were merely cooks among the guards. Gao Yang said directly, food. High-calorie food. The guard hurriedly took out chocolate, which was usually used for desserts, and had a high caloric content. Gao Yang quickly stuffed the chocolate into his mouth and grabbed a bottle of honey to pour into his mouth. The guard was dumbfounded, then worriedly said, "What's wrong with you? He'll call an ambulance right away. Who eats like this?" Gao Yang turned to look at the guard holding the phone, unable to speak, and slapped the phone away. The phone was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall before embedding itself. The guard instinctively turned to look at the phone, his eyes wide as he saw it fixed to the wall. Gao Yang swallowed the chocolate and said, "No need, this is an experiment, it's all under control." After saying that, Gao Yang turned back to continue eating. The guard swallowed hard, watching Gao Yang gorge himself, his body trembling. He glanced again at the phone embedded in the wall, his gaze somewhat dazed. Such immense power. For an ordinary person to break a phone is already quite a feat. Gao Yang had sent the phone flying and nailed it to the wall, and the phone wasn't even shattered. That level of strength must be tremendous. Gao Yang finished the chocolate, sipping on honey and concentrated fruit jam, feeling no sense of greasiness, only satisfaction. During this process, he could feel his muscle cells being reinforced. Every aspect of his body, muscle fibers, bones, nerves, was undergoing enhancement. The energy assisted by the substances in the medicine helped in evolution. After continuing to eat dried fruits for 10 minutes, Gao Yang stopped. He was no longer hungry, and the effects of the medicine had fully manifested. He also profoundly felt the changes in his body. Exhilaration. Overexcitement meant he was in a state of extreme exhilaration now. Additionally, the sudden surge of strength gave him the feeling that nothing could stop him. It seemed that anything that came his way could be smashed with a single punch. Looking at the wall in front of him, Gao Yang felt a surge of impulse, thinking that since he was at home, he could just throw a punch. Bang! After one punch, a hole was smashed into the wall. The guard stared wide-eyed, rushing to Gao Yang's side, looking at the hole in the wall, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Could a human really make such a noise? Then the guard noticed blood on Gao Yang's hand. "You've hurt your hand." Though the wall had a hole, his fist was bleeding. The wound was minor, mainly caused by friction. The guard panicked and hurried to get a bandage. In just 20 seconds, the guard stared dumbfounded at Gao Yang's hand. The wound had already healed significantly. Growth factors. Gao Yang looked at the wound on his hand. He simply washed it, and there were no traces of injury left. The changes in his body were akin to that of a superhero. At that moment, a guard rushed in, having heard the commotion in the kitchen, and was surprised to see Gao Yang there. His gaze then fell on the hole in the wall. What happened? Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "A little invention. Go procure a large quantity of high-energy food." "How much?" asked the cooking guard. 100 portions of this much." Gao Yang pointed at the mess on the table. The guard thought of a possibility and suddenly became excited. Yes. He had basically understood that Gao Yang wanted to help them become stronger. He didn't know how Gao Yang would make them stronger, but as long as it meant becoming strong enough to punch a hole in a wall, any price to pay would be worth it. Gao Yang looked at the remaining guards. "Move the gym equipment from the school as quickly as possible. Bring more." The guards paused for a moment, but showed no hesitation, heading out to move it. Gao Yang wanted to test his abilities as soon as possible. Procuring gym equipment would take considerable time. Soon a bizarre scene unfolded at the school. The guards rushed into the gym, starting to move the equipment. It was like ants moving their home, carrying things to the adjacent laboratory. Students who were exercising were dumbfounded. What was happening? The gym equipment was quickly carried to the laboratory, and Gao Yang began his tests. For confused guards were called into the room by Gao Yang. "Help me out, put on the weight plates." The guard hesitated. "How many pounds?" "Start with 500 pounds. 500 pounds. The guard looked at Gao Yang in confusion, tentatively saying 50 pounds. 500 kilograms. Gao Yang repeated, "Then help put on the weight plates." The guards were somewhat stunned. 500 kilograms. Is that even possible? But they didn't hesitate, helping Gao Yang load the weight plates. On each side of the barbell were 10 20-kilogram plates. Any more wouldn't fit. In total, it was 415 kilograms. Gao Yang gripped the barbell with both hands and pulled with all his might. In the next moment, as the guard's eyes widened, the barbell was lifted. The current world record for deadlifting is 500 kilograms. The catch is those records are held by individuals with massive builds and explosive muscles. Yet Gao Yang, with his small stature, actually lifted 400 kilograms. And he wasn't even out of breath, not even a hint of redness on his face. Gao Yang furrowed his brows. Was this so light? He set down the barbell and picked it up again with one hand. The 4 guards stared wide-eyed and gaping. How could this be possible? Was it a fake barbell? But they had just loaded the plates themselves. The current world record for one-handed deadlifts is just over 300 kilograms. Gao Yang lifted 400 kilograms with one hand. Had he directly surpassed the world record? Gao Yang, under the gaze of the 4, set down the barbell, frowning, feeling something was off. But this was the maximum weight that the current equipment could handle. He looked at the treadmill thinking it could test his speed. Moments later, the treadmill overloaded, sparks flying, and the internal motor burned out. Gao Yang stepped off the treadmill feeling helpless. The equipment was too inadequate to test his current limits. Looking at the 4 guards who were dumbfounded. What happens here? Don't mention it outside for now. Understood. Take this equipment back, it's of no use. The guards filed in removing the equipment. It was only at this moment that the 4 guards looked utterly bewildered, wondering who they were and where they were. What did I just see? Gao Yang returned to the laboratory and manufactured a batch of this agent. When he finished, the truck carrying high-calorie food from the cook arrived at the laboratory. Night had fallen, and Gao Yang instructed everyone unrelated in the lab to leave. He only kept the guards, 80 of them, standing uniformly in front of him. Gao Yang picked up a vial. I have developed a drug, a strengthening agent that can greatly enhance your speed and strength. Among the guards, 5 individuals' pupils contracted. They understood why Gao Yang was so powerful. He had taken an incredibly potent drug. Now they also had the chance to take the drug. This drug has not undergone any testing. I do not know if there are any side effects. Those willing to take it step forward. 80 people, without hesitation, stepped forward in unison. Gao Yang said no more, directly handing the drug to the front guard for distribution. The enhancement of his guard strength would elevate his safety assurance. After taking the agent, their combat power would be comparable to Captain America. 80 Captain Americas protecting him would provide immense security. Once all 80 had consumed it, they began devouring the recently procured high-calorie food. Soon all 80 had digested the effects of the medicine. Each of their eyes widened, clearly shocked beyond measure. They were genuinely astonished beyond words. A strengthening agent. This was absurd. Gao Yang said solemnly, quickly adapt to the surging power, do not cause random destruction. Yes, the group of guards began attempting to move. With a gentle punch, they could create gusts of wind. A full-powered punch was even more so, slicing through the air like a knife. This speed and power were somewhat terrifying. Suddenly, an authoritative voice announced, a guest has arrived. It's General Zhou. Gao Yang did not wish to expose himself, so early waving his hand, everyone returned to your positions. In the next moment, several guards shot out like arrows released from a bow, their speed undoubtedly faster than Olympic champions. But then, due to the inertia of their speed, they could not stop their steps, crashing into the wall like rolling gourds. Thud. The wall was heavily dented, and those who fell stood up, dusting off their clothes, and continued their duties. Gao Yang looked at this scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. This is what security means, with 80 Captain Americas protecting him. Who could harm him? As everyone returned to their positions, General Zhou arrived, spotting Gao Yang in front of the laboratory door. Have you eaten yet? Yes. Gao Yang smiled as well. He had a good relationship with General Zhou, and their interactions were quite casual. What brings you here in person? Let's go inside and talk, General Zhou said, leading Gao Yang into the laboratory. Gao Yang felt a bit curious. Did General Zhou have something important to discuss? Upon entering the laboratory, General Zhou stated, the White-Head Eagle has invited us to participate in a special operations competition. Gao Yang frowned. Is there something significant about this competition? Of course there are. The White-Head Eagle is currently facing severe internal conflicts, and externally they are struggling as well. Withdrawing troops coupled with the current stalemate in the war makes things difficult for them. During such tough times, they need to showcase their strength as a morale booster. However, they dare not engage in large-scale wars, so they devised this small-scale competition to flex their muscles. We must win. I want to see if you have any good strategies. Gao Yang pondered, are we not confident? Not confident at all. General Zhou shook his head without hesitation. It was true, there was no confidence. Everyone had self-assurance, and General Zhou was confident in their special operations team. But one must not be blindly self-assured. Their opponents were opening battlefronts everywhere, launching operations. The special operations team they faced had truly been tempered by the fires of war. The training in the Dragon Country was extensive, yet it still paled in comparison to those who had actually experienced war. It was the gap between veterans and recruits. Moreover, both sides comprised top-tier warriors who had long reached the limits of human training, constantly breaking their limits during exercises. They possessed unparalleled willpower. When the warriors on both sides were at similar levels, the outcome would not be certain. General Zhou took out his phone. We have obtained a classified training video of the White-Head Eagle. In the exercise, we witnessed the terrifying combat capabilities of a special operations unit. Gao Yang took the phone, and the screen displayed a building. The next moment, the footage rapidly descended, followed by the sound of gunfire. The entire process was not very clear, but it was still evident that there were soldiers rapidly descending from outside the wall, attacking targets within the windows. Every target was hit squarely in the center. Gao Yang was stunned and instinctively remarked, do they have auto-aim? General Zhou replied solemnly, we have such soldiers too. They possess absolute marksmanship and can achieve perfect accuracy, even without your automatic sniper rifle. The most impressive aspect here is not their shooting skills, but their proficiency and efficiency in executing complex operations like helicopter rappelling. In small-scale operations, this tactic is a dimensional strike. Gao Yang frowned as he continued watching the video. The video showed a soldier's perspective. As the soldier was about to land, he suddenly lunged forward into the building, then swiftly cleared the room, confirming it was safe before beginning a search. In the subsequent footage, Gao Yang experienced the same. Upon entering, the soldier immediately fired, essentially hitting the target the moment it was seen. Gao Yang was genuinely shocked. Was this the level of top-tier soldiers? General Zhou observed Gao Yang's expression. We have many such individuals among our soldiers as well. But that's about it, as this is the limit. The human reaction speed has its constraints, it cannot go any higher. So we lack confidence. Then what about the things I developed before? If I just take them out, do we still lack confidence? General Zhou shook his head. Those things are still classified. Taking them out would easily trigger the whitehead eagle's sensitive nerves. Gao Yang's expression turned serious. He certainly had confidence in being able to suppress the whitehead eagle soon, but not now. He needed to play it safe and not scare them into feeling that the dragon country was rising too quickly and would try to forcefully compete. After all, even if the weaponry was advanced, war still involves casualties. It is not robots that go to battle. Gao Yang instinctively looked up, pondering that robots might be a feasible idea. General Zhou's eyes lit up. Did you come up with something? No, Gao Yang shook his head. Although he thought of robots, the challenges in developing them required time. When does the competition start? Tomorrow. Gao Yang instinctively looked up. Why didn't you come earlier to tell me? I just received the invitation at the last minute. General Zhou paused. Actually, I haven't agreed, yet mainly because we lack confidence. Gao Yang understood. General Zhou was uncertain, which was why he came to find him. But what good would that do? If the advanced equipment couldn't be used, what else could he do? Suddenly, an idea struck Gao Yang. He looked at General Zhou and proposed, what if I go? General Zhou laughed. Did you see the video just now? Can you do that? I can. General Zhou became serious. Those who can achieve the reaction seen in the video are all soldiers who have reached the human limits, who every detail has been pushed to its extremes. They are the most exceptional individuals among the people of the Dragon Country. Gao Yang waved his hand. I mean, is there a possibility that I have already surpassed human limits? General Zhou instinctively wanted to laugh, but then felt something was off because it was Gao Yang who said this. Gao Yang, however, said no more and fetched a cannon barrel from outside the laboratory. It was a cannon barrel that had been damaged earlier but not taken away. Under General Zhou's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang placed the cannon barrel on the ground and then stomped on it fiercely. Boom! A loud bang shook the laboratory floor. Half of the cannon barrel had sunk into the ground, while the other half, although on the surface, had already collapsed. Gao Yang lowered his head and couldn't help but say, is this not completely flattened? Such high strength. General Zhou was dumbfounded, staring at Gao Yang and then at the cannon barrel on the ground. He remembered this cannon barrel. He had brought it and had Gao Yang cut it into rings. Now had Gao Yang just flattened this ring with a single stomp. This is a tank cannon barrel. Its strength is incredibly high. A person using a hammer would struggle to move it. Is this for real? But he had clearly felt the ground shake just moments ago. The next moment, another loud bang echoed. A guard rushed into the laboratory, still twisting the doorknob, which was attached to the door. The guard had run too fast, and with too much force attempting to twist open the lock, and ended up taking the entire door down. Boom! Another loud bang followed as a second guard charged in, but misjudged the distance, and crashed into the door frame. As the guard entered the laboratory, the door frame was still hanging from his shoulder. A third guard rushed over, crashing headlong into the cement surrounding the door frame. The part of the door frame that was hit formed a dent, and the entire wall became slightly deformed with bits of brick and cement showering down. What happened? The three nervous guards looked at Gao Yang, who was safe and sound, and let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he was okay. General Zhou's mouth was agape, large enough to fit 3 eggs, his eyes wide as saucers. Yet within those wide eyes there was nothing but confusion. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? What was going on? Gao Yang looked at the 3 guards, who appeared flustered, listening to the distant sounds of impacts coming from outside. It seemed they had already crashed into the wall during their rush and could not make it here. It was a bit awkward. This group had just taken the enhancement potion and was exerting themselves with full force, unable to control their precision at all. General Zhou's lips twitched, his body tense. Gao Yang, what is going on? He was genuinely confused. Gao Yang crushed the cannon's barrel underfoot, which shocked him immensely. Why did 3 people suddenly rush in like this? One person burst through the door, another squeezed through the door frame, and one crashed into the door frame. To say they were impressive would be an understatement. The terrifying force left General Zhou in utter shock. Yet the behavior of these individuals seemed as if their brains were malfunctioning. Gao Yang looked at the bewildered General Zhou. I was just about to say I developed an enhancement potion, and they just took it, so their speed, strength, and reaction time will all significantly increase. Right now this is happening because they just took the enhancement potion and haven't adapted yet. General Zhou's eyes widened. Enhancement potion. An enhancement potion can do this. Of course. General Zhou remained silent. This was no ordinary enhancement potion, it was more like a divine elixir, or at the very least a legendary 9 transformation great recovery pill. After consumption, one could directly become a martial arts master. General Zhou slowly regained his composure. You mean to give such enhancement potions to special forces? Gao Yang first turned to the 3 guards, informed them not to come over, gather outside first. Yes. The guards left and Gao Yang looked at General Zhou. I have this idea, but am unsure if it's feasible. Isn't it too powerful? General Zhou shook his head. Powerful is irrelevant. The more powerful, the better. The question is, will they encounter the same issues? Inability to control their strength. In about 1 or 2 hours, they will fully adapt, and in another 3 to 5 hours, they'll be basically no different from ordinary people. General Zhou then asked the final question. Is there any medicine? Gao Yang turned and pressed the switch on the production machine. Pills began to be ejected continuously from inside. 1 pill can maintain a person's peak condition for about 2 months. If they stop taking the medicine, they will gradually revert. No side effects. General Zhou looked at the endless stream of pills somewhat shocked. This machine could produce enough enhancement potion in a minute to enhance an entire brigade. Gao Yang was confident there were no side effects. If there were any, it would be due to excessive consumption, as becoming stronger would lead to significant energy expenditure, which was unavoidable. Theoretically, there are no side effects. Even if there's a gradual decline from not continuing to take the medicine, the process is very slow and gentle, akin to a person training to build muscle and gradually deteriorating from lack of exercise. General Zhou no longer had any concerns and directly made a phone call, agree to the competition invitation from the White Eagle side. Additionally, have the participating team come to Gao Yang's laboratory as quickly as possible, the fastest. Yes. After hanging up the phone, General Zhou completely relaxed and even felt a bit excited. With this kind of speed and strength that could crash through walls, any competition would be a massacre. General Zhou smiled and said, initially I didn't agree because I was considering that they might use drugs. Gao Yang was stunned, finding it hard to believe, in such competitions, they actually use drugs. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang's reaction. It seems the White Eagle's publicity efforts have been too effective. The youth are unaware of the lengths they will go to. The countries that were most frequently caught using performance-enhancing drugs in the Olympics were the White Eagle and others, and even everyone was on drugs. Their research focus is on how to bypass testing. In recent years, detection methods have advanced by leaps and bounds, and the range of tests has increased, all forced by the countless drugs from the White Eagle and others. This drill is crucial. If they don't use drugs, that would be surprising. General Zhou's gaze fell on the cannon, and he approached to pry it from the ground, gently dusting off the top. Did you also take the enhancement potion? How does it feel? Gao Yang directly handed a pill to General Zhou. Superb, would you like to give it a try? General Zhou was also tempted to take it. Who wouldn't want such a drug? The pursuit of strength is ingrained in human nature, a survival instinct. But General Zhou shook his head. I want to take it. I'm not a combat personnel. Gao Yang was somewhat shocked, looking at General Zhou in disbelief. Is this something a person can refuse? This willpower is a bit too abnormal, isn't it? Gao Yang didn't press further and led General Zhou outside. As they walked down the corridor, General Zhou saw someone crash into the wall, leaving a dent. More than just the 3 guards had arrived, but only those 3 guards made it safely into the laboratory. The others had all crashed into the walls along the way. General Zhou's lips twitched. This laboratory needs a renovation. Gao Yang shook his head. That's unnecessary. We can build a larger laboratory beside it later. This one is becoming insufficient. As they reached the outside of the laboratory, 80 people stood in the open space. They stood in perfect formation, each person's eyes bright and full of spirit. Gao Yang said, quickly familiarize yourselves with the sudden increase in speed and strength, and try different methods to summarize the quickest adaptation process. These individuals could accumulate experience for the upcoming special forces. Yes. In the dead of night, a group of people outside the laboratory used strange methods to adapt to their newfound strength. Some even brought eggs from the kitchen and mimicked classic scenes from Stephen Chow's movies, using their feet to crack the eggs. The results were surprisingly impressive. An hour later, the special forces arrived at the laboratory. A total of 20 individuals stood with expressionless faces, exuding determination. Standing on the ground, they resembled 20 wooden stakes. These were the pinnacle of Dragon Country's special forces, the elite among the elite. Not only were they immensely resilient, but they were also highly skilled in every direction. True martial kings. They may have been mere soldiers, but the aura they radiated was akin to that of generals. They exuded an overwhelming sense of confidence and invincibility. General Zhou saluted the 20 individuals and distributed the pills. This is the enhancement potion. After consumption, your speed, strength, and responsiveness will see significant boosts. Take it. The 20 did not hesitate for a moment, swallowing the pills and quickly consuming the pre-purchased food driven by hunger. A massive amount of high-energy food was consumed. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised at how much these individuals were eating. It seemed that each person's physique varied, and the enhancement from the potion was also different. The stronger the physique, the greater the enhancement. After finishing their food, all 20 individuals were shocked. They all felt their enhancements. Someone attempted to punch the ground. A hole was created in the ground with their fist, and even arms sinking deep into the earth. This was akin to being superhuman. General Zhou looked at the astonished faces of the 20. Do you have absolute confidence in victory? Absolutely. the 20 shouted in unison. This shout of absolute victory resonated like a lion's roar in a Buddhist temple. The sound waves felt tangible in the air, echoing far and wide. In the middle of the night, students in the neighboring school's dormitory who were not asleep were jolted awake by the commotion, while those sleeping also stirred. What the hell is that noise? Scared the life out of me. General Zhou also felt a buzzing in his ears as if he had just received 2 sharp slaps. These warriors had their entire bodies enhanced, including their lungs and vocal cords. Such a roar on the battlefield would surely leave the enemy in a state of shock. A group of warriors was equally stunned. The sound seemed overwhelmingly terrifying. Next, everyone adapted to their newfound speed and strength, enhancing their control. With experience, it took only half an hour for these 20 Special Forces soldiers to return to normal. They began to attempt precise movements. 2 hours later, all 20 Special Forces soldiers had become familiar with their suddenly increased strength. Not only could they perform fine operations, but they could even execute them better than before. They tried assembling firearms which could directly double their already extraordinary speed. While speed and strength could not be tested here, being able to easily twist rebar into a helix was already absurd. At this level, how could they possibly lose? In the early hours, the 20 Special Forces soldiers left heading straight for the Bald Eagle. They were unaware of the upcoming competition details, but they were already confident of victory. If they didn't win, they would swim back across the ocean. Gao Yang wanted to go as well, but was stopped by General Zhou. If Gao Yang went, the Bald Eagle would never let him leave again. Even if a nuclear bomb were ignited in their own territory, they would not allow him to survive. Without Gao Yang, the Bald Eagle still had a chance to turn the tide. As long as Gao Yang was alive, there was no future for the Bald Eagle. But Gao Yang was too important for the Dragon Nation, which would pay any price to ensure his return. When the two major powers clashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Yang understood the stakes. He didn't insist on going, but he would eventually go one day. When the Bald Eagle finally surrendered, and when the Dragon Nation revived, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world, that day was surely not far off. Without him, it wouldn't be far, but with him, it was like turning on a booster. Returning to his room and lying down, he couldn't sleep. He was a bit too excited. After taking the enhancement potion, his body was enhanced in every aspect, including his spirit. In the past, he needed to sleep every day, but now it seemed unnecessary. Since he couldn't sleep, Gao Yang didn't force himself. He got up to read and accumulate energy. While reading, Gao Yang could clearly feel that his reading speed had increased. It was approximately a third faster, meaning that now he could fully immerse himself in reading, and in just a week, he could recharge the system once. Reading into the morning, Gao Yang received a call from General Zhou. Get online. The Bald Eagle seems to have a strong confidence in winning. They are going to live stream this Special Forces competition across the internet. While speaking, General Zhou was a bit excited. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Gao Yang was also surprised. He wanted to go watch, but he couldn't go, so being able to watch the live stream was still good. He went directly to the monitoring room. There the screens were numerous and large. Sitting in the spacious chair of the monitoring room, Gao Yang said directly, "Invincible, connect to the Bald Eagle's live stream." The next moment, on the screen facing Gao Yang, a female host appeared conducting a live television broadcast. The blonde, blue-eyed host spoke fluent Dragon Nation language, introducing the special competition. She was wildly praising this special competition, saying it was a peak match between two great nations. It was of great significance. Winning would make for better publicity. The guard following Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "The Dragon Nation is really getting stronger. The Bald Eagle's news broadcast is actually speaking the Dragon Nation language." Invincible couldn't hold back. "This is my real-time translation." Gao Yang smiled, turning to the guard. "Tell the brothers when the live stream officially starts, let them all come in and watch. And by the way, explain some professional parts that I don't quite understand." Okay. The guard went out to call people. Invincible continued to hack, and more footage appeared on the screen. All were cameras prepared in advance by the Bald Eagle for this live stream. There were even drones flying in the air. The preparations were thorough. The Bald Eagle must have put in a great deal of effort for this event. Unfortunately, with Gao Yang's presence, no matter how well the Bald Eagle promoted it, or how well they publicized this competition, it could only serve to build momentum for the Dragon Nation. The Bald Eagle was somewhat pitiful. The number of people watching the live stream was increasing. People in the Dragon Nation were also sharing the stream, quickly notifying their brothers to watch together. The Dragon Nation's Special Forces team competing against the Bald Eagle's Special Forces team. That was definitely worth watching. Many brothers directly connected to a VPN, but just as they did, the Dragon Nation officially started the live stream. It was broadcast live on the military channel and the comprehensive channel #1, while also being streamed across the entire internet. Since the Bald Eagle had promoted it, they certainly had to ride the wave. In no time, the number of viewers from the Dragon Nation reached 30 million, and this number was still increasing. Regardless of what people were doing, as long as they got the news, they immediately set aside their tasks to watch. This competition was of great significance. At a time when the little crow and the bear were making a fuss, the Dragon Nation and the Bald Eagle faced off. A single thread could unravel the whole fabric. Moreover, it was special operations. Usually everyone could only watch special operations on television, but real practical special operations were rarely seen. Now that they could see how awesome the special forces were naturally, they were looking forward to it. High-level officials from overseas were also paying attention, while the public abroad rushed to Twitter to check the news and then watch the live stream. The number of people watching the live stream, both domestically and internationally, surged rapidly within a short time. The total audience reached 200 million. It may sound like a lot, but this number had already created history. Moreover, this number was still increasing. The official live broadcast was during the daytime for the Bald Eagle, which was nighttime for the Dragon Nation. By evening, Gao Yang summarized the viewer count reaching 290 million. The number of viewers from the Dragon Nation reached 55 million. Almost everyone was holding their phones to watch. Even many who weren't watching the live stream were tuning in. At this moment, the live broadcast officially began. In the Bald Eagle's live stream, Special Forces soldiers appeared. A total of 40 fully armed Special Forces soldiers stood in two teams. On one side stood the tall and muscular Bald Eagle soldiers, while on the other were the Dragon Nation soldiers. At first glance, there was a noticeable difference. The soldiers from the Bald Eagle were much more exaggerated in height and muscle dimension. The Dragon Nation soldiers, even the top Special Forces, looked rather ordinary in size. Although they did have muscles, they were not exaggerated and fit snugly against their bodies. As the camera panned across, the live chat exploded. Wow, all new weapons military enthusiasts are ecstatic. Oh no, I feel a bit anxious. Those guys are so tall and strong. How can we compete? With such a clear contrast in comparison, it's obvious we might not win. Haha, Special Forces competitions aren't about brawn. Oh, while size does have an effect, it's mainly about hitting the target, which is just a matter of a single bullet. We might even be more agile. The vast majority of people do not hold high hopes for the Special Forces team from the Dragon Nation. Even among their own people, there is skepticism, especially given the noticeable difference in physique between the two teams. Although combat is not merely about physical strength, the disparity in size translates into a significant advantage in actual combat. The first issue is the burden of a heavy march. Larger physiques can carry greater weights. With equal loads, marching becomes significantly easier. The same goes for weapons. Those with more robust builds can handle heavy machine guns and similar weapons with greater ease. This is evident to anyone who isn't a fool. Yet, even in the face of these differences, the Dragon Nation's warriors have managed to level the playing field in actual combat. At the very least, they have achieved commendable results in multiple past competitions. In fact, during previous battles, the Dragon Nation's army had once pressed the Bald Eagle's forces into the ground. The instructor stepping onto the field addressed both teams of soldiers. The first event of the competition is a 10-kilometer weighted run. The first to finish scores a point. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast were astonished. They thought this competition was merely a drill, but it turns out there are multiple events. How long does it take to run 10 kilometers with a load? Each person's gear weighs no more than 30 kilograms with additional backpacks added. In total, they must carry 30 kilograms. Many viewers were left in shock. Even running 10 kilometers without weight is a challenge for most, let alone with weight, where even 1 kilometer leaves them gasping for breath. The instructor waited until everyone was equipped before explaining the detailed rules. The track is to run 2 laps along the coastline. Return to the starting point, then cross over to the other side of the island. A total of 40 participants, from the 1st to the 20th to arrive, each scores a point. Those arriving later will score no points. Once everyone has finished, we will immediately start the second event. Are you ready? The 40 participants responded in unison, ready. The live chat exploded, running with 30 kilograms. Isn't this just bullying? This already exceeds the standard weight for our soldiers. The normal weight of 20 kilograms is calculated based on body proportions. Even if 30 kilograms is used for training, it is mainly for walking. If they really have to run, it's easy to get injured. With sheer willpower, humans cannot withstand it. The Bald Eagle soldiers are larger and have higher weight standards. Damn it, why not say 50 kilograms? Just crush them already. Did you not hear? After the running event, we will directly start the second event. Our soldiers lagging behind, not scoring is one thing, but to immediately start the next event after running. Those in front get to rest. In the comments, a rational voice emerged. I see no problem. The battlefield requires adapting to various situations. A maximum weight of 30 kilograms is no issue. Exactly, the Bald Eagle soldiers have a size advantage. They shouldn't be restricted. The soldiers themselves said they were ready with no objections. What are you all complaining about? It's quite embarrassing. As the starting gun fired, all 40 participants sprang into action. With 30 kilograms of weight, they could only jog. Any increase in pace would consume energy comparable to a sprint. But at the sound of the starting gun, the Dragon Nation's special forces began to sprint. The Bald Eagle's commentators were also prepared at the commentary booth, which had 3 individuals, 2 from the Bald Eagle and 1 military commentator accompanying the Dragon Nation. The 2 Bald Eagle commentators were dumbfounded as they watched the Dragon Nation's special forces starting speed. 30 kilograms of weight, and they dare to run this fast. Instinctively, one turned to the commentator beside him. Don't your Dragon Nation warriors understand how to march with weight? At this sprinting speed, even without any weight, they wouldn't last long. They will surely tire out later. The Dragon Nation's military commentator was experienced, often participating in various programs. He knew a lot, but at that moment he was at a loss. Running with weight, then immediately sprinting. Was this a joke? But in an instant he said, this is the tactic of our Dragon Nation warriors. Tactic? Can you elaborate a bit more? The commentator didn't know much to say in detail, so he chose to speculate. I don't know the specifics, but it might be a psychological tactic. Since the island is far away, if our soldiers can run a little further, they can make it, so those behind can't see them. If they can't see, their mindset will be affected. The two commentators understood and were somewhat shocked. Can it really be played this way? The viewers in the live chat were equally amazed. The overseas audience was left in awe. No wonder the Dragon Nation's infantry has been undefeated in the past. Even when clearly at a disadvantage, they still manage to think of a tactic, and it actually works. I hope our bald eagle soldiers don't get affected and can find their own rhythm to secure victory. The audience from the Dragon Nation felt the same way. Listening to the commentary, they were equally impressed. 20 people running a race, and they even made use of military strategy. Although using tactics feels a bit lacking, as long as they can win, everything else is negotiable. I hope they win. It would be best if they arrive early and can rest a bit before the second event. Even if they use tactics, the difficulty is still high. After all, hard power is what counts. Most people still did not hold high hopes for the Dragon Nation's special forces. If it were a direct drill, the Dragon Nation soldiers would have a chance to win, but in this competitive format, they are at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the military bigwigs from the Dragon Nation, who know the inside story, were watching the live broadcast, eager to laugh. This commentator is quite talented. He even brought out military strategy. Quite impressive. Gao Yang was also laughing, but he wanted to see what else this commentator could say. In the live broadcast, an aerial view appeared showing that the Dragon Nation special forces had already run over 200 meters, surpassing the line of sight of the Bald Eagle soldiers. The Bald Eagle special forces also began to accelerate. They were genuinely panicking. The commentator at the Bald Eagle's booth was somewhat astonished. They are really affected. Suddenly speeding up will definitely impact their overall pace. The Dragon Nation's commentator nodded. He probably guessed right. This is definitely a psychological tactic. However, another commentator hesitated, but the Dragon Nation soldiers have already run out of the Bald Eagle Special Forces sight. Why aren't they slowing down? Looking at the Dragon Nation's Special Forces, who had already run 300 meters, the Dragon Nation's commentator thought for a moment and said consolidate their gains, run a bit longer to prevent the Bald Eagle soldiers from speeding up and seeing them in front, which would make them feel secure. They should keep pulling ahead. The commentator added, I'm just speculating. After all, I'm not on site. I'm just informing everyone that such a tactic exists. The Bald Eagle's commentator shifted focus, not wanting to keep the spotlight on the Dragon Nation Special Forces. The director switched the camera to the Bald Eagle soldiers, who were still shouting commands as they slowly moved forward. Although they were faster than before, the rhythm remained steady. However, this was quite dull. Who finds a steady run exciting? Regardless of whether at home or abroad, countless viewers were spamming the chat to see the Dragon Nation's Special Forces. When the camera switched back to the Dragon Nation's Special Forces, they had already sprinted 500 meters. Sprinting 500 meters with 30 kilograms of weight was already outrageous. Even more outrageous was the rocky hills unique to the island ahead. To pass, they would need to climb over the rocks. The hellish difficulty of the weighted cross-country project is all about climbing upwards. After having already consumed a significant amount of energy in the sprint, lifting their legs felt like torture, and now they had to climb. How would they manage that? The Bald Eagle's director understood this well and switched to a shot from the highest point of the cliff, capturing the moment of imminent embarrassment with a close-up. The commentator from Longwo was a bit flustered. If they couldn't climb up after such a vigorous sprint, it would be quite the embarrassment. The problem is it's really hard to climb here. Having just finished a run, even climbing stairs felt strenuous. This 6-meter-high vertical hill, although it had many cracks to grip, was still too high. Even without the sprint, just with a 30-kilogram weight, it would be difficult to climb up. Just now this group had sprinted 500 meters while carrying the weight. The commentator's fists were already clenched, tense, extremely tense. The commentator from the Whitehead Eagle turned around. They've already sprinted quite a distance, and with the added weight, this small hill is definitely a significant challenge for the special forces of Longwa. Do you think the soldiers from Longwa can make it up? The Longwa commentator nodded vigorously, almost gritting his teeth. Absolutely they can. In the next moment, the soldiers from Longwa charged to the rocky hill, then leaped straight up, quickly surpassing the camera position and continuing forward. They truly leaped just like a skyrocket, directly soaring 5 to 6 meters high. Simply monstrous. After the first row of 4 people jumped, the second row of 4 continued to leap. They kept jumping until all 5 rows of soldiers reached the top of the hill and continued to run forward. The live stream was eerily silent, with hardly anyone sending comments. The director's camera didn't switch either, focusing on the empty space for a full 10 seconds. Then the live stream erupted in chaos. Originally meant to capture the struggles of Longwa's special forces, it instead showcased a glorious moment for Longwa. 20 people, after sprinting 500 meters with a 30-kilogram load, jumped directly to a height of 6 meters. How is that even possible? They were truly running like the wind, but this surpassed the understanding of normal people. Is this still human? In the live stream, the commentator was a bit dumbfounded. Did your soldiers from Longwa take drugs? The Longwa commentator was equally dazed. Coming back to his senses after hearing the question, he slammed his hand on the table. What kind of miraculous elixir are you talking about? Come on, keep charging. In the live stream, the comments surged. Countless people from Longwa were extremely excited. Those who had previously scaled walls could now directly comment on the overseas stream. This is so satisfying, too satisfying. I'm a fan now, I'll watch whatever this commentator covers in the future. What kind of drugs could make them this strong? Are we turning them into superheroes? Keep charging, Longwa is invincible. Countless individuals from Longwa were super energized. The comments from Longwa's live stream were also refreshing wildly, but aside from excitement, there was concern. I've learned what steel willpower is. This is steel willpower. They probably are already exhausted, but their willpower is pushing them to perform these outrageous feats. If they keep charging like this, they'll likely collapse. Even willpower can't hold up forever. However, with such an impressive display, even a loss wouldn't be a shame. The two commentators from the Whitehead Eagle looked at the excited Longwa commentator and didn't rush to speak. Anyone not foolish could tell that Longwa's soldiers had reached their limits. Once the Longwa commentator sat down, the two Whitehead Eagle commentators said, "That's not what we meant, we were just expressing our shock." The Longwa commentator silently scoffed, throwing dirt first. If there's no response, it's an acknowledgement, and if there's a strong reaction, they could just apologize. These people truly have no shame. But he didn't delve deeper. The commentary had to continue, and it couldn't become too tense. I was just excited to see Longwa's soldiers perform well. The soldiers from Longwa are still sprinting. How long do you think they can keep this up? At this point, they had already sprinted about 700 meters. With 30 kilograms of weight, they sprinted 700 meters. This was almost impossible, yet the soldiers from Longwa did it. The Longwa commentator shook his head. He truly didn't know, and he didn't want to fabricate. I don't know, but I look forward to the results. Oh, every extra step they take now is a new record. Longwa excels at creating the impossible, and these soldiers have created countless miracles, both past, present, and future. The camera almost entirely focused on the soldiers from Longwa. In the midst of their sprinting, the formation hadn't broken. Moreover, they had already sprinted 1,000 meters. The live stream was quite quiet. The viewership had reached 300 million, but the comments were few, most expressing astonishment. Sprinting 1,000 meters, normally no one can achieve this. They ran 1,000 meters at a sprinting speed. Their willpower was superhuman, and their physique was superhuman. The director's camera didn't even capture the soldiers from the Whitehead Eagle as they were still jogging. A laborious jog. The comparison was too stark. Sprinting 2,000 meters, voices of doubt emerged in the live stream, questioning the weight carried by the soldiers from Longwa. As they sprinted to 3,000 meters, the doubt only increased. When they reached 4,000 meters and returned to the starting point, the instructor stopped the Longwa Special Forces in front of all the viewers in the live stream to weigh the load. Weapons and equipment included. The weight was 30 kilograms, no less. Throughout this process, the instructor felt it was outrageous. Damn, they sprinted 4 kilometers with a load, and these people showed hardly any sweat on their faces. Are these really superhumans participating in the competition? The viewers in the live stream noticed as well, but it was still just absurd. After all, sprinting 4 kilometers with a 30-kilogram load is truly ridiculous. The second round of sprinting continued. Having run only about 800 meters, the Special Forces from Longwa saw the Whitehead Eagle soldiers. They were still shouting slogans, jogging forward. In this shot, the soldiers from Longwa were still sprinting. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the Whitehead Eagle, looking at the Longwa Special Forces that had lapped them, gradually fell into a daze, their expressions blank. Then someone stepped on the shoe of the person in front, causing the one in front to fall, and the people behind fell down in droves. With the added weight, plus having just struggled over the hill, it was now difficult to even rise. In one shot, one team was sprinting while the other team was on the ground struggling to get up. The sprinting Special Forces had already covered nearly 5 kilometers, while the fallen team had barely run 800 meters. In contrast, there are just 2 words: ugly. In the live stream, many viewers had shifted from praising the prowess of Longwa's soldiers to criticizing the Whitehead Eagle soldiers as worthless. Longwa has trolls, and overseas there are plenty too with equally excellent combat power. Why send such a group of useless people to represent the Whitehead Eagle? Still calling yourselves the Scalpel Special Team. Shouldn't you first take a cut for yourselves? This is enough to break my defenses. Hey, the promotion said it would be a competition between 2 top forces. Can the Whitehead Eagle still be considered a dominant force? Has Longwa already risen? I remember reading in a book that Longwa is a sleeping dragon. When the dragon opens its eyes, it will surely soar, and its rise will be unstoppable. Gao Yang was also watching the live stream, enjoying it thoroughly, even feeling extremely pleased. After all, his achievements were all due to him. Just as he was watching, his phone rang. It was a call from General Zhou. Gao Yang, the Whitehead Eagle side, wants to check for drug use. Gao Yang could understand after all this absolutely exceeded the limits, but the Whitehead Eagle would definitely find nothing, because all the changes brought by enhancement agents were actually achievable through human advancement. Even if there were remnants of the agents, they had all been metabolized by yesterday. They can check, but why should we let them? Before General Zhou could respond, an indomitable voice rang out. They can check together, perhaps there will be surprises. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Did the Whitehead Eagle's warriors take drugs? The voice of Invincible resounded. There's a 99% probability they did. They have been training here for a month. Based on the training results I've collected and the video materials analyzed from the base, they performed exceptionally today. Gao Yang looked at the screen. Running this slowly is exceptional. On the phone, General Zhou was speechless. Carrying 30 kilograms, an ordinary person would be very tired after walking 100 meters. They ran 1 kilometer and just scaled a 6-meter high vertical rock mountain. Invincible continued. Additionally, there is a box of newly developed potions that was sent from a laboratory to the island. That box contains 40 vials of the potion. The reason for the 1% uncertainty is that we haven't seen them take it, but based on their performance and past deeds, the 99% probability of use cannot be denied. On the other end of the line, General Zhou inhaled sharply. Invincible is impressive. Invincible smiled. However, this time we are unlikely to find anything. Based on experience, their new potions typically evade previous detection methods. But we can use this opportunity to retrieve samples, come back, and conduct experiments to find detection methods, and then use these methods at the next sports meet. General Zhou wanted to applaud, thinking to himself that the most venomous of women have a point. The voice of this artificial intelligence, chosen to be female, is indeed excellent. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at the camera, relieved that Invincible was absolutely loyal to him. General Zhou hung up the phone and went to communicate with the exercise venue. Gao Yang also smiled, thinking that if they couldn't win, they could at least investigate, which was somewhat shameless. However, in front of him, such tactics were useless. Even if these people dissected the warriors from the Dragon Kingdom, they would not find anything. After the call, the warriors from the Dragon Kingdom had already completed their second lap. In the live stream, the comments had shifted from shock to disbelief, even absurdity. This is no longer a miracle, it's a legend. 30 kilograms of weight sprinting for 8 kilometers. Moreover, in complex terrain, moving swiftly. This is too fake. Let's look at the Whitehead Eagles warriors. They haven't even run 2 kilometers yet. Their mindset is frayed, and their current speed is slower than during the pre-drug tests. Some are even struggling to breathe, moving forward with great difficulty. The Dragon Kingdom's warriors did not pause and charged towards the other side of the island. This segment is a forest map with snakes and other animals, but for the Dragon Kingdom's warriors there are no distractions, they just charge forward. 10 kilometers of weighted running completed in 20 minutes, averaging 120 seconds per kilometer. This speed must have broken numerous world records. 20 warriors reached the finish breathing heavily, then underwent blood tests and other examinations to confirm whether they had taken any banned substances. The entire process was monitored, and there were people following all along. This was a requirement from the Dragon Kingdom. The Whitehead Eagles were also quite distressed. Even if they found nothing, what would that mean? They were also afraid that the Dragon Kingdom genuinely had such drugs. If not, it meant that the number of such warriors was extremely rare. If they did have them, it would mean the Dragon Kingdom could mass-produce such warriors. If fighting truly broke out, the Whitehead Eagles would only tremble in fear. The long-range strike capability of such a group is simply absurd. Running 10 kilometers while slightly out of breath essentially indicates the potential for a 20 to 30, even 50-kilometer striking capability. A 50-kilometer sprint could be done in under 2 hours, rendering them almost invincible on the battlefield. Because they can easily create scenarios of many against few, ambush and maneuver. Mobile troops cannot compare. After all, mobile troops have to take detours, while this group can traverse mountains and hills as if on flat ground. At this moment, checking for drug use is also difficult for the Whitehead Eagles. If tests reveal no drugs, it would be a tough situation for them, as they would lose face. If tests reveal drug use, they would save face, but it would be even more distressing internally. Of course, they would actually feel even worse, because they couldn't detect any drugs, yet the drugs truly existed. At the commentary booth, the commentator from the Whitehead Eagles said, "This is a preparation for sample testing to check for drug use." Looking at the commentator from the Dragon Kingdom, he asked, "Do you think they have taken drugs?" The Dragon Kingdom commentator directly shook his head. "What kind of drug is this powerful? As long as the side effects aren't too severe, it would surely appear on the battlefield. If it's not drugs, then what could it be?" The Dragon Kingdom commentator pondered for a moment, watching the figure in a white coat, shaking his head, realizing that the preliminary screening likely yielded no results, and he let out a sigh of relief. "I can only think of one possibility, that is Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu." The comments exploded. Overseas viewers had an obsession with the idea that people from the Dragon Kingdom could practice Kung Fu. No matter how the Dragon Kingdom individuals clarified, they would only think it was an exception. Someone must be capable. At this moment, they exploded. Lightness skill. It must be lightness skill. The special forces of the Dragon Kingdom can perform lightness skill. Moving swiftly, lightness skill on water, and that one going up the mountain, lizard climbing walls. I said, how could Dragon Kingdom warriors be so amazing? They are all martial arts masters. They all know Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu. I want to go learn martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Any recommendations? Do you have to enlist to learn? Can I go serve in the Dragon Kingdom? Do you still want to serve in the Dragon Kingdom? Do you know how strict the review process is? Healthy body, suitable age, passing the political review, etc. I wanted to go back then, but because my eyesight was too poor, I couldn't make it. While overseas viewers believed firmly, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were instead skeptical. Do we really have martial arts masters? Can they really perform Kung Fu? If it really exists, then Old Ma, what about Fong or Master Lei? Would they still be beaten up? It seems true. I heard that former special forces from the Dragon Kingdom could practice hard Qigong. I am in the army, but can't learn anything. Is it possible only top-tier warriors can learn it? It must be true. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, punching the nursing home in Nanshan, kicking the kindergarten in Beihai. Amidst a flood of comments, martial arts became associated with this group of special forces. This was inconsequential for the Dragon Kingdom. Kung Fu is a good thing and can slightly shield Gao Yang. However, the Whitehead Eagles were left confused. If no drugs were detected, could it really be Kung Fu? The first competition was originally favorable for the Whitehead Eagles, but the Dragon Kingdom scored a straightforward 20 points. What to do now? Continuing to compete like this, the chances of winning were bleak. But they couldn't stop. There were so many people watching globally. After resting for half an hour, the warriors from the Dragon Kingdom finally saw the arrival of the Whitehead Eagles warriors, drenched as if they had just been pulled from the water. Then the Whitehead Eagles personnel arrived in succession and began to rest. Only one Whitehead Eagles warrior was leisurely strolling in the back. The walking speed was incredibly slow, just so that the Whitehead Eagles warriors could get ample rest. Regardless of not scoring, they didn't need to worry about how long it took. A bit shameless, but very much in line with the temperament of the Whitehead Eagles. The operations of the Whitehead Eagle were fiercely criticized in the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom. However, in the live broadcast from the Whitehead Eagle, they did not mention that their operations were problematic. Even the commentators on the stage changed the topic, praising the impressive skills of the Dragon Kingdom. The commentator from the Dragon Kingdom laughed. Was the last special soldier from the Whitehead Eagle suffering from a leg injury? Even a baby crawling would be faster than this. The two representatives from the Whitehead Eagle had somewhat unpleasant expressions. He must have had a cramp and couldn't run. The commentator from the Dragon Kingdom chuckled. Then let's just consider it a cramp. I remember during the Dragon Kingdom's midterm examinations there were students who cramped, yet they still managed to jog. This reflects a spirit of resilience. A child of about 13 or 14 should not perform like this. In the live room of the Whitehead Eagle, the chat exploded and insults were hurled at the commentators. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom, hearing their commentators' words, burst into laughter, and the barrage of comments surged. This commentator is incredible, going all out. Commentator, keep up the pressure. From now on I will watch any commentary you do. This is truly satisfying. The Whitehead Eagle's special forces are slower than a crawling baby, worse than a middle schooler. Can someone remove that middleman? Gao Yang could also see the barrage and the starkly different reactions from the audiences of the Dragon Kingdom and overseas. He recalled someone once saying that the people of the Dragon Kingdom lacked competitive spirit, that they did not applaud or encourage others after a win. However, later videos proved that we do have a competitive spirit. During a gaming competition, when another team defeated our hero, there was applause and encouragement on site. After winning, there were cheers as well. In contrast, after winning the championship overseas, the scene was eerily silent without applause or cheers. Which country lacks a competitive spirit is evident. On the contrary, the Dragon Kingdom not only possesses a competitive spirit, but is also strict with itself and kind towards others. This is quite unfortunate. They began to leave, yet the majority of the overseas barrage was criticizing the commentary of the Dragon Kingdom. The commentary was so good, why the insults? Why not criticize their own shameless behavior? In other words, if the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were unable to lose gracefully and exhibited such behavior, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would equally criticize their own. Watching the massive barrage, Gao Yang had an idea. Why can the Whitehead Eagle hire water armies to create anxiety on the Dragon Kingdom's network, but the Dragon Kingdom cannot go to the Whitehead Eagle to create public opinion? Water army. Gao Yang took action. Being the Navy Invincible, go overseas to post comments, flood their screens, let their public resist the shameless actions of the Whitehead Eagle's military. Understood. The next moment, the overseas barrage changed instantly. From insulting the commentary, it shifted to criticizing the warriors of the Whitehead Eagle. Shameless Whitehead Eagle warriors using such despicable methods. Even if you win, it's no different from losing. If you are so shameless and still lose, just jump into the sea beside you so as not to waste food. I truly cannot stand it. This is the best special forces of the Whitehead Eagle. I could do it too. Is this a heavy load endurance test? Are you just strolling? Look at your dark skin. Those who know would think you are in an endurance test, while those who don't would think you are looking for targets in a 0 yuan purchase. What, you have a celebrity to choose from nearby? Where's the camera? Bring the camera over, or do you dare to let the whole world see? Let the whole world see how slowly he walks. Invincible is still impressive with a wealth of knowledge online. When it comes to insults, she can approach it from countless angles, delivering the utmost sarcasm. The overwhelming barrage made many citizens of the Whitehead Eagle shy away from supporting their shameless actions in the comments, fearing a backlash. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, the attitude of the citizens of the Whitehead Eagle began to change. Looking at the Whitehead Eagle warriors on the screen, they started to doubt whether they had raised a group of useless people over the years. This is the role of the water army. 3 people can create a tiger. After half an hour of dawdling, the last warrior of the Whitehead Eagle returned to the team. The second competition project began. Shooting skills. Shooting skills are very important for warriors. Especially for special forces, executing special tasks demands swift and decisive completion. For instance, during a decapitation mission, if you spend a long time and can't hit anyone, it becomes quite awkward. The shooting competition is also quite simple. Shoot moving targets, with each person having 30 rounds of ammunition, and complete the shooting within a limited time. The top 20 scores will earn points. In the woods of the island, there are movable targets and a path that has been cleared. At the end of the path, there are a total of 15 targets. The targets may be hidden or moving. Hitting the target counts for scoring. If it were a proper shooting competition, the enhancement of elixirs would have no effect. However, in a shooting competition simulating a battlefield environment, those in the Dragon Kingdom, who knew the details, all laughed. Wasn't this just serving up food? At the command, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom rushed ahead. The first to rush to the entrance immediately opened fire, maximizing the firing rate of the automatic rifle to its limits. In an instant, he fired 8 shots, destroying 4 targets. The reason he only fired 8 shots was that only 4 targets popped up. Simultaneously, his body had already dashed 20 meters. More targets popped up or began to move, but before the targets could fully rise, 2 holes had already appeared on them. The maximum firing speed was fully unleashed. 12 seconds later, the warrior of the Dragon Kingdom reached the path's camera with not a single bullet left in his gun, and every one of the 15 targets had 2 bullet holes. The person counting on site from the Whitehead Eagle was stunned. How could this be possible? The length of the path is 100 meters winding, and he was shooting while running, yet he only took 12 seconds. How could he ensure accuracy while shooting during the run? Is this a Special Forces soldier? Is this guy Superman? The Special Forces of the Whitehead Eagle looked at this scene, their expressions somewhat bewildered. The enemy is too impressive. How is there any chance of winning? Let alone winning if they don't even shoot. Being able to run the entire distance in 12 seconds is already impressive, okay? Originally, it was a trap set for the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, thinking that after struggling through they wouldn't even be able to run, yet the Dragon Kingdom warriors took off from the spot. How can this be compared? At the commentary booth, the 2 commentators from the Whitehead Eagle opened their mouths. Such speed, such efficiency, how impressive. The commentator from the Dragon Kingdom slammed the table again. Is this just impressive? Go find someone in the world who can do this. If you find another person who can accomplish such a feat, I'll personally give you 3 bows. Before he finished speaking, he saw the second figure, another special warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, again, in 12 seconds, completing the whole course. All 15 targets were hit. The commentator instantly calmed down and began to patch up. You search the whole world, besides the Dragon Kingdom. If there are other warriors who can complete this operation, I will give you 3 bows. This terrifying reaction speed I've never seen in my life. Originally, the commentator was in the guest position, but now boasted with confidence, turning the tables. Who told the Special Forces of the Dragon Kingdom to be so impressive? The audience of the Dragon Kingdom was equally excited, feeling proud. 20 warriors from the Dragon Kingdom completed the competition, with the longest time being 13 seconds and the shortest 10 seconds, as fast as a sprint. It's simply outrageous. The Dragon Kingdom warriors finished the competition, and now it was time for the Special Forces of the Bald Eagle. None of the 20 Special Forces from the Bald Eagle moved. At this moment, whoever goes first would be the most embarrassing. They were once very confident, but now they believe that going up would mean humiliation because the gap is too vast. Comparing people can truly be fatal. The on-site personnel from the Bald Eagle didn't rush them because they also knew that no matter how well they performed, it would look ugly in front of over 300 million viewers. They even wanted to shut down the live broadcast. Why did they even think of going live in the first place? This isn't just stepping on a rock and smashing their own feet, it's akin to smashing their own heads. Smashing the heads above would have been better. The problem is they are now smashing the heads below. While in pain, they must endure the ridicule of everyone. But the competition still had to continue. As the audience grew impatient, a warrior from the Bald Eagle moved charging into the woods. His movements were graceful and swift. Normally, this would represent the pinnacle of world standards, but as the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. Under the outrageous performance of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces, their performance was instantly ridiculed by the entire world. Is this speed? It's like a damn turtle crawling. Any cowboy from our farm could annihilate you. I'm a physically weak person who doesn't exercise much, but if you give me a gun, I could probably be faster than you. Although I've never done this, I've shot at the range before, and my performance would definitely be better than yours. Is this really our Bald Eagle's Special Forces? This seems a bit too weak, doesn't it? It's simply pathetic. Isn't this the son of some politician sent over for decoration? In the live stream of the Bald Eagle, the audience was full of mockery. At the commentary table, surprisingly, the Dragon Kingdom's commentator was trying to save face. The Bald Eagle's Special Forces performed decently this time, with a time of 18 seconds, which is indeed excellent under normal circumstances. However, after seeing the performance of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, they maintained their composure and still performed this well. Their emotional control is indeed impressive. Under any circumstances, this is still a top-tier Special Forces unit, but unfortunately, they encountered this outrageous special team from the Dragon Kingdom. He wasn't trying to save face, he was expressing that in his eyes these warriors were indeed quite impressive. But his remarks came after the outstanding performance of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces. It was almost like a taunt, a slap in the face. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was relatively rational, merely commenting on the significant gap. Gao Yang could see the disparity. It seemed like only a few seconds apart, but in terms of combat power there was a colossal difference. Special Forces who had taken enhancement drugs were essentially overpowering the Bald Eagle's Special Forces. Just as he was observing, a scene appeared in the corner showing a conference room. A powerful voice echoed, "This is the content from a conference room of the Bald Eagle just now." Gao Yang furrowed his brow and turned to look at the screen. The people in the image were all in military uniforms of the Bald Eagle. Continue with the regular events. This time, we will definitely lose. We must add more events. Combat drills. In combat drills, we will definitely lose. Completing the obstacle shooting in 12 seconds will basically annihilate our warriors. The only event I can think of that has a chance of winning is boxing. The conference room was silent. Using a larger build to fight someone smaller, the weight difference in boxing is tremendously significant. Heavier weight means greater height, larger muscle dimensions, and longer reach. It's almost capable of overwhelming in every aspect. But isn't this a bit too shameless? Even if we win, it won't be a fair victory. Isn't this a bit too unfair? Even if it's unfair, it's still better than losing. In the conference room, someone murmured, "I watched the live broadcast. That commentator said these warriors know Dragon Kingdom martial arts. In this world, is there really such a thing as Dragon Kingdom martial arts that can win against the strong with the weak?" No one answered. Speaking too much at this moment could lead to liability. If they say there are no Dragon Kingdom martial arts and end up fighting and they still can't win, then they would bear the responsibility. In the conference room, the person sitting at the highest position frowned. "Regardless of whether there are Dragon Kingdom martial arts, do we have any other options? We can't just give them an English exam." Gao Yang almost couldn't hold it in upon hearing this. This is truly outrageous. However, it must be said that there's no big problem with the exam. He had seen the files of those 20 special forces, and their English levels were quite decent. In contrast, perhaps the bald eagle might have soldiers who only know conversational English and can spell simple words. After all, their happy education has been a bit too happy. It was finally decided that the next match would be barehanded combat. In the name of battlefield reality, anything could happen, and barehanded combat is equally possible. Gao Yang was speechless. Actually stripping away all the flashy aspects, just comparing marksmanship could truly be 50-50. Yet they insisted on choosing a competition with no chance at all. Combat. Gao Yang wanted to laugh. Oh, a punch could break through a wall, and using it on a person is still just a punch. With the Dragon Kingdom already scoring 40 points, the bald eagle proposed the next match. Combat. In unknown fights, the winner earns a point. The audience in the bald eagle's live stream was dumbfounded. Who the hell decided on this event? The Dragon Kingdom's people know Dragon Kingdom martial arts. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, some were anxious. It's amusing to think that the ordinary citizens of the Bald Eagle firmly believe that the Dragon Kingdom warriors know Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Meanwhile, the people of the Dragon Kingdom expressed deep skepticism about their warriors knowing martial arts. The vast majority even believe that martial arts do not exist. So upon hearing the Bald Eagle's third event, they felt a bit panicked. Though they run fast and have good endurance, can they really fight? After all, they are physically bigger. But this skepticism lasted only a few minutes. As the first combat began, the Dragon Kingdom's special forces charged forward with a side kick. The burly special forces member of the Bald Eagle flew out. His massive body flew like a broken sack, rolling several times on the ground before directly spitting blood. In the midst of the dead silence, the medical team moved first, rushing in at their fastest speed to save him. In the Bald Eagle's live stream, the audience was perplexed. Why is there such a huge gap? Is Dragon Kingdom martial arts really that powerful? One kick KO. This is simply insane in the ring. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was equally shocked. Why does national martial arts really exist? If I go to find a master now, is it too late? One kick sent a man weighing at least 180 pounds flying. The explosiveness of that kick is simply outrageous. Wasn't that a bit too heavy-handed? He was kicked until he spat blood. This kick could lead to retirement. Well done, raise our national prestige. The medical personnel on the scene tore open the warrior's clothing, and the imprint of the foot was left on his chest amid numerous fractures. This is not just a matter of retirement, it might not even be possible to save him. The medical staff began emergency rescue in the live broadcast room. The injuries were too severe to transfer, and if they attempted to move the person, it would be fatal. Someone glared angrily at the Dragon Kingdom special forces on the stage for being too ruthless. The warrior from the Dragon Kingdom felt wronged. He hadn't even used his full strength. In fact, throughout today's competition, they had been holding back as instructed. Did no one notice that during the sprint, everyone was maintaining formation? If they were to run at full power, who could hold the formation? The live broadcast was abruptly terminated. Although the outcome of the match was predictable, it ended in a way that still saved face for the White-Head Eagle. At least they didn't lose. The commentator from the Dragon Kingdom felt unsatisfied, wondering why it had to end so soon. He hadn't finished venting yet. However, given that people were close to death, it wasn't appropriate to continue criticizing. He had to end the broadcast. This time, the White-Head Eagle had truly won big. Gao Yang even felt a bit sorry for them. The live broadcast they prepared to uplift spirits ended up causing a heart attack. Internal conflicts were likely to be exacerbated. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts would definitely become a hot topic worldwide. By then, it was highly likely that a bunch of charlatans claiming to be martial arts masters would emerge. It was uncertain if any genuine practitioners would be willing to step forward. The broadcast ended, and it was time to sleep. Gao Yang hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, yet he felt no fatigue at all. At this moment, lying in bed, he wasn't in a hurry to sleep, but was instead organizing his thoughts. He already had ideas on what to enhance next. Robots. There were many benefits to enhancing with robots. Firstly, Lao Chang's factory was about to be completed. Once the factory was built, everything inside would be top secret. Finding so many tight-lipped workers would be very challenging, and leaks would be easy. Fully automatic factories would be too troublesome to debug. It would be better to create robots. If they could achieve artificial intelligence level, that would be ideal. Even if they couldn't, he could directly control all robots. Finally, he would have a close-range service robot by his side, even one that could protect him. Wouldn't that be safer? 80 Captain Americas plus a few Terminators. Wouldn't that be invincible? Organizing the technology related to robots in his mind, he realized that even without reading, he could make a robot. However, it was still good to check the data to see the progress of laboratories in the Dragon Kingdom that were leading in robot research. He wanted to see if there were any insights to be gained while also charging up for the next enhancement opportunity. With this thought, Gao Yang called Director Yuan. In the middle of the night, as soon as the call connected, he heard Director Yuan's excited voice on the other end. Did you watch the live broadcast? At this moment, asking about the live broadcast referred only to the recently concluded Special Operations live stream. I watched it. Gao Yang smiled. What's up? Director Yuan replied excitedly. It was simply invincible. I never imagined we could win so decisively and so miraculously. Do you think Dragon Kingdom's martial arts really exist? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, maybe they do exist. Although he hadn't seen it, it probably had truly existed. He'll ask around later. If it is real, he'll have them change your guards to a few like that. Gao Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Director Yuan's first reaction upon seeing such impressive individuals was to ask for a change of guards. No need. What do you mean no need? There's no need for courtesy in matters like this. Rest assured, I will definitely get them for you. Really no need. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Given Director Yuan's authority, he probably had the right to know anything. Those warriors weren't that powerful initially. They became strong after taking the enhancement drugs I developed. On the other end of the line, Director Yuan suddenly went silent, dumbfounded. Was it another contribution from Gao Yang? But how was that possible? After thinking for a moment, Director Yuan recalled that not long ago Gao Yang had asked him for pharmaceutical-related technology and had also requested a batch of monkeys for experiments. Tentatively, he asked pharmaceuticals. Gao Yang felt that if he continued to surprise Director Yuan like this, he might give him a heart attack, but he still nodded yes. Director Yuan fell silent again on the phone. What did this feel like? It was like a child coming up to ask, what is 1 plus 1? Director Yuan seriously told him that 1 plus 1 equals 2. Then the child gained all knowledge of advanced mathematics and even solved an unsolved problem in the field. Director Yuan slowly calmed down and became more relaxed, smiling as he said, just now overseas media published sharp critiques stating that the Whitehead Eagle spent the most military expenditure in the world to cultivate the world's biggest waste. Next day, not just them, but all the major powers in the world will probably start training warriors desperately only to discover that no matter how they train, it is all in vain. Gao Yang also smiled. The Director Yuan was quite mischievous. His schadenfreude tone was very practiced. But he indeed wanted to laugh. Perhaps they will find a way to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, but this time the purpose of infiltration will be to learn martial arts. Director Yuan laughed and said, why are you calling me so late? What materials do you want? Robot technology. No problem, I'll have someone deliver it. But can you tell me what you want to research? Robots. Gao Yang looked puzzled. Of course, he wanted robot technology to study robots. Director Yuan was somewhat eager. That's not what I meant. I meant what kind of performance do you want the robots you develop to have? Gao Yang didn't know which aspect of system enhancement would apply, nor did he know what level the current industrial standards could reach after enhancement. I don't know. He'll have to wait until the materials arrive, and then he'll know after studying them. Director Yuan didn't get the answer he wanted, but he was still very eager. Once you finish the research, call me right away. Gao Yang hung up the phone, equally excited. Time to sleep. In truth, he wasn't tired at all, but the benefits of strong mental power and self-control were evident. Once he truly relaxed, he could fall asleep quickly. The next morning, Gao Yang naturally woke up and Director Yuan had sent the materials. Along with them came General Zhou. Gao Yang didn't have to think to know what General Zhou wanted. To maintain a special forces team with such terrifying combat power. There was no problem with that. With enough raw materials, he could make the entire Dragon Kingdom have warriors like dragons. However, that would be too dangerous. If everyone truly became dragons, the vast majority of dragons would first destroy their homes. Through destruction, they would test their abilities. The consequences would be severe. He gave General Zhou a total of 10,000 enhancement drugs, enough to enhance a 10,000-man army. Just thinking about that scene felt absurd. Such a terrifying 10,000-man army would be nearly unbeatable. However, it was more likely that there wouldn't be such a 10,000-man army, but rather the enhancement drugs would be given to many smaller special teams. This would be safer, and they wouldn't really enhance 10,000 people. At most, they would enhance 1,000. After all, if they wanted such terrifying combat power, they could produce large quantities of drugs at any time. After sending off General Zhou, Gao Yang began to look at the materials regarding robots. As he perused the data, Gao Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Could these experimental apparatuses actually be called robots? Were they really not just toys? Researching robots is immensely complex, requiring a multitude of directions. The two most important aspects are the body and the soul. Currently, the research on robot bodies is quite basic. Most still need to be controlled by remote. Under the control of a remote, robots can only perform super simple operations. As for the soul, it refers to the robot system. This is why Gao Yang feels that the laboratories are merely studying toys. The system of the robots is essentially non-existent. What Gao Yang previously regarded as artificial intelligence at its worst could at least engage in interactive QA using a database. All the robots here require human control, or they might have an extremely simple set of programs. For instance, there are some banks or stores that have robots equipped with screens capable of moving on wheels. They can interact with users, but that still falls under the category of artificial intelligence. Even when they move, they follow fixed paths while the operable system on the screen is merely an additional app. After watching the entire process, Gao Yang felt like an elderly person on the subway staring at a phone. It was somewhat disappointing. The most advanced machines belong to the battlefield multifunctional unmanned exploration vehicles and robotic dogs. All of these are used by the military, yet they too are remotely controlled by individuals. To utilize such robots, there must be a soldier specifically designated to control them, and that soldier cannot be incompetent. At the very least, a novice gamer wouldn't suffice. They need to be at least a platinum-level expert. Gao Yang quickly skimmed through the materials, feeling that this technology was far too outdated. In terms of power, mechanical structure, and energy, they were almost completely behind the technology Gao Yang currently had at his disposal. By now, the technology products he amplified were becoming increasingly numerous, and he had already mastered a wide array of directions. Even the remnants of technologies he had once amplified far exceeded the current capabilities of human civilization. This meant he had to rely entirely on his own designs. Returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang began to get busy. The first step in creating a robot is to accumulate technology. The more technology he piles up, the greater the benefits he gains after amplification. He intended to install all the top-notch technologies he currently possessed. He would fit several advanced chips into the robot's brain. In terms of energy, he decided to use nuclear power batteries. However, he faced a dilemma regarding energy transportation. If energy is transmitted through wires, the instantaneous burst of energy is too minimal, because unless extremely thick wires are used, they cannot accommodate a large current. Moreover, the robot's body has limitations. The internal space cannot be entirely filled with wires. Gao Yang devised a very extravagant design that uses electromagnetism to form energy channels capable of transporting massive amounts of energy within a very small area. With the energy transportation issue resolved, the next step was to focus on the robot's internal skeleton. The internal skeleton is crucial. What actions the robot can perform, the force it can exert, and how fast it can move all depend on this step. First is the connection structure. Currently, mainstream robots have very poor limb structures with minimal angles of movement. This is primarily because robots need to move, and movement requires adjusting power. If the angle is too large, control becomes difficult. However, Gao Yang is different. He chose the most challenging yet simplest approach, simulating robot movement using human muscles and bones. The human arm can move through an angle of almost 270 degrees. Achieving this with conventional mechanical technology is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The challenge lies in the materials. The material used to simulate muscle must possess high strength, and currently there are no similar materials in the world. Coincidentally, Gao Yang truly mastered such materials. Through energizing them, the materials can expand, absorb energy, and contract, perfectly mimicking muscle movement. As for the strength issue, there is no doubt any material that utilizes energy possesses extraordinary strength. Additionally, the robot skeleton will also use the strongest materials currently mastered by Gao Yang. After perfecting the internal skeleton, the next step is the outer shell. The outer shell is meant to protect the core components inside, and must also be made from very strong materials. With the entire design completed, the prototype of the robot has begun to take shape, but this is just the first step. It's merely a relatively simple first step. The second step is the interactive system. For most other robots, this part is very simple, because their requirements are too basic. They just need to install a processor in the robot's head, and then program the robot's movements. Then by issuing walking commands, the robot will walk in a rigid manner. This type of interaction is far too lacking. What Gao Yang desires is agility, allowing the robot to perform a variety of actions. However, the more agile it is, the higher the requirements. It should not be confined to preset motion patterns, but rather the arms should be capable of rotating freely at any angle up to 270 degrees as needed. Additionally, there is something that everyone tends to overlook: balance. The multifunctional reconnaissance vehicle on the battlefield has tracks and is designed to handle various terrains. Even if it flips over, it can right itself, and its large chassis does not require consideration of balance. Robotic dogs have 4 wheels and similarly do not need to consider balance issues because they are very stable. But humans cannot do that. Bipedal robots with 2 legs will sway when walking. This is still under the condition that movement has been pre-programmed and the robot can only walk in a very stiff manner. When humans walk, their bodies naturally lean back slightly when their feet move forward to maintain balance. If there is an obstruction beneath their feet, the body instinctively tilts forward and the hands either push against something to maintain balance or touch the ground first to protect the torso. This is human instinct, and almost everyone possesses it, so it feels very ordinary. However, achieving this with a robot is as difficult as reaching for the stars. Challenges bring opportunities, and with challenges, the completion becomes even more interesting. Gao Yang began to get busy. After creating the robot, he manufactured a simple artificial intelligence within the chip. It may not be as impressive as Invincible, but it is hundreds of times better than the artificial intelligence on the market. However, until this artificial intelligence gains interaction capabilities with the robotic limbs, it remains just an AI. It needs debugging. Gao Yang began the debugging process, moving the robot's feet forward, slightly calculating the center of gravity, designing the angle at which the robot's body would tilt backward, and then retesting. While keeping the center of gravity within a certain range, he also recorded all tested motion patterns in the chip. As the AI possesses learning capabilities, it is gradually refined. As time passed during the refinement process, half a month went by. During this period, Gao Yang was either debugging the robot or reading. Although his reading speed improved, debugging the robot was also quite time-consuming. It took a full month to complete the energy charging. The robot made significant progress during this month of debugging. It had already mastered all the basic human-like movements. At this moment, the robot followed Gao Yang's command to walk around the laboratory and then poured him a cup of tea. The entire process felt very natural. Additionally, the robot's appearance was also incredibly cool. The internal skeleton glowed with energy, and as it shone through the gaps in the outer shell, it resembled waiting. The cool-colored lights exuded a strong sense of science fiction. The voice of Invincible resonated, filled with anticipation. Master, is this the body prepared for me?